"You paint?" inquired Karenina, turning quickly to Vronsky. "Yes, I went in for it long ago, and now have begun a little," answered Vronsky with a blush. "He is very talented," said Anna with a pleased smile. "Of course, I am no judge, but people who do know say so." Chapter 8. During this, the first period of her freedom and rapid recovery, Anna was unpardonably happy and full of the joy of life. The memory of her husband's grief did not poison her happiness. On the one hand, this memory was too terrible to dwell upon, and on the other hand, her husband's misfortune had meant for her too great a joy for repentance to be possible. The recollection of all that had happened to her since her illness, her reconciliation with her husband, the rupture, the news of Vronsky's wound, his reappearance in her husband's house, the preparations for divorce, the parting from her home and son, all now seemed a delirious dream from which she had wakened abroad and alone with Vronsky. The memory of the evil done to her husband aroused in her a feeling akin to repulsion, such as a man might feel who, when in danger of drowning, had shaken off another who clung to him. That other was drowned. Of course, it was wrong, but it had been the only way of escape, and it was better not to recall such terrible details. One comforting reflection about her conduct had come to her in the first moment of the rupture, and when she now remembered the past, she also recalled that reflection. "I was the inevitable cause of unhappiness to him," she thought. "But I don't wish to profit by his calamity. I too am suffering and must suffer. I am losing what I most cherished, my good name and my son. I have done wrong and therefore do not ask for happiness and do not want a divorce. I must go on suffering from the degradation and by the separation from my son." But sincerely as Anna desired to suffer, she was not suffering. She was not conscious of degradation. With the tact they both possessed, and by avoiding Russian ladies abroad, the two never placed themselves in a false position and always met people who pretended to understand their mutual relations much better than they themselves understood them. The parting from her son, whom she loved, did not trouble her at first either. The little girl, his child, was so sweet, and Anna had grown so attached to her since she was the only child left to her, that she rarely thought of her son. The desire to live, enhanced by her recovery, was so powerful, and the conditions of her life were so novel and pleasant, that Anna felt unpardonably happy. The better she knew Vronsky, the more she loved him. She loved him both for his own sake and for his love of her. To possess him entirely was a continual joy to her. His nearness was always pleasant. All the traits of character with which she became better and better acquainted seemed inexpressibly delightful. His appearance, altered by civilian dress, was as attractive to her as to a girl in love. In all he said, thought, or did, she saw something peculiarly noble and exalted. She herself was frightened at the rapture with which he inspired her. She sought, but could not find, anything in him that was not beautiful. She dared not let him see her consciousness of her own inferiority. To her it seemed that if he knew of it, he would the sooner cease to love her, and there was nothing she now feared more, though she had no reason to do so, than the loss of his love. But she could not help being grateful to him for his treatment of her, and showing him how much she valued it. He, who in her opinion had such a decided vocation for statesmanship, in which he ought to have played a conspicuous part, had sacrificed his ambitions for her, and never showed the least regret. He was even more lovingly respectful to her than before, and the thought that she must never be allowed to feel the awkwardness of her situation never left his mind for a moment. He, so virile a man, not only never contradicted her, but where she was concerned seemed to have no will of his own and to be only occupied in anticipating her every wish. She could not help appreciating this, although his strained attentiveness, the atmosphere of solicitude with which he surrounded her, became burdensome at times. Vronsky, meanwhile, in spite of the complete fulfillment of what he had so long desired, was not completely happy. He soon felt that the realization of his longing gave him only one grain of the mountain of bliss he had anticipated. That realization showed him the eternal error men make by imagining that happiness consists in the gratification of their wishes. When first he united his life with hers and donned civilian clothes, he felt the delight of freedom in general such as he had not before known, and also the freedom of love. He was contented then, but not for long. Soon he felt rising in his soul a desire for desires. Boredom. Involuntarily, he began to snatch at every passing caprice, mistaking it for a desire and a purpose. 16 hours daily had to be filled somehow, living abroad as they did, completely at liberty, quite cut off from the round of social life that had filled his time in Petersburg. The pleasures of a bachelor's life, enjoyed by him on his previous travels abroad, were not to be thought of now, for one attempt of that kind had produced in Anna an unexpected fit of depression, quite disproportionate to the offence of a late supper with some acquaintances. Intercourse with local society or with the Russians was, in consequence of the indefiniteness of their relation, likewise impossible. Sightseeing, apart from the fact that he had already seen everything, had for him, a Russian and an intelligent man, none of that inexplicable importance the English managed to attach to it. As a hungry animal seizes every object it meets, hoping to find food in it, so Vronsky unconsciously seized now on politics, now on new books, now on pictures. As in his youth he had shown aptitude for art, and not knowing how to spend his money had begun to collect engravings, he now settled down to painting and began to work at it, putting into it the surplus stock of desire which demanded satisfaction. He had a talent for understanding art and for imitating it with accuracy and good taste, and he imagined that he possessed the real power an artist needs. After wavering for some time between various kinds of art, religious, historical, genre, or realistic, he began to paint. He understood all the different kinds and was able to draw inspiration from all, but he could not imagine that it is possible to be quite ignorant of the different kinds of art and to be inspired directly by what is in one's own soul, regardless of whether what one paints belongs to any particular school. As he did not know this and was not inspired directly by life, but indirectly by life already embodied in art, he found inspiration very readily and easily, and equally readily and easily produced paintings very similar to the school of art he wished to imitate. He liked the graceful and effective French school of painting best, and in that style began painting a portrait of Anna dressed as an Italian, and he, as well as everyone else who saw it, considered the portrait a great success. Chapter 9. The neglected old palazzo, with its high stucco ceilings, its wall frescoes and mosaic floors, with heavy yellow damask hangings at the big windows, vases standing on brackets and mantel shelves, carved doors and sombre halls filled with pictures. That palazzo, when they had moved into it, by its very appearance kept alive in Vronsky the pleasant delusion that he was not so much a Russian landowner and equerry without a post, as an enlightened connoisseur and art patron, and withal a modest artist himself, who had renounced the world, his connections and ambitions, for the sake of the woman he loved. The role Vronsky had chosen with their removal to the palazzo was quite successful, and having through Golonishev made the acquaintance of several interesting persons, he felt tranquil for a time. He painted studies from nature under the direction of an Italian professor, and studied Italian life in the Middle Ages. Medieval Italian life had at that time become so fascinating to him that he even began to wear his hat and throw his cloak across his shoulder in a medieval manner which was very becoming to him. "Here we live and know nothing," said Vronsky one morning to Karenin, who had come to see him. "Have you seen Mikhailov's picture?" And he passed his visitor a Russian newspaper that had just arrived, and pointed to an article on a Russian artist who was living in that town and had just finished a picture long talked of and bought before completion. The article reproached the government and the academy for leaving a remarkable artist without encouragement or help. "I have," answered Karenin. "Of course he is not without talent, but his tendency is quite a false one. He has that Ivanov's Strauss-Renan attitude toward Christ and religious art." "What is the subject of his picture?" asked Anna. "Christ before Pilate. Christ is pictured as a Jew with all the realism of the new school." Led on by this question about the subject of the picture to one of his favourite topics, he began to explain. "I can't understand how one can make so gross an error. In the art of the old masters, Christ was given a definite embodiment. Therefore, if they want to depict not God but a revolutionary or a sage, let them choose some historic character. Socrates, Franklin, Charlotte Corday, but certainly not Christ. They choose the one person who must not be chosen as a subject for art, and then—" "And is it true that this Mikhailov is so poor?" inquired Vronsky, thinking that he, as a Russian Maecenas, ought to help this artist regardless of whether his picture was good or bad. "Hardly. He's a wonderful portrait painter. Have you seen his portrait of Vassilchikova? But it seems he does not want to paint any more portraits, so it is possible he may be in want. I say that—" "Couldn't one ask him to paint Anna Arkadyevna's portrait?" said Vronsky. "Why mine?" said Anna. "After the one you painted, I want no other. Better have one of Annie, as she called her little girl. There she is," she added, looking from the window at the beautiful Italian nurse who had taken the baby into the garden, and then immediately glancing round at Vronsky. The beautiful nurse, whose head Vronsky was painting for his picture, was the only and secret sorrow of Anna's life. Vronsky painted her, admired her beauty and her medievalness, and Anna dared not confess to herself that she was afraid of being jealous of the nurse. So she treated the woman with special kindness and spoiled her and her little son. Vronsky, too, looked out of the window and into Anna's eyes, and at once turned to Karenin, saying, "Do you know this Mikhailov?" "I have met him, but he is a crank and quite uneducated. You know, he is one of those heathenish new folk one so often meets nowadays. You know, one of those free thinkers who have been brought up from the beginning in disbelief, negation, and materialism. Formerly," Karenin went on, either not noticing or not wishing to notice that both Anna and Vronsky wanted to speak, "formerly a freethinker was a man brought up with ideas of religion, law, and morality, who himself, through struggle and pain, had attained freedom of thought. But now a new type of born freethinkers has appeared. These grow up without so much as hearing that there used to be laws of morality and religion, and that there was once authority in these things. They grow up simply with the idea of negation, that is, as heathens. He is one of these. He is the son of a head footman, I think, and has had no education. When he entered the academy and won a reputation for himself, he, not being stupid, wanted to get some education. So he resorted to what seemed to him to be the wellspring of education, the magazines. You see, formerly a man who wished to get an education, a Frenchman, let us say, would have commenced studying all the classics, theologians, dramatists, historians, and philosophers, and with what mental labour he would have been confronted. But among us at the present day, he tumbled straight into the literature of negation and rapidly assimilated the essence of the negative teaching, and there he was. And that's not all. 20 years ago, he would have found in that kind of literature signs of the struggle with authority and of an outlook centuries old, and from that struggle would have deduced that something else had existed. But as it is, he stumbles on a kind of literature that does not even deign to dispute the old point of view, saying straight off, there is nothing but evolution, selection, the struggle for existence, and nothing more. In my article, Do you know what we'll do?" cried Anna, who for some time had been furtively exchanging looks with Vronsky and knew that the latter was not at all interested in the education of the artist, but was only concerned to help him by giving him a commission for a portrait. "Do you know what we'll do?" she resolutely interrupted Golenishev, who was in the full flow of his speech. "Let us go and see him." Golenishev pulled himself up and unwillingly agreed. But as the artist lived in a distant part of the town, they decided to hire a carriage. An hour later, Anna, seated beside Golenishev with Vronsky facing them, drove to a new, ugly house in a distant quarter of the town. Having learnt from the house porter's wife, who came out to meet them, that Mikhailov allowed visitors into his studio, but was at that moment at his lodgings a few steps away, they sent her with their cards to beg permission to see his pictures. Chapter 10. Mikhailov, the artist, was at work as usual when Vronsky's and Golenishev's cards were brought him. Every morning he worked in the studio at his big picture. On returning home, he had been angry with his wife because she had not managed to pacify the landlady who clamoured for the rent. "Have I not told you scores of times not to enter upon discussions? At best you're only a fool, and when you begin arguing in Italian you become a triple fool," he said at the end of the long dispute. "Then you shouldn't get into arrears. It's not my fault. If I had any money—" "Shut up, for heaven's sake," cried Mikhailov with tears in his voice, stopping his ears with his hands as he went into his workroom behind a partition and locked the door behind him. "What a duffer," he muttered to himself as he seated himself at the table, and having opened a portfolio, he at once set to work with particular ardour at an unfinished drawing. He never worked with such ardour or so successfully as when things were going badly with him, and especially after a quarrel with his wife. "Oh dear, if only I could escape somewhere," he thought as he worked. He was sketching the figure of a man in a fit of anger. He had sketched him before, but had been dissatisfied with the result. "No, the other one was better. Where is it?" He went back to his wife, and frowning without looking at her, asked his eldest little girl where the paper was that he had given them. The paper with the drawing that he had thrown away was found, but it was dirty now and spotted with candle grease. Nevertheless he took it, put it on his table, and stepping backward and screwing up his eyes, began examining it. Suddenly he smiled and flung up his arms joyfully. "That's it! That's it!" he said, and taking up his pencil, he began drawing rapidly. A grease spot had given the figure a new pose. He copied that new pose, and, suddenly remembering the energetic pose and prominent chin of a shopman from whom he had bought cigars, he gave the figure that man's face and chin. He laughed with joy, for the inanimate, unnatural figure had become alive and was just the thing. The figure was alive, clear, and well-defined. It was possible to correct the drawing to accord with the requirements of the pose. It was possible, and even necessary, to place the feet further apart, to alter the position of the left arm, and to throw back the hair. But while making these corrections, he did not alter the pose, but only removed what interfered with its character. He removed, if one may say so, the coverings which partially obscured the figure, every fresh stroke making its energy and power more apparent, and more as it had been suddenly revealed to him by the effects of the grease spot. He was carefully finishing the drawing when the cards were brought to him. Directly. He went out to his wife. "Come, Sasha, don't be angry," he said, smiling, timidly and tenderly. "You were wrong, and so was I. I'll settle it all." Having made it up with his wife, he put on an olive-green overcoat with a velvet collar and a hat, and went to the studio. His successful drawing was already forgotten. Now he was pleased and excited by the visit to his studio of these grand Russians who had come in a carriage. About his picture, the one at present on the easel, he had at the bottom of his heart a firm opinion that no one had ever painted anything like it. He did not consider his picture better than all Raphael's, but he knew that what he wanted to express in that picture had never yet been expressed by anyone. Of that he was firmly convinced, and had long been so ever since he had begun painting it. Yet the opinion of others, whoever they might be, seemed to him of great importance, and disturbed him to the depths of his soul. Every remark, even the most trivial, which showed that those who judged it saw even but a small part of what he himself saw in it, moved him deeply. He always attributed to those judges a better understanding than his own, and always expected to hear from them something he had himself not noticed in his work, often fancying that in their criticisms he had really found that something. With rapid steps he approached the door of his studio, and in spite of his excitement was struck by the soft light on Anna's figure as she stood in the shadow of the porch listening to something Golenischev was vehemently saying, and at the same time evidently wishing to look at the approaching artist. He was himself unconscious that as he approached them he seized and absorbed this impression, just as he had retained the tobacconist's chin and hidden it away where he could find it when it was wanted. The visitors, already disenchanted by Golenishev's account of the artist, were still further disillusioned by his appearance. Of medium height, thick-set, and with a loose gait, Mikhailov in his brown hat, olive-green overcoat and narrow trousers, at a time when wide ones had long since come into fashion, and especially his commonplace broad face, expressing a combination of timidity and a desire to be dignified, created an unpleasant impression. "Come in, please," he said, trying to put on an air of indifference, as he entered the hall and took a key from his pocket to unlock the door. Chapter 11. On entering his studio, the artist again cast a glance at his visitors and took note of Vronsky's face, especially his jaw. Although his artistic perceptions never slept, and although he was growing more and more excited as the moment approached when his picture was to be criticized, he quickly and shrewdly, from imperceptible data, formed his opinion of these three persons. Of Golenishev he thought, "That one is a Russian who lives here." Mikhailov did not remember his name, or where he had seen him, or what they had talked about. He remembered only his face, as he remembered every face he had ever seen. But he also remembered that it was one of the faces he had mentally put aside with the enormous class of falsely important faces, faces lacking expression. A mass of hair and a very open forehead gave a superficial significance to that face, which had an insignificant, childish, restless expression concentrated in the narrow bridge of the nose. Vronsky and Anna, according to Mikhailov's conception, were in all probability distinguished, wealthy Russians, who, like all these wealthy Russians, comprehended nothing of art, but pretended to be amateurs and critics. Probably they've seen all the antiquities and are now going the round of the modern painters, the German quack and the stupid English pre-Raphaelite, and to complete the series have come to see me too, he thought. Well, he knew the dilettante's way of examining the studios of modern artists. The cleverer they were, the worse they were, with the one purpose of being able to say afterwards that art had deteriorated, and that the more modern art one sees, the more evident it becomes that the old masters were inimitable. He expected all this, saw it in their faces, in the careless indifference with which they talked among themselves, looked at the lay figures and busts, and unconcernedly walked about while waiting for him to uncover his picture. But in spite of all this, as he turned over his studies, pulled up the blinds, and withdrew the sheet from his picture, he felt very excited. All the more so because, though he regarded distinguished and wealthy Russians as mostly beasts and fools, Vronsky, and especially Anna, pleased him. "There," he said, stepping aside with his loose gait and pointing to the picture. "This is Pilate's admonition, Matthew chapter 27, he went on, conscious that his lips were beginning to tremble with excitement, and he stepped behind the visitors. During the few moments that they were silently gazing at it, Mikhailov also regarded it with the indifferent eye of a stranger. In those few moments, he believed in advance that the highest and justest of criticisms was going to be pronounced by these very visitors whom he had so despised a moment before. He forgot all that he had thought of his picture during the 3 years that he had worked at it, forgot all its merits, which he had not doubted, and saw it from the fresh point of view of an indifferent stranger. And he saw nothing good in it. He saw in the foreground Pilate's vexed face, and Christ's calm one, and behind them the faces of Pilate's servants and of John watching what was taking place. Each of those faces that with so much searching, so many faults and corrections, he had evolved with its own character, each representing so much pain and pleasure, and all of them so often placed and replaced to obtain harmony. All the shades of colour and tone elaborated with such effort. All this, regarded as a whole from those others' point of view, now seemed trivialities 1,000 times repeated. The face that was most dear to him, that of Christ, the centre of the picture, which had so enraptured him when he first discovered it, now, regarded from the other's standpoint, seemed quite worthless. He saw a well-painted, and not even that, for he detected a multitude of errors, repetition of those innumerable Christs, Titians, Raphaels, Rubens, with the same warriors and the same pilots. It was trivial, poor, old, and even badly painted, weak and lacking harmony. They would be in the right when they began to say falsely polite things in the presence of the artist, and to pity and laugh at him behind his back. The silence grew too unbearable, though it had not lasted more than a minute. To break it and to appear calm, he made an effort and addressed Golenishev. "I think I had the pleasure of meeting you," he said, glancing uneasily now at Anna and now at Vronsky, in order not to lose any detail of their expressions. "Of course, we first met at Rossi's. Don't you remember that evening when the Italian lady recited the new Rachel?" began Golenishev glibly, turning away from the picture to the artist without the slightest regret. Noticing, however, that Mikhailov was waiting to hear his criticism of the picture, he said, "Your picture has progressed very much since I last saw it, and now, as then, I am specially struck by the figure of Pilate. One can so well understand that man, a kind, first-rate fellow, but an official to his very backbone, who does not know what he is doing. But it seems to me—" The whole of Mikhailov's mobile face suddenly lighted up. His eyes brightened. He wanted to speak, but was too agitated and pretended to cough instead. Little as he valued Golenishev's capacity to understand art, unimportant as was his remark about the truth of Pilate's official expression, while what was important remained unmentioned, and offensive as was this trivial, it might have seemed to him, remark before anything had been said about what was most important, Mikhailov was delighted with it. His opinion of that figure was the same. The fact that this opinion was but one of a million of other opinions which, as Mikhailov well knew, would all have been just, did not for him detract from the importance of Golenishev's remark. He took a liking to Golenishev because of that remark, and his depression changed suddenly into delight. In an instant, his whole picture became alive before his eyes, with the inexpressible complexity of everything that lives. He wished to say that it was just so that he understood Pilate, but his trembling lips would not obey him, and he was unable to speak. Vronsky and Anna were talking in the hushed voice in which, partly not to offend the artist, and partly not to utter aloud a stupid remark such as is so easily made when speaking about art, people generally talk at picture exhibitions. Mikhailov thought that on them too the picture had created an impression, and went up to them. "How wonderful Christ's expression is," said Anna. That expression pleased her more than all else she saw, and she felt that it was the centre of the picture, and that therefore praise of it would be agreeable to the artist. One sees he is sorry for Pilate. This, too, was one of a million just remarks which might have been made with reference to his picture and the figure of Christ. She said he was sorry for Pilate. In Christ's expression there should be pity because there was love in it, a peace not of this world, a readiness for death, and a knowledge of the vanity of words. Of course there was an official expression in Pilate's face, and pity in Christ's, for the former was the embodiment of carnal and the latter of spiritual life. All this and much more floated through Mikhailov's mind. and again his face shone with ecstasy. "Yes, and how well that figure is done, and what an atmosphere there is. One could walk round it," said Golenishev, showing evidently by this remark that he did not approve of the content and idea of the figure. "Yes, it is wonderfully masterly. How those figures in the background stand out. That is technique," said Vronsky, addressing Golenishev, and alluding to a conversation they had had about Vronsky's despair of attaining technical mastery. "Yes, yes, wonderful," chimed in Golenishev and Anna. In spite of his elation, this remark about technique grated painfully on Mikhailov's heart, and glancing angrily at Vronsky, he suddenly frowned. He often heard the word technique mentioned, and did not at all understand what was meant by it. He knew it meant a mechanical capacity to paint and draw, quite independent of the subject matter. He had often noticed, as now when his picture was being praised, that technique was contrasted with inner quality, as if it were possible to paint well something that was bad. He knew that much attention and care were needed not to injure one's work when removing the wrappings that obscure the idea, and that all wrappings must be removed. But as to the art of painting, the technique, it did not exist. If the things he saw had been revealed to a little child or to his cook, they would have been able to remove the outer shell from their idea. And the most experienced and technical painter could never paint anything by means of mechanical skill alone, if the outline of the subject matter did not first reveal itself to his mind. Moreover, he saw that if technique was spoken of, then he could not be praised for it. In all he painted and ever had painted, he saw defects that were an eyesore to him, the results of carelessness in removing the shell of the idea, which he could not now remedy without spoiling the work as a whole. And in almost all the figures and faces he saw traces of wrappings that had not been entirely removed and that spoilt the picture. "One thing might be said, if you will allow me to make the remark," began Golenishev. "Oh, I shall be very pleased. Pray do," said Mikhailov with a feigned smile. "It is that you have made him a man-god and not a god-man. However, I know that you wish to do so." "I could not paint a Christ whom I had not in my soul," Mikhailov rejoined gloomily. "Yes, but in that case, if I may say what I think, your picture is so good that a remark of mine cannot do it any harm, besides which is only my personal opinion. Yours is different. The idea itself is different. But let us take Ivanov, for example. I consider that if Christ is to be brought down to the level of an historic figure, it would be better to choose another historic theme, a fresh one, as yet untouched. But if this is the highest theme open to art, well, other themes can be found if one looks for them. But the fact is, art won't stand discussion and argument, yet Ivanov's picture suggests both to a believer and an unbeliever the question, is this a god or not a god? And the unity of impression is destroyed. Why so? To me it seems that for educated people such questions can no longer exist, said Mikhailov. Golenishev did not agree with this, and keeping to his first contention that unity of impression is indispensable in art, he confuted Mikhailov. The artist was perturbed, but could find nothing to say in defense of his opinion. Chapter 12. Anna and Vronsky had long been exchanging glances, regretting their friend's clever loquacity, and at last Vronsky, without waiting for his host, crossed the room to look at another and smaller picture. "Oh, how charming! How charming! Wonderful! Charming!" he and Anna began both at once. "What is it they like so much?" wondered Mikhailov. He had forgotten all about that picture, painted 3 years before. He had forgotten all the sufferings and raptures he had gone through on account of that work, when it alone had occupied him unremittingly day and night for 3 months. He had forgotten it as he forgot all his finished pictures. He did not even like looking at it, and had only brought it out because he was expecting an Englishman who wished to buy it. "Oh, that's nothing, only an old study," he said. "How good," remarked Karenina, evidently sincerely impressed by the charm of the picture. It represented two boys angling in the shade of a willow. The elder had just thrown the line and, quite absorbed in his occupation, was carefully drawing the float from behind a bush. The younger one lay in the grass, leaning on his elbows with his fair, tousled head in his hands, and with dreamy blue eyes gazing at the water. What was he thinking about? Their delight in his picture aroused in Mikhailov his former excitement, but he feared and disliked their idle interest in his past work, and therefore, though their praises gave him pleasure, he tried to draw his visitor's attention to a third picture. But Vronsky inquired whether this picture was for sale. To Mikhailov, in his excitement over their visit, this mention of money matters was very disagreeable. "It is put out for sale," he replied, frowning darkly. When the visitors had left, Mikhailov sat down before his picture of Pilate and Christ, and mentally reviewed all that had been said, and even what was not said but only hinted by the visitors. Strange to say, what had had weight with him while they were there, and he looked at things from their point of view, suddenly lost all significance now. He looked at his picture with his artistic perception fully alert, and reached that assurance of the perfection and consequent importance of his picture which he needed to attain the intensity of effort, excluding all other interests, without which he could not work. The foreshortening of Christ's foot was, however, not right. He took his palette and commenced working. While correcting the foot, he kept glancing at the figure of John in the background, which the visitors had not even remarked, but which he knew to be the height of perfection. When he had completed the foot, he was about to do something to that figure, but felt that he was too agitated. He could work neither when he was too indifferent, nor when he was too highly roused and saw everything too distinctly. There was only one stage between calmness and inspiration at which work was possible, and today he was too excited. He was about to cover his picture, but paused, and holding up the sheet stood a long time with a rapturous smile, gazing at the figure of John. At length, tearing himself away from it regretfully, he let the sheet fall over the picture, and went home, tired but happy. Vronsky, Anna, and Karenina were particularly animated and high-spirited on their way back. They talked about Mikhailov and his pictures. The word talent, which they understood to mean an innate and almost physical capacity independent of mind and heart, and which was their term for everything an artist lives through, occurred very often in their conversation, since they required it as a name for something which they did not at all understand, but about which they wanted to talk. They said that it was impossible to deny his talent, but that his talent could not develop because of his lack of education, the common misfortune of our Russian artists. But the picture of the boys had gripped their memories, and they kept coming back to it. How charming! How well he has hit it off, and how simply! He does not even understand how good it is. Yes, we must not miss the opportunity of purchasing it, Vronsky declared. Chapter 13. Mikhailov sold Vronsky the picture and consented to paint Anna's portrait. On the appointed day he came and began working. After the fifth sitting, the portrait struck everyone not only by its likeness, but also by its beauty. It was strange that Mikhailov had been able to discover that special beauty. One needed to know and love her as I love her to find just that sweetest, spiritual expression of hers, thought Vronsky, though he himself had only learnt to know that sweetest spiritual expression through the portrait. But the expression was so true that it seemed both to him and to others that they had always known it. "How long have I been struggling without accomplishing anything?" he said, referring to the portrait he was painting, "and he just looked and painted this? That is where technique comes in." "That will come in good time," said Golenishev consolingly. Vronsky had talent, and especially the education that gives a lofty outlook on art. Golenishev's conviction that Vronsky possessed talent was supported by the fact that he required Vronsky's sympathy and praise for his articles and ideas, and felt that praise and encouragement should be mutual. In another man's house, and particularly in Vronsky's palazzo, Mikhailov was quite a different man from what he was in his studio. He was unpleasantly deferential, as if fearful of intimacy with persons whom he did not respect. He addressed Vronsky as "Your Excellency," and never stayed to dinner, though Anna and Vronsky both invited him, and he never came except for a sitting. Anna was even kinder to him than to others, and was grateful for her portrait. Vronsky was more than polite to him, and was evidently interested in the artist's opinion of his, Vronsky's, picture. Golenishev never missed an opportunity to instill into Mikhailov a true understanding of art. But the latter remained equally cold toward them all. Anna felt by his look that he liked looking at her, but he avoided conversation with her. When Vronsky talked about his art, Mikhailov remained stubbornly silent, and as stubbornly silent when they showed him Vronsky's picture, and he was evidently oppressed by Golenishev's discourses to which he made no rejoinder. Altogether his reserved, disagreeable, and apparently hostile attitude when they came to know him better much displeased them, and they were glad when the sittings were over, the beautiful portrait was theirs, and his visits ceased. Golenishev was the first to express the thought that was in all their minds, namely that Mikhailov was simply jealous of Vronsky. We won't say jealous because he has talent, but he is vexed that a man of the court, a rich man and a count into the bargain, men like him hate all that, should without any particular difficulty do as well or even better than he who has devoted his whole life to the work. Especially, there is the education which he lacks. Vronsky took Mikhailov's part, but in the depth of his heart he believed what Golenishev said, for he considered that a man of that other and lower world must envy him. Anna's portrait, the same subject painted from nature by both of them, should have shown him the difference between Mikhailov and himself, but Vronsky did not see it. He merely left off painting Anna, deciding that it would be superfluous now. He went on, however, with his medieval picture, and he, as well as Golenishev, and especially Anna, thought it very good because it resembled famous pictures much more than Mikhailov's did. Meanwhile, Mikhailov, though Anna's portrait had much engrossed him, was even better pleased than they when the sittings were over, and he was no longer obliged to listen to Golenishev's disquisitions on art and was able to forget Vronsky's paintings. He knew it was not possible to forbid Vronsky to trifle with art, knew that he and all the dilettanti had a perfect right to paint what they liked, but to him it was unpleasant. One cannot forbid a man's making a big wax doll and kissing it. But if the man came and sat down with his doll in front of a lover and began to caress it as the lover caresses his beloved, it would displease the lover. It was this kind of unpleasantness that Mikhailov experienced when he saw Vronsky's pictures. He was amused, vexed, sorry, and hurt. Vronsky's interest in art and the Middle Ages did not last long. He had sufficient taste for art to be unable to finish his picture. He ceased painting it because he was dimly conscious that its defects, little noticeable at first, would become striking if he went on. The same thing happened to him as to Golenishev, who, feeling that he had nothing to express, continually deceived himself by saying that his thought had not yet ripened and that he was bringing it to maturity and preparing materials. But Golenishev was embittered and tormented by it, while Vronsky could not deceive and torment himself, and above all could not become embittered. With characteristic firmness he left off painting without any explanations or excuses. But without that occupation, his life and Anna's, who was surprised at his disenchantment, appeared very dull in the Italian town. All of a sudden the palazzo became so obviously old and dirty, so disagreeably familiar with the stains on the curtains, the cracks in the floor, the cracked stuccos of the cornices, and so wearisome became Golenishev, the Italian professor, and the German traveller, who were also always the same, that a change was necessary. So they decided to return to Russia and live in the country. In Petersburg, Vronsky planned to separate his property from his brothers, and Anna to see her son. The summer they intended to spend on Vronsky's large family estate. Chapter 14. Levin had been married 3 months. He was happy, but in quite a different way from what he had expected. At every step he met disillusionments in his old fancies and new and unexpected enchantments. He was happy, but having embarked on family life, he saw at every step that it was not at all what he had anticipated. At every step he took, he felt as a man would feel who, after admiring the smooth, happy motion of a little boat upon the water, had himself got into the boat. He found that besides sitting quietly without rocking, he had to keep a lookout, not for a moment forget where he was going, or that there was water under his feet, and that he had to row, although it hurt his unaccustomed hands. In short, that it only looked easy, but to do it, though very delightful, was very difficult. As a bachelor, seeing the married life of others, their petty cares, their disputes, their jealousies, he used mentally to smile contemptuously. In his future married life, he was sure he would have nothing of this kind, and even the external forms of his married life would be quite unlike other people's. And now, behold, his life with his wife had not shaped itself differently, but was all made up of those petty trifles which he had formerly so despised, but which now, against his will, assumed an unusual and incontestable importance. Levin saw that the arrangement of all those trifles was not at all so easy as he had formerly supposed. Though he had imagined his ideas about family life to be most exact, he, like all men, had involuntarily pictured it to himself as merely the enjoyment of love, which nothing should be allowed to hinder, and from which one should not be distracted by petty cares. He should, he thought, do his work and rest from it in the joys of love. She should be loved, and that was all. But, like all men, he forgot that she too must work, and was surprised how she, the poetic, charming Kitty, could, during the very first weeks and even in the first days of married life, think, remember, and fuss about tablecloths, furniture, spare-room mattresses, a tray, the cook, the dinner, and so forth. During their engagement, he had been struck by the definiteness with which she declined a trip abroad and decided to go to the country, as if she knew of something that was necessary and could think of something besides their love. He had been pained by it then, and now was repeatedly pained by her petty cares. But he saw that this was necessary to her, and, loving her, though he could not understand what it was all about, and laughed at her worries, he could not help admiring them. He laughed at the way she placed the furniture that had been brought from Moscow, and rearranged his and her own rooms, hung up curtains, decided about rooms for future visitors and for Dolly, arranged the room for her new maid, gave orders about dinner to the old cook, and entered into discussions with Agafya Mikhailovna, taking the commissariat into her own hands. He saw the old cook smile admiringly and listen to her inexperienced and impossible orders, saw that Agafya Mikhailovna shook her head thoughtfully and kindly at her young mistress's arrangements in the storeroom, saw that Kitty was peculiarly charming when she came, half laughing and half crying, to report that her maid, Masha, was used to considering her merely as a young lady in her mother's house, and that therefore no one would obey her. It struck him as very charming, but strange, and he thought it would have been better without all that. He did not realize the feeling of change that she was experiencing after her life at home. There she had sometimes wished for cabbage with kvass or sweets and could not have them, but now she might order whatever she pleased, and could, if she liked, buy heaps of sweets, spend any amount of money, and order all the puddings she pleased. She looked forward joyfully to Dolly's coming with the children, especially because she meant to give each of them their favourite puddings, and because Dolly would appreciate her new arrangements. Without herself knowing why or wherefore, the management of the house attracted her irresistibly. Instinctively feeling the approach of spring and knowing that there would be wet weather, she built her nest as she could, hastening to build it while yet learning how to do it. Kitty's absorption in these trifles, quite contrary to Levin's early ideal of lofty happiness, was one of his disappointments. Yet that sweet absorption, the meaning of which she could not understand, but which she could not help liking, was also one of his new enchantments. Another disenchantment and new enchantment was afforded by their quarrels. Levin had never thought it possible that between him and his wife there could ever be any but tender, respectful, and loving relations, and yet from the very beginning they had quarrelled. She had said he did not love her, but only loved himself, and began to cry and wave her arms. This first quarrel arose because Levin had ridden over to see his new farm and returned half an hour late, having attempted a short cut home and lost his way. He rode home thinking only of her love and of his happiness, and the nearer he came, the warmer grew his tenderness for her. He ran into the room with the same feelings as, and even stronger ones than, those with which he had gone to the Shtcherbatskys' house to propose, and to his astonishment was met with such a dismal look as he had never seen on her face before. He tried to kiss her, but she pushed him away. "What's the matter?" "You seem merry," she began, wishing to say something calmly stinging. But directly she opened her mouth, words of reproach, senseless jealousy, and everything else that had been torturing her during the half-hour she had sat motionless waiting at the window burst from her. Then it was that he first clearly understood what he did not realize when leading her out of church after the wedding, that she was not only very close to him, but that he could not now tell where she ended and he began. He understood this by a tormenting sensation of cleavage which he experienced at that moment. For an instant he was offended, but immediately knew he could not be offended with her because she was himself. For a moment he felt like a man who, receiving a blow from behind, angrily and revengefully turns round to find his assailant and realizes that he has accidentally knocked himself, that there is no one to be angry with, and that he must endure and try to still the pain. Never again did he feel this so strongly as this first time, and for a long time he could not recover his balance. His natural feelings prompted him to justify himself and prove that she was in the wrong, but to prove her in the wrong would mean irritating her still more and widening the breach which was the cause of all the trouble. One impulse, an habitual one, drew him to shift the blame from himself and lay it upon her, but another and more powerful one drew him to smooth over the breach as quickly as possible and not allow it to widen. To remain under so unjust an accusation was painful, but to justify himself and hurt her would be still worse. Like a man half asleep and oppressed with pain, he wanted to tear off the aching part and cast it from him, but found on waking that the aching part was himself. All he could do was to try to soothe the ache and endure it. And this he did. They made it up. Having realized that she was in the wrong, though she did not acknowledge it, she became more tender to him, and they enjoyed a new and doubled happiness in their love. But this did not prevent such collisions recurring quite frequently and on very unexpected and trivial provocation. These collisions were often caused by each not realizing what was important to the other, and also by the fact that in those early days they were often in low spirits. When one of them was in good spirits and the other was not, peace was not broken. But if both chanced to be out of sorts, collisions resulted from causes so trifling as to be incomprehensible. Often afterwards they could not remember what they had quarrelled about. However, when both were in good spirits, their happiness was doubled. And yet the early days of their married life were very trying. All that time they were conscious of peculiar strain, as if the chain that bound them were being pulled first one way and then the other. Altogether, the honeymoon, the first month of their marriage from which Levin had expected so much, was not delightful, but remained in both their recollections as the most oppressive and humiliating time of their lives. They both tried in afterlife to efface from their memories all the ugly, shameful circumstances of this unhealthy time, during which they were rarely in a normal state and rarely themselves. Only in the third month of their married life, after returning from Moscow, where they had spent a month, did their life begin to run more smoothly. Chapter 15. They had just returned from Moscow and were glad of the solitude. He was in his study and sat at the table writing. She, in the dark lilac dress she had worn during the first days of her marriage, and which was especially memorable and dear to him, sat with her embroidery on that same old leather-covered sofa which had stood in the study through his father's and grandfather's times. As he sat thinking and writing, he was all the while blissfully conscious of her presence. He had not abandoned his work on the estate, or on the book in which the foundations of a new farming system were to be explained. But as those thoughts and that work formerly appeared to him trivial and insignificant in comparison with the gloom that overshadowed all existence, so now they appeared trivial and insignificant in comparison with his future prospects, all bathed in the bright sunshine of happiness. He went on with his work with the feeling that the center of gravity of his attention had shifted, and that he consequently saw the matter differently and with greater clearness. Formerly this work had been his salvation from life. He used to feel that without it life would be too dismal, and now he needed it in order that his life should not be too monotonously bright. Having set to work again on his manuscript and read over what he had written, he was glad to find that the work seemed worth doing. Many of his former thoughts now appeared superfluous and extreme, but many omissions became clear to him when he went over the matter afresh. He was writing a fresh chapter on why agriculture was not profitable in Russia. He argued that Russia's poverty was caused not only by a wrong distribution of landed property and a false policy, but that of late years those evils had been fostered by a foreign civilization artificially grafted upon Russia, especially as to ways of communication, viz. The railways, which had conduced to a centralization in the cities, a growth of luxury, and consequently to a development of factories at the expense of agriculture, and attendant upon this, to credit operations and speculation. It seemed to him that when the growth of a nation's wealth is normal, these things follow only after a considerable amount of labor has been devoted to agriculture, and after the latter has been placed in its rightful, or at any rate in a definite, position. That a nation's wealth ought to grow proportionately at the same rate in all its branches, and especially in such a way that the other branches should not outdistance agriculture. That means of communication should conform to the agricultural conditions, and that with our wrong methods of using the land, the railways, brought about not by economic but by political necessity, had come prematurely, and instead of promoting agriculture, as had been expected, had interfered with it and hindered it by stimulating the development of manufactures and credit. Therefore, as the one-sided and premature development of a single organ in an animal would injure its general development, so credit, railways, and the forced growth of manufacturers, though undoubtedly necessary in Europe, where the time was ripe for them, had in Russia only harmed the general development of wealth by thrusting aside the most important current question, namely, the organization of agriculture. While he was writing his thoughts, she was thinking about his unnatural attention to young Prince Charsky, who had been very tactlessly paying court to her on the day before their departure from Moscow. "Why, he's jealous," she thought. "Dear, after sweet and silly he is jealous of me. If he only knew that all the rest of them are no more than Pyotr the cook to me." And she glanced with a feeling of proprietorship strange to herself at the nape of his red neck. "Though it's a pity to interrupt him at his work, but he'll have time enough and must see his face. Will he feel that I am looking at him? I want him to turn. I want it. Well? And she opened her eyes wider, trying thereby to increase the force of her look. Yes, they divert all the syrup. They produce a false glamour, he muttered, pausing, and feeling that she was looking at him, he turned round, smiling. Well? He asked with a smile, and rose. He has turned, she thought. Nothing, I only wanted to make you turn round, said she, gazing at him and trying to discover whether he was vexed at the interruption. Oh, I say, how delightful it is for us to be alone together. For me, I mean, he said, coming toward her with a beaming smile of happiness. It is delightful for me, too. I shan't go anywhere, especially not to Moscow. And what were you thinking about? I was thinking... No, you're right. Don't let me distract you, she said, puckering her lips. And I must cut out these little holes, you see. Taking up her scissors, she began cutting. Come, tell me what it was, he said, sitting down beside her and watching the circular movement of her tiny scissors. Oh, what was I thinking about? About Moscow, and about the nape of your neck. Why should such happiness come just to me? It's not natural. It is too beautiful, he said, kissing her hand. To me, the more beautiful it is, the more natural it seems. Your hair comes to a point behind, he said, carefully turning her head round. A point? Yes, so it does. There. But enough. We are engaged on serious matters. But their serious matters did not get on, and they jumped apart guiltily when Kuzma came to say that tea was served. And have they returned from town? Lievin inquired of Kuzma. They've just come and are unpacking. Be quick and come, she said as she left the study, or else I shall read all the letters without you. And after that, let's have a duet. Left alone, having put away his papers in the new portfolio she had bought, he washed his hands at the new washstand with the new and elegant utensils that had also appeared through her agency. He smiled at his thought and shook his head disapprovingly at it. A feeling resembling repentance tormented him. There was something contemptible, effeminate, Capuan, as he called it in his present life. It is not right to live so, he thought. Soon it will be 3 months since I did anything worth mentioning. This is almost the first day that I have really set to work seriously. And what has come of it? Scarcely had I begun when I stopped. Even my usual duties all almost abandoned. The farm work, why, I hardly even go and see about that. Sometimes I am sorry to part from her. Sometimes I can see she is dull. And I used to think that up to the time of my marriage life would go on just so anyhow and not count for much, but that after marriage real life was going to begin. And now that is nearly 3 months ago, and I have never spent my days more idly or uselessly. No, this can't go on. I must make a beginning. Of course it is not her fault. There's nothing to reproach her with. I ought to have been firmer and upheld my independence as a man. This way I shall get into bad habits and teach them to her, too. Of course it is not her fault, he said to himself. But it is difficult for a dissatisfied man not to reproach someone else, namely the person most closely connected with the subject of his dissatisfaction. And Lievin dimly felt that though she was not herself in fault, she never could be in fault. It was the fault of her bringing up which was too superficial and frivolous. That fool Charsky. I knew she wanted to stop him, but did not know how, he thought. Yes, except for the interest she takes in the housekeeping, that interest she certainly has. Her clothes and her embroidery. She has no real interests. She takes no interest in our work, in the farm, in the peasants, or in music, though she is quite good at that, or in books. She does nothing, and is quite content." In his heart he blamed her, but he did not understand that she was preparing herself for a period of activity which was inevitably coming, when at one and the same time she would be her husband's wife, the mistress of the house, and a bearer, nurturer, and educator of her children. He did not understand that, but she knew it instinctively, and while getting ready for her gigantic task, she did not reproach herself for the moments of careless and happy love that she now enjoyed, while building her nest for the future. Chapter 16. When Levin came upstairs, his wife was sitting beside the new silver samovar with a new tea service before her, reading a letter from Dolly, with whom she kept up a regular and active correspondence. She had made old Agafya Mikhailovna sit at a little table with a cup of tea she had poured out for her. "You see, your lady has made me sit with her," said Agafya Mikhailovna, glancing with a friendly smile at Kitty. In these words of Agafya Mikhailovna's, Levin read the conclusion of the drama which had lately been enacted between Agafya Mikhailovna and Kitty. He perceived that despite Agafya Mikhailovna's grief at the advent of the new mistress who had taken the reins of management into her own hands, Kitty had conquered, and had made the old woman love her. "There, I've read your letter," said Kitty, handing him a badly written letter. "It is from that woman, I think. Your brothers—" "No, I have not read it. These are from home, and from Dolly. Fancy, Dolly took Grisha and Tanya to a children's party at the Sarmatskys. Tanya went as a marquise." But Levin did not listen. He blushed as he took Maria Nikolaevna's letter. This was the second letter he had received from the woman who had been his brother's mistress. In the first she wrote that his brother had sent her away for no fault of hers, adding, with touching naivete, that though she was again in want, she did not ask or desire anything, but wrote because she was crushed by the thought that Nikolai Dmitrich would perish without her, his health being so bad. She begged Levin to keep watch over his brother. This time she wrote differently. She had found Nikolai Dmitrich, had joined him in Moscow, and had gone with him to a provincial town where he had obtained a post in the civil service. But he had quarrelled with his chief, and they had started again for Moscow, when he fell so ill on the way that it was hardly likely he would ever get up again. She wrote, "He keeps on thinking of you. Besides, there is no money left." "Read it. Dolly writes about you," Kitty began with a smile, but paused suddenly, noticing the changed expression on her husband's face. "What's the matter? What is it?" "She writes that my brother Nikolai is on his deathbed. I'm going." Kitty's look changed at once. Thoughts of Tanya as a marquise and of Dolly had quite vanished. "When are you going?" she asked. "Tomorrow." "I shall go too, may I?" "Kitty, what do you mean?" he said reproachfully. "What indeed?" she replied, offended that he seemed opposed to and vexed at her offer. "Why should I not go? I shan't be in your way. I am going because my brother is dying," said Levin. "But why should you—" "Why? For the same reason as you." At such an important time she thinks only of how dull it will be for her alone here, he thought, and this motive in connection with something so important vexed him. "It is impossible," he replied sternly. Agafya Mikhailovna, seeing that a quarrel was imminent, softly put down her cup and went out. Kitty did not even notice her. The tone in which her husband had said these words hurt her, especially as he evidently disbelieved what she had said. "And I say that if you go, I shall go with you. I will certainly go," she said hastily and angrily. "Why is it impossible? Why do you say it is impossible?" because it means going goodness knows where, and by what roads, to what inns. You would be in my way, said Levin, endeavouring to keep cool. Not at all. I shan't want anything, and where you can go, I can. Well, if only because that woman is there with whom you cannot associate. I don't know and don't want to know anything about who and what is there. I know that my husband's brother is dying, that my husband is going to him, and that I am going with my husband in all. Kitty, don't be angry, but just think. This matter is so important. It hurts me to think that you are mixing up with it your weakness, your dislike of remaining alone. Well, if you feel dull alone, well, go to Moscow. There, you see, you always attribute bad and vile motives to me, she began with tears of anger and resentment. I am all right, not weak, nor anything. I feel that it's my duty to be with my husband when he is in trouble, but you wish to hurt me on purpose. You purposely don't want to understand me. No, this is all being a sort of slave, exclaimed Levin, unable to restrain his annoyance any longer, but immediately conscious that he had dealt a blow to himself. Then why did you marry? You might have been free. Why, since you are repenting, she said, and jumped up and ran into the drawing-room. When he came in after her, she was sobbing. He began speaking, trying to find words not so much to dissuade as to pacify her. But she did not listen and did not agree to anything he said. He stooped and took her resisting hand. He kissed her hand, her hair, and again her hand, but she remained silent. But when he took her face in his hands and said, "Kitty," she suddenly recovered, cried a little, and then they made it up. It was settled that they would start together the next day. Levin told his wife he believed she only wanted to go that she might be of use, and agreed that Maria Nikolaevna's presence at his brother's would not make it at all improper. But he was going, dissatisfied in the depths of his heart with both himself and her. He was dissatisfied with her because she could not face letting him go when it was necessary, and how strange it was to think that he, who such a short time ago dared not believe in the happiness of her loving him, now felt unhappy because she loved him too much, and dissatisfied with himself because he had not maintained his authority. Still less could he with conviction agree that the woman who was with his brother did not matter, and he thought with terror of all the encounters that might take place. The single fact that his wife, his Kitty, would be in the same room with a girl off the streets made him shudder with repulsion and horror. Chapter 17. The hotel in the provincial town where Nikolai Levin was lying ill was one of those provincial hotels arranged after new and improved models, with the best intentions of cleanliness, comfort, and even elegance, but which, owing to the people who use them, very soon degenerate into mere dirty pothouses with pretensions to modern improvements, these very pretensions making them worse than the old-fashioned inns, which were simply dirty. This hotel had already reached this stage. Everything, the soldier in a dirty uniform smoking a cigarette at the front door, acting as a hall porter, the dismal and unpleasant ornamental cast-iron staircase, the free and easy waiter in a dirty dress coat, the general room with a dusty bouquet of wax flowers decorating the table, the dust and slovenliness everywhere mingled with a kind of modern, self-satisfied railway-induced state of bustle. All this caused a feeling of depression in the Levins after their fresh home life, especially as the air of artificiality about this hotel was quite irreconcilable with what was awaiting them. As usual, after the inquiry as to what priced rooms they desired, it turned out that there was not a single good room vacant. One good room was occupied by a railway inspector, another by a lawyer from Moscow, a third by the Princess Astafyeva from the country. There was just one dirty room to be had, but they were promised that an adjoining one would be free by the evening. Vexed with his wife because his expectations were being realized, namely that, At the moment of arrival, when his heart was seized with agitation at thought of his brother's condition, he was obliged to consider her instead of running to him at once. Levin led her to the room. "Go, go," she said with a timid, guilty look at him. He went out silently, and at the very door came upon Maria Nikolaevna, who had heard of his arrival but had not dared to enter. She was just the same as he had seen her in Moscow, the same stuff dress without collar or cuffs, and the same kindly, dull, pock-marked face, only somewhat stouter. "Well, how is he? What is it?" "Very bad. Does not get up. He was expecting you all the time. You are with your wife?" For a moment he did not understand the cause of her confusion, but she immediately explained it. I will go to the kitchen," she brought out. "He will be pleased. He heard, and he knows and remembers her abroad." Levin understood that she referred to his wife, and did not know what to say. "Come along, come," he said. But he had hardly moved when the door opened and Kitty looked out. Levin blushed with shame and vexation at his wife for having placed herself and him in this awkward position. But Maria Nikolaevna blushed still more. She shrank together, flushed till tears filled her eyes, and seizing the ends of her shawl began twisting them in her red fingers, not knowing what to say or do. At the first glance, Levin saw an expression of eager curiosity in the look with which Kitty gazed at this incomprehensible and terrible woman, but it lasted only an instant. "Well, how is he? How is he?" she said, addressing first her husband and then the woman. "Dear me, we can't talk in the corridor," said Levin, looking crossly at a man who was just passing along with jerky steps, ostensibly on business of his own. "Well then, come in," said Kitty to Maria Nikolaevna, who had regained her self-control. "Or better still, you go on and send for me," she continued, noticing her husband's frightened look, and then returned to their room. Levin went to his brother. He had not expected what he saw and felt when he reached his brother's side. He had expected to find him in that state of self-deception which, he had heard, was frequent in consumptive cases, and which had so struck him at the time of his brother's visit to him in the autumn. He had expected to find the physical signs of approaching death more definite, greater weakness, greater emaciation, but still the same sort of condition generally. He had expected to feel the same sorrow at the loss of a loved brother, and the same horror of death he had then experienced, but to a greater degree, and had prepared himself for all this. But what he found was quite different. In the dirty little room with a painted dado spotted with spittle, behind the thin partition wall of which could be heard the sound of voices, in stuffy, smelly, foul air, on a bed drawn away from the wall, lay a body covered with a blanket. One arm of that body lay outside the blanket, and the enormous hand, like a rake, seemed to be attached in some incomprehensible way to a long, thin spindle that was quite straight from the end to the middle. The head lay on its side on the pillow. Levin could see the moist, thin hair on the temples, and the drawn, transparent-looking forehead. "Impossible that this terrible body can be my brother Nikolai," he thought. But he drew nearer, saw the face, and doubt was no longer possible. In spite of the dreadful change on the face, Levin had only to glance at those living eyes raised toward him, to notice the slight movement of the mouth beneath the clammy moustache, in order to understand the dreadful truth that this dead body was his living brother. The glittering eyes glanced severely and reproachfully at the brother who was entering, and this glance immediately established living relations between living people. Levin at once felt the reproach in the look fixed on him, and a sense of repentance because of his own happiness. When Constantine took him by the hand, Nikolai smiled. The smile was very faint, hardly perceptible, and in spite of it, the stern expression of the eyes did not change. "You did not expect to find me like this?" he said, speaking with difficulty. "Yet, no," said Levin, confusing his words. "How is it you did not let me know sooner? I mean, at the time of my marriage. I inquired for you everywhere." He was impelled to speak in order not to remain silent, but did not know what to say, especially as his brother made no reply, but only gazed fixedly at him, evidently trying to fathom the meaning of every word. Levin told his brother that his wife had come with him. Nikolai seemed pleased at this, but said he was afraid the condition he was in might frighten her. A silence followed. Suddenly Nikolai moved and began to talk. From his expression, Levin expected him to say something specially significant and important, but Nikolai only talked about his health. He found fault with the doctor and regretted that he could not have a celebrated Moscow doctor, so Levin understood that he was still hoping. Taking advantage of the first moment of silence, Levin got up, wishing to free himself, if only for a few minutes, from his painful sensations, and said he would fetch his wife. Our old place clean up a bit. It is dirty here, and smells, I should think. Tanya," said the invalid with an effort, "and when you've finished, go away," he added with a questioning look at his brother. Levin did not reply. He went out and stopped in the corridor. He had said he would bring his wife, but now, analyzing the impressions he was experiencing, he made up his mind that he would, on the contrary, try to dissuade her from entering the sick room. "Why should she too be tortured as I am?" he reflected. "Well, how is he?" Kitty asked with a frightened look. "Oh, it's awful, awful." "Why did you come?" said Levin. Kitty was silent a moment, looking timidly and pitifully at her husband. Then she approached and took hold of his elbow with both hands. "Kostya, take me to him. It will be easier for us to bear it together. Just take me there and then go away," she began. "Try and realize that for me to see you and not to see him is much more painful. There I can perhaps be of use to him and you. Please let me," she entreated, as if her happiness depended on it. He was obliged to yield, and having recovered and quite forgotten Maria Nikolaevna, he returned with Kitty to his brother. Stepping lightly and glancing repeatedly at her husband, showing him a brave face full of sympathy, she entered the sick room, and turning without haste, noiselessly closed the door. With noiseless steps she advanced toward the bedside, went round so that he need not turn his head, and at once, grasping his enormous skeleton hand with her fresh young one, pressed it, and with that sympathetic, quiet animation which gives no offence and is natural only to women, she began to talk to him. "It was in Soden we met, but we were not acquainted," she said. "You little thought I should one day be your sister." "You would not have known me again?" he asked with a smile that had lit up his face at her entrance. "Oh, yes, I should. What a good thing it is that you did send us word. Not a day passed without Kostya's thinking and being anxious about you." The sick man's animation did not last long. She had not finished speaking before that stern, reproachful look of jealousy felt by the dying for the living settled on his face. "I'm afraid you are not quite comfortable here," she said, turning away from his penetrating glance and looking round the room. "We shall have to ask the landlord for another room and see that we are nearer to each other," she said to her husband. Chapter 18. Levin could not look at his brother calmly, and could not be either natural or tranquil in his presence. When he entered the sick room, his eyes and his attention became clouded with his being conscious of it, and he did not see or distinguish the various details of his brother's condition. He smelt the terribly foul air, saw the dirt and disorder, the agonizing posture of the body, and heard the groans. But he felt there was no help for it. It never entered his head to consider all these details and imagine how that body was lying under the blanket, how the emaciated, doubled-up shins, loins, and back were placed, and whether it would not be possible to place them more comfortably, or do something, if not to make him comfortable, at least to make his condition a little more tolerable. A cold shudder crept down his back when he began to think of those details. He was convinced beyond doubt that nothing could be done to prolong that life or to alleviate those sufferings, and the sick man was conscious of his brother's conviction that there was no help for him, and this irritated him. This made Levin's position still harder. To be in the sick room was torture to Levin, but to be absent from it was still worse. He went out continually on all sorts of pretexts, coming back and going out again, incapable of remaining alone. But Kitty felt and acted quite differently. When she saw the invalid, she pitied him, and that pity produced in her woman's soul not the horror and repulsion which it evoked in her husband, but a need for action, for finding out all the particulars of his condition and a desire to help him. Those very details, the thought of which alone filled her husband with horror, at once arrested her attention. She sent for the doctor, sent to the chemist's, made the maid she had brought with her help Maria Nikolaevna sweep, dust and wash, and herself washed and scrubbed some articles and spread something under the blanket. At her command, things were brought in and taken out of the sick room. She herself went several times to their own room, and, without paying any attention to the people she met, brought back with her sheets, pillowcases, towels, and shirts. The waiter, who was serving a meal to some engineers in the drawing-room, came up several times at her summons with a cross look on his face, but could not help fulfilling her orders. She gave them with such kindly insistence that it was impossible to disobey her. Levin disapproved of all this, not believing that any good could come of it to the invalid. Above all, he was afraid that his brother might get angry about it. But the sick man, though apparently indifferent to it all, was not angry, but only ashamed, and on the whole appeared rather interested in what she was doing for him. When Levin opened the door on his return from the doctor's whither Kitty had sent him, he saw the invalid at the moment when, at Kitty's command, Maria Nikolaevna and the waiter were putting a clean shirt on him. The long, white skeleton back with the enormous shoulder blades and protruding ribs and vertebrae was bare, and Maria Nikolaevna, with the waiter's help, somehow got one of the shirt sleeves twisted and could not guide the long, limp arm into it. Kitty, having hurriedly shut the door behind Levin, was not looking that way, but the invalid moaned, and she came toward him. "Be quick," she said. "Oh, come here," muttered the sick man angrily. I fell." "What do you say?" asked Maria Nikolaevna. But Kitty had heard, and understood that he felt embarrassed and uncomfortable at being stripped in her presence. "I'm not looking," she said, helping the arm in. "Maria Nikolaevna, you go round to the other side and put it right," she added. "There is a little bottle in my handbag," she went on, turning to her husband. "You know, in the side pocket. Please go and get it, and meanwhile everything will be put straight here." When Levin returned with the bottle, he found the invalid arranged in bed and everything around him quite altered. Instead of the foul smell, there was an odour of vinegar and of scent, which Kitty, pouting her lips and puffing out her rosy cheeks, was blowing through a little glass tube. There was no trace of dust left about. There was a mat beside the bed. On the table, medicine bottles and the bottle of water were neatly placed, also a pile of folded linen which would be required later, and Kitty's embroidery. On another table by the bedside were a glass of some refreshing drink and some powders. The invalid himself, washed and with his hair brushed, lay between clean sheets in a clean shirt, its white collar round his abnormally thin neck, gazing with a new look of hope at Kitty and not taking his eyes off her. The doctor whom Lievin had fetched and whom he had found at a club was not the one who had hitherto attended Nikolai, with whom the patient was dissatisfied. The new doctor took out a stethoscope and sounded him, shook his head, prescribed some medicine, and gave extremely precise instructions about giving the medicine and about diet. He ordered raw or very lightly boiled eggs and seltzer water with new milk at a certain temperature. When the doctor had gone, the patient said something to his brother, of which Lievin caught only the last words, "Your Kate," but by the look he gave her, Lievin saw that his brother was praising her. He asked Kate, as he called her, to come nearer. "I feel much better," he said, "and I knew I should have covered over our peasant." He took her hand and drew it toward his lips, but as if fearful that this might be disagreeable to her, he changed his mind, let her hand drop, and merely stroked it. Kitty took his hand in both of hers and pressed it. "Now, turn me over on the left side and go to bed," he murmured. No one heard what he said, but Kitty understood him. She understood because her mind incessantly watched for his needs. "On the other side," she said to her husband. "He always sleeps on that side. Turn him over. It is unpleasant to call the servants, and I cannot do it. Can you?" she said, addressing Maria Nikolaevna. "I'm afraid to," answered Maria Nikolaevna. Dreadful as it seemed to Lievin to put his arms round that terrible body, to grasp those parts under the blanket which he did not wish to remember, yet submitting to his wife with that determined expression which she knew, he thrust his arms under the blanket, and despite his great strength was struck by the strange heaviness of those emaciated limbs. While he was turning him, with the enormous lean arm about his neck, Kitty quickly and unostentatiously turned and beat the pillow, and arranged the invalid's head and the hair that again clung to the temples. The patient retained his brother's hand in his. Lievin felt that he wished to do something with his hand and was pulling at it, and yielded with a sinking heart. Yes, his brother drew the hand to his lips and kissed it. Lievin, trembling, choking with sobs, and unable to utter a word, left the room. Chapter 19. "Thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes," thought Lievin while talking with his wife that night. He thought of the gospel text, not because he considered himself wise, he did not, but because he could not help knowing that he was more intelligent than his wife and Agafya Mikhailovna. He could not help knowing that when he thought about death, he thought with all the powers of his soul. He knew, too, that many great and virile minds whose thoughts on that subject he had read had pondered it, and yet did not know 100th part of what his wife and Agafya Mikhailovna knew on the subject. Different as were those two women, Agafya Mikhailovna and Kitty, or Kate, as Nikolai called her, and as Lievin was also fond of calling her now, in that respect, they were exactly alike. Both knew with certainty what life was and what death was, and though they would have been quite unable not only to answer but even to understand the questions which confronted Lievin, neither doubted the importance of those phenomena, and they both had exactly the same outlook upon them, an outlook shared not only by them but by millions of others. The proof that they knew surely what death was lay in the fact that they knew without a minute's hesitation how to behave with the dying, and did not fear them. But Lievin and others, though they were able to say a great deal about death, evidently did not know anything, for they feared it and had no notion what to do when people were dying. Had Lievin now been alone with his brother Nikolai, he would have looked at him with horror, and would have waited about in still greater horror, not knowing what to do next. More than that, he did not know what to say, how to look, or how to step. To talk of indifferent things seemed an affront, and he could not do it. To talk of death and dismal things was likewise impossible, and it was equally impossible to keep silent. I fear that if I look at him, he will think I am watching. If I don't look, he will imagine I am thinking of something else. If I walk on tiptoe, he will be displeased, and yet I am ashamed to tread on the whole of my foot. But Kitty evidently did not think, and had no time to think of herself. She, prompted by some inner conviction, thought of him, and everything came out right. She talked to him about herself and about her wedding, smiled, sympathized, caressed him, mentioned cases of recovery, and it was all successful, so she evidently knew what she was about. The proof that her and Agafya Mikhailovna's behavior was not instinctive, animal, and unreasoning lay in the fact that they both demanded for the dying man something of greater importance than mere physical care, something that had nothing in common with physical conditions. Agafya Mikhailovna, speaking of the old man who had died, had said, "Well, God be thanked, he received communion and extreme unction. God grant everybody to die so." Just in the same way, Kitty, besides all her cares about linen, bed-sores, and cooling drinks, had managed on the very first day to persuade the invalid of the necessity of receiving communion and extreme unction. When Lievin returned to their 2 rooms for the night, he sat with hanging head, not knowing what to do. Not only could he not think of supper, of getting ready for the night, of considering what they were to do, he could not even talk to his wife. He was ashamed to. Kitty, on the contrary, was more active than usual and even more animated. She ordered supper to be brought, unpacked their things herself, helped to make the beds, and did not forget to sprinkle insect powder on them. She was in that highly wrought state when the reasoning powers act with great rapidity, the state a man is in before a battle or a struggle, in danger, and at the decisive moments of life. Those moments when a man shows once for all what he is worth, that his past was not lived in vain, but was a preparation for these moments. All she did was well done, and before midnight everything was sorted, clean, and neat, so that their apartments showed a resemblance to her own rooms at home, beds made, combs, brushes, and looking-glasses laid out, and covers spread. It seemed to Lievin that it would be inexcusable to eat, sleep, or even to talk, and he felt that his every movement was improper. She, however, sorted combs and brushes, and did it all in such a way that there was nothing offensive about it. However, they could not eat anything, nor sleep for a long time, and even did not go to bed till very late. "I am very glad I have persuaded him to receive extreme unction tomorrow," she said as she sat in her dressing jacket before her folding glass and combed her soft, fragrant hair with a small comb. "I have never been present, but Mamma told me that there are prayers for the restoration of health." "You really think he can recover?" he asked, looking at the back of her round little head, at the narrow parting which closed every time she drew the comb forward. "I asked the doctor. He says he can't live more than 3 days. But how can they know? Still, I am very glad I persuaded him," she said, turning her eyes toward her husband from behind her hair. "Everything is possible," she added with the peculiar and rather cunning expression which always appeared on her face when she spoke of religious matters. Since their talk about religion during their engagement, neither he nor she had ever started a conversation on that subject. But she continued to observe the rites, went to church and prayed, always with the same quiet conviction that it was necessary to do so. In spite of his assurances to the contrary, she was persuaded that he was a Christian like, and even better than, herself, and that all he said about it was one of his funny male whims, like his sayings about her embroidery, that good people darn holes while she cut holes on purpose, and so on. "Yes, you see, that woman Maria Nikolaevna could not arrange all that," said Lievin. I must confess I am very glad you came. You are purity itself, and—" He took her hand and did not kiss it. To do so with death so near seemed to him unbecoming, but only pressed it, looking guiltily into her brightening eyes. "It would have been so painful for you alone," she said, and raising her arms high so that they hid her cheeks, now flushed with pleasure, she twisted her braided hair and pinned it up at the back of her head. "No," she continued, "she did not know how to. Luckily, I learnt a good deal in Soden. Can there have been such sick people there? Oh, worse. It is so terrible to me that I cannot help seeing him as he was when young. You would not believe what a charming lad he was. But I did not understand him then." "I quite believe it, quite. I feel that we should have been friends, he and I," she said. And frightened at her own words, she glanced at her husband, and tears filled her eyes. "Yes, would have been," he said sadly. "He is really one of those of whom it is said, 'They are not for this world.' However, we have hard days before us. Let us go to bed," said Kitty, with a glance at her tiny watch. Chapter 20. Death. Next day the patient received communion and extreme unction. During the ceremony he prayed fervently. In his large eyes, fixed upon an icon which had been placed on a little table covered with a coloured cloth, was a look of such passionate entreaty and hope that Levin was frightened at seeing it. He knew that this passionate entreaty and hope would only make the parting from the life he so loved more difficult. Levin knew his brother and the direction of his thoughts, knew that he had become a skeptic not because it was easier for him to live without faith, but because, step by step, modern scientific explanations of the phenomena of the universe had driven out his faith. He knew, therefore, that this return to the old faith was not legitimate, not a similar result of thought, but was only a temporary, selfish, and irrational hope of recovery. Levin knew, too, that Kitty had strengthened that hope by tales of extraordinary recoveries of which she had heard. Knowing all this, Levin suffered much as he saw that look full of entreaty and hope, that emaciated hand lifted with effort in making the sign of the cross to touch the drawn skin of the forehead, the protruding shoulder blades, and the hollow, hoarse chest which could no longer contain that life for which the invalid was praying. During the sacrament, Levin did that which, agnostic though he was, he had done 1,000 times before. He said, addressing himself to God, "If thou dost exist, heal this man. Such things have often happened, and thou wilt save both him and me." After receiving extreme unction, the invalid suddenly felt better. He did not cough once for a whole hour, smiled, kissed Kitty's hand, thanking her with tears in his eyes, and said he felt well, had no pain, but had an appetite and felt stronger. He even sat up when they brought him some soup, and asked for cutlet too. Hopeless as his case was, obvious as it was that he could not recover, Levin and Kitty were for that hour both in the same state of excitement, happy yet timid and fearful of being mistaken. "Better? Yes, much better. Wonderful. It's not at all wonderful. Still, it's better," they said in whispers, smiling at one another. But this illusion did not last long. The invalid fell quietly asleep, but awoke half an hour later with a fit of coughing, and immediately every hope fled from those around him and from himself. The reality of his sufferings destroyed it, leaving no trace, nor even any recollection of the former hopes in Levin, Kitty, or the patient himself. Not referring to what he had believed half an hour previously, as though he were ashamed to remember it, Nikolai told them to give him a bottle of iodine covered with perforated paper for inhaling. Levin handed it to him, and at once the look of passionate hope with which the invalid had received extreme unction was fixed on his brother, demanding from him a confirmation of the doctor's words to the effect that inhaling iodine worked miracles. "Kitty is not here?" he asked hoarsely, glancing round when Levin had reluctantly confirmed the doctor's statement. "No, that I can tell you. It's for her sake I went through that comedy. She's such a dear. But you and I cannot deceive ourselves like that. Now, in this, I do believe," he said, touching the bottle with his bony hand and beginning to inhale from it. Between 7 and 8 o'clock that evening, Levin and his wife were drinking tea in their room when Maria Nikolaevna rushed in, breathless. "He's dying," she whispered. "I'm afraid he'll die immediately." Both ran to his room. He was sitting up with his long back bent, leaning his elbows on the bed and hanging his head. "What do you feel?" asked Levin in a whisper, after a pause. "I feel I am departing," uttered Nikolai with an effort, but very distinctly, as if he were pressing the words out of his body. He did not lift his head, but only turned up his eyes, failing to reach his brother's face. "Kate, go away," he added. Levin jumped up, and in a commanding whisper told her to leave the room. "The party," Nikolai repeated. "Why do you think that?" asked Levin, in order to say something. "Because I am departing," he repeated, as if that word pleased him. "It's the end." Maria Nikolaevna approached. "You'd better lie down. You would feel easier," she said. "I'll soon be lying," he said softly. "Erin," he added cynically and angrily. "Well, I made our life." Levin laid his brother on his back, sat down beside him, and holding his breath, gazed at his face. The dying man lay with closed eyes, but at intervals the muscles of his forehead worked as if he were thinking deeply and intently. Levin involuntarily meditated upon what was taking place within his brother at that moment, but in spite of all the efforts of his mind to follow, he saw by the expression of that calm, stern face and the play of the muscles above one eyebrow that something was becoming clear to the dying man, which for Levin remained as dark as ever. Yeah, that's so." Slowly pausing between words, the dying man murmured, "Wait a bit." He was silent again. "That's so," he drawled in a tone of relief, as if he had found a solution. "Oh, he muttered with a heavy sigh. Maria Nikolaevna felt his feet. "Growing cold," she whispered. For a very long time, as it seemed to Levin, the invalid lay motionless, but he still lived and at long intervals sighed. Levin was already wearied by the mental strain. He felt that despite all his mental efforts, he could not understand what was so, and was already lagging far behind his dying brother. He was no longer able to reflect on the actual problem of death, and could not hinder thoughts about what he would soon have to do. To close his brother's eyes, dress him, order a coffin. And strange to say, he felt quite cold, and experienced neither joy nor grief, nor a sense of loss, still less of pity, for his brother. If he had any feeling left for him, it was more like envy of that knowledge which the dying man now possessed and which he might not share. For a long time he sat leaning over Nikolai, waiting for the end. But the end did not come. The door opened and Kitty appeared. Levin rose to stop her, but at that moment he heard the dying man move. "Don't go," said Nikolai, and stretched out his hand. Levin gave him his hand, signing angrily with the other to his wife. With his brother's hand in his, Levin sat half an hour, then an hour, and yet another hour. He now no longer thought about death at all. He was wondering what Kitty was doing, who lived in the next room, and whether the doctor had a house of his own. He wished to eat and sleep. Carefully disengaging his hand, he felt his brother's feet. They were cold, but he was still breathing. Levin tried to go out on tiptoe, but the invalid moved again and said, "Don't go." Day began to dawn, but the sick man's condition remained the same. Levin gently disengaged his hand, and without looking at his brother, went to his own room and fell asleep. When he woke, instead of the news he expected, that his brother was dead, he heard that his former condition had returned. He again sat up, coughed, ate and talked, no longer of death, expressed hopes of recovery, and was even more irritable and depressed than before. No one, neither his brother nor Kitty, could comfort him. He was angry with everyone, said disagreeable things, blamed everybody for his sufferings, and demanded that they should fetch a celebrated doctor from Moscow. To all questions of how he felt, he gave the same answer with an angry and reproachful look. "I am suffering terribly, intolerably." The sick man suffered more and more, especially from bed sores which would no longer heal, and he grew more and more irritable with those about him, particularly because they did not bring the doctor from Moscow. Kitty tried to help him and comfort him in every possible way, but it was all in vain, and Levin saw that she herself was worn out physically and mentally, though she would not admit it. That consciousness of death which had been evoked in them all by his farewell to life on the night he had sent for his brother was destroyed. Everyone knew he would soon and inevitably die, that he was already half dead. Everyone wished that he would die quickly, and they all, concealing that feeling, brought him bottles of medicine, went to fetch medicines and doctors, and deceived him and themselves and one another. It was all a lie, a repulsive, insulting, blasphemous lie. And as a result of his character, and because he loved the dying man more than the others did, Levin felt that lie most painfully. Levin, who had long wished to reconcile his brothers, even if only at the moment of death, had written to Sergei Ivanitch, and having received his answer, read it to Nikolai. Sergei Ivanitch wrote that he could not come personally, but, in touching words, asked his brother's pardon. The invalid made no comment. "What am I to write to him?" asked Levin. "I hope you are not angry with him." "No, don't," answered Nikolai, vexed at the question. "Tell him to send me the doctor. Another 3 days of torture went by. The sick man was still in the same condition. Everyone who saw him now desired his death. The waiters in the hotel, the proprietor, all the other visitors there, the doctor, Maria Nikolaevna, Levin, and Kitty. Only the invalid himself did not show that desire, but on the contrary was angry because the doctor had not been fetched, and he continued taking medicine and talking of life. Only at rare moments, when opium made him forget his incessant sufferings for a moment, did he sometimes, when half asleep, express what was stronger in his soul than in any of the others. Or when will this end? His sufferings, regularly increasing, did their work of preparing him for death. There was no position that did not cause him pain, no moments of forgetfulness, no part of his body that did not hurt and torment him. Even the memories, impressions, and thoughts within his body now aroused in him the same sort of repulsion as the body itself. The sight of other persons, their words, his own recollections, gave him nothing but pain. Those about him felt this, and unconsciously did not permit themselves either to move freely, talk, or express their own wishes in his presence. His life was quite swallowed up in a consciousness of suffering and a desire to be released from it. It was clear the change was taking place within him which would bring him to regard death as a fulfillment of his desires, as happiness. Formerly, every separate desire caused by suffering or privation, such as hunger or thirst, was relieved by some bodily action which brought enjoyment. But now privation and suffering were not followed by relief, but the attempt to obtain relief occasioned fresh suffering. Therefore all his desires were merged into one, a desire to be released from all this pain and from its source, his body. He had no words to express his desire for this liberation, and therefore did not speak of it, but went on from habit demanding satisfaction of those wishes that could be fulfilled. "Tell me, or else die," he said, and immediately afterwards asked to be put back as he had been. "Give me some beef tea. Take it away. Tell me something. Why don't you speak?" Then as soon as they began to talk, he shut his eyes and expressed weariness, indifference, and disgust. On the 10th day after their arrival in that town, Kitty fell ill. She had a headache, was sick, and could not leave her bed all the morning. The doctor explained her illness as the result of fatigue and agitation, and ordered mental tranquility. After dinner, however, Kitty got up and went as usual to the sick man, taking her embroidery. Nikolai looked at her sternly when she entered, and smiled contemptuously when she said she had been ill. That day he continually blew his nose and moaned piteously. "How do you feel?" she asked him. "Worse," he answered with an effort. "It hurts." "Where does it hurt?" "Everywhere." "Today it won't end, you'll see," said Maria Nikolaevna in a whisper, but so that the invalid, whose senses were very acute, was, as Levin saw, sure to hear her. Levin said, "Hush," and turned to look at his brother. Nikolai had heard, but the words had no effect on him. His look remained reproachful and strained. "Why do you think so?" Levin asked when she had followed him into the corridor. "He's begun to clutch at himself," replied Maria Nikolaevna. "Clutch? How?" "Like this," she said, pulling at the folds of her stuff dress. and Lievin noticed that all day long the sick man really kept catching at himself as if wishing to pull something off. Maria Nikolaevna's prophecy was fulfilled. Toward night the patient could no longer raise his hands, and only gazed straight before him without changing the attentive, concentrated expression of his eyes. Even when his brother or Kitty bent over him so that he could see them, he did not look at them. Kitty sent for the priest to read the prayers for the dying. While the priest read, the dying man showed no sign of life. His eyes were closed. Lievin, Kitty, and Maria Nikolaevna stood by the bedside. The prayers were not yet ended when the dying man stretched himself, sighed, and opened his eyes. Having finished the prayer, the priest touched the cold forehead with his cross, which he then wrapped in his stole, and after standing in silence another 2 minutes, touched the enormous, bloodless hand which was growing cold. "He has passed away," said the priest, and turned to go. But suddenly the clammy moustache of the dying man moved, and from the depth of his chest through the stillness came his voice, sharp and distinct. "Not quite soon." A moment later, his face brightened. A smile appeared under the moustache, and the women who had gathered round him began zealously to lay out the body. The sight of his brother and the proximity of death renewed in Lievin's soul that feeling of horror at the inscrutability, nearness, and inevitability of death which had seized him on that autumn evening when his brother had arrived in the country. That feeling was now stronger even than before. He felt even less able than before to understand the meaning of death, and its inevitability appeared yet more terrible to him. But now, thanks to his wife's presence, that feeling did not drive him to despair. In spite of death, he felt the necessity of living and loving. He felt that love had saved him from despair, and that love under the menace of despair grew still stronger and purer. Scarcely had the unexplained mystery of death been enacted before his eyes, when another mystery just as inexplicable presented itself, calling to love and life. The doctor confirmed their supposition about Kitty. Her illness was pregnancy. Chapter 21. From the moment that Karenin understood from his conversations with Betsy and Oblonsky that all that was asked of him was that he should leave his wife in peace and not trouble her with his presence, and that his wife herself wished this, he felt so lost that he could decide nothing for himself, did not know what he now wanted, and having placed himself in the hands of those who with so much pleasure busied themselves with his affairs, he consented to everything. Only after Anna had left his house and the English governess sent to ask him whether she was to dine with him or alone, did he for the first time clearly understand his position, and he was horror-struck at it. What was most painful in his situation was his inability to reconcile his past life with the present state of things. It was not the past when he lived happily with his wife that perplexed him. The transition from the past to the consciousness of his wife's infidelity he had already painfully passed through. That had been trying, but it was comprehensible. Had his wife then, after confessing her infidelity, left him, he would have been grieved and unhappy, but he would not have felt himself to be in such an unintelligible impasse as now. He could not at all reconcile his recent forgiveness, his emotion and love for his sick wife and for another man's baby, with the present position, with the fact that, as if in reward for all that, he was now left alone, disgraced, ridiculed, not wanted by anyone and despised by all. The first 2 days after his wife's departure, Karenin received petitioners and his private secretary, attended committee meetings, and went to the dining room to dinner as usual. Without rendering account to himself why he did it, during those 2 days he tried with all his might to appear calm and even indifferent. When answering questions as to what should be done with Anna's rooms and belongings, he made the greatest efforts to seem like a man by whom what had taken place had not been unforeseen, and who did not consider it extraordinary. In this he succeeded. No one could have observed in him any signs of despair. But on the 3rd day, when Karenina brought him a bill from a firm of milliners which Anna had forgotten to pay, and informed him that the shopman had come in person, he had him brought in. "Excuse me, Your Excellency, for taking the liberty of troubling you, but if you wish us to address ourselves to Her Excellency, please be so good as to let us have her address." Karenin appeared to be considering, when suddenly he turned round and sat down at the table. Dropping his head on his hands, he sat thus for a long time, tried several times to speak, but stopped short. Comprehending his master's emotion, Karenina asked the assistant to come again another time. Karenin, left alone, realized that he could not any longer maintain an appearance of firmness and calm. He ordered the carriage that was waiting to be unharnessed, said that he would receive no one, and did not appear at dinner. He felt that he could not bear the general pressure of contempt and harshness which he had clearly seen in the faces of that shop assistant and of Karenina, and of everyone without exception whom he had met during those 2 days. He felt that he could not divert from himself people's hatred, because that hatred was caused not by his badness. Had it been so, he might have tried to be better, but by his disgraceful and repulsive misery. He knew that for that reason, because his heart was rent in pieces, they would be pitiless toward him. He felt that people would destroy him, as dogs kill a tortured dog that is whining with pain. He knew that the only way of escape from men was to hide his wounds from them. He had unconsciously tried to do so for 2 days, and now felt himself unable to continue the unequal struggle. His despair was heightened by the consciousness that he was quite alone in his sorrow. Not only was there not a soul in Petersburg to whom he could express what he felt, who would pity him, not as a high official, not as a member of society, but simply as a suffering human being. But nowhere at all had he any such friends. Karenin had been left an orphan. There were 2 of them. He had a brother. They could not remember their father, and their mother died when Alexei Alexandrovich was 10 years old. They had small means. Their uncle, Karenin, a high official and at one time a favourite with the late emperor, brought them up. Having taken a medal on finishing both at school and at the university, Karenin, by his uncle's help, started at once on a conspicuous path in the civil service, and from that time devoted himself entirely to official ambition. Neither at school nor at the university, nor afterwards in the service, did he enter into friendly relations with anyone. His brother was nearest to his heart, that he served under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and always lived abroad, where he died soon after Alexei Alexandrovich's marriage. At the time when he was governor of a province, Anna's aunt, a rich provincial lady, introduced him, who, though not a young man, was a young governor, to her niece, and contrived to put him in such a position that he was obliged either to propose or leave the town. Karenin hesitated long. At that time there were as many reasons for the step as against it, but there was no such decisive reason as to make him neglect his rule of refraining when in doubt. But Anna's aunt intimated to him through an acquaintance that he had already compromised the girl, and that he was in honour bound to propose to her. He proposed, and devoted to his betrothed and to his wife all the feeling of which he was capable. His attachment to Anna excluded from his soul any need he had felt for affectionate relations with other persons, and now among all his acquaintances he had no intimate friend. He was connected with many people, but had friendly relations with none. He knew many persons whom he could invite to dinner, could ask to take part in anything he was interested in, or to use their influence for some petitioner, and with whom he could frankly discuss the actions of other men and of the government. But his relations with these persons were confined to a sphere strictly limited by custom and habit from which it was impossible to escape. There was a fellow student of the university with whom he had subsequently become friendly and to whom he might have spoken of his grief, but that fellow student was now curator in a distant educational district. Of the Petersburg people, the most intimate and most likely were the doctor, and Mikhail Vassilitch Sludin, his private secretary. Sludin was an unaffected, intelligent, kindly, and moral man who, Karenin felt, had a personal liking for himself. But their 5 years' official activity together had built a barrier in the way of any intimate talk between them. Once Karenin, having finished signing documents, remained silent a long time, glancing now and then at Mikhail Vassilitch, and tried several times but was unable to begin speaking. He had prepared a phrase. "You have heard of my misfortune?" But it ended by his saying merely the usual, "Then you will get this ready for me?" and letting him go. The other person, the doctor, was also well inclined toward Karenin, but they had long ago come to a tacit understanding that they were both overwhelmed with work and had no time to spare. Of his women friends, including the principal one among them, the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, Karenin did not think at all. All women, as such, appeared to him dreadful and repulsive. Chapter 22. Karenin had forgotten the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, but she had not forgotten him. At that most painful time of lonely despair, she came to his house and entered his study unannounced. She found him in the posture in which he had long sat, resting his head on his hands. "J'ai forcé la consigne," she said as she entered with hurried steps, breathing heavily from her rapid movement and from excitement. "I have heard everything. Alexei Alexandrovitch, my dear friend," she continued, firmly clasping his hand in both hers and gazing with her beautiful, dreamy eyes into his. Karenin rose, frowning, and disengaging his hand, moved a chair toward her. "If you please, Countess, I do not receive, because I am ill," he said, and his lips trembled. "My dear friend," repeated the Countess, with her eyes fixed on him, and suddenly the inner corners of her eyebrows rose, forming a triangle on her forehead, and her plain yellow face grew still plainer. But Karenin felt that she was sorry for him and ready to cry. He was moved, and seizing her plump hand, began kissing it. "My dear friend," she repeated in a voice broken by emotion, "you must not give way to sorrow. Your sorrow is great, but you will find consolation." "I am broken. I am stricken. I am no longer a man," said Karenin, releasing her hand but continuing to gaze into her tearful eyes. "My position is terrible because I cannot find support anywhere, cannot find it even in myself." "You will find support." "Do not seek it in me, though I want you to believe in my friendship," she replied with a sigh. "Love is the only support, that love which he has bequeathed us. His yoke is easy," she went on with that ecstatic look he knew so well. "He will support you and help you." Though it was evident that she was touched by her own lofty sentiments, and though her words proceeded from that new ecstatic, mystic influence which had lately spread through Petersburg, and which Karenin had considered superfluous, it was pleasant to him to hear them now. "I am weak. I am done for. I did not foresee it, and don't understand it now." "My dear friend," Lydia Ivanovna said once more. It is not the loss of what no longer exists. It is not that, continued Karenin. I don't regret that. But I cannot help feeling ashamed before others of the position I am in. That is wrong, but I can't help it. I can't. It is not you who have performed that great act of forgiveness which fills me and everybody else with rapture, but he that dwells within your heart, said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, turning up her eyes ecstatically, and therefore you must not be ashamed of your action. Karenin frowned, and bending his hands backward began cracking his fingers. One must know all the details, he said in a high-pitched voice. Human strength has its limits, Countess, and I have reached the limits of mine. All day long I have had to take domestic decisions resulting from, he emphasized the word resulting, my new solitary position. The servants, the governess, the bills. These petty flames have burnt me, and I was unable to bear it. At dinner yesterday I very nearly left the table. I could not bear the way my son looked at me. He did not ask me the meaning of it all, but he wanted to ask, and I could not endure his look. He was afraid of looking at me. But this is not all. Karenin was going to mention the bill that had been brought him, but his voice shook, and he paused. He could not think of that bill made out on blue paper for a bonnet and ribbons without pitying himself. I understand, dear friend, said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. I understand it all. Not in me will you find help and consolation, though I have come to help you if I can. If I could take all those trivial, humiliating cares off your shoulders. I see that a woman's word, a woman's direction is wanted. Will you entrust it to me? Karenin silently and gratefully pressed her hand. We will look after Tseretsa together. I am not good in practical matters, still I will undertake it. I will be your housekeeper. Oh, do not thank me. I am not doing it of myself. I cannot help thanking you. But, my dear friend, do not give way to that feeling you were speaking about, of being ashamed of that which is the utmost height of Christianity. He that humbleth himself shall be exalted, and you must not thank me. You must thank him and ask him for help. In him alone you will find peace, comfort, salvation, and love. And raising her eyes to heaven, she began to pray, as Karenin understood from her silence. Karenin listened to her now, and those very expressions which formerly had seemed to him, if not disagreeable, at least superfluous, now seemed natural and comforting. He did not like that new ecstatic influence. He was a believer, interested in religion chiefly from a political point of view, and this new teaching, which allowed itself some novel interpretation just because it paved the way for disputes and analyses, was repugnant to him on principle. He had formerly regarded the new teaching with coldness and even hostility, and had never discussed it with the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, who was carried away by it, but had carefully and silently evaded her challenges. Now, for the first time, he listened to her words with pleasure and without mental rejoinder. I am very, very grateful to you, both for your actions and your words, said he when she had finished praying. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna once more pressed both the hands of her friend. Now I am going to act, she said, smiling and wiping the traces of tears from her face. I am going to see Tseretsa. Only in extreme cases will I apply to you. And she rose and went out. The Countess went to Soretsa's part of the house, and there, watering the frightened boy's cheeks with her tears, told him that his father was a saint, and that his mother was dead. The Countess kept her word. She really took upon herself the care of arranging and managing Karenin's household, but she had not exaggerated when she said she was not good at practical matters. None of her directions could be carried out without alteration, and the alterations were made by Karenin's valet, Karenina, who now imperceptibly directed the whole household. Quietly and tactfully, while helping his master dress, he would inform him of anything that was necessary. But nevertheless, Lydia Ivanovna's help was in the highest degree effective, for it gave Karenin the moral support of the consciousness of her affection and respect, and especially of the fact that she had nearly converted him to Christianity, as it consoled her to believe. That is to say, she had changed him from an apathetic, indolent believer into a fervent and firm adherent of that new interpretation of the Christian teaching which had lately spread in Petersburg. For Karenin it was easy to accept that interpretation. Like Lydia Ivanovna and others who shared these views, Karenin was quite devoid of that deep, imaginative faculty of the soul by which ideas aroused by the imagination become so vivid that they must be brought into conformity with other ideas and with reality. He saw nothing impossible or incongruous in the notion that death which exists for the unbeliever did not exist for him, and that as he possessed complete faith, of the measure of which he himself was the judge, there was no longer any sin in his soul, and he already experienced complete salvation here on earth. It is true that the frivolity and falseness of this view of his faith were vaguely felt by Karenin. He knew that when, without thinking that his forgiveness was the act of a higher power, he had surrendered to his faith, he had experienced more joy than when, as now, he was perpetually thinking that Christ lived in his soul, and that while signing documents he was fulfilling his will. But it was absolutely necessary for Karenin to think thus. It was so necessary for him in his humiliation to possess at least this imaginary exaltation, from the height of which he, the despised of all, was able to despise others, that he clung to this mock salvation as if it were the real thing. Chapter 23. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna, when quite a young and ecstatic girl, was married to a rich, aristocratic, very good-natured, and most jovial profligate. About 2 months after their marriage, her husband left her, and only answered her ecstatic assurances of tenderness with ridicule and even with animosity, which those who knew the Count's good nature, and who saw no fault in the ecstatic Lydia, were quite unable to explain. Since then, though not divorced, they lived apart, and when the husband did meet his wife, he always treated her with an unchanging, venomous irony which seemed inexplicable. The Countess Lydia had long ago ceased to be in love with her husband, but since then had never ceased to be in love with somebody else. She was in love with several persons at once, both men and women. She had been in love with almost everyone who was specially notable. She was in love with all the new princes and princesses who became connected with the imperial family. She was in love with a metropolitan, a suffragan, and a priest. She had been in love with a journalist, 3 Slavs, Komissarov, one of the ministers, a doctor, an English missionary, and now with Karenin. All these passions, ever waxing or waning, did not interfere with her carrying on very widespread and complicated relations with the court and society. But from the time she took Karenin under her special protection after his misfortune, from the time she exerted herself in his house, labouring for his welfare, she felt that all her other passions were unreal, and that she now truly loved only Karenin. The feeling she now had for him seemed to her stronger than any of her former sentiments. Analyzing that feeling and comparing it with her previous loves, she saw clearly that she would not have been in love with Komissarov had he not saved the Tsar's life, nor with Ristik Kodzitsky but for the Slavonic question, but that she loved Karenin for himself, for his lofty, misunderstood soul, for the high-pitched tone of his voice with the long-drawn inflections which she thought charming, for his weary eyes, for his character, and for his soft hands with their swollen veins. She was not only glad to meet him, but searched his face for signs of the impression she created on him. She wished to please him not merely by words, but by her whole self. For his sake she now paid more attention to her dress than ever before. She caught herself meditating on what might have been had she not married, and had he been free. She blushed with excitement when he entered the room, and could not repress a smile of delight when he said something agreeable to her. For some days the Countess Lydia Ivanovna had been greatly excited. She had heard that Anna and Vronsky were in Petersburg. It was necessary to save Karenin from meeting her, necessary even to save him from the painful knowledge that that dreadful woman was in the same town with him, and that he might come across her at any moment. Lydia Ivanovna found out through acquaintances what those disgusting people, as she called Anna and Vronsky, intended to do, and tried so to direct her friend's steps during those days that he should not meet them. A young adjutant, a comrade of Vronsky's, through whom she had her information, who hoped through her influence to obtain a concession, told her that they had finished their affairs and were leaving Petersburg next day. Lydia Ivanovna was beginning to breathe freely again when next morning she received a note and with horror recognized the handwriting. It was Anna Karenina's. The envelope was as thick as parchment. There was a large monogram on the narrow yellow sheet, and the letter had a delicious perfume. Who brought it? A commissionaire from the hotel. It was some time before the Countess Lydia Ivanovna could sit down to read the letter. Her agitation brought on a fit of asthma to which she was subject. When she grew calmer, she read the following, written in French. Madame la Comtesse, the Christian feelings which fill your heart encourage me to what I feel to be the unpardonable boldness of writing to you. I am unhappy at being parted from my son. I entreat you to permit me to see him once before my departure. Forgive me for reminding you of myself. I address myself to you instead of to Alexei Alexandrovitch, only because I do not wish to give pain to that high-minded man by reminding him of myself. Knowing your friendship for him, I feel that you will understand me. Will you send Tseretsa to me, or shall I come to the house at an appointed time, or will you let me know when and where I can meet him away from home? I do not anticipate a refusal, knowing the magnanimity of the person on whom the decision depends. You cannot imagine the yearning I have to see him, and therefore cannot imagine the gratitude which your help will awaken in me. Anna. Everything in that letter irritated the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. Its matter, the hint contained in the word magnanimity, and especially what seemed to her its free and easy tone. Say there will be no answer, said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, and at once opened her blotter and wrote to Karenin that she hoped to meet him about 1 o'clock at the palace at the birthday reception. I must talk over an important and sad matter with you, and we can arrange where. Best of all at my house, where I will have your special tea ready. It is necessary. He sends a cross, but he also sends strength to bear it, she added, to prepare him somewhat. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna generally wrote 2 or 3 notes a day to Karenin. She liked that way of communicating with him, which had an elegance and secrecy absent in their personal interviews. Chapter 24. The congratulations at the palace were over. Meeting as they were going out, acquaintances chatted about the latest news, the newly awarded honours, and the changes among the highest officials. How would it do to appoint Countess Maria Borisovna Minister of War, and Princess Vatkovskaya Chief of the Staff?" said a grey-haired old man in a gold-embroidered uniform to a tall and beautiful maid of honour, in answer to her question about the promotions. "And me, aide-de-camp," replied the maid of honour with a smile. "Your post is already assigned to you, in the ecclesiastical department, with Karenin as your assistant." "How do you do, Prince?" added the old man, shaking hands with someone who had just come up. "What were you saying about Karenin?" inquired the prince. "He and Putyatov have received the order of Alexander Nevsky." "I thought he had it already." "No. Just look at him," said the old man, pointing with his gold-trimmed hat to Karenin, who, in court uniform with a new red ribbon round his shoulder, stood in the doorway with an important member of the State Council. "As happy and contented as a brass farthing," he added, pausing to shake hands with an athletic, handsome chamberlain. "No, he has aged," said the chamberlain, "from hard work. He is always writing projects now. He will not release that unfortunate fellow until he has expounded everything, point by point." "Aged indeed. Il fait des passions. I think that now the Countess Lydia Ivanovna is jealous of his wife." "Oh, come, please don't say anything bad about the Countess. But is it bad that she is in love with Karenin? And is it true that his wife is here?" "Of course, not here in the palace, but she is in Petersburg. I met her and Alexei Vronsky walking arm in arm on the Morskaya." "C'est un homme qui n'a pas—" began the chamberlain, but stopped short to make way for and to bow to a member of the imperial family who passed by. In this way they chattered unceasingly about Karenin, blaming him and laughing at him, while he, barring the way to the member of the State Council whom he had buttonholed, and not pausing for a moment for fear he might slip away, expounded point by point some financial project of his. Almost at the same time that his wife had left Karenin, the most painful thing that can befall an official, the cessation of his ascent in the service, had befallen him. That cessation was an accomplished fact, clearly visible to everyone, though Karenin himself had not yet realized that his career was at an end. Whether it was his conflict with Stremov or the misfortune with his wife, or simply that he had reached his predestined limit, at any rate it had that year become obvious to everyone that his career was over. He still held an important post, was member of many commissions and committees, but he was finished, and from him nothing further was to be looked for. Whatever he might say, whatever he might propose, he was listened to as if all he was proposing had long been known and was what no one wanted. But Karenin was not sensible of this. On the contrary, being now outside government work, he saw more clearly than ever the defects and mistakes made by others, and considered it his duty to point out how those mistakes might be rectified. Soon after the parting with his wife, he began writing a pamphlet on the new legal procedure, the first of an innumerable series of unwanted pamphlets on every administrative department which it was his fate to write. But Karenin, far from noticing the hopelessness of his position in officialdom and being troubled by it, was more satisfied with his work than ever. "He that is married careth for the things that are of the world, how he may please his wife. But he that is unmarried careth for the things that belong to the Lord, and how to please the Lord," says the Apostle Paul. And Karenin, who was now guided in all his actions by the Scriptures, often recalled that text. He thought that since he had been without a wife, he had served the Lord by means of these very projects more than before. The evident impatience of the member of the council did not trouble Karenin, who left off expounding his project only when the councillor, profiting by a royal personage's passing, slipped away. Left alone, Karenin bowed his head, collecting his thoughts, and then turned absent-mindedly toward the door, where he hoped to meet the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. How strong and healthy they all are, physically, he thought, glancing at the powerfully built chamberlain with his well-brushed and perfumed whiskers, and of the red neck of a prince in a tightly fitting uniform, whom he had to pass on his way. It is truly said that everything in the world is sin, he thought, again glancing out of the corners of his eyes at the chamberlain's cards. Moving his feet deliberately, Karenin, with his usual air of weariness and dignity, bowed to those gentlemen who were talking about him, and his eyes searched through the doorway for the Countess. "Ah, Alexei Alexandrovitch!" cried the old man with a malevolent gleam in his eyes as Karenin passed him, bowing coldly. "I have not yet congratulated you," he went on, pointing to Karenin's newly awarded ribbon. "Thank you," replied Karenin. "What a beautiful day it is," he added, laying, as was his wont, peculiar stress on the word beautiful. He knew that they were laughing at him, but he no longer looked for anything except hostility from them. He was already accustomed to it. Having caught sight, just as she entered, of the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's yellow shoulders emerging from her corset, and of her beautiful, dreamy eyes summoning him, Karenin smiled, revealing his white, impeccable teeth, and went up to her. Lydia Ivanovna's dress had cost her a great deal of trouble, as was the case with all her attire of late. Her purpose in dressing was now quite the reverse of what she had had in view 30 years ago. Then she had wished to adorn herself somehow, the more the better. Now, on the contrary, she was obliged to be adorned so unsuitably to her age and figure that she was only concerned that the incongruity between these adornments and her own appearance should not be too dreadful. As far as Karenin was concerned, she attained her object, and to him she seemed attractive. In his eyes, she was the only islet, not of kindly feeling only, but of affection, in the ocean of hostility and ridicule which surrounded him. As he now ran the gauntlet of those mocking eyes, he was drawn toward her enamoured look as naturally as a plant is drawn toward the sun. "I congratulate you," she said, indicating the ribbon by a look. Repressing a smile of pleasure, he shrugged his shoulders and closed his eyes, as if to say that it could not give him pleasure. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna knew very well that it was one of his greatest pleasures, though he would never confess it. "How is our angel?" asked she, meaning Tseretsa. "I can't say I am quite satisfied with him," replied Karenin, raising his eyebrows and opening his eyes. "And Sidnikov, too, is dissatisfied with him." Sidnikov was the tutor to whom Tseretsa's secular education was entrusted. "As I told you, he shows a certain coldness toward those most important questions which should stir the soul of every man and child," he went on, speaking on the only subject which interested him outside the service, the education of his son. When, with Lydia Ivanovna's help, he had returned to life and activity, he had felt it his duty to take his son's education in hand. Never having occupied himself with educational matters before, he devoted some time to studying the matter theoretically. After reading several books on anthropology, pedagogics, and didactics, he formed a plan of education, and having engaged the best Petersburg educationalist for supervision, he set to work. And this undertaking occupied him continually. "Yes, but his heart. I see in him his father's heart, and with such a heart a child can't be bad," said Lydia Ivanovna enthusiastically. "Perhaps. Well, as far as I am concerned, I do my duty, which is what I can do." "Will you come and see me?" said the Countess after a pause. "We must talk over something painful to you. I would have given anything to save you from certain memories, but other people think differently. I had a letter from her. She is here, in Petersburg." Karenin started at the reference to his wife, but immediately his face assumed a death-like immobility which showed utter helplessness in the matter. "I expected it," he said. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna looked at him ecstatically. and her eyes filled with tears of rapturous admiration at the loftiness of his soul. Chapter 25. When Karenin entered the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's snug little boudoir, which was full of old china and had its walls covered with portraits, the hostess was not yet there. She was changing her dress. Upon a round table covered with a cloth stood a Chinese tea service and a silver kettle over a spirit lamp. Karenin glanced absent-mindedly at the numberless familiar portraits decorating the boudoir, and sitting down by the table opened a New Testament that was on it. The rustle of the Countess's silk dress roused him. "Well, now we can sit down quietly," said she with an agitated smile as she squeezed herself in between the table and sofa, "and have a chat over our tea." After a few words of preparation, the Countess, breathing heavily and blushing, handed him the letter she had received. When he had read the letter, Karenin was silent for a long time. "I don't consider that I have a right to refuse," he said timidly, raising his eyes. "My dear friend, you see no evil in anyone. On the contrary, I see that everything is evil. But is it right?" His face expressed uncertainty and a desire for advice, support, and guidance in a matter he did not understand. "No," she interrupted him, "there are limits to everything. I understand immorality," she said, not quite sincerely, for she never could have understood that which leads women to immorality. "But I do not understand cruelty. And to whom? To you. How can she stay in the town you are in? But it's quite true. Live and learn. And I am learning to understand your loftiness and her baseness." "But who will throw the stone?" said he, evidently pleased with his role. "I have quite forgiven her, and therefore cannot refuse her what her love for her son demands." "But is it love, dear friend? Is it sincere? Granted that you have forgiven her and do forgive her, but have we the right to act thus toward the soul of that angel? He thinks she is dead. He prays for her and asks God to forgive her her sins, and it is better so. But this, what will he think?" "I had not thought of that," said Karenin, evidently agreeing with her. The Countess covered her face with her hands and remained silent. She was praying. "If you ask my advice," she said when her prayer was ended and she uncovered her face, "I do not advise you to do it. Do I not see how you are suffering, how this has reopened all your wounds? Of course, as usual, you are not thinking of yourself. But what could it lead to? Renewed pain for yourself and pain for the child. If there is anything human left in her, she herself should not desire it. No, I advise you unhesitatingly not to allow it, and with your permission I will write to her." Karenin agreed, and the Countess Lydia Ivanovna wrote in French as follows. "Madame, to remind your son of you might lead to his asking questions which it would be impossible to answer without implanting in his soul a spirit of condemnation for what should be holy to him. And therefore I beg you to take your husband's refusal in the spirit of Christian love. I pray the Almighty to be merciful to you. Countess Lydia." This letter achieved the secret purpose which the Countess Lydia Ivanovna hid even from herself. It wounded Anna to the depths of her soul. Karenin, too, on returning home from Lydia Ivanovna's, could not give his attention to his usual occupations, nor find that spiritual peace of a believer who has found salvation which he had felt before. The memory of his wife, who was so guilty toward him and toward whom he was so saintly, as the Countess Lydia Ivanovna had justly told him, should not have upset him. But he was not at ease. He could not understand the book he was reading, could not drive away tormenting memories of his relations with her and of the mistakes which, as it now appeared to him, he had committed in regard to her. The memory of the manner in which, when returning from the races, he had received her confession of unfaithfulness, especially the fact that he had demanded of her only external propriety and had not challenged Vronsky, tormented him like remorse. The memory of the letter he had written to her also tormented him. Above all, his forgiveness, which no one wanted, and his care for another man's child, burnt his heart with shame and regret. He now felt a similar sense of shame and remorse when thinking of his whole past with her, and recalling the awkward words in which, after much hesitation, he had proposed to her. But wherein am I to blame? He asked himself, and as usual that question suggested another. Did those others, those Vronskys and Oblonskys and those fat-carved chamberlains, feel differently, love differently, marry differently? And there rose before his mind's eye a whole row of those vigorous, strong, self-assured men who had always involuntarily attracted his curiosity and attention. He drove these thoughts from him and tried to convince himself that he was not living for the present temporal life, but for eternal life, and that his soul was full of peace and love. But the fact that in this temporary, insignificant life he had committed, as it seemed to him, some trivial errors, tormented him as much as if the eternal salvation in which he believed did not exist. But this temptation did not last long, and soon that tranquil elevation, thanks to which he could forget the things he did not wish to remember, was re-established in his soul. Chapter 26. "Well, Kapitonich," said Tsaritsa, as on the day before his birthday he returned rosy and bright from a walk, and gave his overcoat to the tall old hall porter, who looked smilingly down from his height at the little fellow. "Well, has the bandaged official been today? Has Papa seen him?" "He has seen him. As soon as the secretary left, I announced him," answered the hall porter with a wink. "Let me take it off for you." "Tsaritsa," said his tutor, a Slav, stopping in the doorway that led to the inner rooms. "Take it off yourself." But Tsaritsa, though he heard his tutor's weak voice, paid no heed to it. He stood holding on by the porter's shoulder-strap and looking into his face. "Well, and has Papa done what he wanted?" The hall porter nodded affirmatively. The bandaged official, who had called 7 times to petition Karenin about something, interested both Tsaritsa and the hall porter. Tsaritsa had met him in the hall, and had heard him piteously begging the porter to announce him to Karenin, and saying that he and his children were face to face with death. Since then, having again met the official in the hall, Tsaritsa had become interested in him. "And was he very glad?" he asked. How could he help being glad? He nearly jumped for joy as he went away. "And has anything been brought?" inquired Tsaritsa after a pause. "Well, sir," said the porter, shaking his head and whispering, "there is something from the Countess." Tsaritsa knew at once that the hall porter was speaking of a birthday present for him from the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. "You don't say so! Where is it?" "Cornet has taken it into your papa. I should think it's a fine thing." "What size? About so big?" "Not quite, but a fine thing." "A book?" "No, just a thing." Ko! Vasily Lukich is calling you," said the hall porter, hearing the approaching step of the tutor, and gently disengaging the little hand in the half-drawn-off glove which held him by his shoulder-strap, as he nodded and winked toward the tutor. "Vasily Lukitch, one moment," said Tseretsa with that bright and affectionate smile which always overcame the conscientious Vasily Lukitch. Tseretsa was in too high spirits, too happy not to share with his friend the hall porter another family joy about which he had heard from Lydia Ivanovna's niece, whom he met walking in the summer gardens. This joy appeared to him particularly important because it coincided with the satisfaction of the official, and his own happiness that a present had been brought. To Tseretsa it seemed that this day was one on which everybody ought to be happy and gay. "Do you know, Papa has received the order of Alexander Nevsky?" "Of course I do. People have already been calling to congratulate him." "Well, and is he pleased?" "How can he help being pleased at the Tsar's favour?" "It shows he's deserved it," replied the hall porter, sternly and seriously. Tseretsa grew thoughtful as he peered into the hall porter's face, which he had studied in minute detail, especially the chin which hung beneath the grey whiskers and which no one saw but Tseretsa, who always looked up at him. "And your daughter, has she been here lately?" The hall porter's daughter was a ballet dancer. "How can she come on weekdays? They have to learn, too, and so must you, sir. Go along." On entering the schoolroom, instead of sitting down to his lessons, Tseretsa told his tutor of his guess that the parcel that had been brought must be a railway train. "What do you think?" he asked. But Vasily Lukitch only thought that Tseretsa must prepare his grammar lesson, as his teacher was coming at 2. "Oh, but just tell me, Vasily Lukitch," said Tseretsa suddenly, after sitting down at the table with a book in his hand. "What is higher than the Alexander Nevsky? You know Papa has received the order of Alexander Nevsky." Vasily Lukitch replied that the order of Vladimir was higher. "And higher still?" "The highest is the St. Andrew. And higher still, I don't know." "Even you don't know?" And Tseretsa, leaning his elbows on the table, began to reflect. His reflections were most complex and varied. He imagined his father suddenly receiving the orders of Vladimir and St. Andrew, and how much kinder in consequence he would be today at lesson time, and how he himself, when he grew up, would receive all the orders, and that they would invent one higher than the St. Andrew. As soon as it was invented, he would gain it. A yet higher one would be invented, and he would immediately get that one too. In these reflections, time passed until the teacher arrived. The lesson on the attributes of time, place, and manner of action had not been learnt. The teacher was not only dissatisfied, but also saddened. His sadness touched Tseretsa. He did not feel guilty for not having learned his lesson, though try as he would, he positively could not do it. While the teacher was explaining, he believed him and seemed to understand, but as soon as he was left alone, he positively could not remember or understand how so short and simple a word as "suddenly" could be an attribute of the manner of action. But all the same, he was sorry he had grieved his teacher. He chose a moment when the teacher was looking silently into the book. "Mikhail Ivanovich, when is your birthday?" he suddenly asked. "You would do better to think of your work. Birthdays do not signify anything to reasonable beings. It is just a day like any other on which we must work." Tseretsa looked attentively at his teacher, at his thin little beard and his spectacles which had slipped down the bridge of his nose, and became so engrossed in thought that he no longer heard what his teacher was explaining. He was aware that the teacher himself did not believe what he was saying. He felt that by the tone in which the words were uttered. But why have they all agreed to speak in the same way about the dullest and most useless things? Why does he repulse me? Why does he not love me? He asked himself sadly, and could find no answer. Chapter 27. After the teacher's lesson, Tsaritsa had a lesson from his father. Before his father came, Tsaritsa sat at the table playing with a pocket knife and thinking. Among his favourite occupations was keeping a lookout for his mother when he went out walking. He did not believe in death in general, and especially not in her death, despite what Lydia Ivanovna had told him and his father had confirmed, and therefore, even after he had been told she was dead, he went on looking for her when on his walks. He imagined that every well-developed and graceful woman with dark hair was his mother. At the sight of any such woman, a feeling of such tenderness awoke in his heart that he grew breathless and tears came to his eyes. He expected that at any moment she would approach and lift her veil. Then he would see her whole face. She would smile, embrace him, and he would smell her peculiar scent, feel the tenderness of her touch, and cry with joy as he had done one evening when he lay at her feet and she tickled him, while he shook with laughter and bit her white hand with the rings on the fingers. Later on, when he accidentally heard from his nurse that she was not dead, and his father and Lydia Ivanovna explained that to him she was dead because she was bad, which he could not at all believe, for he loved her, he continued to look out for and wait for her. There had been a lady with a purple veil in the summer garden today whom he had watched with a sinking heart as she came toward him along the path. The lady did not come up to them and disappeared somewhere. Today Tsaritsa was more than ever conscious of a flow of love for his mother in his heart, and now as he sat lost in thought waiting for his father, he notched the whole edge of the table with his knife, looking before him with shining eyes and thinking about her. Vasily Lukitch roused him. "Your papa is coming." Tsaritsa jumped up, approached his father, kissed his hand and looked at him attentively, tried to find some sign of his joy at receiving the order of Alexander Nevsky. "Have you had a nice walk?" asked Karenin as he sat down in his armchair, drew toward him an Old Testament and opened it. Although Karenin had more than once told Tsaritsa that every Christian ought to be well acquainted with Bible history, he often in Old Testament history had to consult the book, and Tsaritsa noticed this. "Yes, Papa, it was very amusing," answered Tsaritsa, sitting down sideways on his chair and beginning to rock it, which was forbidden. "I met Nadyenka." Nadyenka was Lydia Ivanovna's niece who was being educated at her aunt's house. "She told me you had received another order, a new one. Are you glad, Papa?" "First of all, don't rock your chair," said Karenin. "Secondly, it's not the reward, but the work that is precious. I wish you understood that. You see, if you take pains and learn in order to get a reward, the work will seem hard. But when you work—" Karenin said this remembering how he had sustained himself that morning by a sense of duty in the dull task of signing 118 papers. "If you love your work, you will find your reward in that." Tsaritsa's eyes, that had been shining with affection and joy, grew dull and drooped under his father's gaze. It was the same long-familiar tone in which his father always addressed him, and to which Tsaritsa had already learned to adapt himself. His father always talked to him, Tsaritsa felt, as if he were some imaginary boy out of a book, quite unlike Tsaritsa, and with his father he always tried to pretend to be that boy out of a book. "You understand me, I hope," said the father. "Yes, Papa," answered the boy, pretending to be that imaginary boy. The lesson consisted in learning by heart some verses from the Gospels and repeating the beginning of the Old Testament. Tsaritsa knew the Gospel verses pretty well, but whilst saying them he became so absorbed in the contemplation of a bone in his father's forehead, which turned very sharply above the temple, that he became confused and put the end of one verse where the same word occurred after the beginning of another. It was evident to Karenin that the boy did not understand what he was saying, and this irritated him. He frowned and began an explanation that Tsaritsa had heard many times already and could never remember because he understood it too clearly. just as he could not remember that the word suddenly was an attribute of the manner of action. Tsaritsa looked at his father with scared eyes, and could only think of whether his father would make him repeat what he had just said, as he sometimes did. This thought frightened him so much that he no longer understood anything at all. However, his father did not make him repeat it, but went on to the lesson from the Old Testament. Tsaritsa related the events themselves quite well, but when he had to answer questions as to what some of the events symbolized, he knew nothing about it, though he had been punished before for not knowing this lesson. The part, however, about which he could not say anything at all, but only floundered, cupped the table, and rocked his chair, was that about the antediluvian patriarchs. He did not know any of them except Enoch, who was taken up to heaven alive. Previously he had remembered the others' names, but now he had quite forgotten them, chiefly because Enoch was his favourite in the whole Old Testament, and attached to Enoch's being taken up to heaven there was a long string of thought in his head, which now occupied his mind while he looked fixedly at his father's watch-chain and a half-unfastened button of his waistcoat. He did not in the least believe in death, which was so often mentioned to him. He did not believe that people he loved could die, nor, above all, that he himself would die. That seemed to him quite impossible and incomprehensible. But he was told that everybody would die. He had even asked people whom he trusted, and they all confirmed it. His nurse, too, said so, though reluctantly. But Enoch had not died, so not everybody died. And why should not anybody deserve the same in God's sight and be taken up to heaven alive? Thought Tsaritsa. Bad people, that is to say those he did not like, might die, but the good ones might all be like Enoch. Well, who were the patriarchs? Enoch, Enos, but you have already mentioned them. This is bad, Tsaritsa, very bad. If you do not take pains to know what is most necessary for a Christian, then what can interest you? I am displeased with you, and Pyotr Ignatych, this was the chief educationalist, is also displeased with you. I shall have to punish you. His father and the educationalist were both displeased with Tsaritsa, and he really learnt badly. Yet it could not at all be said that he was an incapable boy. On the contrary, he was far more capable than the boys whom the educationalist set before him as models. His father, from his point of view, considered that the boy did not try to learn what he was being taught. As a matter of fact, he could not learn it. He could not, because there were more urgent demands on his soul than those put forward by his father and the educationalist. The two kinds of demands were opposed, and he was in direct conflict with his instructors. He was 9 years old and quite a child, but he knew his soul. It was dear to him, and he guarded it as the eyelid guards the eye, and never let anyone enter his heart without the key of love. His instructors complained that he would not learn, yet his soul was overflowing with longing for knowledge. So he learnt, from Kapitolnich, from his nurse, from Nadyenka, and from Vasily Lukich, but not from his teachers. The water which his fathers and the educationalists expected would turn their mill wheels had long since leaked out and was working somewhere else. His father punished Tsaritsa by not letting him go to see Lydia Ivanovna's niece, Nadyenka. But this punishment turned out luckily for Tsaritsa. Vasily Lukich was in good spirits and showed him how to make windmills. He spent all the evening working and dreaming how a windmill could be made on which one could ride, either by seizing one of the sails or by tying oneself to it and spinning round. He did not think about his mother all the evening. But when in bed, he suddenly remembered her and prayed in his own words that tomorrow, on his birthday, she should stop hiding herself and should come to him. Vasily Lukich, do you know for what I've been praying extra? To learn better? No. For toys? No. You'll never guess. It's lovely, but a secret. When it comes true, I will tell you. You have not guessed? No, I can't guess. You'd better tell me, said Vasily Lukitch, smiling, which he rarely did. Well, lie down and I'll put out the candle. But I can see better without a candle what I have been praying for. There, I nearly told you the secret, said Tseretsa with a merry laugh. When the candle had been taken away, he heard and felt his mother. She stood above him and caressed him with a loving look. But then windmills appeared, and a knife, and all became confused, and he fell asleep. Chapter 28. When Vronsky and Anna reached Petersburg, they put up at one of the best hotels. Vronsky separately on the first floor, and Anna with the baby, the nurse, and a maid upstairs in a large suite consisting of 4 rooms. On the day they arrived, Vronsky went to see his brother. There he met his mother, who had come from Moscow on business. His mother and his sister-in-law received him just as usual, asked him about his trip abroad, and spoke of mutual acquaintances, but did not say a single word about his union with Anna. His brother, however, having come to see him next morning, asked about her, and Alexei Vronsky told him frankly that he regarded his union with her as a marriage, that he hoped to arrange a divorce for her, and would then marry her, and that meanwhile he considered her his wife, just like any other wife, and he asked his brother to say so to their mother and to his own wife. "If the world does not approve of it, I don't care," said Vronsky. "But if my relatives wish to treat me as a relation, they must adopt a similar attitude toward my wife." The elder brother, who had always respected his younger brother's opinions, was not sure whether he was right or wrong until the world had decided the point, but for his own part he had nothing against it and went up with Alexei to see Anna. In his brother's presence, Vronsky spoke to Anna merely as to a close acquaintance, as he always did in the presence of a third party. But it was assumed that his brother knew of their relations, and they spoke of Anna's going to Vronsky's estate. Despite all his experience of the world, Vronsky, in the new position in which he found himself, was making a terrible mistake. He might have been expected to understand that society was closed to him and Anna, but some sort of vague notion got into his head that though it used to be so in olden times, yet now, when there was so much progress, without noticing it, he had become an advocate of every kind of progress. Public opinion had changed, and it was possible that they would be received in society. Of course, they would not receive her at court, but intimate friends can and should see things the right way, he thought. It is possible to sit for some hours with one's legs doubled up without changing one's position if one knows there is nothing to prevent one's doing so. But if a man knows that he must sit with his legs doubled up, he will get cramp, and his legs will begin to jerk and strain in the direction in which he would like to stretch them. This was what Vronsky experienced with regard to society. Though in the depths of his soul he knew that society was closed to them, he tried whether it would not change and whether it would not receive them. But he very soon noticed that though the great world was open to him personally, it was closed to Anna. As in the game of cat and mouse, the arms that were raised to allow him to get inside the circle were at once lowered to prevent Anna from entering. One of the first Petersburg society ladies he met was his cousin Betsy. "At last!" she exclaimed joyfully when they met. "And Anna? I am so glad. Where are you staying? I can imagine how dreadful our Petersburg must appear to you after your delightful journey. I can picture to myself your honeymoon in Rome. And the divorce? Is it all arranged?" He noticed that Betsy's delight cooled down when she learnt that Anna had not yet been divorced. "They will throw stones at me, I know," she said, "but I shall come and see Anna. Yes, I will certainly come. You're not staying here long." And really she came to see Anna that same day. But her manner was very different from what it had formerly been. She was evidently proud of her boldness, and wished Anna to appreciate the fidelity of her friendship. She did not stay more than 10 minutes, chattering society gossip, and as she was leaving said, "You've not told me when you will be divorced. Of course, I have kicked over the traces, but others, straight-laced people, will give you the cold shoulder until you get married. And it is so simple nowadays, ça se fait. So, you are leaving on Friday? I am sorry we shan't see one another again." From Betsy's tone, Vronsky might have realized what he had to expect from society, but he made another attempt with his relations. Of his mother he had no hopes. He knew that his mother, who had been so delighted with Anna when she first made her acquaintance, was now merciless toward her for having caused the ruin of her son's career. But he placed great hopes on Varya, his brother's wife. She, he thought, would cast no stones, but would simply and resolutely go and see Anna and receive her at her own house. The day after his arrival, Vronsky called on her, and having found her alone, expressed his wish. "You know how fond I am of you, Alexei," she replied when she had heard him out, "and how ready I am to do anything for you. But I have kept silent because I knew I could be of no use to you and Anna Arkadyevna." She pronounced the formal Anna Arkadyevna with peculiar precision. "Please, don't think I am condemning you. Not at all. Perhaps in her place I should have done the same. I do not and cannot enter into details," she added, looking timidly into his gloomy face. "But we must call things by their real names. You wish me to go and see her and to receive her and so rehabilitate her in society. But please understand that I cannot do it. I have daughters growing up, and I must move in society for my husband's sake. Suppose I go to see Anna Arkadyevna. She will understand that I cannot ask her to my house, or must do it in such a way that she does not meet those who see things differently. That would offend her. I am not able to raise her, but I don't consider that she has fallen lower than hundreds of people whom you do receive," said Vronsky still more gloomily, and rose in silence, having understood that his sister-in-law's determination was final. "Alexei, don't be angry with me. Please understand that it is not my fault," said Varya, looking at him with a timid smile. "I am not angry with you," he said, just as gloomily, "but I am doubly pained. I am pained, too, because this breaks our friendship. No, not breaks it, but weakens it. You understand that for me, too, there can be no other course?" With those words, he left her. Vronsky understood that it was vain to make any further attempts, and that they would have to spend those few days in Petersburg as in a strange town, avoiding contact with their former world in order not to lay themselves open to unpleasantnesses and insults which were so painful to him. One of the most disagreeable features of his position in Petersburg was that Karenin seemed to be everywhere, and his name in every mouth. It was impossible to start any conversation without its turning upon Karenin, impossible to go anywhere without meeting him. So, at least, it seemed to Vronsky, as a man with a sore finger feels that he is continually knocking that finger against everything as if on purpose. The stay in Petersburg seemed to him still more trying because he noticed all the time in Anna a new and, to him, incomprehensible mood. At one moment she appeared to be in love with him, and at the next would turn cold, irritable, and impenetrable. Something tormented her, and she hid it from him, appearing not to notice the insults that were poisoning his life, and which should have been still more painful to her, with her acuteness of perception. Chapter 29. One of Anna's reasons for returning to Russia was to see her son. From the day she left Italy, the thought of that meeting did not cease to agitate her. The nearer they came to Petersburg, the greater its joy and importance appeared. She did not ask herself how she should contrive it, It seemed to her natural and simple that she should see her son when she was in the same town with him. But on reaching Petersburg, her present social position presented itself clearly to her, and she realized that it would be difficult to arrange the meeting. She had been in Petersburg 2 days. The thought of her son did not leave her for an instant, but she had not yet seen him. She felt she had not the right to go straight to the house where she might encounter Karenin. Possibly they might even not admit her. It was painful to her even to think of writing to and coming into contact with her husband. She could be calm only when she did not think of him. To meet her son when he was out for a walk after finding out when and where he went was not enough. She had been preparing herself so for that meeting, had so much to say to him, and so much wanted to embrace and kiss him. Tseretsa's old nurse might have helped and advised her, but she was no longer in Karenin's household. In this uncertainty and in searching for the old nurse, 2 days had gone by. Having heard about Karenin's intimate friendship with the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, Anna on the 3rd day resolved to write her a letter which cost her much effort, and in which she intentionally mentioned that permission to see her son must depend on her husband's magnanimity. She knew that if that letter were shown to him, he, continuing his magnanimous role, would not refuse her request. The commissionaire who delivered her letter brought back the most cruel and unexpected reply: that there would be no answer. Never had she felt so humiliated as when, having called in the commissionaire, she heard from him the full account of how he had waited, and had then been told that there would be no answer. Anna felt herself humiliated and wounded, but she saw that the Countess Lydia Ivanovna was right from her own point of view. Her grief was the more poignant because she had to bear it alone. She could not share it with Vronsky, and did not wish to. She knew that, though he was the chief cause of her misery, the question of her seeing her son would seem to him quite unimportant. She knew he would never be able to appreciate the depth of her anguish, and that his coldness, if the matter were mentioned, would make her hate him, and she feared that more than anything else in the world, and therefore hid from him everything concerning her son. Having spent all that day at the hotel considering how she might see her son, she resolved to write to her husband. She had already composed the letter when she received Lydia Ivanovna's reply. The Countess's silence had made her feel humble, but the letter and what she read between its lines so irritated her, its malevolence seemed so revolting when compared with her passionate and legitimate love for her son, that she became indignant with others and ceased to blame herself. That coldness, that pretense of feeling, she said to herself. They want to wound me and torture the child, and shall I submit to them? Not on any account. She is worse than I. Anyhow, I don't lie. And there and then she resolved that next day, Tseretsa's birthday, she would go straight to her husband's house and would bribe the servants or deceive them, but would at any cost see her son and destroy that monstrous falsehood with which they surrounded the unfortunate child. She drove to a toy shop, purchased a lot of toys, and devised a plan of action. She would go early in the morning at about 8, when Karenin would certainly not be up. She would have ready in her hand some money to give to the hall porter and the footman in order that they should let her in. Without raising her veil, she would say she had been sent by Tseretsa's godfather to wish him many happy returns of the day, and that she was to put the toys by his bedside. The only thing she did not prepare was what she would say to her son. Much as she thought about that, she could not prepare the words. Next morning Anna went alone, and at 8 o'clock got out of the hired carriage and rang the bell at the front door of the house which used to be her home. "Go and see what it is. It's some lady," said Kapitonich, who was not yet dressed, and in overcoat and galoshes peeped from the window at the veiled lady standing close to the door. His assistant, a lad whom Anna did not know, had hardly opened the door when she entered, and taking a 3-ruble note from her muff, hastily thrust it into his hand. "Tseretsa, Sergei Alexeich," she said, and walked on. After examining the note, the porter's assistant stopped her at the inner glass door. "Whom do you want?" he asked. She did not hear his words and made no reply. Noticing the stranger's confusion, Kapitonich himself came out, admitted her, and inquired what she wanted. "I come from Prince Skorodumov to see Sergei Alexeevich," said she. "He is not up yet," said the hall porter, carefully scrutinizing her face. Anna had not foreseen at all that the totally unaltered appearance of the hall of the house where she had lived for 9 years would so deeply affect her. One memory after another, both joyful and painful, rose in her mind, and for a moment she forgot why she had come. "Would you like to wait?" said Kapitonich, helping her off with her cloak. Having done so, he glanced again at her face, and, recognizing her, silently bowed low. "Come in, Your Excellency," he said. She wished to speak, but her voice refused to utter a sound. With a look of guilty entreaty at the old man, she went with light steps up the stairs. Bending forward and catching the steps with his galoshes, Kapitonich ran after her, trying to overtake her. "The tutor may be there and not yet dressed. I will announce you." Anna continued to ascend the familiar steps without understanding what the old man was saying. "This way, please. To the left. Please excuse its not being quite clean. He is moved to the old sitting room now," said the hall porter, panting. "Allow me. Please, wait a little, Your Excellency. I'll just look in," he said, having overtaken her. He opened a big door and vanished behind it. Anna paused and waited. "He's only just woken up," said the porter when he came out again. Just as he spoke, Anna heard the sounds of a child yawning. She recognized her son by the sound of the yawn, and pictured him vividly before her. "Let me in! Let me in!" she cried, and entered at the big door. To the right of the door stood a bed on which sat the boy, his nightshirt unbuttoned, bending his little body backward, stretching himself and finishing his yawn. At the moment when his lips were closing, they extended into a blissful, sleepy smile, and with that smile he again fell slowly and sweetly backwards. "Tsaratsa?" she whispered, drawing nearer with inaudible steps. During the time they had been parted, and under the influence of that gush of love which she had felt for him of late, she had always imagined him as a little fellow of 4, the age when she had loved him best. Now he was not even as she had left him. He was still further removed from the 4-year-old child. He had grown still more, and had got thinner. What did it mean? How thin his face was, how short his hair, how long his arms, how changed since she had left him. But still it was he. The slope of the head was his, the lips were his, the soft neck and the broad shoulders. "Tsaretsa," she repeated, just above the child's ear. He raised himself again on his elbow, moved his tousled head from side to side as if seeking for something, and opened his eyes. Silently and questioningly he gazed for a few moments at his mother, who stood motionless before him. Then, suddenly smiling blissfully, he closed his heavy eyelids and fell once more, not backwards, but forwards into her arms. "Sirvtsa, my dear little book," she uttered, catching her breath and embracing his plump little body. "Mama," he muttered, wriggling about in her arms so as to touch them with different parts of his body. Sleepily smiling with closed eyes, he moved his plump hands from the back of his bed to her shoulders, leaning against her and enveloping her in that sweet scent of sleepiness and warmth which only children possess, and began rubbing himself against her neck and shoulder. "I knew," he said, opening his eyes. "Today's my birthday. I knew you would come. I'll get up directly." While saying this, he was again falling asleep. Anna watched him with greedy eyes. She noticed how he had grown and changed during her absence. She recognized, and yet did not quite recognize, his bare legs, now so big, which he had freed from the blanket, and his cheeks, now grown thinner, and the short locks of hair at the back of his head, where she had so often kissed him. She touched it all, and could not speak. Tears were choking her. "What are you crying about, Mamma?" he asked, now quite awake. "Mamma! What are you crying about?" he exclaimed in a fretful voice. "Won't cry. I'm crying for joy. It is so long since I saw you. I won't, she said, swallowing her tears and turning away. "But it's time for you to get dressed," she said after a pause when she had recovered. And without releasing his hands, she sat down by his bed on a chair on which his clothes were lying ready. "How do you dress without me? How do you—" She tried to speak simply and cheerfully, but could not, and turned away again. "I don't wash with cold water. The Pa says I mustn't. You've not seen Vasily Lukitch? He will come presently. And you're sitting on my clothes." And Tsaritsa burst out laughing. She looked at him and smiled. "Mamma, dearest, darling!" he shouted again, throwing himself upon her and embracing her, as if he only now, having seen her smile, clearly realized what had happened. "You don't want that," he said, taking off her bonnet. And on seeing her without it, he began kissing her again, as though he had only just seen her. "Well, and what did you think about me? You did not think I was dead?" "I never believed it." "You didn't believe it, my darling?" I knew, he cried, repeating his favourite phrase, and seizing her hand, which was caressing his hair, he pressed her palm to his mouth, covering it with kisses. Chapter 30. Meanwhile, Vasily Lukitch, who had not at first understood who the lady was, having realized from what he heard that she was the mother who had left her husband and whom he, having come to the house only after she had left it, had never seen, hesitated whether to go in or not, or whether to tell Karenin. Having at last concluded that his duty was to get Tsaritsa up at the appointed time, and that therefore he need not consider who was sitting there, the boy's mother or anyone else, but that he must do his duty, he dressed, went up to the door, and opened it. But the caresses of the mother and son, the sound of their voices and what they were saying, made him change his mind. He shook his head, sighed, and closed the door again. "I will wait another 10 minutes, he said to himself, coughing and wiping away his tears. Meanwhile, among the servants there was great commotion. They all knew that the mistress had come, that Kapitonich had admitted her, and that she was now in the nursery. But the master always went to the nursery before 9, and they all understood that a meeting between him and his wife was inconceivable and must be prevented. Cornet, the valet, went down into the hall porter's room to inquire who had let her in, and hearing that it was Kapitonich who had done so, he reprimanded the old man. The hall porter remained obstinately silent, but when the valet said he ought to get the sack, Kapitonich rushed at Cornet, and flourishing his hands about before Cornet's face, began to speak out. "Yes, I dare say you would not have let her in. I've been in service here 10 years, and have had nothing but kindness. You'd better go up and tell her. You be off, please. You're an artful one, you are. You'd better look after yourself, and how to feast the master of fur coats." "Soldier," said Karenin contemptuously, and turned to the nurse who had just entered. "Now, judge for yourself, Maria Yefimovna," he said to her. "He's let her in without telling anybody. And Alexei Alexandrovitch will be ready in a minute and will go to the nursery." "Dear, dear, what a business," said the nurse. "You must detain him somehow, Karenin Vasilyich, the master, I mean, and I'll run and get her out of the way. What business?" When the nurse entered, Tsaritsa was just telling his mother how he and Nadyenka fell down together when ice-hilling and turned 3 somersaults. She was listening to the sound of his voice, saw his face and the play of his features, felt his hands, but did not understand what he was saying. She must go away, must leave him. That was all she thought and felt. She heard Vasily Lukitch's step as he came to the door and coughed, and then the steps of the nurse as she entered. But she sat as if turned to stone, powerless to speak or rise. "Madam, dear," the nurse began, coming up to Anna and kissing her hands and shoulders. "Oh, what joy God has sent our little one on his birthday! And you have not changed at all." "No, nurse dear, I did not know you were in the house," said Anna, rousing herself for a moment. "I don't live here. I live with my daughter, and have only come to wish him many happy returns, Anna Arkadyevna, dear." Suddenly the nurse burst into tears, and again began to kiss Anna's hand. Tsaritsa, with bright eyes and beaming smile, holding his mother with one hand and his nurse with the other, jumped with his plump, bare feet onto the carpet. The tenderness of his beloved nurse for his mother sent him into raptures. "Mamma, she often comes to see me, and when she comes—" he began, but stopped, noticing that his nurse was whispering something in his mother's ear, and that a look of fear and of something like shame, that did not at all suit her face, appeared there. She came up to him and said, "My darling." She could not say goodbye, but the expression of her face said it, and he understood. "Darling, darling Kotik," she said, calling him by the pet name she used when he was quite little. "You won't forget me? You—" But she could say no more. How many things she thought of later that she might have said. But now she did not know what to say, and could not speak. But Tsaritsa understood all she wanted to tell him. He understood that she was unhappy and that she loved him. He had even understood what the nurse had said in a whisper. He had caught the words, "always before 9 o'clock," and he understood that they referred to his father and that his mother and father must not meet. This he had grasped. But he could not make out why that look of fear and shame appeared on her face. She could not have done wrong, and yet seemed afraid and ashamed of something. He wanted to ask a question which would clear up his doubts, but dared not. He saw that she suffered, and he was sorry for her. He pressed against her in silence, and then whispered, "Come, Carl. He's not coming yet." His mother moved him away from her to see whether he really believed what he was saying, and in the frightened look on his face she saw not only that he was speaking about his father, but that he was, as it were, asking her what he ought to think of him. "Tsaritsa, my darling," she said, "love him. He is better and kinder than I am, and I am to blame toward him. When you are grown up, you will be able to judge." "There is nobody better than you," he cried out in desperation through his tears, and seizing her by her shoulders, he hugged her with all his might, his arms trembling with the effort. "Ah, little boy," said Anna, and began to cry in the same weak and childlike way as he. At that moment, the door opened and Vasily Lukitch entered. Steps were heard approaching the other door, and a nurse said in a frightened whisper, "Coming," and handed Anna her bonnet. Tsaretsa sank down on his bed and began to sob, hiding his face in his hands. Anna moved the hands away, kissed him again on his wet face, and went rapidly out. Karenin was advancing toward her. When he saw her, he stopped and bowed his head. Despite what she had just said, that he was better and kinder than she was, after casting at him a rapid glance which took in his whole figure to the minutest detail, she was seized by a feeling of loathing and anger toward him, and of jealousy for her son. She swiftly let down her veil, and with quickened steps almost ran out of the room. She had not had time even to unwrap the toys she had chosen with so much love and sadness the day before, and she took them back with her. Chapter 31. Greatly as Anna had desired to see her son, and long as she had thought of and prepared herself for the interview, she had not at all expected that it would affect her so powerfully. On returning to her lonely suite in the hotel, she could not for a long time understand why she was there. "Yes, it is all ended, and I am alone again," she said to herself, and without taking off her bonnet she sat down in an easy-chair by the fireplace. With her eyes fixed on a bronze clock standing on a table between the windows, she began pondering. The French maid whom she had brought from abroad came and asked whether she would not dress. She looked at her in astonishment and replied, "Later." A waiter offered her coffee. "Later," she said. The Italian nurse, having smartened up the baby girl, came in and held her out to Anna. The plump, well-nourished baby, as usual when she saw her mother, turned her little hands, so fat that they looked as if the wrists had threads tied tightly round them, palms downward, and, smiling with her toothless mouth, began waving them as a fish moves its fins, making the starched folds of her embroidered frock rustle. It was impossible not to smile, not to kiss the little thing. Impossible not to hold out a finger to her, which she caught, screaming and wriggling the whole surface of her little body. Impossible not to approach one's lips to her mouth and let her draw them in, her way of kissing. And Anna did all these things. She took her in her arms, dandled her, and kissed her fresh cheek and bare elbows. But at the sight of this child, she realized still more clearly that what she felt for her could not even be called love in comparison with her feeling for Tsaretsa. Everything about this baby was sweet, but for some reason she did not grip the heart. Upon the first child, though by an unloved man, all Anna's unsatisfied capacity for loving was lavished. But the girl was born under most trying conditions and had not received 100th part of the care given to the first child. Besides, everything about the baby was still prospective, while Tsaretsa was already an individual and a beloved one. Thoughts and feelings struggling in his mind, he understood and loved and judged her, she thought, recalling his words and looks. And from him she was forever sundered, not only physically but spiritually. And there was no remedy for it. She returned the baby to its nurse, sent them away, and opened a locket with Tsaretsa's portrait as a baby about the same age as the little girl. Rising, she removed her bonnet and took from the table an album in which were photographs of her son at different ages. She wanted to compare these likenesses and began drawing them out of the album. She took them all out but one, the last and best of the photographs. He was there in a white shirt astride a chair, his brows frowning while his mouth smiled. This was his most characteristic and best expression. She caught hold of a corner of this photo several times with her deft little hand, the slender white fingers of which moved with special strenuousness that day, but each time they slipped and she could not get the picture out. There was no knife on the table, and she drew out the photo next to it, one taken in Rome of Vronsky with long hair and wearing a round hat, and with it pushed out her son's photo. "Yes, there he is," she said with a glance at Vronsky's likeness, and suddenly remembered that he was the cause of her present grief. She had not called him to mind all that morning, but now, having caught sight of that manly, noble face, so familiar and dear to her, she felt an unexpected flow of love toward him. "Where is he? How can he leave me alone in my anguish?" she suddenly thought with a sense of reproach, forgetting that she herself had hidden from him all that concerned her son. She sent to ask him to come up to her at once. She awaited him, thinking with a sinking heart of the words in which she would tell him everything and of the expressions of his love which would comfort her. The servant returned with the reply that he had a visitor, but would come up at once, and wished to know whether he might bring with him Prince Yashvin, who had just arrived in Petersburg. "So he won't come alone," she thought. "He won't come so that I can tell him everything, but will bring Yashvin." And suddenly a strange idea crossed her mind. What if he had ceased to love her? Going over in her mind the events of the last few days, she thought she perceived in everything a confirmation of that dreadful thought. In the fact that he had not dined at home the day before, and that he had insisted on having separate apartments while in Petersburg, and that even now he was not coming alone, perhaps to avoid a tête-à-tête with her. But he must tell me. I must know it. If I know it, then I know what I shall do, she told herself, powerless to imagine the position she would find herself in when she was convinced of his indifference. She imagined that he had ceased to love her, and she was almost in despair, which roused in her a feeling of peculiar excitement. She rang for her maid, and going into the dressing-room paid more attention to her toilette than she had done all these days, as if, having ceased to love her, his love might be recalled by her wearing the dress and having her hair done in the style most becoming to her. She heard the bell before she was ready. When she entered the drawing-room, not his eyes, but Yashvin's met hers. Vronsky was examining her son's photos, which she had forgotten on the table, and did not hurry to look at her. "We are acquainted," she said, placing her little hand in the enormous hand of the embarrassed Yashvin, whose confusion did not seem to accord with his huge figure and rough face. "We have been acquainted since last year's races. Let me have them," she added with a rapid movement, taking from Vronsky the photos he was looking at, and glancing at him impressively with glistening eyes. "Were the races good this year? I saw the races on the Corso in Rome instead, but of course you don't care for life abroad," she went on with a pleasant smile. "I know you and know all your tastes, though we have met so seldom." "I am very sorry to hear it, for my tastes are mostly bad," said Yashvin, biting the left side of his moustache. After a short talk, noticing that Vronsky looked at the clock, Yashvin asked her whether she would be staying long in Petersburg, and straightening his immense body, picked up his cap. "Not long, I think," she replied with embarrassment, glancing at Vronsky. "Then we shall not meet again?" said Yashvin, rising. And then, turning to Vronsky, he asked, "Where are you dining?" "Come and dine with me," said Anna resolutely, as if vexed with herself for her embarrassment, yet blushing, as she always did when she revealed her position to a fresh person. "The dinners here are not good, but at any rate you will see one another. Of all his regimental friends, Alexei liked you best." "I shall be very pleased," said Yashvin, with a smile which showed Vronsky that he liked Anna very much. Yashvin bowed and went out. Vronsky remained behind. "You are going too?" she asked. "I am late as it is," he answered. "Go on, I shall catch you up in a minute," he shouted to Yashvin. She took his hand and looked fixedly at him, trying to think of something to say to prevent his leaving her. "Wait. I have something to tell you," she said, and raising his short hand, she pressed it to her neck. "Was it wrong of me to ask him to dinner?" "You've done very well," he replied, showing his compact row of teeth in a calm smile and kissing her hand. "Alexei, you have not changed toward me?" she asked, squeezing his hand in both hers. "Alexei, I am in torment here. When are we going?" "Soon. Very soon. You would hardly believe how trying our life here is to me too," he said, drawing away his hand. "Well then, go." "Go," she said in an offended tone, and quickly left him. Chapter 32. When Vronsky returned, Anna had not yet come home. He was told that soon after he left, a lady came to see her, and they went away together. Her departure, without mentioning where she was going, her prolonged absence, and the fact that she had been away somewhere in the morning without telling him about it, added to her strangely excited look that morning, and the animosity with which, in Yashvin's presence, she had almost snatched her son's photographs out of his hands, made Vronsky reflect. He decided that it was necessary to have an explanation with her, and he waited for her in the drawing-room. But Anna did not return alone. She brought with her her old maiden aunt, Princess Obronskaya. She it was who had been to see Anna that morning, and they had been shopping together. Anna seemed not to notice the worried look of inquiry on Vronsky's face, but chattered gaily about what she had been buying. He saw that something unusual was taking place within her. Her eyes glittered with an expression of strained attention when her look rested on him, and in her speech and motions there was that nervous quickness and grace which, during the first period of their intimacy, had so captivated him, but which now troubled and alarmed him. The table was laid for 4. They were all assembled and about to enter the little dining-room when Tuskevich arrived with a message for Anna from the Princess Betsy. The princess asked to be excused for not coming to say goodbye. She was not well, but asked Anna to come and see her between 6:30 and 9. Vronsky glanced at Anna when that definite time was mentioned, which showed that care had been taken to prevent her meeting anyone there, but Anna did not seem to observe it. "I'm sorry that between 6:30 and 9 is just the time when I cannot come," she replied with a faint smile. "The princess will be very sorry. And I too." "I expect you are going to hear party?" asked Tuskevich. "Party? That's an idea. I would go if I could get a box." "I could get you one," said Tuskevich. "I should be very, very grateful if you would," replied Anna. "But won't you stay and dine with us?" Vronsky slightly shrugged his shoulders. He could not in the least understand what Anna was after. Why had she brought the old princess? Why had she asked Tuskevich to stay to dinner? And, strangest of all, why was she sending him to get her a box for the opera? Was it conceivable that, in her position, she was going to the opera when Patti was to sing, and when all the subscribers, her society acquaintances, would be present? He looked seriously at her, but she answered him with the same provocative glance of high spirits or desperation, the meaning of which he could not make out. At dinner, Anna was aggressively merry, seeming to flirt with both Tuskevich and Yashvin. After dinner, Tuskevich went to get a box, and Yashvin to have a smoke. Vronsky went with Yashvin down to his own rooms, but after sitting with him a while, ran upstairs again. Anna was already dressed in a light silk dress cut low in front and trimmed with velvet, a dress she had had made in Paris, and on her head she wore some rich white lace which outlined her face and set off her brilliant beauty to great advantage. "You are really going to the theatre?" said he, trying not to look at her. "Why do you ask in such a frightened way?" she said, again offended because he did not look at her. "Why should I not go?" She appeared not to grasp the meaning of her words. "Of course there is no reason whatever," he replied with a frown. "That's just what I say," she answered, purposely ignoring the sarcasm of his tone and calmly pulling up her long, perfumed glove. "Anna, for heaven's sake, what has come to you?" he said, trying to recall her to her senses, as her husband once used to do. "I don't understand your question." "You know it is out of the question for you to go." "Why? I'm not going alone. The Princess Barbara has gone to dress and is coming with me." He shrugged his shoulders with a bewildered and despairing look. "But don't you know—" he began. "I don't want to know," she almost screamed. "I don't. Do I repent of what I have done? No, no, no. If it had to begin again from the beginning, I should do just the same. For us, for you and me, only one thing is important: whether we love each other. No other considerations exist. Why do we live here, separated and not seeing one another? Why can't I go? I love you, and it's all the same to me," she said, changing from French into Russian, while her eyes, as she looked at him, glittered with a light he could not understand. "So long as you have not changed toward me. Why don't you look at me?" He looked at her. He saw all the beauty of her face and of her dress, which suited her as her dresses always did. But now it was just this beauty and elegance that irritated him. "My feelings cannot change, you know that. But I beg you not to go. I entreat you," he said, again speaking French with tender entreaty in his voice, but with a cold look in his eyes. She did not hear his words, but saw the coldness of his look, and replied irritably, "And I beg you would explain why I should not go, because it might cause you—" He became confused. "I don't understand you at all. Yashvi n'est pas compromettant, and Princess Barbara is no worse than other people. Ah, here she is." Chapter 33. Vronsky for the first time felt vexed and almost angry with Anna for her unwillingness to realize her position. This feeling was strengthened by the fact that he could not tell her the reason of his vexation. Had he told her frankly what he thought, he could have said, "To appear dressed as you are at the theatre, accompanied by the princess whom everybody knows, means not only to acknowledge your position as a fallen woman, but to throw down a challenge to society, which means to renounce it forever." But he could not say this to her. But how can she fail to understand it? And what is happening to her? He asked himself. He felt that his regard for her had diminished, and his consciousness of her beauty increased simultaneously. He went down, frowning, to his rooms, and taking a seat beside Yashvin, who sat with his long legs stretched out on a chair drinking brandy and seltzer, ordered the same for himself. "You were talking about Lankovsky's powerful. He's a good horse, and I advise you to buy him," said Yashvin, glancing at his comrade's gloomy countenance. "It's true he has a goose rump, but his legs and head leave nothing to be desired." "I think I'll take him," replied Vronsky. This conversation about horses interested him, but he never forgot Anna, and involuntarily listened to the steps in the corridor and glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. "Anna Arkadyevna sent me to say that she has gone to the theatre," said a servant. Yashvin emptied another glass of brandy into the sparkling water, drank it, and then rose, buttoning his coat. "Well, let us go," he said, smiling slightly under cover of his big moustache, and showing by that smile that he understood the cause of Vronsky's depression but did not attach importance to it. "I'm not going," said Vronsky dismally. "Well, I have got to, I promised. Then au revoir. But why not come to the stalls? Take Krasinski's place," Yashvin added as he went out. "No, I have something to do. With a wife one has trouble, but with one who is not a wife, it's worse," thought Yashvin as he left the hotel. Left alone, Vronsky got up and began pacing the room. What is on today? The 4th abonnement. Alexander will be there with his wife, and probably mother also. That's to say, all Petersburg will be there. Now she has gone in, taken off her cloak, and come forward into the light. Tuskevich, Yashvin, the Princess Barbara. He pictured them to himself. And what of me? Am I afraid, or have I put her under Tuskevich's protection? Whichever way one looks at it, it's a stupid position. "Why does she put me in such a position?" he said with a wave of his arm. As he made this gesture, he struck the little table on which the seltzer and a decanter of brandy were standing and almost knocked it over. In trying to save it from falling, he overturned it, and in his vexation kicked it and rang the bell. "If you wish to remain in my service," he said to the valet when the latter came in, "remember your duties. There must be none of this sort of thing. You must clear it away." The valet, conscious that he was not to blame, was about to defend himself, but, glancing at his master, saw by his face that there was nothing for it but to keep silence. So, stooping quickly, he knelt on the carpet and began sorting out the whole and broken glasses and bottles. "That's not your business. Send a waiter to clear it up, and get out my dress suit." Vronsky entered the theatre at 8:30. The performance was in full swing. The attendant, an old man, helped him off with his overcoat, recognized him, and addressing him as Your Excellency, suggested that he need not take a ticket for his coat, but should merely call for Theodore when he wanted it. There was nobody in the brightly illuminated corridor except the attendant and 2 footmen, who, with their masters' coats over their arms, stood listening outside a door. Through a door slightly ajar came the sounds of a muffled staccato accompaniment by the orchestra, and of a female voice rendering a musical phrase with precision. The door opened to let an attendant slip through, and the nearly completed phrase struck Vronsky's ears distinctly. The door was closed immediately, and he did not hear the end of the phrase nor the trill after it, but knew from the thunder of applause behind the door that the trill was finished. When he entered the auditorium, brilliantly illuminated by chandeliers and bronze gas brackets, the noise still continued. On the stage, the singer, in a glitter of bare shoulders and diamonds, was bowing low and smiling as she picked up, with the help of the tenor who held her hand, bouquets that had been clumsily flung across the footlights. She went up to a gentleman with hair shiny with pomatum and parted in the middle, who was stretching his long arms across the footlights to hand her something, and the whole audience in the stalls and in the boxes stirred, leant forward, shouted and applauded. The conductor from his raised seat helped to pass the bouquets and rearranged his white tie. Vronsky went to the middle of the floor, then stopped and looked around him. Today he paid less attention than ever to the familiar surroundings, the stage, the noise, and all that well-known, uninteresting, motley herd of audience in the packed theatre. In the boxes sat the same kind of ladies with the same kind of officers behind them, as usual, the same kind of people, heaven only knew who, the same gaily dressed women, uniforms, frock coats, the same dirty crowd in the gallery, and in the whole of that throng, in the boxes and front seats, some 40 real men and women. To these oases Vronsky at once turned his attention, and immediately got into touch with them. The act had just finished when he came in, so before going to his brother's box he went up to the front row and paused beside Serpukhowsky, who was standing with his knee bent, tapping the wall of the orchestra with his heel. He had noticed Vronsky afar off and welcomed him with a smile. Vronsky had not yet seen Anna. He intentionally avoided looking her way, but from the direction in which people were looking he knew where she was. He glanced around unobtrusively, but did not look at her. Prepared for the worst, he looked for Karenin. Luckily for him, Karenin was not in the theatre that evening. "How little of the military man is left in you," remarked Serpukhowsky. "You might be a diplomatist, an artist, or anything of that kind." "Yes, as soon as I returned home I put on a black coat," Vronsky replied with a smile, slowly taking out his opera glasses. "Now in that I confess I envy you. I, when I come back from abroad and put this on again, regret my freedom," he said, touching his shoulder knot. Serpukhowsky had long ago ceased to trouble himself about Vronsky's career, but was as fond of him as ever, and was particularly amiable to him now. "A pity you were late for the first act." Vronsky, listening with one ear, levelled his glasses first at the lower tier and then at the boxes in the dress circle, taking them all in review. Next to a lady wearing a turban and a bald old man who blinked angrily just as Vronsky's moving glass reached him, he suddenly saw Anna's proud head, strikingly beautiful, and smiling in its frame of lace. She was in the 5th box in the lower tier, some 20 paces from him. She sat in the front of the box and, slightly turning back, was saying something to Yashvin. The poise of her head on her fine, broad shoulders, and the gleam of restrained excitement in her eyes and her whole face, reminded him precisely of how he had seen her at the ball in Moscow. But her beauty affected him very differently now. There was no longer anything mysterious in his feelings for her, and therefore, though her beauty attracted him even more strongly, it also offended him. She was not looking his way, but he felt that she had already seen him. When Vronsky directed his glasses that way again, he noticed that the Princess Barbara was very red, and that she was laughing unnaturally and looking round incessantly at the next box, while Anna, tapping with her closed fan the red velvet edge of the box, was gazing fixedly somewhere else, not seeing, and evidently not wishing to see, what was taking place in the next box. Yashvin's face wore the expression it had when he was losing at cards. He was frowning and drawing the left side of his moustache further and further into his mouth, looking askance at the adjoining box. In that box to the left were the Kartasovs. Vronsky knew them, and knew that Anna had been acquainted with them. The wife, a thin little woman, was standing up in her box with her back to Anna, putting on an opera cloak which her husband was holding for her. Her face looked pale and angry, and she was speaking excitedly. Kartasov, a stout, bald-headed man, kept glancing round at Anna while trying to pacify his wife. When the wife left the box, the husband loitered behind, trying to catch Anna's eye and evidently wishing to bow to her. But Anna, with obvious intention, took no notice of him, and, turning round, was saying something to Yashvin, whose cropped head was bent toward her. Kartasov went out without bowing, and the box remained empty. Vronsky could not make out what had taken place between the Kartasovs and Anna, but he saw that it was something humiliating for Anna. He realized that from what he had seen, and especially from Anna's face, who, he knew, was summoning her utmost strength to sustain the role she had undertaken. She fully succeeded in playing that role of external tranquillity. Those who did not know her and her set, and heard none of the expressions of pity, indignation, or surprise uttered by the women because she had allowed herself to appear in public and to show herself so ostentatiously in her lace headdress and in all her beauty, admired the composure and loveliness of the woman, and did not suspect that she felt as though pilloried. Knowing that something had happened, but not knowing just what, Vronsky felt painfully agitated, and, hoping to find out something, set out for his brother's box. Intentionally leaving the auditorium at the opposite side to where Anna was, he encountered the commander of his old regiment who stood talking to two acquaintances. Vronsky heard them mention the name of Karenin and noticed how the commander hastened to call him loudly by name with a significant glance at the others. "Ah, Vronsky. When are you coming to see us at the regiment? We can't let you go away without a feast. You are one of our very own," said the commander. "I shall not have time. I am very sorry. Some other time," said Vronsky, and ran up the stairs to his brother's box. In the box was Vronsky's mother, the old countess with her iron-grey curls. Varya and the Princess Sorokina he met in the corridor outside. Having conducted the Princess Sorokina back to Vronsky's mother, Varya held out her hand to her brother-in-law and at once began to talk of the matter that interested him. He had rarely seen her so excited. "I consider it mean and disgusting, and Madame Kartasova had no right to do it. Madame Karenina," she began, "but what is it? I don't know. Haven't you heard? You know I shall be the last to hear of it. Is there a creature more venomous than that Kartasova? But what has she done?" "My husband told me. She insulted Madame Karenina. Her husband began conversing with her from his box, and Kartasova flew at him. It seems she said something insulting out loud and then went out. 'Count, your maman wants you,' said the Princess Sorokina, looking out of the box door. 'I have been expecting you all the time,' said his mother with a sarcastic smile. 'I never see anything of you.' Her son saw that she could not repress a smile of satisfaction. 'Good evening, maman. I was coming to you,' he replied coldly. 'Why don't you go faire la cour à Madame Karenine?' she added, when the Princess Sorokina had stepped aside. 'Elle fait sensation. On oublie la pâtie pour elle.' 'Maman, I asked you not to speak to me about that subject,' he answered, frowning. 'I am saying what everyone says.' Vronsky did not reply, and after a few words addressed to the Princess Sorokina, he left the box. In the doorway he met his brother. "Ah, Alexei," said his brother. "What a shame. That woman is a fool, that's all. I was just going to see her. Let's go together." Vronsky did not listen to him. He hurried downstairs, feeling that he must do something, he knew not what. He was disturbed both by vexation with Anna for placing herself and him in this false position, and by pity for her sufferings. He descended to the stalls and went straight to Anna's box, in front of which stood Stremov, talking to her. "There are no more tenors. Le moule en est brisé." Vronsky bowed to her and stopped to shake hands with Stremov. "I think you got here late and missed the finest aria," said Anna to him with a mocking glance, as it seemed to him. "I am a poor judge," he replied, looking severely at her. "Like Prince Yashvin, who considers that Patti sings too loud," she returned with a smile. "Thank you," she said, taking with her small gloved hand a program Vronsky had picked up for her. And suddenly, at that instant, her beautiful face quivered. She rose and went to the back of the box. Noticing that during the next act her box remained empty, Vronsky left the theatre amid cries of "hush" from the audience, which had become quiet to listen to a cavatina. He went to his hotel. Anna had already returned. When Vronsky entered, she was still dressed as she had been at the theatre. She was sitting in the first armchair by the wall, fixedly gazing before her. She glanced at him and immediately resumed her former posture. "Anna," he said, "it's all your fault." "Your fault," she exclaimed, with tears of despair and spite in her voice, and rose. "But I entreated you not to go. I knew it would be unpleasant for you." "Unpleasant?" she cried. "It was awful. However long I may live, I shall never forget it. She said it was a disgrace to sit near me. The words of a silly woman, he said. But why risk it? Why provoke? I hate your calmness. You should not have driven me to it. If you loved me, Anna, is it a question of my love? Yes, if you loved me as I love you, if you suffered the anguish I do, she replied, with a frightened glance at him. He was sorry for her, and yet vexed with her. He assured her of his love because he saw that that alone could pacify her now, and did not reproach her with words, though he reproached her in his heart. And those assurances of love, which to him appeared so trivial that he felt ashamed to utter them, she drank in and gradually became calm. Next day, fully reconciled, they left for the country. Part 6. Chapter 1. Dolly and her children were spending the summer with her sister Kitty at Pokrovsk. The house on her own estate was quite dilapidated, so Levin and his wife persuaded her to spend the summer with them. Vronsky quite approved of this arrangement. He said he greatly regretted that his duties prevented his spending the summer with his family in the country, which would have given him the greatest pleasure, and he remained in Moscow, visiting the country occasionally for a day or two at a time. Beside the Oblonskys, with all their children and their governess, the Lievins had other visitors. The old princess, who considered it her duty to watch over her inexperienced daughter in that condition, and also Varenka, Kitty's friend from abroad, who was keeping her promise to visit her friend now that she was married. All these were relations and friends of Kitty's, and though Levin liked them, he regretted his own, the Levin world and order of things, which was being submerged by this influx of the Sherbatsky element, as he put it to himself. Only one of his relatives, Sergei Ivanitch, visited him that summer, and he was a man of the Koznishev type and not a Levin, so that the Levin spirit was quite overwhelmed. In the Levin house, so long empty, there were now so many people that nearly every room was occupied, and the old princess was obliged almost daily to count those present before sitting down to a meal. If there chanced to be 13, she would make a grandchild sit at the side table. And Kitty, who conducted her household with great assiduity, had no little trouble to procure all the chickens, turkeys, and ducks, of which, with the visitors and the children's summer appetites, very many were required. The whole family was assembled at dinner. Dolly's children, their governess, and Varenka were planning where they should hunt for mushrooms. Koznishev, who by his intellect and learning commanded a respect almost amounting to veneration from all the visitors, surprised everyone by joining in the conversation about mushrooms. "You must take me, too. I am very fond of looking for mushrooms," he said with a glance at Varenka. "I consider it a very good occupation." "Why, certainly, we shall be very pleased," replied Varenka with a blush. Kitty and Dolly exchanged significant looks. The intellectual and learned Koznichev's offer to go and gather mushrooms with Varenka confirmed a suspicion that had greatly occupied Kitty's mind of late. She hastened to say something to her mother so that her glance should pass unnoticed. After dinner, Koznishev sat down by the drawing-room window, continuing his conversation with his brother over a cup of coffee, and glancing now and then at the door through which the children, who were preparing to set out on the mushroom hunt, would enter. Levin sat down on the window-sill beside his brother. Kitty stood near her husband, evidently waiting for the end of the conversation, which did not interest her, before speaking to him. "In many ways you have changed since your marriage, and for the better," said Koznishev, smiling at Kitty, and apparently not much interested in his conversation with his brother. "But you have remained true to your passion for defending the most paradoxical views." "Kate, it is not good for you to be standing," said her husband with a meaning look, moving a chair toward her. "Ah, well, there's no time now," added Koznishev as the children came running in. In advance of them all, at a sideways gallop, came Tanya in tightly pulled-up stockings, running toward Koznishev, flourishing a basket and his hat. Having boldly approached him, her beautiful eyes beaming, eyes so like her father's, she gave him his hat and made a movement as if to put it on him, her shy and gentle smile softening the boldness of the action. "Varenka is waiting," she said, carefully placing his hat on his head, when she saw from his smile that she had permission to do so. Varenka, who was wearing a yellow print dress and a white kerchief on her head, stood in the doorway. "I'm coming, Mademoiselle Varenka," said Koznishev, drinking up his coffee and pocketing his handkerchief and cigar case. "What a darling my Varenka is, eh?" Kitty said to her husband as soon as Koznishev had risen. She said it so that the latter could hear, with an evident desire that he should do so. "And how handsome, how nobly handsome!" "Varenka," she exclaimed, "you will be in the wood by the mill? We will drive there." "You quite forget your condition, Kitty," said the old princess, hurrying in. "You should not shout so." Varenka, hearing Kitty's voice and her mother reprimanding her, came up with her light step. The quickness of Varenka's movements, the colour suffusing her animated face, all showed that something unusual was taking place within her. Kitty knew what that unusual thing was and watched her attentively. She had now called Varenka only to give her a silent blessing for the important event which, according to Kitty, was to happen in the woods that day after dinner. "Varenka, I shall be very happy if a certain thing comes to pass," she whispered, kissing her. "And are you coming with us?" Varenka, quite confused, asked Lievin, pretending not to have heard what had been said to her. "I will come, but only as far as the threshing floor. I shall stay there." "Oh, why should you?" said Kitty. "I must look at the new wagons and count them," said Lievin. "And where will you be?" "On the balcony." Chapter 2. All the women of the household were assembled on the balcony. They always liked to sit there after dinner, but today they had special business there. Besides the sewing of little shirts and the knitting of swaddling bands on which they were all engaged, today jam was being made there in a way new to Agafya Mikhailovna, without the addition of water to the fruit. Kitty was introducing this new way, which had been employed in her old home, but Agafya Mikhailovna, to whom this work had formerly been entrusted, and who considered that nothing that used to be done in the Lievin house could be wrong, had, despite her directions, put water to the strawberry and the wild strawberry jam, declaring it to be indispensable. She had been detected doing this, and now the raspberry jam was being made in everyone's presence, as Agafya Mikhailovna had to be convinced that without water the jam could turn out well. Agafya Mikhailovna, with a flushed face and a grieved expression, her hair ruffled and her thin arms bared to the elbow, was shaking the preserving pan over the brazier with a circular movement, looking dismally at the raspberries and hoping with all her heart that they would harden and not get cooked through. The old princess, conscious that against her, as chief adviser in the matter of jam boiling, Agafya Mikhailovna's wrath should be directed, tried to look as if she were thinking of other things and was not interested in the raspberries. She talked of other matters, but watched the brazier out of the corner of her eye. "I always buy dress materials for the maids myself at the sales," the princess said, continuing the conversation. "Is it not time to take the scum off, my dear?" she added, turning to Agafya Mikhailovna. "It is not at all necessary for you to do it yourself. Besides, it's hot," she said, stopping Kitty. "I will do it," said Dolly, and she got up and began carefully sliding the spoon over the surface of the bubbling syrup, and now and then, to remove what had stuck to the spoon, she tapped it against a plate already covered with the yellowish pink scum, with blood-red streaks of syrup showing beneath it. "How they'll lick it up at tea-time," She thought of the children, remembering how she herself, when a child, used to marvel that the grown-ups did not eat the scum, the nicest part. "Steva says it's better to give them money," Dolly remarked, returning to the interesting topic of what presents it was best to give to the servants. "But how can one give them money?" said the princess and Kitty with one voice. "They value presents so." "Well, I, for instance, got our Matryona Semyonovna not exactly poplin, but something of that kind last year," said the princess. "Yes, I remember she wore it on your name day. The pattern is charming, so simple and refined. I would have had one made like it myself if she hadn't had it. It is something like Varenka's, and so pretty and cheap." "Well, I think it is ready now," said Dolly, dripping syrup from the spoon. "When it begins to string, it is ready. Board it up a little longer, Agafya Mikhailovna." "Oh, these flies!" cried Agafya Mikhailovna crossly. "It will come out just the same." "Oh, how sweet he is! Don't frighten him!" exclaimed Kitty unexpectedly, looking at a sparrow that had settled on the railing, turned a raspberry stalk over, and was pecking at it. "Yes, but keep away from the brazier," said her mother. "A propos de Varenka," said Kitty in French, which they had been talking all the time, so that Agafya Mikhailovna should not understand them. "Do you know, Mamma, I am somehow expecting it to be settled today. Do you understand what I mean? How nice it would be." "Dear me, what a skilful matchmaker," teased Dolly. "How carefully and adroitly she brings them together. Oh, come, Mamma, tell me what you think about it." "What am I to think? He meant Koznishev, could have made the best match in Russia any time. Now he is no longer so young, but all the same I'm sure many would marry him even now. She is very good-natured, but he might— Oh, but, Mamma, try and understand why nothing better could be imagined either for him or for her. First of all, she is simply charming," expostulated Kitty, crooking one finger. "He certainly likes her very much," Dolly chimed in. "Secondly, his position in the world is such that neither property nor the social position of his wife matters to him at all. He only needs a good, sweet, quiet wife." "Yes, one certainly can trust her," again chimed in Dolly. "Thirdly, she must love him, and that too is— In a word, it would be splendid. I expect when they come back from the wood it will all be settled. I shall see it at once by their eyes. I should be so glad. What do you think, Dolly? But don't get excited. There is no need at all for you to get excited," admonished her mother. "But I am not excited, Mamma. I think he will propose today." Ah, how strange it is when and how a man proposes. There is a sort of barrier, and suddenly down it goes, said Dolly with a dreamy smile, recalling her past with Vronsky. "Mamma, how did Papa propose to you?" Kitty suddenly inquired. "There was nothing special about it. It was quite simple," answered the princess, but her face brightened at the memory. "No, but how? You really loved him before you were allowed to talk to one another?" Kitty felt a particular charm in being able now to talk with her mother as an equal about those chief events in a woman's life. "Of course he loved me. He used to visit us in the country. But how was it decided, Mamma? I suppose you think you discovered something new. It was just the same. It was decided by the eyes, by smiles." "How well you put it, Mamma. By the eyes and by smiles. That's just it," chimed in Dolly. "But what were the words he said? What words did Constantine say to you?" "He wrote with chalk. It was wonderful. How long ago it seems," she replied. And the three women meditated silently on the same subject. Kitty was the first to break the silence. She recalled the whole of the winter preceding her marriage and her infatuation with Vronsky. "There's one thing. That old love affair of Varenka's," she said, following the natural sequence of her thoughts. "I wish to tell Koznishev somehow, to prepare him. Men, all of them, are terribly jealous of our pasts." "Not all," said Dolly. "You judge by your own husband. He is still tormented by the memory of Vronsky, eh? Am I not right?" "You are," answered Kitty, her eyes smiling dreamily. "But I do not know," interposed the princess, defending her maternal watchfulness over her daughter, "what there is in your past to trouble him. That Vronsky courted you? Such things happen to every girl." "Oh, but we're not talking about that," said Kitty, blushing. "No, excuse me," her mother continued. "And then you yourself would not let me talk it over with Vronsky, don't you remember?" "Oh, mamma," said Kitty, looking pained. "Nowadays one can't hold you girls in." "Your relations with him could not have gone beyond what was proper, else I should have spoken to him myself." "However, my love, it won't do for you to get agitated. Please remember that, and keep calm." "I am quite calm, mamma." "How happily it turned out for Kitty that Anna came," said Dolly, "and how unhappily for her." "The exact reverse," she added, struck by her thought. "Then Anna was so happy, and Kitty considered herself miserable. Now it's the exact reverse. I often think of her. She's not worth thinking about. A horrid, disgusting woman without a heart," said their mother, unable to forget that Kitty had not married Vronsky but Levin. "What is the use of talking about that?" expostulated Kitty with vexation. "I don't think about it and don't want to," she said, listening to her husband coming up the balcony steps. "I don't want to think about it." "About what don't you want to think?" he asked as he came up. No one answered, and he did not repeat the question. "I am sorry I have intruded into your women's domain," he said, glancing round at them all with a dissatisfied air, and realizing that they had been talking of something they would not have talked of in his presence. For an instant he felt that he shared Agafya Mikhailovna's dissatisfaction that the jam was boiled without water, and with the alien Shcherbatsky influence in general. He smiled, however, and went up to Kitty. "Well?" he asked, looking at her with the expression with which everyone addressed her nowadays. "Quite all right," replied Kitty with a smile. "And your affairs?" "The wagons will hold 3 times as much as peasant carts. Shall we go and fetch the children? I have ordered the trap." "What? Are you going to take Kitty in the trap?" said her mother reproachfully. "Only at a walking pace, princess." Levin never called the princess maman, as sons-in-law usually do, and this displeased the princess. But though he liked and respected her very much, Levin could not address her so without violating his feeling for his dead mother. "Come with us, mamma," said Kitty. "I don't wish to see such unreasonable doings." "Well, then I'll go on foot. Walking is good for me." And Kitty rose, went to her husband, and took his arm. "It's good for you in moderation," said the princess. "Well, Agafya Mikhailovna, is the jam done?" asked Levin, smiling at her and wishing to cheer her up. "Has it turned out well, the new way?" "I suppose. We'd have thought it overdone." "It's better so, Agafya Mikhailovna. It won't ferment, and we have no ice left in the cellar and nowhere to keep it cool," said Kitty, immediately seeing her husband's intention and addressing the old woman in the same spirit. "On the other hand, your pickling is such that mamma says she never tasted anything like it," she added, smiling and putting the old woman's kerchief straight. Agafya Mikhailovna looked crossly at Kitty. "You need not comfort me, ma'am. I just look at you and him, and then I feel happy," she said. and that disrespectful way of speaking of her master as him seemed touching to Kitty. "Come with us and get mushrooms. You will show us the right places." Agafya Mikhailovna smiled and shook her head as much as to say, "Though I should like to be cross with you, I can't do it." "Please follow my advice," said the old princess. "Cover the jam with paper soaked in rum, and then it will not get mouldy, even without ice." Chapter 3. Kitty was particularly glad of the opportunity of being alone with her husband, for she had noticed the shadow of pain that flitted over his face, which so vividly reflected all his emotions when he came on the balcony, asked what they were talking about, and received no reply. When they started on their walk in advance of the others and had passed out of sight of the house onto the hard, dusty road, strewn with rye ears and grain, she leant more heavily on his arm and pressed it. He had already forgotten that momentarily unpleasant impression, and being alone with her experienced, now that the thought of her pregnancy never left him, a feeling still novel and joyful to him of pleasure, entirely free from sensuality, at the nearness of a beloved woman. They had nothing to say to one another, but he wanted to hear the sound of her voice, which, like her look, had been changed by her pregnancy. In her voice, as in her look, there was now a certain softness and seriousness, as of a person continually intent on one beloved task. "You're sure you won't be tired? Lean more on me," he said. "No. I'm so glad of a chance to be alone with you, and I own that, nice as it is to have them all, I regret our winter evenings alone together. They were pleasant, but this is still better. Both are better," he said, pressing her hand. "Do you know what we were talking about when you came in?" "About the jam?" "Yes, about jam, and then about how people propose." "Ah," said Levin, listening more to the sound of her voice than to her words, thinking all the while about the road which now led through the wood, and avoiding places where she might take a false step. "And about Sergei and Varenka. Did you notice? I wanted so much," she went on. "What do you think about it?" And she looked into his face. "I don't know what to think," Levin replied with a smile. "Sergei seems very strange to me in that regard. I told you, yes, that he was in love with that girl who died. It happened when I was still a child. I only knew of it from what I was told. I remember him at that time. He was wonderfully charming. But since then I have observed him with women. He is amiable, and some of them please him, but I feel that for him they are simply human beings, not women." "Yes, but now with Varenka? There seems to be something. Perhaps there is, but one must know him. He is a wonderful man. He lives only a spiritual life. He is a man of too pure and lofty a nature." "What? Would that lower him?" "No, but he is so used to living a purely spiritual life that he cannot reconcile himself to realities, and, after all, Varenka is a reality." Levin had by this time become accustomed to express his thoughts boldly without troubling to put them into precise phraseology. He knew that at such loving moments as the present his wife would understand what he meant from a mere hint, and she did understand him. "Yes, but in her there is not so much of that reality as there is in me. I know he would never have loved me. She is all spirit. Oh, no, he is very fond of you, and it is always such a pleasure to me when my people are fond of you. Yes, he is kind to me, but it's not like poor Nikolai." "You would have loved one another," said Levin, finishing her sentence for her. "Why not speak of him?" he added. "Sometimes I blame myself for not doing so. It will end by my forgetting him. Oh, the dreadful, the charming man he was. Yes, what were we talking about? He concluded after a pause. You think he can't fall in love, then? Said Kitty, putting his thoughts into her own words. Not exactly that he can't fall in love, Levin answered with a smile. But he has none of that weakness which is necessary. I always envied him, and even now, when I am so happy, I still envy him. You envy him because he can't fall in love? I envy him because he is better than I am, replied he, smiling. He does not live for himself. His whole life is subordinated to duty, and so he can be calm and contented. And you? Said Kitty with a mocking smile of loving amusement. She could not have expressed the sequence of thoughts that made her smile, but the last deduction was that her husband, in extolling his brother and appreciating himself, was not quite sincere. But she knew that this insincerity was the outcome of his affection for his brother, of a sense of shame at his own excessive happiness, and especially of that desire to improve which never left him. She loved this in him, and therefore smiled. And you? What are you dissatisfied with? She said with the same smile. Her disbelief in his dissatisfaction with himself was pleasant, and unconsciously he challenged her to give reasons for her disbelief. I am happy, but dissatisfied with myself, he answered. How can you be dissatisfied if you are happy? I mean, how shall I put it? In my heart I wish for nothing more, except that you shouldn't stumble. Oh dear, how can you jump so? He said, interrupting the conversation to rebuke her for making too quick a movement while stepping over a branch that lay across the path. But when I examine myself and compare myself with others, especially with my brother, I feel how bad I am. In what way? Asked she, still smiling. Don't you do anything for others? What about your small holdings, your farming, and your book? No, I feel it now more than ever. And it is your fault, he answered, pressing her arm, that it's not the right thing. I do it, but it is superficial. If I could love all that work, as I love you. But of late I have been doing it like a task set me. Well then, what do you say to Papa? Asked Kitty. Is he bad too, because he does nothing for the common good? He? Oh no. But one must have your father's simplicity, clearness, and kindness, and have I got all that? I don't act, and I worry. It's you who have done it. Before you were there, and that, he said, with a glance at her figure which she understood. I put all my strength into my work. But now I can't, and I feel ashamed. I do it just like a task that has been set me. I pretend. Then would you now like to change places with Sergei Ivanitch? Asked Kitty. Would you prefer to do that public work, and love that given task as he does, and nothing more? Of course not, replied Levin. However, I am so happy that I don't understand anything. So, you think you will propose today? He added after a pause. I do and I don't. But I want him to, awfully. Wait, we'll see. She stooped and picked an ox-eye daisy by the roadside. There, begin. He will propose, he won't, and she handed him the flower. He will, he won't, said Levin, pulling off the veined white petals. No, no, exclaimed she, watching his fingers excitedly as she seized his hand to stop him. You've pulled off two at once. Well, then we won't count this tiny one, said he, picking off a short, ill-formed petal. And here's the trap overtaking us. Are you tired, Kitty? The princess called out. Not at all. If so, you'd better get in if the horses are quiet and go at a walking pace. But it was not worthwhile to drive, as they had nearly reached the place, and so they all went on foot. Chapter 4. Varenka, with the white kerchief over her black hair, surrounded by the children and good-naturedly and cheerfully busy with them, and evidently excited by the possibility of an offer of marriage from a man she liked, looked very attractive. Koznishev walked by her side and did not cease admiring her. Looking at her, he remembered all the charming things he had heard her say, and all he knew of her that was good, and he grew more and more conscious that what he felt for her was something rare, something he had felt but once before, a long, long time ago, when he was very young. His sense of pleasure at her nearness went on increasing until it reached a point where, when placing in her basket an enormous wood mushroom with a thin stem and up-curling top, he looked into her eyes, and noting the flush of joyful and frightened agitation that suffused her face, he himself became embarrassed and gave her a smile that said too much. If it is so, I must think it over and come to a decision, and not let myself be carried away like a boy by the impulse of the moment, he told himself. Now I will go and gather mushrooms quite on my own account, or else my harvest will not be noticeable, said he, and went away from the skirts of the wood where they were walking about on the short, silky grass under sparsely growing old birches, and penetrated deeper into the wood, where, among the white birch trunks, grew grey-stemmed aspens and dark hazel bushes. When he had gone some 40 paces, he stepped behind a spindle bush with pink and red earring-shaped blossoms, and paused, knowing that he could no longer be seen. Around him everything was quiet. Only the hum of flies, like that of a swarm of bees, sounded continually high up in the birch trees beneath which he stood, and occasionally the children's voices reached him. Suddenly, from the skirts of the wood not far off, he heard Varenka's contralto voice calling to Grisha, and a smile of pleasure lit up his face. Conscious of that smile, Koznishev shook his head disapprovingly at his own state, and taking out his cigar, began to light it. He was long unable to strike a match against the bark of a birch. The delicate white outer bark adhered to the phosphorus, and the light went out. At last one match did burn up, and the scented smoke of the cigar, like a broad swaying sheet definitely outlined, moved forwards and upwards over the bush under the overhanging branches of the birch tree. Watching the sheet of smoke, he went on slowly, meditating on his condition of mind. Why not? He thought. If it were just a sudden impulse or passion, if I only felt this attraction, this mutual attraction, it is mutual, but felt that it was contrary to the whole tenor of my life, and that by giving way to it I should be false to my vocation and duty. But it is nothing of the kind. The one thing I can find against it is that when I lost Marie, I told myself that I would remain true to her memory. That is the only thing I can say against my feeling. That is important, thought Koznishev, conscious nevertheless that this consideration could not have any importance for him personally, although in the eyes of others it might spoil his poetic role. But apart from that, however much I searched, I could find nothing to say against my feeling. If I had chosen by reason alone, I could find nothing better. He recalled the women and girls he had known, but try as he would, he could not recall one who united in herself to such a degree all, literally all, the qualities which he, thinking the matter over in cold blood, would desire in a wife. She had all the charm and freshness of youth, but was no longer a child, and if she loved him consciously as a woman ought to love. That was one favourable consideration. The second one was, she was not only far from worldly, but evidently felt a repulsion from the world. Yet she knew the world, and had all the ways of a woman of good society without which a life companion would be unthinkable for him. The third was, she was religious, not irresponsibly religious and kind-hearted like a child, like Kitty, for instance, but her life was based on religious convictions. Even down to small details, Koznishev found in her all that he desired in a wife. She was poor and solitary so that she would not bring into her husband's house a crowd of relations and their influence as he saw Kitty doing. She would be indebted to her husband for everything, which was a thing he had always desired in his future family life. And this girl, uniting all these qualities, loved him. He was modest, but could not help being aware of this. And he loved her. One of the opposite arguments was his age. But he came of a long-lived race, he had not a single grey hair, no one thought he was 40, and he remembered that Varenka had said it was only in Russia that men of 50 considered themselves old, and that in France a man of 50 considered himself dans la force de l'âge, while one of 40 was un jeune homme. And what was the use of counting by years, when he felt as young at heart as he had been 20 years ago? Was it not youth that he was experiencing now, when coming out again on the other side of the wood he saw, in the bright, slanting sunbeams, the graceful form of Varenka in her yellow dress and with a basket on her arm, stepping lightly past the trunk of an old birch, and when the impression of Varenka merged into one with the view that had so struck him with its beauty, the view of the field of ripening oats bathed in the slanting sunbeams, and the old forest beyond, flecked with yellow, fading away into the bluish distance. His heart leapt with joy. His feelings carried him away. He felt that the matter was decided. Varenka, who had bent to pick a mushroom, rose buoyantly and glanced round. Throwing away his cigar, Koznishev went toward her with resolute steps. Chapter 5. Mademoiselle Varenka. When very young, I formed my ideal of the woman I should love and whom I should be happy to call my wife. I have lived many years, and now in you for the first time I have met what I was in search of. I love you, and offer you my hand. This was what Koznishev said to himself when he was already within 10 steps of Varenka. Kneeling and with outstretched arms defending some mushrooms from Grisha, she was calling little Masha. "Come along, little ones, there are a lot here," she cried in her delightful, mellow voice. On seeing Koznishev approaching, she did not move, yet everything told him that she felt his approach and was glad of it. "Well, have you found anything?" she asked from beneath her white kerchief, turning her handsome face toward him with a gentle smile. "Not one," said Koznishev. "And you?" She did not reply, being busy with the children who surrounded her. "There's another, near the branch," she said, pointing to a small mushroom cut across its firm pinkish crown by a dry blade of grass from beneath which it had sprung up. Varenka rose when Masha had picked the mushroom, breaking it into 2 white pieces. "It reminds me of my childhood," she added, moving away from the children with Koznishev. They went a few paces in silence. Varenka saw that he wanted to speak, and guessing the subject, she grew faint with joy and fear. They had gone far enough not to be overheard, but he still had not begun. It would have been better for Varenka to remain silent. It would have been easier after a silence to say what they wished to say than after talking about mushrooms. Yet against her will, and as if by accident, she said, "So you have not found anything? But of course, deep in the wood there are always fewer." Koznishev sighed and did not speak. He was vexed that she had spoken about mushrooms. He wished to bring her back to her first remark about her childhood, but without wishing to, after a pause, he replied to her last words. "I have only heard that the white boleti grow chiefly on the outskirts, but I can't even tell which are the white ones." A few more minutes passed. They had gone still further from the children and were quite alone. Varenka's heart beat so that she seemed to hear it, and she felt herself growing red and then pale, and red again. To be the wife of a man like Koznishev after her difficult life with Madame Stahl seemed to her the height of bliss. Besides, she was almost sure she loved him, and now, in a moment, it must be decided. She was frightened of what he might or might not say. He must make his declaration now or never. Koznishev also felt this. Everything, Varenka's look, her blush, her downcast eyes, betrayed painful expectation. He saw it and was sorry for her. He even felt that to say nothing now would be to offend her. His mind went rapidly over all the arguments in favor of his decision. He repeated to himself the words with which he had intended to propose, but instead of those words, some unexpected thought caused him to say, "What difference is there between the white poleti and the birch-tree variety?" Varenka's lips trembled with emotion when she replied, "There is hardly any difference in the tops, but only in the stems." And as soon as those words were spoken, both he and she understood that all was over, and that what ought to have been said would not be said, and their excitement, having reached its climax, began to subside. "The stem of the birch-tree boletas reminds one of a dark man's beard, 2 days old," remarked Koznishev calmly. "Yes, that's true," answered Varenka with a smile, and involuntarily the direction of their stroll changed. They began to return to the children. Varenka felt pained and ashamed, but at the same time she experienced a sense of relief. Koznishev, when he got home and went again over all his reasons, came to the conclusion that at first he had judged wrongly. He could not be unfaithful to Marie's memory. "Gently, gently, children," shouted Yevin almost angrily, stepping in front of his wife to shield her when the crowd of children came rushing at them with shrieks of delight. Behind the children, Koznishev and Varenka came out of the wood. Kitty had no need to question Varenka. From the calm and rather shame-faced look on both faces, she knew that her plan had not been realized. "Well?" inquired her husband on their way home. "Won't bite," answered Kitty with a smile and manner of speaking like her father, which Lievin often observed in her with pleasure. "Won't bite? How do you mean?" "Like this," she said, taking her husband's hand, raising it to her mouth and slightly touching it with her closed lips, as one kisses the bishop's hand. "Who won't bite?" said he, laughing. "Neither. And it should have been like this. Mind, here are some peasants coming. They didn't see." Chapter 6. During the children's tea, the grown-ups sat on the balcony and talked as if nothing had happened, though they all, especially Koznishev and Varenka, knew very well that something had happened, which, though negative, was highly important. They both experienced what is felt by a pupil who has failed in an examination and has to remain in the same class or be finally expelled from the school. Everyone talked with peculiar animation about extraneous topics. Lievin and Kitty felt particularly happy and in love with one another that evening. Their happiness in their love involved an unpleasant reflection on those who desired, but had failed, to secure the same happiness, and made them feel ashamed. Take my word for it. Alexander won't come, said the old princess. They were expecting Oblonsky by the evening train, and the old prince had written that he would perhaps accompany him. And I know why, continued the princess. He says young married folk should be left to themselves for a while. Yes, Papa has really abandoned us, said Kitty. We've not seen him. And are we young married folk? Why, we are such old ones now. Only if he doesn't come, I too shall say goodbye to you children, said the princess with a sorrowful sigh. Oh, what an idea, Mamma, rejoined both her daughters. Just consider him. Why, at present— And suddenly the old princess's voice unexpectedly quavered. Her daughters said no more and glanced at one another. Ma always finds something sad, this glance seemed to say. They did not know that, pleasant as it was for her to stay with her daughter, and necessary as she felt herself to be there, she suffered keenly, both on her own and on her husband's account, since they gave their last and favourite daughter in marriage and the family nest was left empty. "What is it, Agafya Mikhailovna?" Kitty asked suddenly when the old woman stopped in front of her with a look of mystery and importance. "How about supper?" "Oh, that's just right," said Dolly. "You go and give your orders, and I will hear Grisha his lesson. He hasn't done anything today." "That's a rebuke for me. No, Dolly, I will go," said Lievin, jumping up. Grisha, who had entered a high school, had some homework to prepare during the summer holidays. While still in Moscow, Dolly had begun learning Latin with him, and on coming to the Lievins made it a rule to go over with him at least once a day the most difficult lessons, Latin and arithmetic. Lievin offered to replace her, but having once heard Lievin giving the lesson and noticing that he was not doing it the same way as the master who had coached the boy in Moscow, she, though embarrassed and anxious not to offend Lievin, told him resolutely that the textbook must be followed in the master's way, and that she would rather give the lessons herself. Lievin was vexed with Oblonsky for carelessly leaving it to the boy's mother to look after his lessons which she did not understand, instead of doing it himself, and he was vexed with the masters also for teaching the children so badly, but he promised his sister-in-law to give the lessons in the way she wished. So he went on teaching Grisha, not in his own way, but according to the book, and therefore did it half-heartedly and often missed a lesson. So it had happened that day. "No, I will go, Dolly. You stay here," he said. "We shall do it all properly, by the book. Only when Stiva comes we shall go shooting, and then I shall miss the lessons." And Lievin went off to find Grisha. Varenka spoke in the same way to Kitty. Even in the Lievins' well-ordered household she found ways to be of use. "I will see about supper," she said, "and you stay here." And she rose to accompany Agafya Mikhailovna. "Yes, do. I expect they could not get any chickens, but there are our own," answered Kitty. "Agafya Mikhailovna and I will arrange it." And Varenka went out with the old woman. "What a nice girl," said the princess. "Not nice, Mamma, but so charming that there is no one else like her." "So you are expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch tonight?" asked Koznishev, evidently disinclined to join in a conversation about Varenka. "It would be hard to find two brothers-in-law more unlike," he went on with his subtle smile. "The one always on the move, living always in society like a fish in water. The other, our Constantine here, lively, quick, sensitive to everything, but as soon as he appears in society, either shutting up altogether or floundering about absurdly like a fish on dry land." "Yes, he is very thoughtless," said the princess to Koznishev. "I was just going to ask you to tell him that it is impossible for her," she indicated Kitty, "to remain here, and that she must certainly come to Moscow. He says, get a doctor to come out here." "Mamma, he will do all that's necessary and will agree to everything," interpolated Kitty, annoyed with her mother for asking Koznichev's opinion on such a matter. In the midst of their conversation they heard the snorting of horses and the scraping of wheels on the gravel of the avenue. Dolly had not had time to rise to go to meet her husband before Levin had jumped out of the window of the room below where he had been teaching Grisha and had lifted the boy out too. "It's Stiva!" shouted Levin from under the balcony. "We finished, Dolly, don't worry," he added, running like a boy to meet the carriage. "Is, ea, id, aegis, aegis, aegis," shouted Grisha, hopping down the avenue. "And someone with him. It must be Papa," shouted Levin, who had stopped at the bend of the avenue. "Kitty, don't come down those steep steps. Go round." But Levin was mistaken in supposing that one of the men in the calèche was the old prince. When he came nearer, he saw, sitting beside Oblonsky, a stout, handsome young man wearing a Scotch bonnet with long ribbons streaming behind. It was Vasenka Veslovsky, a second cousin of the Shtcherbatskys, a brilliant Petersburg-Moscow young man, a most splendid fellow and a passionate sportsman, as Oblonsky said when he introduced him. Not at all dismayed by the disappointment he caused by appearing instead of the old prince, Veslovsky gaily greeted Levin, reminding him that they had met before, and lifting Grisha, he caught him up into the vehicle over the pointer Oblonsky had brought with him. Levin did not get in, but followed the calèche. He was rather vexed that the old prince, whom he liked more and more the better he knew him, had not come, and vexed because this Vasenka Veslovsky, a quite superfluous stranger, had come. Veslovsky seemed to him still more alien and superfluous when they arrived at the porch, at which the whole animated group of grown-ups and children had gathered, and he saw Vasenka Veslovsky kissing Kitty's hand with a particularly tender and gallant air. "We, your wife and I, are cousins and old acquaintances," said Vasenka Veslovsky, once again giving Levin's hand a very, very hard squeeze. "Well, is there any game?" asked Oblonsky of Levin, scarcely giving himself time to say a word of greeting to everybody. "He and I have the cruelest intentions. Why, Mamma! They have not been in Moscow since then. Here, Tanya, that's for you. Please get it out of the calèche, behind there," he was saying to those about him. "How much refreshed you are looking, Dolly dear," he went on, kissing his wife's hand again, and holding it in his own while he patted it with the other hand. Levin, who but a few moments before had been in the brightest of spirits, was now looking dismally at everyone, dissatisfied with everything. Whom was he kissing yesterday with those same lips, he thought as he looked at Oblonsky caressing his wife. He looked at Dolly, and was not pleased with her either. Of course she does not believe in his love, and why is she so pleased? Disgusting, thought he. He looked at the princess, who, a few moments before, had seemed so nice, and did not like the way she welcomed that beribboned Vasenka as if to her own house. Even Kozdyshev, who had also come out of the porch, displeased Levin by the feigned friendliness with which he greeted Oblonsky, whom, as Levin knew, he neither liked nor respected. And Varenka too seemed disgusting because of the manner in which she with her son Nitush heir made that gentleman's acquaintance, while all her thought was how to get married. But most repugnant of all was Kitty, for the way she fell in with the gay tone of that gentleman, who appeared to consider his arrival in the country a regular festival for everybody, and particularly objectionable was the smile with which she responded to his smiles. Talking noisily, they all went into the house, but as soon as all were seated, Levin turned and left the room. Kitty noticed that something was wrong with her husband. She tried to seize an opportune moment to speak to him alone, but he hurried away from her, saying that he must go to the office. It was long since the farm work had seemed so important to him as it did that evening. For them it is always a holiday, he thought. Yet here we have work that is no holiday task, which cannot be put off, and without which life is impossible. Chapter 7. Levin did not return until they called him to supper. On the stairs stood Kitty and Agafya Mikhailovna deliberating what wines to serve. "But why all this fuss?" Will serve the same as usual. No, Stiva does not drink it. Kostya, wait a moment. What's the matter with you? Said Kitty, hurrying after him. But, without waiting for her, he went away pitilessly with big strides to the dining-room, where he immediately joined in the general animated conversation which was kept going by Vasenka, Veslovsky, and Oblonsky. "Well then, shall we go shooting tomorrow?" Oblonsky inquired. "Yes, do let's go," cried Veslovsky, changing from one chair to another, and sitting sideways with one of his fat legs doubled under him. "I shall be very pleased. Let's go." "And have you had any shooting this year?" Lievin asked, gazing intently at this leg, but with that pretended politeness of his which Kitty knew so well, and which suited him so ill. "I don't know whether we shall get any snipe, but there are plenty of woodcock, only one must go early. Will it tire you? Aren't you tired, Stiva?" "I? Tired? I've never been tired yet. Let's not go to bed at all. Let's go for a walk." "Yes, really. Don't let us go to bed. Delightful," chimed in Veslovsky. "Oh, we are quite convinced that you can do without sleep and deprive others of theirs," said Dolly, with that scarcely perceptible irony with which she now generally addressed her husband. "I think it's already time. I'm going. I don't take supper." "Oh, no, stay here, Dolly dear," said Oblonsky, stepping across to her side of the long supper table. "I have much more to tell you." "I don't expect you have any news." "Do you know, Veslovsky has been to see Anna, and he's going there again. You know, it's only some 70 versts off. I shall certainly go over. Veslovsky, come here." Vasenka came over to the ladies and took a seat beside Kitty. "Oh, do tell me. You have been to see her? How is she?" asked Dolly. Lievin remained at the other end of the table, and while not ceasing to talk with the princess and Varenka, saw that Oblonsky, Dolly, Kitty, and Veslovsky were carrying on an animated and mysterious conversation. Moreover, he saw his wife had an expression of serious feeling as she gazed attentively at Vasenka's handsome face while he was vivaciously narrating something. "It's very nice at their place," Vasenka was saying, talking of Vronsky and Anna. "Of course, I'd rather take it upon myself to judge, but in their house one feels oneself to be in a family." "What do they mean to do?" "I believe they mean to go to Moscow for the winter." "How nice it would be for us to meet there. When are you going, Stepan Arkadyevitch?" asked Vasenka. "I shall spend July with them." "And will you go?" Oblonsky asked his wife. "I have long wanted to go, and certainly shall go," replied Dolly. "I know her, and am sorry for her. She's a splendid woman. I shall go alone when you're away, and won't inconvenience anyone. It will even be better without you." "That's all right," replied he. "And you, Kitty?" "I? Why should I go?" said Kitty, flushing deeply and glancing round at her husband. "Are you acquainted with Anna Arkadyevna?" Veslovsky asked her. "She's very attractive." "Yes," said Kitty with a still deeper blush, and she rose and went to her husband. "So you are off shooting tomorrow?" she asked. Lievin's jealousy during those few minutes had gone far, especially after the blush that had suffused her face when speaking to Veslovsky. Now, as he listened to her question, he interpreted it in his own way. Strange as it seemed to him when he remembered it later, it now appeared clear to him that she asked whether he was going shooting only because she wanted to know whether he would give that pleasure to Vasenka Veslovsky, with whom he fancied she was already in love. "Yes, I am going," he answered in an unnatural voice that was disagreeable to himself. "No, wait a day, because Dolly has seen nothing of her husband. You could go the day after tomorrow," said she. Lievin now interpreted her words thus: "Do not part me from him. Your going does not matter to me, but do let me enjoy the society of this charming young man." "Oh, if you wish it, we will stay at home tomorrow," replied Lievin with particular amiability. Meanwhile, Vasenka, without the least suspicion of the sufferings his presence was causing, rose from the table after Kitty and followed her, smiling pleasantly. Lievin saw that smile. He grew pale, and for a moment could hardly breathe. How dare he look like that at my wife, he thought, boiling with rage. "Tomorrow, then. Now, please, let's go," said Vasenka, sitting down, and once more doubling his leg under him, as his habit was. Lievin's jealousy rose still higher. Already he fancied himself a deceived husband, necessary to his wife and her lover, only to provide them with the comforts of life and with pleasures. But nevertheless he asked Vasenka in an amiable and hospitable manner about his shooting, his gun, his boots, and agreed to go shooting next day. Happily for Lievin, the old princess put a stop to his sufferings by herself getting up and advising Kitty to go to bed. But he did not escape a fresh pang. Taking leave of his hostess, Vasenka again wanted to kiss her hand, but Kitty, blushing, drew away her hand and said with naive rudeness, for which she was afterwards reprimanded by her mother, "That's not customary in our house." In Lievin's eyes, Kitty was to blame for having laid herself open to such behaviour, and still more to blame for so awkwardly showing that it displeased her. "What's the good of going to sleep, eh?" said Vronsky, who, after the few glasses he had drunk at supper, was in his pleasantest and most poetic mood. "Look, Kitty," he went on, pointing to the moon rising behind the lime trees. "How lovely! Veslovsky, now's the time for a serenade. Do you know he has a fine voice? We have been rehearsing on the way. He has brought some beautiful songs, 2 new ones. He ought to sing them with Mademoiselle Varenka." After the rest had separated for the night, Oblonsky long walked in the avenue with Veslovsky, and their voices could be heard practicing a new song. Lievin sat listening to them and frowning in an easy-chair in his wife's bedroom, meeting her inquiries as to what was the matter with stubborn silence. But when at length she asked with a timid smile, "Aren't you displeased about something connected with Veslovsky?" he gave vent to his feelings and told her everything. He himself was offended by what he was saying, and this still further irritated him. He stood before her, his eyes glittering terribly under his frowning brows, and pressed his powerful arms to his breast, as if trying with all his might to restrain himself. The expression of his face would have been hard and even cruel, but for a look of suffering which touched her. His jaw trembled and his voice faltered. "Understand that I am not jealous. That is a vile word. I cannot be jealous, nor believe that... I cannot say what I feel, but it is dreadful. I am not jealous, but I am offended and humiliated that anyone dares imagine, dares look at you with such eyes." "What eyes?" said Kitty, trying to remember as honestly as she could all the words and gestures of the evening and all their shades of meaning. In the depth of her soul she was conscious that there had been something just at the moment when Veslovsky had followed her to the other end of the table, but she dared not own this even to herself, much less make up her mind to tell him and so increase his pain. "And what attraction can there be about me as I am? Ah," he exclaimed, seizing his head in his hands, "you had better not say anything. So, if you were attractive—" "Oh, no, Kostya. Wait. Listen," she implored with a look of pained commiseration. "What can you be thinking of, since men do not exist for me? They don't. They don't. Well, then, would you like me not to see anybody?" For the first moment his jealousy had offended her. She was annoyed that the least relaxation, even the most innocent, was forbidden her. But now she would gladly have sacrificed not merely trifles like that, but anything, to free him from the torments he was suffering. "Try and understand the horror and absurdity of my position," he continued in a despairing whisper. "He is in my house, and, strictly speaking, he has done nothing improper except by his free and easy manner and doubling up his legs. He considers it to be in the best form, and therefore I have to be polite to him." "Come, Kostya, you are exaggerating," remonstrated Kitty, at the bottom of her heart, pleased by the force of love for her which was now expressing itself in his jealousy. "The worst of it all is that you are as you always are. And now, when you are my holy of holies, and we are so happy, so specially happy, suddenly this good-for-nothing comes along. You know, not good-for-nothing. Why am I abusing him? He does not concern me, but our happiness, mine and yours. Why, do you know, I see how it happened," Kitty began. "How? Ah. I noticed your look while we were talking at supper." "Yes, yes," said he in a frightened tone. She told him what they had been talking about, and while she spoke she was breathless with excitement. Yevin paused, and then, after scrutinizing her pale, frightened features, suddenly clapped his hands to his head. "Kate, I have been tormenting you. My darling, forgive me. It was madness. Kate, it is all my fault. How could I torture myself like that about such nonsense? Oh, no, I'm sorry for you. For me? Me? Because I'm a madman? But why should I make you wretched? It is dreadful to think that a mere stranger can destroy our bliss. Of course, and that is what offends me. Well then, I will keep him here all the summer on purpose. I will lavish attentions on him," said Lievin, kissing her hands. "You'll see. Tomorrow. Oh, but we are going out tomorrow." Chapter 8. Next day, before the ladies were up, the vehicles, a cart and a small trap, stood at the porch waiting for the sportsmen, and Laska, having long ago made out that they were going shooting, after yelping and jumping about to her heart's content, was sitting in the cart beside the coachman, regarding the doorway whence the sportsmen had not yet emerged, with excitement and with disapproval of the delay. The first to appear was Vasenka Veslovsky, in new boots reaching halfway up his fat thighs, his green blouse girdled with a new cartridge belt smelling of leather, and on his head the Scotch bonnet with the ribbons. He carried a new English gun without a sling. Laska jumped down to him and greeted him by leaping about. In her own way she asked him how soon the others would come out, but, receiving no reply, she returned to her post of expectancy, and again sat motionless with her head turned sideways and one ear pricked up. At length the door opened noisily, and out bounded, spinning round and round in the air, Krak, Oblonsky's yellow-spotted pointer, followed by Oblonsky himself, with a gun in his hand and a cigar in his mouth. "Quiet, quiet, Krak," he said affectionately to the dog, which was throwing its paws up against his stomach and chest, and getting them entangled in his game bag. Oblonsky was wearing raw hide shoes, bands of linen wound round his feet instead of socks, a pair of tattered trousers, and a short coat. On his head were the ruins of some sort of hat, but his gun was of a new type, as neat as a toy, and his game bag and cartridge belt, though much worn, were of the best quality. Vasenka had been ignorant that the stylishness of a real sportsman consists in being dressed in rags, but having one's shooting implements of the very best quality. He realized it now that he saw Oblonsky in his rags, yet shining with his elegant, well-nurtured, cheerful and gentlemanly figure, and resolved to follow his example next time. "Well, and where's our host?" he inquired. "He has a young wife," answered Oblonsky with a smile. "Yes, and such a charming one. He was ready dressed. I expect he's run back to her." Vronsky was right in this surmise. Levin had run back to ask his wife once more whether she had forgiven him his foolishness of the previous day, and also to entreat her, for heaven's sake, to take care of herself, and especially to keep further away from the children who at any moment might collide with her. Then he had to obtain a repeated assurance that she was not angry with him for going away for 2 days, and also to beg her to be sure next day to send a man on horseback with a note, only a word or two, that he might know that all was well with her. It was always painful for Kitty to part from her husband for 2 days, but seeing his animated figure, which seemed particularly large and powerful in high shooting boots and white blouse, and the radiant exhilaration of the sportsman in him, incomprehensible to her, she forgot her own pain in his gladness and parted from him cheerfully. "Sorry, gentlemen," he said, running out onto the porch. "Is the lunch put in? Why's the roan on the right? Oh, well, never mind. Laska, be quiet. Go and lie down." "Let them out with the flock," he said, turning to the herdsman who was waiting for orders about some young sheep. "Sorry, there's another rascal coming." Levin jumped down from the cart where he had already seated himself to meet the carpenter who was approaching with a Satzen measure in his hand. "There, you see, you did not come to the office last night, and now you are detaining me." "Well, what is it?" "Won't you have one more turning made? 3 more steps will be enough, then we'll get it exact. It'll be much more comfortable." "You should have obeyed me," said Levin with vexation. "I told you to set up the stringboards first, and then to make the grooves. You can't alter it now. Do as I tell you and make a new one." The facts of the matter were that in the new wing that was being built, the carpenter had spoilt the staircase, having made it without calculating the elevation, so that when it was put in position, all the steps sloped. Now he wanted to use that staircase, adding 3 steps to it. "It will be much better so." "But where will it reach to with 3 additional steps?" "Excuse me, sir," said the carpenter, smiling contemptuously. "It will reach to the exact spot. It will just stretch from the bottom, you see," he went on with a persuasive gesture, "and go up and up till it gets there." "Why, but 3 steps will add to its length as well. Where will it get to?" "It will go up from the bottom, I mean, and reach to the top," the carpenter repeated obstinately and persuasively. "It will reach up to the wall and halfway to the ceiling. Oh, no, excuse me. You see, it will start from the bottom and go up and just reach." Levin pulled out his ramrod and drew the staircase in the dust. "There, you see?" "As you please," said the carpenter, his eyes suddenly brightening. Evidently he had at last understood. "Seems we'll have to make another." "Well then, do as I told you," Levin shouted as he climbed into the cart. "Drive on. Hold the dogs, Philip." Having left the cares of home and estate behind him, Levin experienced such a strong sense of the joy of life and anticipation that he felt disinclined to talk. Besides, he experienced that feeling of concentrated excitement which every sportsman knows when approaching the scene of action. If his mind was occupied with anything now, it was only with questions: whether they would find anything in the Kolpensky marsh, how Laska would compare with Krak, and how he would shoot today. "If only I don't disgrace myself before that stranger. If only Vronsky's shooting does not beat mine," was his thought. Vronsky shared these feelings and was likewise not talkative. Vassenka-Veslovsky alone chattered incessantly and merrily. Now, as he listened to him, Levin felt ashamed of his injustice toward him the day before. Vassenka was really a good sort, simple, kind-hearted, and very jolly. Had Levin come across him when still a bachelor, they would have become intimate. Levin did not quite like his holiday outlook on life and a sort of free and easy stylishness about him. He seemed to lay claim to a lofty and unquestionable importance because he had long nails, a Scotch bonnet, and everything else in keeping. But one could forgive him this for the sake of his good nature and breeding. He attracted Levin by his good education, his splendid accent in French and English, and by the fact that he belonged to Levin's own class. Vassenka greatly admired the Don Steppe horse attached on the left. He went into raptures over it. How delightful it must be to gallop across the steppes on a steppe horse, eh? Don't you think so? He said. He seemed to picture a gallop on a steppe horse as something wild and poetical. Nothing came of it, but his naivete in connection with his good looks, sweet smile, and graceful movements was very attractive. Whether it was that Veslovsky's nature was congenial to him, or that, to expiate his sin of yesterday, he tried to see only what was good in him, Yevin liked Veslovsky's company. When they had gone about 3 versts, Veslovsky suddenly missed his cigars and pocketbook, and did not know whether he had lost them or left them on his table. He had 370 roubles in the pocketbook, and therefore the matter could not be ignored. "Do you know, Lievin, I will gallop home on this Don side-horse. That will be grand, eh?" he said, preparing to get out. "No, why?" replied Lievin, conjecturing that Veslovsky must weigh not less than 15 stone. "I will send the coachman." So the coachman rode back on the side-horse, and Lievin drove the other 2 himself. Chapter 9. "Well, where are we going? Tell us all about it," said Oblonsky. "The plan is this. We are now going as far as Gvozdyevo. On this side of Gvozdyevo there is a good marsh for snipe, and beyond it are splendid snipe marshes, and there are some great snipe there too. It's too hot now, but we shall get there toward evening. It's 20 versts, and we'll shoot there in the evening. We'll spend the night there, and then tomorrow we shall go to the big marshes." "And is there nothing by the way?" "There is, but it would delay us, and besides it's hot. There are 2 nice little places, but we should hardly find anything there." Levin himself felt inclined to stop at those little places, but as they were near home they were always within his reach, and they were small, so that there was not room enough for 3 persons to shoot there. So he stretched a point and said they would hardly find anything there. When they came to a small marsh he wished to drive past it, but Oblonsky, with the practised eye of a sportsman, noticed the marshy place from the road. "Oughtn't we to go there?" he asked, pointing to the marsh. "Yevin, do let us. How delightful!" begged Vasenka Veslovsky, and Lievin could not but agree. Scarcely had they stopped before the dogs flew toward the marsh, racing one another. "Krak! Laska!" The dogs returned. "There is not room for 3. I'll wait here," said Lievin, hoping they would find nothing but the peewits which the dogs had raised, and which, swaying as they flew, cried plaintively above the marsh. "No, come along, Lievin, let's go together," said Veslovsky. "Really, there's not room. Back, Laska, Laska! You don't want 2 dogs." Lievin remained with the trap, and looked enviously at the sportsman. They went over the whole marsh, but there was nothing there except waterfowl and some peewits, one of which Veslovsky killed. "There, you see, I was not grudging you the marsh," said Lievin. "It only meant losing time." "Now it was enjoyable all the same. You saw," said Vasenka Veslovsky, climbing awkwardly into the cart with his gun and the peewit. "How well I got this one, didn't I? Well, shall we soon get to the real place?" Suddenly the horses started. Lievin knocked his head against the barrel of someone's gun, and there was a report. Actually, the report came first, but to Lievin it seemed the other way about. What had happened was that Vasenka Veslovsky, when uncocking his gun, had pulled one trigger while uncocking the other side. The charge went into the ground without hurting anyone. Oblonsky shook his head and laughed reproachfully at Veslovsky. But Lievin had no heart to admonish him. For one thing, because any reproach from him would appear to be provoked by the danger he had escaped and by the bump which had risen on his head, and also because Veslovsky was at first so naively grieved, and then laughed so good-naturedly and contagiously at their general perturbation, that Lievin could not help joining in the laugh. When they reached the second marsh, which was of considerable size and would take a good deal of time, Lievin tried to dissuade them from getting out. But again Veslovsky persuaded him, and again, the marsh being a narrow one, Lievin, as a hospitable host, remained with the vehicles. Krak immediately went toward the hummocks. Vasenka Veslovsky was the first to follow the dog. Before Oblonsky had time to approach, a snipe rose. Veslovsky missed it, and it flew over to an unknown meadow. The bird was left to Veslovsky. Krak found it again and pointed. Veslovsky killed the bird and went back to the vehicles. "Now, you go, and I will remain with the horses," he said. A sportsman's jealousy was beginning to torment Levin. He handed the reins to Veslovsky and went into the marsh. Laska, who had long been whining plaintively as if complaining of the injustice, rushed straight forward to a likely spot covered with hummocks and known to Levin, where Krak had not yet been. "Why don't you stop her?" shouted Oblonsky. "She won't disturb them," answered Levin, pleased with his dog and hurrying after her. Laska became more and more intent on her pursuit the nearer she got to the hummocks. A small marsh bird only diverted her attention for an instant. She described a circle in front of the hummocks and began another, but suddenly shuddered and stopped dead. "Come along, Steva!" Levin shouted, feeling his heart beat more rapidly, and suddenly, as if some bar had been withdrawn from his strained sense of hearing, he lost the faculty of measuring distance and was struck by sounds which reached him clearly but without any order. He heard Oblonsky's steps and took them for the distant tramp of horses. He heard the crumbling of a bit of hummock on which he stepped and which broke off, pulling out the grass by the roots, and he took it for the noise of a snipe on the wing. Behind him he heard too a sound of splashing for which he could not account. Picking his way, he approached the dog. "Seize it!" It was not a great snipe, but a snipe that rose before the dog. Levin raised his gun, but just as he was taking aim, the splashing sounded louder and nearer, mingled with Veslovsky's voice shouting strangely and loudly. Levin knew he was aiming behind the snipe, but fired nevertheless. After making sure he had missed, he turned and saw that the trap and horses were no longer on the road, but in the marsh. Veslovsky, wishing to watch the shooting, had driven into the marsh where the horses had stuck fast. "What the devil brings him here?" muttered Levin to himself, turning back to the vehicle. "Why did you leave the road?" he asked dryly, and calling the coachman, set to work to get the horses out. Levin was vexed that he had been put off his shot, and that his horses had been led into the bog, and especially that neither Oblonsky nor Veslovsky, neither of whom knew anything about harness, helped him and the coachman to unharness the horses and get them out of the bog. Without a word of reply to Vasenka, who was assuring him that it was quite dry there, Levin worked silently with the coachman to disengage the horses. But when heated with the work and seeing Veslovsky pulling at the splashboard so strenuously and zealously that he actually wrenched it off, Levin reproached himself with being influenced by his sentiments of the previous day and with treating Veslovsky too coldly, and he tried to efface his unfriendliness by particular courtesy. When everything was in order and the vehicles had been brought back to the road, Levin gave orders for lunch to be served. "Bon appétit, bonne conscience. Ce poulet va tomber jusqu'au fond de mes bottes," remarked Vasenka, who had brightened up again, repeating a French saying while he finished a second chicken. "Now our misfortunes are ended, and all will be well. But for my sin, I must sit on the box." "Don't you think so, eh?" No, I am automaton. Wait and see how I will drive you," he said, keeping hold of the reins in reply to Levin, who wanted him to let the coachman drive. "No, I must expiate my sin, and besides, it's delightful on the box." And he was off. Levin was rather afraid Veslovsky would tire out the horses, especially the roan on the left, whom he did not know how to hold in. But he could not resist Veslovsky's high spirits, the songs he sang all the way while sitting on the box, the stories he told, and his representation of the English way of driving four in hand. And after lunch they were all in the best of spirits when they reached the Gvozdyevo marsh. Chapter 10. Veslovsky drove so fast that they arrived at the marsh too soon while it was still hot. When they got to the real marsh, the object of their journey, Levin involuntarily wished to rid himself of Vasenka and go about unhindered. Oblonsky evidently wanted the same thing, and on his face Lievin noticed the preoccupation which every true sportsman feels before the shooting begins, and also a little good-natured cunning characteristic of him. "Well, what shall we do? It's a splendid marsh, and I see there are hawks too," said Oblonsky, pointing at two large birds circling above the sedges. "Where there are hawks, there's sure to be game." "Well then, gentlemen," said Lievin with a somewhat gloomy expression, pulling up his boots and examining his percussion caps. "You see that sedge?" He pointed to a dark green little island in an enormous half-mown wet meadow stretching along the right bank of the river. "The marsh begins here, just in front of us. You can see where it is greener. From there it goes to the right, where those horses are. There are hummocks and great snipe, and it goes round that sedge to the alder grove and down to the mill. Look, just there by the little bay. That's the best place. I once shot 17 grouse there. We will separate, going different ways with the two dogs, and will meet again by the mill." "Well then, who goes to the left and who to the right?" asked Oblonsky. "The space on the right is broader, so you two go there together, and I will keep to the left," he added with affected indifference. "Good, we'll make the best bag," chimed in Vasenka. Lievin could not avoid agreeing, and they separated. They had hardly entered the marsh when both dogs began searching together, and started off toward a rusty-looking spot in the marsh. Lievin knew Laska's method of search, careful and dubious. He knew it, and expected to see a flight of snipe. "Veslovsky, walk beside me." "Beside me?" he whispered with bated breath to his comrade, who was splashing in the water behind him, and the direction of whose gun, after the accidental shot by the Kolpensky marsh, involuntarily interested Lievin. "Now, I don't want to hamper you. Don't trouble about me." But Lievin recollected Kitty's parting words, "Mind and don't shoot one another." Nearer and nearer came the dogs, keeping out of each other's way, and each following its scent. The expectation of finding snipe was so strong that the smacking sound of his heel as he drew it out of the rusty mud sounded to Lievin like the cry of a bird, and he grasped the butt end of his gun firmly. Bang! Bang! He heard just above his ear. Vasenka had fired into a flight of ducks that were circling above the marsh far out of range, and were at that moment flying straight toward the sportsman. Lievin had barely time to turn before he heard the cry of a snipe, then another, and a third, and about 8 more rose one after the other. Oblonsky got one just as it was preparing to begin its zigzag flight, and the bird fell like a small lump into the bog. Oblonsky quietly aimed at another which was flying low towards the sedges, and at the moment of the report that one too fell, and it could be seen jumping up among the cut sedges, fluttering with one white-edged, uninjured wing. Lievin was not so lucky. He fired at the first snipe too near and missed. He followed it with his gun when it had already risen, but at that instant another rose just at his feet and diverted his attention, and he missed again. While they were reloading, another bird rose, and Veslovsky, who had finished reloading, fired 2 charges of small shot over the water. Oblonsky picked up his 2 snipe and looked with sparkling eyes at Lievin. "Well now, let's part," he said, and limping with his left foot and holding his gun ready, he whistled to his dog and went off in one direction. Lievin and Veslovsky went in the other. Lievin, if his first shots were unsuccessful, always became excited and annoyed, and shot badly all the rest of the day. So it was this time. There were a great many snipe. They kept rising before the dogs and at the very feet of the sportsman, and Lievin might have recovered himself. But the oftener he fired, the more he disgraced himself before Veslovsky, who was puffing away merrily in and out of range, never killing anything, but not in the least abashed thereby. Lievin hurried, grew impatient, and became more and more flurried, until at last he fired almost without hope of killing anything. Even Laska seemed to feel this. Her search became more and more indolent, and she looked round at the sportsman as if in perplexity and with reproach. Shot followed shot, Powder smoke enveloped the sportsman, but in the large, roomy net of the game bag were only 3 light little birds, and even of these one had been shot by Vronsky and another belonged to them both. Meanwhile, from the opposite side of the marsh came not frequent, but, as it seemed to Levin, significant reports from Oblonsky's gun, followed almost every time by a cry to the dog. "Croc! Croc! Fetch it!" That excited Levin still more. The snipe unceasingly circled above the sedges. The cry near the ground and sound in the air came incessantly from every side. The snipe that had risen previously and had been flying about descended in front of the sportsman. Not 2, but dozens of hawks now soared above the marsh. Having traversed more than half the marsh, Levin and Vronsky came to a spot where the peasants' meadowland was divided into long strips, the ends abutting on the sedge, and separated by narrow lines where the grass had been trodden down or cut. Half of those strips were already mown. Though there was little hope of finding as many birds in the unmown strips as on the mown part, Levin, having promised Oblonsky to meet him, went with his companion farther on over the mown and unmown strips. "Hullo, you sportsman!" shouted one of several peasants who were sitting beside a cart from which the horses had been taken out. "Go and have something with us. Drink a vodka." Levin turned round. "Come along, never mind," shouted a merry, bearded, red-faced peasant, showing a row of white teeth and holding aloft a greenish vodka bottle that glittered in the sunshine. "Qu'est-ce qu'ils disent?" asked Vronsky. "They are calling us to drink vodka. I expect they have been dividing the meadow." "I should go and have a drink," said Levin, not quite disinterestedly, hoping that the vodka would tempt Vronsky and lure him away. "Why are they offering it?" "Oh, they're only making merry. Really, you should go to them. It will interest you." "Allons, c'est curieux." "Go along. Go, you'll find the way to the mill," cried Levin, and on looking round was pleased to see Vronsky making his way out of the marsh toward the peasants, stooping and stumbling with his weary feet and holding his gun at arm's length. "You come too," shouted a peasant to Levin. "Come, have a bite of pie." Levin badly wanted a drink of vodka and a bit of bread. He felt faint and could hardly drag his staggering legs out of the bog, and for an instant he was in doubt. But the dog pointed. His weariness vanished. At once he went easily through the marsh toward the dog. Just at his feet rose a snipe. He fired and killed it. The dog continued pointing. "Fetch it!" Another bird rose before the dog. Levin fired, but that day he had no luck. He missed, and when he went to look for the bird he had killed, he could not find it. He tramped all over the sedge, but Laska was incredulous of his having killed anything, and when he sent her to look for it, she only made a pretense and did not really search. Even without Vronsky, whom he had blamed for his ill luck, things went no better. Here, too, were plenty of birds, but Levin missed one after another. The slanting rays of the sun were still hot. His clothes were wet through with perspiration and stuck to his body. His left boot, full of water, was heavy and made a smacking sound. Down his face, grimy with powder, ran drops of sweat. A bitter taste was in his mouth, the smell of powder and rust was in his nose, and the perpetual cry of the snipe was in his ears. He could not touch the barrels of his gun, they were so hot. His heart thumped with short, quick beats. His hands trembled with excitement, and his tired feet stumbled as he dragged them over the hummocks and through the bog. But still he went on and shot. At last, after a disgraceful miss, he threw his gun and hat on the ground. "No, I must pull myself together," he thought, picked up his gun and hat, called Laska to heel, and got out of the marsh. When he reached a dry place, he sat down on a hummock, took off his boot and emptied it, then went back to the marsh, drank a little of the rusty water, wetted the heated barrels, and bathed his face and hands. Feeling refreshed, he returned to the spot where a snipe had settled, firmly resolved not to get flurried. He tried to keep calm, but the same thing happened again. His finger pulled the trigger before he had taken aim. Things went from bad to worse. He had only 5 birds in his bag when he came out of the marsh by the alder grove where he was to meet Oblonsky. Before he saw him, he saw his dog. Crack, quite black with smelly marsh slime, sprang out from beneath the upturned root of an alder with the air of a conqueror and sniffed at Laska. Behind Crack, in the shade of the alders, appeared Oblonsky's stately figure. He came toward Levin, red and perspiring, with his shirt unbuttoned, still limping as before. "Well, you have been firing a good deal," he said with a merry smile. "And you?" asked Levin. But there was no need to ask, for he already saw the full bag. "Oh, not bad." He had 14 birds. A famous marsh. I expect Verslovsky was in your way. 1 dog for 2 people is inconvenient," said Oblonsky, to soften his triumph. Chapter 11. When Levin and Oblonsky reached the peasant's hut where Levin used to put up, Verslovsky was there before him. He sat in the middle of the room, holding with both hands to a bench from which a soldier, a brother of the mistress of the house, was tugging him by his slime-covered boots, and he was laughing with his infectiously merry laugh. "I've happily just got here. You saw they charmant. Fancy, they fed me and gave me drink. What bread! Wonderful, délicieux, and the vodka never tasted better, and they positively would not take any money, and kept on saying, 'No offence,' or something of that sort. Why should they take money? They were entertaining you, you see. Do they keep vodka for sale?" said the soldier, who had at last succeeded in dragging off 1 wet boot together with a blackened stocking. Despite the dirtiness of the hut, soiled by the sportsman's boots, the dirty dogs that were licking themselves there, and despite the smell of bog and of powder and the absence of knives and forks, the sportsman drank tea and ate supper with a relish known only when one is out shooting. Washed and clean, they betook themselves to a hay barn that had been swept out, and where the coachman had made up beds for the gentlemen. Though it was already dusk, none of the sportsmen wanted to sleep. After fluctuating between recollections and stories of the shooting, of dogs, and of other shooting parties, the talk reached a theme that interested all 3. Apropos of Vasenka's repeated expressions of delight at the charm of the arrangements for the night, of the scent of hay, and of a broken cart, which he thought was broken because its 4 wheels had been removed, of the good nature of the peasants who had treated him to vodka, and of the dogs which lay each at its master's feet, Oblonsky told them about the delights of a shooting party with Malthus at which he had been last summer. Malthus was a well-known railway magnate. Oblonsky spoke of the marshes which Malthus had leased in the province of Tver, of how they were preserved, of the vehicles, dog-carts, in which the sportsmen were driven thither, and of the marquee that was set up for lunch beside the marsh. "I don't understand you," said Levin, rising on his heap of hay. "How is it that those people don't disgust you? I understand that lunch with good claret is very nice. But is it possible that that very luxury does not disgust you? All those people, like the holders of our drink monopolies formerly, get their money in ways that earn contempt. They disregard that contempt, and afterwards, by means of what they have dishonestly earned, they buy off that contempt." "Perfectly true," chimed in Vasenka Veslovsky. "Perfectly true. Of course, Oblonsky does it out of bonhomie, and then others say, 'Well, if Oblonsky goes there,' and not at all." Levin could hear that Oblonsky said this with a smile. "I simply don't consider him more dishonest than any of the rich merchants or noblemen. They have all alike made money by work and intelligence." "Yes, but what work? Is it work to get a concession and resell it? Of course it is work. Work in this sense, that if it were not for him and others like him, there would be no railways. But it is not work such as that of a peasant or a savant. Granted, but it is work in the sense that his activity yields results. Railways. But then you consider railways useless. That's quite another question. I am prepared to admit that they are useful. But every acquisition out of proportion to the toil contributed is dishonourable. But who is to decide the proportion? What is dishonourable is the acquisition by wrong means, by cunning, said Levin, conscious that he could not clearly define the boundary between honesty and dishonesty, such as the profits made by banks, the acquisition of enormous wealth without work, just as in the days of the drink monopolists. Only the form has changed. Le roi est mort, vive le roi. Hardly were the monopolies stopped before railways and banks appeared, other means of acquiring wealth without work. Well, all you say may be quite correct and ingenious. Down, crack, exclaimed Vronsky to the dog that was scratching itself and turning round in the hay. He was obviously convinced of the truth of his own view, and was therefore calm and deliberate. But you have not defined the boundary between honest and dishonest work. I receive a bigger salary than my head clerk, though he knows the work better than I do. Is that dishonest? I don't know. Well then, I'll tell you. That you receive for your work on the estate a profit, let's say, of 5,000 roubles, while our peasant host, work as he may, cannot get more than 50, is just as dishonest as my receiving more than my head clerk, or Malthus getting more than a railway mechanic. In fact, I notice a quite unjustifiable hostility on the part of the public toward these men, and it seems to me that it is envy. Oh, no, that's not fair, said Vronsky. It can't be envy, and there is something not clean in their business. No. Allow me, Levin broke in. You say it is unjust for me to receive 5,000 while the peasant gets only 50 roubles. That's true. It is an injustice, and I feel it, but yes, indeed, why do we eat and drink, go shooting, and do no work while he is always working, said Vronsky, evidently for the first time in his life thinking of this and therefore speaking quite genuinely. Yes, you feel it, but you won't give him your estate, said Vronsky, purposely provoking Levin. A covert hostility had sprung up between the two brothers-in-law of late, as if being married to two sisters had evoked a sense of rivalry as to which of them would make the best of his life. And now this hostility found expression in the personal tone the discussion was assuming. I don't give it away because nobody demands that of me, and if I wanted to, I could not do it, replied Levin. Besides, there is no one to give it to. Give it to this peasant. He won't refuse. Yes, but how should I set about it? Should I go with him and execute a conveyance? I don't know. But if you are convinced that you have no right, and I'm not at all convinced, on the contrary, I feel that I have no right to give it away, that I have duties toward the land and toward my family. Now, allow me, if you consider such inequality unjust, why don't you act accordingly? But I do act so, only in a negative sense, in the sense that I will not seek to increase the inequality that exists between my position and theirs. Pardon me, that is a paradox. Yes, that is a sophistical explanation, put in Vronsky. Oh, our host, he said, addressing a peasant who had opened the creaking barn doors and was entering. So, you're not asleep yet? No, how can I sleep? I thought you gentlemen were asleep, but then I heard you chatting. I want to get a crook here. She won't bite? He asked, cautiously stepping with bare feet. And where are you going to sleep? We are going to pasture the horses tonight. Oh, what a night, cried Vronsky, gazing at the corner of the hut and the carts visible in the faint afterglow through the now open barn doors as in a frame. Just listen. It's women's voices singing, and not at all badly. Who is that singing, mine host? Why, the maidservants close by. Come, let's go for a walk. We shan't sleep, you know. Vronsky, come along. If only one could go without getting up, said Vronsky, stretching himself. It's delightful to lie still. Well then, I'll go alone, said Veslovsky, rising quickly and putting on his boots. Goodbye, gentlemen. If it's jolly, I will call you. You have treated me to game, and I won't forget you. Isn't he a fine fellow? Said Oblonsky, when Veslovsky had gone out and the peasant had shut the doors after him. Yes, fine, answered Lievin, continuing to think of the question they had been discussing. It seemed to him that he had expressed his thoughts and feelings as clearly as he could, yet both the others, sincere and not stupid men, had agreed that he was comforting himself with sophistry. This perturbed him. That's what it is, my friend. One of two things. Either you confess that the existing order of society is just and then uphold your rights, or else own that you are enjoying unfair privileges, as I do, and take them with pleasure. No, if it were unjust, you could not use such advantages with pleasure. At any rate, I could not. The chief thing for me is not to feel guilty. I say, had we really better go? Put in Oblonsky, evidently weary of the mental strain. We can't go to sleep, you know. Come on, let's go. Lievin did not reply. The words he had used when he said he was acting justly in a negative sense occupied his mind. Is it possible that one can act justly only in a negative sense? He asked himself. Hasn't the fresh hay a strong scent? Remarked Oblonsky, sitting up. Nothing will make me sleep. Vasenka is up to something out there. Don't you hear the laughter and his voice? Shan't we go too? Let's. No, I'm not going, answered Lievin. Maybe you're stopping here on principle, said Oblonsky, smiling as he searched in the dark for his cap. No, not on principle, but why should I go? Do you know, you will bring trouble on yourself, said Oblonsky, having found his cap and getting up. Why? Don't I see how you have placed yourself with your wife? I heard you discussing as a question of first-rate importance whether you should go away shooting for 2 days or not. Well, that's all very well for an idyll, but it can't last a lifetime. A man should be independent. He has his own masculine interests. A man must be manly, said Oblonsky, opening the door. Is that to say he should court the maidservants? Asked Lievin. Why not, if it's amusing? Ça ne tire pas à conséquence. My wife won't be the worse for it, and I shall have a spree. The important part is to guard the sanctity of the home. Nothing of that kind at home. But you needn't tie your hands. Perhaps, said Lievin dryly, and turned on his side. Tomorrow one should start early, and I shall wake no one but shall start at daybreak. Monsieur, venez vite, came the voice of Veslovsky, who had come back. Charmante! It's my discovery, charmante! A perfect Gretchen, and I have already made her acquaintance. Really, very pretty, he said, in such an approving way as if she had been made pretty specially for him, and he was satisfied with the maker. Lievin pretended to be asleep, but Oblonsky, having put on his slippers and lit a cigar, left the barn, and their voices soon died away. Lievin could not fall asleep for a long time. He heard his horses chewing hay. Then how the master and his eldest son got ready and rode away for the night to pasture their horses. Then how the soldier settled down to sleep on the other side of the barn with his nephew, their host's little son. He heard the boy in his treble voice imparting to his uncle his impressions of the Dobbs, which seemed to him terrible and enormous. Then how the boy asked what those dogs were going to catch, and he heard how the soldier replied in a hoarse and sleepy voice that the sportsman would go next day to the marshes and fire guns, adding, to stop the questioning, "Sleep, Oscar, sleep, or else look out." Soon the soldier himself began to snore, and all was still, except for the neighing of the horses and the cry of snipe. Can it be only done in a negative sense? Lievin repeated to himself. Well, what then? It's not my fault. And he began to think of the coming day. Tomorrow I will start early in the morning and make up my mind not to get excited. There are quantities of snipe, and great snipe too. When I come back, there will be a note from Kitty. Perhaps Stevie's right. I am not manly with her. I have grown effeminate. What's to be done? Again, the negative answer. Through his sleep he heard laughter and Vronsky's and Oblonsky's merry talk. He opened his eyes for an instant. They were standing chatting in the open doorway, brightly lit up by the moon which had now risen. Oblonsky was saying something about the freshness of a girl, comparing her to a fresh kernel just taken from its shell, and Vronsky was laughing his merry, infectious laugh, and repeating something that had probably been told him by a peasant. "You'd better strive for a wife of your own." "Gentlemen, tomorrow at dawn," Levin mumbled drowsily, and fell asleep. Chapter 12. Waking at early dawn, Levin tried to rouse his companions. Varsenka, lying prone with one stockinged leg outstretched, was sleeping so soundly that it was impossible to get any answer out of him. Oblonsky, half asleep, refused to budge so early. Even Laska, sleeping curled into a ring on a corner of the hay-heap, got up reluctantly and lazily stretched and adjusted first one hind leg and then the other. Having put on his boots, taken his gun, and carefully opened the creaking barn doors, Levin went out into the street. The coachmen were asleep beside the vehicles. The horses were drowsing. Only one of them was lazily eating oats, scattering them over the edge of the trough. The outside world was still grey. "Why have you risen so early, my dear?" said his aged hostess, who came out of her hut, addressing him cordially as a good old acquaintance. "Why, I'm off shooting, Granny. Can I get to the marsh this way?" "Straight along at the back of the huts, past our threshing floors, my dear, and then through the hemp field. There's a path." Carefully stepping with her bare, sunburnt feet, the old woman showed him the way, and lifted for him one of the bars enclosing the threshing floor. "Go straight on, and you'll step right into the marsh. Our lads took the horses that way last night." Laska ran ahead gaily along the footpath, and Levin followed at a brisk pace, continually glancing at the sky. He did not wish the sun to rise before he reached the marsh, but the sun did not tarry. The moon, which was still giving light when first he went out, now shone only like quicksilver. The streak of dawn, previously so noticeable, now had to be looked for. What had been vague spots on the distant field were now clearly visible. They were shocks of rye. Still invisible in the absence of the sun, the dew on the tall, scented hemp from which the male plants had already been weeded out, wetted Levin's legs and his blouse to above his belt. In the translucent stillness of the morning, the slightest sounds were audible. A bee flew past his ear, whistling like a bullet. He looked close and saw another and a third. They all came from behind the wattle fence of an apiary, and flying across the hemp field, disappeared in the direction of the marsh. The path led him straight to the marsh, which was recognizable by the mist rising from it, thicker at one spot and thinner at another, so that the sedge and willow bushes looked like islets swaying in the mist. At the edge of the marsh, the peasant boys and men who had pastured their horses in the night lay, covered with their coats, having fallen asleep at daybreak. Not far from them, 3 hobbled horses were moving about. One of them clattered its shackles. Laska walked beside her master, seeking permission to run forward and looking around. When he had passed the sleeping peasants and reached the first wet place, Levin examined his percussion caps and allowed Laska to go. One of the horses, A well-fed 3-year-old chestnut, on seeing the dog, started, lifted his tail, and snorted. The other horses, also alarmed, splashed through the water with their hobbled feet, making a sound of slapping as they drew their hoofs out of the thick, clayey mud, and began floundering their way out of the marsh. Laska paused with a mocking look at the horses and a questioning one at Lievin. He stroked her and whistled as a sign that she might now set off. Joyful and preoccupied, Laska started running across the bog, which swayed beneath her feet. On entering the marsh, Laska at once perceived, mingled with the various familiar smells of roots, marsh, grass, and rust, and with the unfamiliar smell of horse dung, the scent of the birds, those strong-smelling birds that excited her most, spreading all over the place. Here and there, among the marsh mosses and docks, that smell was very strong, but it was impossible to decide in which direction it grew stronger or weaker. To find this out, it was necessary to go further away in the direction of the wind. Hardly aware of her legs under her, Laska ran at a strained gallop, which she could cut short at a bound should occasion arise, to the right, away from the morning breeze which blew from the east, and then turned to windward. After inhaling the air with distended nostrils, she knew at once that not their scent only, but they themselves were there, before her, not one only, but many of them. She slackened speed. They were there, but she could not yet determine exactly where. To decide this, she began working round in a circle when her master's voice disturbed her. "Laska, here," he said, pointing to the other side. She stood still, as if asking him whether it would not be better to continue as she had begun. But he repeated his command in a stern voice, pointing to a group of hummocks covered with water where there could not be anything. She obeyed, pretending to search in order to please him, went over the whole place, and then returned to the first spot, and immediately scented them once more. Now that he was not hindering her, she knew what to do, and without looking where she was stepping, stumbling over hummocks and getting into the water, but surmounting the obstacles with her flexible, strong legs, she began the circle which was to make everything clear. Their scent came to her more and more pungently, more and more distinctly, and all at once it became quite clear to her that one of them was here behind a hummock, 5 steps in front. She stopped, and her whole body grew rigid. The shortness of her legs prevented her seeing anything before her, but from the scent she could tell that it was not 5 paces off. She stood, more and more conscious of its presence and enjoying the anticipation. Her rigid tail was outstretched, only its very tip twitching. Her mouth was slightly open and her ears erect. One of her ears had turned back while she ran. She breathed heavily but cautiously, and yet more cautiously looked toward her master, turning her eyes rather than her head. He, with his familiar face but ever terrible eyes, came stumbling over the hummocks, but unusually slowly, she thought. So it seemed to her, though in reality he was running. Noticing Laska's peculiar manner of searching, as lowering her body almost to the ground she appeared to be dragging her broad hind paws, he knew that she was pointing at snipe, and while running up to her he prayed inwardly for success, especially with the first bird. Having come close up to her, he looked beyond, and from his height saw with his eyes what she had found with her nose. In the space between the hummocks, at a distance of about a satsen, he could see a snipe. It sat, with turned head, listening. Then, just spreading its wings slightly and folding them again, it vanished round a corner with an awkward, backward jerk. "Seize it! Seize it!" shouted Lievin, pushing Laska from behind. "But I can't go," thought she. "Where should I go to? From here I scent them, but if I go forward I shall not know what I am doing, nor where they are, nor who they are." But now he pushed her with his knee, saying in an excited whisper, "Seize it, Laska, seize it!" Well, if he wishes it, I will, but I can no longer answer or anything, thought Laska, and rushed forward at full tilt between the hummocks. She now scented nothing more, but only saw and heard without understanding anything. With lusty cries and a sound of the beating of concave wings so peculiar to the great snipe, a bird rose, and, following the report of the gun, it fell heavily on its white breast 10 paces from the first spot into the wet bog. Another rose behind Levin without waiting to be disturbed by the dog. By the time Levin had turned toward it, it had already gone far, but his shot reached it. After flying some 20 feet, the second snipe rose at an acute angle and then, turning round and round like a ball, fell heavily on a dry spot. Now things will go right, thought Levin, putting the warm, fat snipe into his bag. Laska dear, will things go right? When, having reloaded, Levin went on again, the sun, though still invisible because of the clouds, had already risen. The moon had lost all her brilliancy and gleamed like a little cloud in the sky. Not a single star was any longer visible. The marsh grass that had glittered like silver in the dew was now golden. The rusty patches were like amber. The bluish grasses had turned yellowish green. Marsh birds were busy in the dew-bespangled bushes that cast long shadows beside the brook. A hawk had woken up and was sitting on a haycock, turning its head from side to side and looking discontentedly at the marsh. Crows were flying to the fields, and a bare-footed boy was already driving the horses toward an old man who had got up from beneath his coat and sat scratching himself. The powder smoke spread like milk over the green grass. A boy ran up to Levin. "Uncle, there were ducks here yesterday," he shouted, following Levin from afar. And Levin felt increased pleasure in killing 3 snipe, one after another, within sight of this little boy, who expressed his approval. Chapter 13. The sportsman's saying that if you don't miss your first beast or first bird, your day will be successful, was justified. Tired, hungry, and happy, Levin returned to his lodging toward 10 o'clock, having tramped some 30 versts and bringing 19 red-fleshed birds beside a duck tied to his girdle, as there was no room for it in his bag. His comrades had wakened long before and had had time to get hungry and have their breakfast. Wait a bit, I know there are 19, said Levin, for a second time counting his snipe and great snipe, which no longer had the important appearance they bore when on the wing, but were twisted, dried up, smeared with congealed blood, and had heads bent to one side. The tale was correct, and Oblonsky's envy gratified Levin. He was also pleased that on his return he found a messenger had already arrived from Kitty with a note. "I am quite well and happy. If you were uneasy about me, you may be quite at ease now. I have a new bodyguard, Marya Vlasyevna." This was the midwife, a new and important personage in the Levins' family life. "She has come to see me and finds me perfectly well, and we have got her to stay till your return. All are cheerful and well, so don't hurry, and even stay another day if your sport is good." These 2 joys, his successful shooting and the news from his wife, were so great that 2 small unpleasantnesses which occurred after the shooting were easy to disregard. One was that the chestnut side horse, having evidently been overworked the previous day, was off its feed and seemed dull. The coachman said it had been strained. "It was overdriven yesterday, Konstantin Dmitrich," he said. "Why, it was driven hard for 10 versts." The other unpleasantness, which for a moment upset his good humour, but about which he afterwards laughed heartily, was that of all the provisions that Kitty had provided so lavishly that it had appeared impossible to eat them up in a week, nothing was left. Returning tired and hungry from his sport, Levin so vividly anticipated the pies that on approaching his lodging he seemed to smell and taste them, just as Laska scented game, and he immediately ordered Philip to serve them. It turned out that there were no pies, nor even any chicken, left. "He has an appetite," said Oblonsky, laughing and pointing to Vasenka Veslovsky. "I don't suffer from lack of appetite, but he's quite surprising." "Well, it can't be helped," said Levin, looking morosely at Veslovsky. "Well then, bring me some beef, Philip." "The beef has been eaten, and the bone was given to the dogs," answered Philip. Levin was so annoyed that he said crossly, "Something might have been left for me," and he felt inclined to cry. "Well then, draw the birds and stuff them with nettles," said he in a trembling voice to Philip, trying not to look at Veslovsky, "and ask at least for some milk for me." Later on, when he had satisfied his hunger with the milk, he felt ashamed at having shown annoyance to a stranger, and he began laughing at his hungry irritation. In the evening they again went out shooting, when Veslovsky also killed some birds, and late at night they set off home. The drive back was as merry as the drive out had been. Veslovsky now sang, now recalled with relish his adventures with the peasants who entertained him with vodka and said no offence, and now his night exploits with hazelnuts, the maidservant, and the peasant who asked him whether he was married, and learning that he was not, said, "Don't hanker after other men's wives, but above all things strive to get one of your own." These words particularly amused Veslovsky. "Altogether, I'm awfully pleased with our outing. And you, Levin?" "I'm very pleased with it, too," said Levin sincerely. He was glad not only to feel no hostility such as he had felt at home toward Vasenka Veslovsky, but on the contrary, to feel quite friendly toward him. Chapter 14. Next morning at 10 o'clock, Levin, having made the round of his farm, knocked at the door of Vasenka's room. "Entrez!" shouted Veslovsky. "Excuse me, I have only just finished my ablutions," he said, smiling as he stood before Levin in his underclothes. "Please don't mind me." And Levin sat down by the window. "Have you slept well?" "Like the dead. What a day it is for shooting." "What do you drink, tea or coffee?" "Neither. Nothing before lunch. I'm really quite ashamed. I expect the ladies are already up. It would be fine to go for a walk now. You must show me your horses." When they had walked round the garden, visited the stables, and even done some gymnastics together on the parallel bars, Levin returned to the house with his guest and entered the drawing-room with him. "We had fine sport, and so many new impressions," said Veslovsky, approaching Kitty, who sat at the samovar. "What a pity ladies are deprived of that pleasure." Well, what of it? He must say something to the mistress of the house, Levin told himself. He again thought he noticed something in the smile and conquering air with which the visitor addressed Kitty. The princess, who sat at the other end of the table with Marya Vlasyevna and Oblonsky, called Levin and began a conversation about moving to Moscow for Kitty's confinement and taking a house there. Just as all the preparations for the wedding had been disagreeable to him, since they detracted by their insignificance from the majesty of what was taking place, so now the preparations for the coming birth, the time of which they were reckoning on their fingers, appeared to him yet more offensive. He always tried not to hear those conversations about the best way of swaddling the future infant, tried to turn away and not see those mysterious, endless knitted binders and three-cornered pieces of linen to which Dolly attached special importance, and all the rest. The birth of a son, he was certain it would be a son, which they promised him, but in which he still could not believe, so extraordinary did it seem, appeared to him on the one hand such an immense and therefore impossible happiness, and on the other such a mysterious event, that this pretended knowledge of what was going to happen and consequent preparations, as for something ordinary, something produced by human beings, seemed to him an indignity and a degradation. But the princess did not understand his feelings and attributed his unwillingness to think and speak about it to thoughtlessness and indifference, and therefore gave him no peace. She was now commissioning Vronsky to see about a house, and called Levin to her. "I don't know at all, Princess. Do as you think best," he said. "You must decide when you will move. I really don't know. I know that millions of children are born without Moscow and without doctors. Then why— well, if that's— oh no, just as Kitty likes. But one can't talk to Kitty about it. Why? Do you want me to frighten her? You know, only this spring Natalie Golitsyn died because she had a bad doctor." "I will do whatever you tell me to," he replied morosely. The princess began telling him, but he did not listen to her. Though this talk with the princess upset him, it was not that, but what he saw by the samovar which made him morose. "Now, this is impossible," he thought, glancing occasionally at Vronsky, who was leaning toward Kitty and saying something with his handsome smile, and at Kitty, blushing and agitated. There was something impure in Vronsky's attitude, his look and his smile. Levin even saw something impure in Kitty's pose and smile. And again the light faded from his eyes. Again, as on the previous occasion, he suddenly, without the least interval, felt thrown from the height of happiness, peace, and dignity into an abyss of despair, malevolence, and degradation. Again, everyone and everything became revolting to him. "Well then, Princess, let it be just as you think best," he said, turning away. "Heavy is the autocrat's crown," said Vronsky banteringly, evidently alluding not only to the princess's conversation, but also to the cause of Levin's agitation, which he had observed. "How late you are today, Dolly." They all rose to greet Dolly. Vronsky only rose for a moment, and with the absence of politeness to women which is characteristic of modern young men, barely bowed, and again continued his conversation, laughing at something. "Masha has worn me out. She slept badly, and is terribly capricious this morning," said Dolly. The conversation with Kitty, begun by Vronsky, again dealt with Anna, and with the question whether love can rise above social conditions. This conversation was unpleasant to Kitty and upset her, both by the subject itself and by the tone in which it was carried on, but especially because she already knew the effect it would have on her husband. But she was too simple and innocent to know how to stop it, or even how to conceal the superficial pleasure which this young man's evident attentions caused her. She wished to put an end to the conversation, but did not know how. Whatever she did, she knew would be noticed by her husband and would all be construed into something wrong. And really, when she asked Dolly what was the matter with Masha, and Vronsky, waiting for this uninteresting conversation to finish, gazed indifferently at Dolly, her question seemed to Levin a piece of unnatural and disgusting cunning. "Well, shall we go to pick mushrooms today?" said Dolly. "Yes, please, and I will go too," said Kitty, and blushed. She had been going out of politeness to ask Vronsky whether he would go with them, but refrained. "Where are you going, Kostya?" she asked her husband with a guilty look, as he passed by with resolute steps. This guilty look confirmed all his suspicions. "The mechanic arrived during my absence, and I have not yet seen him," he answered, without looking at her. He went downstairs, but had not had time to leave his study before he heard his wife's familiar footsteps following him with imprudent rapidity. "What is it?" he asked dryly. "We're busy." "Excuse me," she said, addressing the German mechanic. "I have a few words to say to my husband." The German was about to go out, but Levin said to him, "Don't trouble." "The train is that free?" asked the German. "I must not miss it." Levin did not answer him, but went out with his wife. "Well, what have you to say to me?" he asked in French. He did not look her in the face, and did not notice that she, in her condition, stood with her whole face twitching and had a pitiful, crushed appearance. "I want to tell you that it's impossible to live like this. It's torture," she muttered. "The servants are there, in the pantry," he said angrily. "Don't make a scene." "Well then, come here." They were in a passage, and Kitty wished to enter the next room, but the English governess was there, giving Tanya a lesson. "Well, come into the garden." In the garden they came upon a man weeding a path, and without any longer considering that the man saw her tear-stained eyes and his excited face, or that they looked like people running away from some calamity, they went on with rapid feet, feeling that they must speak out and convince each other, must be alone together, and thereby both escape from the torment both were experiencing. "One can't live like this. It is torture. I suffer and you suffer." "Why?" she asked, when they had at last reached a secluded seat at the corner of the lime-tree avenue. "Only tell me this. Was there something improper, impure, degradingly horrid in his tone?" he said, standing in front of her in the same attitude as on that night, with fists pressing his chest. "There was," she said in a trembling voice. "But, Kostya, do you really not see that I am not to blame? From the time I came down, I wanted to adopt a tone. But these people... Why did he come? How happy we were," she said, choking with sobs that shook the whole of her expanded body. The gardener saw with surprise that, though nothing had been pursuing them, and there had been nothing to run away from, and they could not have found anything very blissful on that seat, they passed him on their way back to the house with quieted and beaming faces. Chapter 15. After seeing his wife upstairs, Lievin went to Dolly's part of the house. She too was in great trouble that day. She was walking up and down the room and speaking angrily to a little girl who stood howling in a corner. "You'll stand in that corner all day, and will have your dinner alone, and you will not see a single doll, and I won't have a new frock made for you," she was saying, unable to think of any more punishments for the child. "Oh, she is a horrid child," she cried, addressing Lievin. "Where do these vile tendencies in her come from?" "But what has she done?" asked Lievin rather indifferently. He wanted to consult her about his own affairs, and was annoyed at having come at an inopportune moment. "She and Grisha went away among the raspberry canes, and there... I can't even tell what she did. One regrets Miss Elliot 1,000 times. This one does not look after the children. She's only a machine. Figurez-vous que la petite..." Dolly told Masha's crime. "That proves nothing. It is not a bad tendency, but just mischievousness," Lievin comforted her. "But you are upset about something. Why have you come?" asked Dolly. "What's happening there?" And by the tone of her question, Lievin knew that it would be easy for him to tell her what he meant to say. "I was not there, but have been in the garden alone with Kitty. We have quarrelled for the second time since Steva's arrival." Dolly gazed at him with wise, comprehending eyes. "Well, tell me, hand on heart, was there, not on Kitty's side, but on that gentleman's, a tone which might be unpleasant, not unpleasant, but terrible and offensive to a husband? That is to say, how am I to put it? Stop in the corner," she said, turning to Masha, who, noticing a scarcely perceptible smile on her mother's face, was turning round. "The world would say he has behaved as all young men behave. Il fait la cour à une jeune et jolie femme. and a society husband should be merely flattered by it. Yes, yes, answered Lievin gloomily. But you noticed it. Not I only, but Stiva too. He told me frankly after tea, Je crois que Vronsky fait un petit brin de corps à Kitty. Well, all right. Now I am tranquil. I will turn him out, said Lievin. What do you mean? Have you gone mad? Exclaimed Dolly, terrified. What do you mean, Kostya? Oh, consider, she went on, laughing. You can go to Fanny now, she said to Masha. No. If you like, I will tell Stiva, and he will take him away. One can say you were expecting visitors. Certainly he does not suit your household. No, no. I'll do it myself. But you will quarrel? Not at all. It will be a pleasure for me. A real pleasure, said Lievin with sparkling eyes. Come, forgive her, Dolly. She won't do it again, he pleaded, referring to the small culprit, who had not gone to Fanny, but stood hesitatingly before her mother, looking up from under her brows, expecting and trying to catch her eye. Dolly looked at her. The little girl burst into sobs and buried her face in her mother's lap, and Dolly placed her thin, tender hand on the child's head. What is there in common between us and him? Thought Lievin as he went in search of Vronsky. Passing through the hall, he ordered the calèche to be harnessed to drive to the station. One of the springs broke yesterday, replied the footman. Well then, the tarantass, but make haste. Where is the visitor? He's gone to his room. Lievin found Vronsky, who had unpacked his portmanteau and spread out his new songs, trying on a pair of leggings and preparing for a ride. Whether there was something unusual in Lievin's face, or whether Vronsky himself felt that le petit brin de corps which he had started was out of place in this family, he was embarrassed, as far as is permissible to a man in society, by Lievin's entry. You wear leggings for riding? Yes, it's much cleaner, said Vronsky, placing his fat foot on a chair, fastening the bottom hook, and smiling good-naturedly. He was certainly a good-natured fellow, and Lievin felt sorry for him and ashamed of himself as a host when he noticed the shyness of Vronsky's look. On the table lay a piece of stick which, when doing gymnastics that morning, they had broken, trying to raise the warped parallel bars. Lievin took the broken stick and began pulling off the splintered bits at the end, not knowing how to begin. I wished... He stopped, but suddenly remembering Kitty and all that had happened, he said, looking Vronsky firmly in the eyes, I have ordered the horses to be harnessed for you. What do you mean? Vronsky began with surprise. To drive where? For you. To the station, answered Lievin gloomily, pulling off splinters. Why? Are you going away, or has anything happened? It happens that I'm expecting visitors, replied Lievin more rapidly, breaking off the splintered bits of the stick with his strong fingers. Oh, no, I am not expecting visitors, and nothing has happened. Yet I request you to leave. You may explain my impoliteness as you please. Vronsky drew himself up. I ask you for an explanation, he said with dignity, having at last understood. I can't give you an explanation, said Lievin softly and slowly, trying to control the trembling of his jaw. And it is better for you not to ask. As the splinters were now all broken off, Lievin grasped the thick ends in his fingers and split the stick, carefully catching a piece as it fell. Probably the sight of those strained arms, those muscles he had felt that morning when doing gymnastics, and the gleaming eyes, low voice, and trembling jaws convinced Vronsky more than the words. He shrugged his shoulders, smiled contemptuously, and bowed. Can I not see your Vronsky? The shrug and smile did not irritate Lievin. What else is there for him to do? He thought. I will send him to you at once. What is this nonsense? Said Vronsky, when he had heard from his friend that he was being driven out of the house and had found Levin in the garden, where he was walking while awaiting the departure of his visitor. Mais c'est ridicule. What fly has stung you? Mais c'est du dernier ridicule. Why, do you imagine that if a young man— But the place where the fly had stung Levin was evidently still sore, for he again grew pale when Vronsky wished to refer to his reason and hastily interrupted him. Please, don't explain my reasons. I can't do otherwise. I feel ashamed before you and before him, but I don't think it will grieve him much to go away, and his presence is unpleasant to me and to my wife. But he feels insulted. Et puis c'est ridicule. And I feel insulted and tortured, and I have done nothing wrong and don't deserve to suffer. Well, I never expected this of you. On peut être jaloux, mais à ce point, c'est du dernier ridicule. Levin turned away from him quickly, and went far down one of the avenues where he continued walking up and down alone. Soon he heard the rattle of the tarantass, and through the trees saw Vronsky seated on hay. Unluckily, the tarantass had no seat, with the Scotch bonnet on his head, jolting over the ruts as he was driven down the other avenue. What does that mean? Wondered Levin, when the footman ran out of the house and stopped the vehicle. It was on account of the mechanic, whom Levin had quite forgotten. He bowed and said something to Vronsky, then climbed into the tarantass, and they drove away together. Vronsky and the princess were indignant at Levin's conduct. He himself felt not only that he was in the highest degree ridiculous, but quite guilty and disgraced. But recalling what he and his wife had suffered, and asking himself how he would act another time, he answered that he would do just the same again. In spite of all this, by the end of the day, everyone except the princess, who could not forgive Levin's conduct, became unusually animated and merry, like children after a punishment, or adults after an oppressive official reception, so that in the princess's absence they talked about Vronsky's expulsion as of an historic event. Dolly, who had inherited her father's gift of putting things humorously, made Varenka collapse with laughter when she related for the third or fourth time, with ever fresh humorous additions, how she was just putting on some new ribbons in the visitor's honour and was about to go into the drawing-room when suddenly she heard the clatter of the old cart. And who was inside the cart? Who but Vronsky, with his Scotch bonnet and his songs and his leggings, sitting on the hay. At least you might have let him have the brougham, and then I hear, "Stop!" Well, think I, they've relented. I look again, and they had popped a fat German in with him and were trifling them both off, and so my ribbons were all in vain. Chapter 16. Dolly carried out her intention of going to see Anna. She was very sorry to grieve her sister and to do anything that was unpleasant to Levin. She felt that they were right in not wishing to have anything to do with Vronsky, but felt it her duty to visit Anna and show her that the altered circumstances could not change her own feelings toward her. Not to depend on the Levins for that journey, Dolly sent to the village to hire horses, but Levin, hearing of it, came and reproached her. "Why do you think your going would be unpleasant to me? Even if it were unpleasant, it would be still more unpleasant for me if you did not use my horses," he said. "You never told me definitely that you were going, and that you should hire horses in the village is, in the first place, unpleasant to me, and besides that, they will undertake the job and won't get you there. I have horses, and if you don't wish to grieve me, you will take them." Dolly had to agree, and on the appointed day Levin had 4 horses ready for his sister-in-law, as well as a relay, having made it up of farm and riding horses, not at all a handsome team, but one able to get her to her destination in a day. As horses were also required for the princess who was leaving and for the midwife, it was inconvenient to Levin, but he could not be so inhospitable as to allow Dolly to hire horses while staying with him. Besides, he knew that the 20 rubles she would have had to pay for the journey were of importance to her, and he felt her distressing financial embarrassments as if they had been his own. Acting on Levin's advice, Dolly started before daybreak. The road was good, the calèche comfortable, the horses ran merrily, and on the box beside the coachman, instead of a footman, sat an office clerk whom Levin sent with her for safety. Dolly dozed, and only woke up when approaching the inn where the horses were to be changed. After drinking tea at the prosperous peasant's house where Levin had stopped when on his way to Sviatsky's, and conversing with the women about their children and with the old man about Count Vronsky, of whom he spoke very highly, Dolly continued her journey at 10 o'clock. At home, her care of the children never gave her leisure to think. But now, during this 4 hours' drive, all the thoughts she had repressed crowded suddenly into her mind, and she reviewed her whole life from all sides as she had never done before. Her thoughts seemed strange to her. At first she thought of the children, about whom, though the princess, and especially Kitty, she had greater faith in Kitty, had promised to look after them, she still felt anxious. If only Masha does not get into mischief again, or a horse does not kick Grisha, and if only Lily's digestion does not get more upset. But then questions of the present began to be replaced by those of the immediate future. She began thinking that she would have to move into another house in Moscow for the winter, have the drawing-room furniture recovered, and a new winter coat made for the eldest girl. Then came problems of a more remote future. How she should start her children in the world. With the girls it would be comparatively easy, she thought. How about the boys? At present I am teaching Grisha, but that is only because I am free now and not having a baby. Of course, Stiva is not to be counted on, but with the help of kind people I shall start them somehow. But in case of another child, and it occurred to her how inaccurate it is to say that woman's curse is the bringing forth of children. Travail, that's nothing, but pregnancy is torture, she thought, with her last pregnancy and the death of her infant in mind. And she recalled a talk she had had with a young woman at the halting place. In answer to the question whether she had any children, the good-looking young peasant wife had cheerfully replied, "I had one girl, but God released me. I buried her in Lent." "And are you very sorry?" asked Dolly. "What's there to be sorry about? The old man has plenty of grandchildren as it is. They're nothing but worry. He can't work or anything. They're nothing but a tie." This answer had seemed horrible to Dolly, despite the good-natured sweetness of the young woman's looks. But now she could not help recalling it. In those cynical words there was some truth. Altogether, she thought, looking back at the whole of her life during those 15 years of wedlock, pregnancy, sickness, dullness of mind, indifference to everything, and above all, disfigurement. Even Kitty, young, pretty Kitty, how much plainer she has become. And I, when I am pregnant, become hideous and travail, suffering, monstrous suffering, and that final moment. Then nursing, sleepless nights, and that awful pain. Dolly shuddered at the mere thought of the pain she had endured from sore nipples, from which she had suffered with almost every babe, and the children's illnesses. That continued anxiety, and their education, nasty tendencies. She recalled little Masha's delinquency among the raspberry canes, lessons, Latin. It is all so incomprehensible and difficult. And above all, death of these children. And once more the cruel memory rose that always weighed on her mother heart. The death of her last baby, a boy who died of croup, his funeral, the general indifference shown to the little pink coffin, and her own heart-rending, lonely grief at the sight of that pale little forehead with the curly locks on the temples, and of the open, surprised little mouth visible in the coffin at the instant before they covered it, with the pink lid ornamented with a gold lace cross. What is it all for? What will come of it all? I myself, without having a moment's peace, now pregnant, now nursing, always cross and grumbling, tormenting myself and others, repulsive to my husband. I shall live my life and produce unfortunate, badly brought up and beggared children. Even now, if we had not spent this summer with Kostya and Kitty, I don't know how we should have managed. Of course, Kostya and Kitty are so considerate that we don't feel it. But it can't go on so. They will have children of their own and won't be able to help us. As it is, they are put to inconvenience. There's Papa, who has kept scarcely anything for himself to help us. So I can't even give the children a start myself, unless it's with other people's help and with humiliation. Well, supposing the best, that none of the other children die and that I somehow succeed in bringing them up, at the very best they will only escape being ne'er-do-wells. So all I can hope for. And for this, so much suffering and trouble. My whole life ruined. Again she remembered what the young woman had said. Again the recollection was repulsive to her, but she could not help admitting that there was a measure of crude truth in the words. "Is it much further, Mikhail?" she asked the clerk, to dispel the thoughts that frightened her. "They say it's 7 versts from this village." The caleche was descending the village street to a small bridge. A crowd of merry peasant women with ready twisted sheaf-binders hanging from their shoulders were crossing the bridge, chattering loudly and merrily. The women stopped on the bridge, inquisitively scrutinizing the caleche. All the faces turned toward her seemed to Dolly to be healthy and bright, mocking her with their joy in life. Everybody lives. Everybody enjoys living. Dolly continued her reflections when, after passing the peasant women and having reached the top of the incline, they were going at a trot, the old caleche comfortably swaying on its soft springs. And I, released as from a prison, from the world that is killing me with its worries, have only now collected my thoughts for a moment. Everybody lives. These women and my sister Natalie and Varenka and Anna, to whom I am going. Only not I. And they are all down on Anna. What for? Am I better than she? I at least have a husband whom I love, not as I wish to love, but still I do love him. But Anna did not love hers. In what is she to blame? She wishes to live. God has implanted that need in our souls. It is quite possible I might have done the same. I don't even know whether I did well to listen to her that terrible time when she came to me in Moscow. I ought then to have left my husband and begun life anew. I might have loved and been loved the real way. But is it better now? I don't respect him. I need him. She thought of her husband, and I put up with him. Was that any better? I was still attractive then, still had my good looks, she went on, feeling that she wanted to see herself in a glass. She had a small travelling looking-glass in her bag, and felt inclined to take it out. But glancing at the backs of the coachman and the clerk who sat swaying beside him, she knew she would feel ashamed if one of them chanced to look round, and she did not take it out. Yet even without looking in the glass, she thought it might not be too late even now. She remembered Koznishev, who was particularly amiable to her. Stiva's friend, the good-natured Turovtsin, who had helped her nurse her children when they had scarlet fever and who was in love with her. And then there was a very young man who considered, so her husband told her as a joke, that she was the handsomest of the three sisters. And the most passionate and impossible romances occurred to Dolly's fancy. Anna has acted excellently, and I, at any rate, shall not reproach her at all. She is happy, she is making another happy, and is not dragged down as I am, but she is no doubt as fresh, clever, and frank as ever, she thought. And a roguish smile puckered her lips, chiefly because while thinking of Anna's romance she invented an almost similar romance for herself with an imaginary, collective man who was in love with her. Like Anna, she confessed everything to her husband, and Oblonsky's surprise and embarrassment at the announcement made her smile. Wrapped in such dreams, she reached the turning from the high road, which led to Vodzvidzenskoy. Chapter 17. The coachman stopped the horses and looked round toward a field of rye on the right where some peasants sat beside a cart. The clerk wished to get down, but then, changing his mind, shouted authoritatively and beckoned to a peasant. The breeze which they had felt while driving died down when they stopped, and horseflies settled on the sweating horses which angrily tried to brush them off. The metallic sound of a scythe being hammered beside the cart ceased, and one of the peasants rose and came toward the calèche. "Look at him, stuck fast!" shouted the clerk angrily at the peasant, who was slowly stepping with bare feet over the ruts of the dry, hard-trodden road. "Be quick!" The curly-headed old man, with a piece of bast tied round his head, his rounded back dark with perspiration, increased his speed approaching the calèche, and put his sunburnt arm on the mudguard. "Vodzvidzenskoy? The squire's house? To the count's?" he repeated. "There. When you have passed that bend, turn to the left and go right down the drive, and you'll knock up straight against it." "But whom do you want? The squire?" "Are they at home, my good man?" said Dolly vaguely, not knowing how to speak of Anna, even to a peasant. "I expect so," said the peasant, shifting from one bare foot to the other, leaving in the dust a clear imprint of it with its 5 toes. "I expect so," he repeated, evidently desiring a talk. "More visitors arrived yesterday." "Visitors? Just awful. What do you want?" He turned toward a lad beside the cart who was shouting something. "Quite right. A while ago they passed by here on horseback to see the reaper. Now they must be at home again." "Then you be." "We have come a long way," replied the coachman, climbing back onto the box. "And you say it's not far?" "I tell you, it's just there, where you've come out." And he went on rubbing his hand along the mudguard of the calèche. A young, healthy-looking, thick-set lad also came up. "Could I get a job harvesting?" he asked. "I don't know, my lad. There, you see, when you've turned to the left, you'll knock straight up against it," said the peasant, evidently unwilling to let them go and wishing to talk. The coachman started, but hardly had they gone round the corner when the peasants called out to them. "Stop, friend! Stop!" shouted 2 voices. The coachman pulled up. "They're coming! Here they are themselves!" cried the man, pointing to 4 persons on horseback and 2 in a charabanc coming along the road. It was Vronsky with his jockey, Veslovsky and Anna on horseback, and Princess Barbara with Sviatsky in the charabanc. They had been for a ride and to see some newly arrived reaping machines in operation. When the calèche pulled up, The riders advanced at a foot pace. Anna rode in front beside Vronsky. She rode quietly on a small, sturdy English cob with a close-cropped mane and short tail. Dolly was struck by the beauty of her head, with locks of black hair which had escaped under her top hat, her full shoulders and fine waist in the black riding habit, and her whole quiet, graceful bearing. For a moment she thought it improper for Anna to be riding on horseback. In Dolly's mind, the idea of horse riding for women was connected with youthful coquetry, which, in her opinion, was unsuitable to a woman in Anna's position. But when she saw her closer, she at once became reconciled to Anna's riding. Despite her elegance, everything about Anna, her bearing, clothes, and movements, was so simple, quiet, and dignified that nothing could seem more natural. At Anna's side, on a heated bay cavalry horse, stretching out his fat legs and evidently admiring himself, rode Alexei Vronsky, wearing the Scotch bonnet with waving ribbons, and Dolly could not repress a merry smile on recognizing him. Behind them rode Vronsky. He was on a thoroughbred dark bay, which was obviously heated by galloping, and he was using the reins to hold it in. Behind him rode a short man dressed as a jockey. Sviatsky and the Princess Barbara, in a new char-à-banc to which was harnessed a tall trotter, were overtaking the riders. Anna's face immediately brightened into a joyful smile when she recognized Dolly in the little figure pressed back in a corner of the old calèche. She gave an exclamation, started in her saddle, and touched her horse into a gallop. Riding up to the calèche, she jumped unaided from the horse, and holding up her habit, ran toward Dolly. "It's what I thought, but dared not expect. What a pleasure! You cannot imagine how delighted I am," she cried, now pressing her face to Dolly's and kissing her, now leaning back to gaze smilingly at her. "What joy, Alexei!" she said, turning to Vronsky, who had dismounted and was walking toward them. Vronsky, taking off his grey top hat, approached Dolly. "You can have no idea how pleased we are that you have come," he said, putting peculiar emphasis into his words, while a smile exposed his strong white teeth. Alexei Vronsky, without dismounting, raised his cap and welcomed the visitor, joyously waving his ribbons above his head. "That is the Princess Barbara," Anna said, in answer to Dolly's glance of inquiry when the char-à-banc came nearer. "Oh," said Dolly, and her face involuntarily expressed displeasure. The Princess Barbara was her husband's aunt. She had long known her and did not respect her. She knew that the Princess Barbara had all her life been a hanger-on to various rich relatives, but that she, a relation of Dolly's husband, should now be living in the house of Vronsky, a perfect stranger to her, offended Dolly. Anna noticed Dolly's expression, became confused, blushed, let her habit slip out of her hands and stumbled over it. Dolly walked up to the char-à-banc and coldly greeted Princess Barbara. She was acquainted with Sviatsky, too. He asked how his friend the crank was getting on with his young wife, and having glanced at the ill-matched horses and the patched mudguard of the calèche, offered the ladies seats in the char-à-banc. "I will go in that vehicle," he said. "My horse is a quiet one, and the princess drives splendidly." "No, stay as you are," said Anna, who had also come up, "and we too will go in the calèche." And giving Dolly her arm, she led her away. Dolly was dazzled by the elegant equipage of a kind she had never seen, by the beautiful horses and the elegant, brilliant persons about her. But what struck her most was the change that had taken place in Anna, whom she knew and loved. Another woman, less observant, who had not known Anna before, especially one who had not thought the thoughts that were in Dolly's mind on the way, would not have noticed anything peculiar in Anna. But now Dolly was struck by that temporary beauty which only comes to women in moments of love, and which she now found in Anna's face. Everything in that face, the definiteness of the dimples on cheeks and chin, the curve of her lips, the smile that seemed to flutter around her face, the light in her eyes, The grace and swiftness of her movements, the fullness of her voice, even the manner in which she replied, half crossly, half kindly, to Vronsky, who asked permission to ride her cob that he might teach it to lead with the right leg when galloping. Everything about her was peculiarly attractive, and she seemed to know it and to be glad of it. When the two women took their seats in the calèche, both were seized with shyness. Anna was abashed by the attentively inquiring look Dolly bent upon her. Dolly, after Sviatsky's remark about the vehicle, felt involuntarily ashamed of the ramshackle old calèche in which Anna had taken a seat beside her. Philip the coachman and the clerk shared that feeling. The clerk, to hide his embarrassment, bustled about, helping the ladies in, but Philip became morose and made up his mind not to be imposed upon by this external superiority. He smiled ironically as he glanced at the raven trotter of the char-a-banc, deciding that that horse was good for nothing but a promenade, and could not do its 40 versts on a hot day at one go. The peasants beside the cart all got up and looked with merry curiosity at the visitor, making their own comments. "Glad they are. Have not met for a long time," said the curly-haired old man with a piece of bast tied round his head. "There now, Uncle Gerasim, that raven gelding would cart the sheaves in no time. Just look, is that a woman in breeches?" cried one, pointing to Vasenka Veslovsky, who was getting into the side saddle. "No, it's a man. See how easily he jumped up?" "I say, lads, it seems we are not to have a sleep." "What chance of a sleep today?" said the old man, blinking at the sun. "It's too late. Take your sides, and let's get to work." Chapter 18. Anna was looking at Dolly's thin, wan face with its dust-filled wrinkles and wishing to tell her just what she thought. The Dolly looked thinner and worse. But remembering that her own looks had improved and that Dolly's eyes had told her so, she sighed and began talking about herself. "You are looking at me," she said, "and wondering whether I can be happy, placed as I am? Well, what do you think? I am ashamed to confess it, but I am unforgivably happy. Something magical has happened to me, like a dream when one feels frightened and creepy and suddenly wakes up to the knowledge that no such terrors exist. I have wakened up. I have lived through sufferings and terrors, but for a long time past, especially since we came here, I have been happy," she said, looking at Dolly timidly and with a questioning smile. "I'm so glad," answered Dolly, smiling, but in a colder tone than she intended. "I am very glad for your sake. Why did you not write to me?" "Why?" "Because I did not dare. You forget my position." "To me? You dared not?" "If only you knew how I consider—" Dolly wanted to tell Anna what she had been thinking that morning, but for some reason it now seemed out of place. "However, we will talk about all that later. What is this? What are all those buildings?" "Quite a town?" she asked, to change the subject, pointing to the red and green roofs visible above a living green wall of acacias and lilacs. But Anna did not answer her. No. What view do you take of my position? What do you think?" "What?" she asked. "I imagine," Dolly began. But at that moment Vasenka Veslovsky, who had got the cob to lead with the right foot, galloped past in his short jacket, bumping heavily on the leathers of the side saddle. "It goes all right, Anna Arkadyevna," he shouted. Anna did not even glance at him. but it still seemed to Dolly out of place to begin to discuss this big subject in the calèche, so she briefly replied, "I don't take any view. I always loved you, and if one loves the whole person as he or she is, and not as one might wish them to be." Anna, turning her eyes away from her friend and screwing them up, this was a new habit of hers and unfamiliar to Dolly, grew thoughtful, trying thoroughly to grasp the meaning of the remark. Having evidently understood it in the sense she wished, she glanced at Dolly. "If you had any sins," she said, "they would all be forgiven you for coming here and for those words." And Dolly noticed that tears had started to her eyes. She silently pressed Anna's hand. "But what are those buildings? What a lot of them there are," said she after a moment's silence, repeating her question. "They're the employees' houses, the stud farm and the stables," answered Anna. "And here the park begins. Everything had been neglected, but Alexei has had it all renovated. He's very fond of this estate, and, a thing I never expected of him, he's quite enthusiastic in managing the place. But of course his is such a talented nature. Whatever he takes up he does splendidly. He's not only not bored, but passionately engrossed in his occupations. He has grown into a first-rate, prudent landlord, as I recognize. In farming matters he is even stingy, but only in farming. Where it is a question of thousands, he does not count them," she said, with that joyous, sly smile with which women often speak of the secret characteristics discovered by them alone of the man they love. "Do you see that big building? It is the new hospital. I think it will cost more than 100,000 roubles. That is his hobby just now. And you know why he started it? The peasants asked him to let them some meadows at a reduced rent, I think, and he refused, and I reproached him with being stingy. Of course, it was not that alone, but one thing with another caused him to start that hospital to show, that he is not stingy. C'est une petitesse, if you like, but I love him the better for it. And now you will see the house in a moment. It was his grandfather's, and it has not been altered at all on the outside." "How fine," said Dolly, looking with involuntary surprise at a handsome house with a row of columns standing out among the variously tinted foliage of the old trees in the garden. "It is fine, is it not? And from upstairs the view is wonderful." They drove into a gravelled courtyard surrounded by flowers, where two men were making a border of rough, porous stones round a well-forked flower-bed, and stopped beneath a roofed portico. "Ah, they've already arrived," said Anna, looking at the horses that were being led away from the front door. "Don't you think that one is a beautiful horse? It is a cob, my favourite. Bring it here and get me some sugar." "Where is the Count?" she asked the two elegant footmen who had rushed out. "Ah, there he is," she went on, seeing Vronsky and Veslovsky coming out to meet her. "In which room are you putting the princess?" Vronsky asked in French, addressing Anna, and without waiting for her answer he once more welcomed Dolly, and this time he kissed her hand. "The large room with the balcony, I should think." "Oh, no, that's too far off. The corner room will be better. We shall see more of one another there." "Well, let's go in," said Anna, who had given her favourite horse the sugar the footman had brought. "Et vous oubliez votre devoir," said she to Veslovsky, who was also standing in the portico. "Pardon, j'en ai tout plein les poches," he answered with a smile, plunging his fingers into his waistcoat pocket. "Mais vous venez trop tard," she said, wiping with her handkerchief the hand which the horse had wetted as he took the sugar. Anna turned to Dolly. "How long can you stay? Only a day? That's impossible." "I have promised, and the children," answered Dolly, feeling embarrassed because she had to get her bag out of the calèche and because she knew her face was covered with dust. "No, Dolly, darling. Well, we will see. Come along." And Anna led the way to Dolly's room. It was not the grand room that Vronsky had suggested, but one for which Anna apologized to Dolly. And this room, needing an apology, was full of luxuries, such as Dolly had never lived among, which reminded her of the best hotels abroad. "Well, dearest, how happy I am," said Anna, who in her riding habit had sat down for a moment beside Dolly. "Tell me about yourselves. I meet Steva in passing, but he can't tell me about the children. How's my pet, Tanya? Grown a big girl, I suppose?" "Yes, quite big," answered Dolly shortly, and was herself surprised that she could talk so coldly about her children. "We are very comfortable at the Lievins," she added. "There now. Had I only known that you don't despise me," said Anna, "you should all have come to us. You know Steva and Alexei are old and great friends," she added, and suddenly blushed. "Yes, but we are so comfortable," answered Dolly with embarrassment. "However, my joy makes me talk nonsense. But really, dear, I am so glad to see you," said Anna, kissing her again. "You have not yet told me how and what you think about me, and I want to know everything. But I'm glad that you will see me just as I am. Above all, I don't want you to think that I wish to prove anything. I don't want to prove anything. Simply, I wish to live, not hurting anyone but myself. I have a right to do that, have I not? However, that needs a long talk, and we will talk it all well over later. And now I will go and dress and send you the maid." Chapter 19. Left alone, Dolly surveyed the room with a housewife's eye. All she saw when driving up to the house and passing through it, and now in her room, gave her the impression of abundance and elegance, and of that novel European luxury which she had read about in English novels, but had never yet seen in Russia, in the country. Everything was new, from the new French wallpapers to the carpet which covered the whole floor. The bed had a spring and an overlay mattress, with a specially shaped bolster and small pillows with silk slips. The marble washstand, the dressing-table, the couch, the tables, the bronze clock on the mantelpiece, the curtains and door-hangings were all costly and new. The smart lady's maid, with hair stylishly done and wearing a dress more fashionable than Dolly's, who came to offer her services, was as new and expensive as everything else in the room. Dolly found her politeness, tidiness, and attention pleasant, but did not feel at ease with her. She was ashamed to let her see the patched dressing-jacket, which, as ill luck would have it, she had brought by mistake. She was ashamed of the very patches and darns on which she at home prided herself. At home it was clear that 6 jackets required 24 arshins of nansok at 65 kopecks, which comes to no more than 15 roubles, besides the trimmings and the work, and she had saved all that. But before the maid she felt not exactly ashamed, but uncomfortable. Dolly felt much relieved when Anushka, whom she had known a long time, came into the room. The smart maid had to go to her mistress, and Anushka remained with Dolly. Anushka was evidently very pleased that the lady had come, and chattered incessantly. Dolly noticed that she wanted to express her opinion of her mistress's position, and especially of the Count's love of and devotion to Anna, but Dolly carefully stopped her whenever she began to speak about that subject. "I grew up with Anna Arkadyevna. She is dearer to me than anything. Is it for us to judge? And how he seems to love—" "Well then, have this washed, if possible," interrupted Dolly. "Yes, ma'am. We have 2 women always specially kept for washing small things, and the clothes are all done with a machine. The Count goes into everything himself. What a husband!" Dolly was glad when Anna came in, and thereby put an end to Anushka's chatter. Anna had changed into a very simple lawn dress. Dolly looked carefully at this simple dress. She knew what such simplicity meant and cost. "An old acquaintance," said Anna, pointing to Anushka. Anna was now no longer embarrassed. She was free and at her ease. Dolly saw that she had quite got over the impression produced by her arrival, and had adopted a superficial tone of equanimity, which seemed to close the door that led to the compartment where her feelings and intimate thoughts were kept. "Well, and how is your little girl, Anna?" asked Dolly. "Annie?" So she called her daughter, Anna. "Quite well. Greatly improved. Would you like to see her? Come, I'll show her to you. I've had such trouble with the nurses," she began. "We had an Italian wet nurse for her, good, but so stupid. We wanted to send her back, but the child is so used to her that we are still keeping her." "Well, and how have you arranged—" Dolly began, meaning to ask what name the little girl would bear, but seeing a sudden frown on Anna's face, she changed the question and said, "How have you arranged? Have you already weaned her?" But Anna had understood. "That is not what you are going to ask? You wish to ask about her name? Am I not right?" "It troubles Alexei. She has no name. That is, her name is Karenina," said Anna, screwing up her eyes till only the meeting lashes could be seen. "However, we will talk about all that later," said she, suddenly brightening. "Come, I will show her to you. Elle est très gentille and can crawl already." In the nursery, the luxury noticeable in the rest of the house struck Dolly still more strongly. Here were perambulators ordered from England, an apparatus to teach a baby to walk, a specially constructed piece of furniture like a billiard table for the baby to crawl on, swings and baths of a new special kind. All these were English, strongly made, of good quality, and evidently very expensive. The room was large, very lofty, and light. When they entered, the little girl was sitting in her chemise in a little armchair at a table, having her dinner of broth, which she was spilling all over her little chest. A Russian nursemaid was feeding the child, and evidently herself eating also. Neither the wet nurse nor the head nurse were to be seen. They were in the next room, where one could hear them talking in a peculiar French, the only tongue in which they could converse. On hearing Anna's voice, a smart, tall Englishwoman with an unpleasant face and an impure look came into the room, rapidly shaking her fair curls, and at once began excusing herself, though Anna had not accused her of anything. To each word of Anna's the Englishwoman quickly repeated, "Yes, my lady," several times. The dark-browed, dark-haired, rosy little girl, with her firm, ruddy little body covered with goose-flesh, pleased Dolly very much, despite the severe expression with which she regarded the new visitor. She even felt a little envious of the child's healthy appearance. The way the little girl crawled also greatly pleased Dolly. Not one of her children had crawled like that. The baby looked wonderfully sweet when she was put down on the carpet, with her little frock tucked up behind. Glancing round at the grown-up people with her large, radiant black eyes like a little animal, evidently pleased that she was being admired, she smiled, and turning out her feet, energetically supported herself on her hands, drew her lower limbs forward, and then again advanced her hands. But Dolly did not at all like the general atmosphere of that nursery, especially the English nurse. Only by the fact that a nice woman would not have accepted a post in such an irregular household as Anna's could Dolly explain to herself how Anna, with her knowledge of character, could have engaged for her little girl such an unpleasant and fast Englishwoman. Besides that, from a few words she heard, Dolly at once understood that Anna, the wet nurse, the head nurse, and the baby did not get on with one another, and that the mother's appearance was not a usual occurrence. Anna wished to get the baby her toy and could not find it. But the most astonishing thing was that when asked how many teeth the baby had, Anna made a mistake and knew nothing of the 2 latest teeth. "I feel it hard sometimes that I am, as it were, superfluous here," said Anna on leaving the nursery, lifting her train to avoid the toys that lay beside the door. "It was quite different with the first one." "I thought, on the contrary," said Dolly timidly. "Oh, no. You know I have seen him." "Tsaritsa?" said Anna, screwing up her eyes as if peering at something far off. "However, we will talk about that afterwards." Would you believe it, I am just like a starving woman to whom a full meal has been served, and who does not know what to begin on first. The full meal is you, and the talks I am going to have with you, and which I could not have with anyone else, and I don't know on what to begin first. Mais je ne vous ferai grâce de rien. I must speak out about everything. Yes, I must give you a sketch of the people you will meet here, she began. I will begin with the woman, Princess Barbara. You know her, and I know your and Steva's opinion of her. Steva says the one aim of her life is to prove her superiority to Aunt Katerina Pavlovna. That is quite true. But she's kind, and I'm very grateful to her. There was a moment in Petersburg when I needed a chaperone. Just then she turned up. Really, she is kind. She made my position much easier. I see you do not realize the difficulty of my position. There, in Petersburg, she added. Here I am quite tranquil and happy. But about that later on. I must continue the list. Then there's Sviatsky. He is a marshal of nobility and a very decent fellow. But he wants something from Alexei. You see, with his means, now that we have settled in the country, Alexei can have great influence. Then there is Tuskevich. You have met him. He was always with Betsy. Now he has been deposed and has come to us. As Alexei says, he is one of those men who are very agreeable if one takes them for what they wish to appear. Et puis il est comme il faut, as the Princess Barbara says. Then there's Veslovsky. You know him. He's a nice boy, she said, and a roguish smile puckered her lips. What outrageous affair was that with Lievin? Veslovsky told Alexei, and he simply can't believe it. Il est très gentil et naïf, she added with the same smile. Men need distraction, and Alexei needs an audience, so I value all this company. Things must be lively and amusing here, so that Alexei shall not wish for anything new. Then you will also see our steward. He is a German, very good, and knows his business. Alexei thinks highly of him. Then there's the doctor, a young man, not exactly a nihilist, but, you know, eats with his knife, but a very good doctor. Then there's the architect, un petit corps. Chapter 20. Well, here's Dolly for you, Princess. You wanted so much to see her, said Anna as she and Dolly came out onto the large stone veranda where, in the shade before an embroidery frame, the Princess Barbara sat embroidering a cover for an easy-chair for Count Vronsky. She says she won't have anything before dinner, but will you order lunch? I'll go and find Alexei and bring them all here. The Princess Barbara received Dolly affectionately, but rather patronizingly, and at once began explaining that she was staying with Anna because she had always loved her more than did her sister, Katerina Pavlovna, who had brought Anna up, and that now, when everyone had thrown Anna over, she considered it her duty to help Anna through this transitional and most trying period. Her husband will give her a divorce, and then I shall go back to my solitude, but at present I can be of use, and I fulfill my duty, however hard it may be, not like others. And how kind you are, and how well you have done to come. They live like the best of married couples. It is for Count to judge them, not for us. Think of Beryuzovsky and Avenyeva, and even Nikandrov. And how about Vasiliev with Mamonova, and Lisa Neptunova? No one said anything against them, and in the end they were all received again. And then cette and derrière si jolie, si comme il faut, tout à fait à l'anglaise. On se réunit le matin au breakfast, et puis on se sépare. Everyone does what he likes till dinner. Dinner is at 7. Steva did very well to send you. He must keep in with them. You know, through his mother and brother, he can know anything. And then they do much good. Has he not told you about his hospital? Ce sera admirable. Everything comes from Paris. The conversation was interrupted by Anna, who had found the men in the billiard room and brought them back with her to the veranda. As there was still plenty of time before dinner, and the weather was beautiful, several different ways of passing the next 2 hours were proposed. There were a great many ways of spending time at Vozdvizhenskoye, all differing from those at Pokrovsk. "Une partie de lawn tennis," suggested Veslovsky with his pleasing smile. "We will be partners again, Anna Arkadyevna." "No, it's too hot. Better let's walk through the garden and go for a row to let Darya Alexandrovna see the banks," suggested Vronsky. "I will agree to anything," said Sviazhsky. "I think Dolly will find a walk the pleasantest, won't you? And then we can go in the boat," said Anna. All agreed to this. Veslovsky and Tuskovich went to the bathing-house, promising to get the boat ready there and to wait for the others. 2 couples, Anna with Sviazhsky and Dolly with Vronsky, walked down a garden path. Dolly was somewhat embarrassed and troubled by the quite novel circle she found herself in. In the abstract, theoretically, she not only excused but even approved of Anna's action. As is frequently the case with irreproachably moral women who become tired of the monotony of a moral life, she from a distance not only excused a guilty love, but even envied it. Besides, she loved Anna from her heart. But actually seeing her among these people so alien to herself, with their fashionable tone which was quite new to her, Dolly felt ill at ease. In particular, it was disagreeable to her to see the Princess Barbara, who forgave them everything for the sake of the comforts she enjoyed there. In general, in the abstract, Dolly approved the step Anna had taken. But it was unpleasant to her to see the man for whose sake the step had been taken. Besides, she had never liked Vronsky. She considered him very proud, and saw nothing in him to justify that pride except his wealth. But involuntarily he, here in his own house, imposed on her more than ever, and she could not feel at ease with him. She experienced the same kind of shyness in his presence that she had felt when the lady's maid saw her jacket. As with the maid she felt not exactly ashamed but uncomfortable about the patches, so with him she felt not exactly ashamed but ill at ease about herself. Feeling embarrassed, she tried to think of something to talk about. Though she thought that, being so proud, he would not be pleased to hear his house and garden admired, yet not finding any other subject for conversation, she said she liked his house very much. "Yes, it is a very handsome building, and in a good old style," he said. "I liked the courtyard in front of the portico very much. Was it like that before?" "Oh, no," he replied, and his face lit up with pleasure. "If you had only seen that courtyard in spring." And he began, at first with reserve, but more and more carried away by his subject, to draw her attention to various details of the adornment of the house and garden. One could see that, having devoted great pains to the improvement and decoration of his place, Vronsky felt compelled to boast of them to a fresh person, and was heartily pleased by Dolly's praises. "If you care to see the hospital and are not too tired, it is not far. Shall we go?" he suggested, glancing at her face to assure himself that she really was not bored. "Will you come, Anna?" he said, turning to her. "We'll come. Shall we?" she asked Sviazhsky. "Mais il ne faut pas laisser le pauvre Veslovsky et Tuskovich se morfondre là, dans le bateau. We must send to let them know." "Yes, it is a monument he is erecting here," said Anna to Dolly, with the same sly, knowing smile with which she had previously spoken about the hospital. "Oh, it's a great undertaking," said Sviazhsky. But, not to seem to be making up to Vronsky, he immediately added a slightly condemnatory remark. "But I am surprised, Count, that you, who are doing so much for the people from a sanitary point of view, should be so indifferent to the schools." "C'est devenu tellement commun, les écoles," answered Vronsky. "Of course, that's not the reason, but I have been carried away. This is the way to the hospital," he said, turning to Dolly and pointing to a turning that led out of the avenue. The ladies opened their sunshades and entered the sidewalk. After several turnings they passed through a gate, and Dolly saw on the high ground before her a large, red, nearly completed building of a fanciful shape. The still unpainted iron roof shone dazzlingly in the sunshine. Beside the finished building, another, as yet surrounded by scaffolding, was being built. Workmen wearing aprons stood on the scaffolding, laying bricks, pouring water from wooden pails, or smoothing the mortar. "How quickly your work gets on," said Sviatsky. "When I was last here, there was no roof." "It will be finished by autumn. The interior is nearly completed," said Anna. "And what is this new building?" "That will be the doctor's quarters and the dispensary," replied Vronsky. And seeing the architect in his short jacket coming toward them, he apologized to the ladies and went to meet him. Avoiding the pit from which the men were taking mortar, he stopped and began heatedly discussing something with the architect. "The pediment is still too low," he answered Anna's question as to what it was all about. "I said the foundations ought to be raised," said Anna. "Yes, of course, that would have been better, Anna Arkadyevna," replied the architect, "but it's done now." "Yes, I'm very much interested in it," said Anna to Sviatsky, who expressed surprise at her knowledge of architecture. "The new building ought to be in line with the hospital, but it was an afterthought and was begun without a plan." Having finished talking with the architect, Vronsky rejoined the ladies and led them to the hospital. Although they were still working at the cornices outside and painting inside on the ground floor, the upper story was nearly finished. Ascending the broad, cast-iron staircase to the landing, they entered the first large room. The walls were plastered with imitation marble, and the enormous plate-glass windows were already in place. Only the parquet floor was not finished, and the carpenters who were planing a square of the parquet left their work and, removing the tapes that kept their hair out of the way, bowed to the gentlefolk. "This is the waiting room," said Vronsky. "There will be a desk, a table, and a cupboard here, nothing more." "This way, we will pass here. Don't go near the window," said Anna, feeling whether the paint was dry. "Alexei, the paint is dry already," she added. From the waiting room they passed into the corridor. Here Vronsky showed them the new system of ventilation which had been installed. Then he showed the marble baths and the beds with peculiar spring mattresses. Then he took them to one ward after another, to the storeroom, the linen room, showed the stoves built on a new plan, then some silent trolleys to convey necessary articles, and much besides. Sviatsky appreciated everything like one who was acquainted with all the newest improvements. Dolly was simply surprised at what she had never before seen, and wishing to understand it all, asked for information about every detail, which evidently gratified Vronsky. "Yes, I think this will be the only quite correctly planned hospital in Russia," said Sviatsky. "And will you have a maternity ward?" inquired Dolly. "That is so much wanted in the country. I often—" Despite his courtesy, Vronsky interrupted her. "This is not a maternity home, but a hospital, and is intended for all illnesses except infectious ones," he said. "But have a look at this." And he moved a chair for convalescents, just arrived from abroad, toward Dolly. "Just look." He sat down in the chair and began moving it. "A patient is unable to walk, still too weak, or has something the matter with his feet, but he wants fresh air. So he goes out, takes a ride." Everything interested Dolly, and everything pleased her, especially Vronsky himself with his natural and naive enthusiasm. "Yes, he is a very nice, good fellow," she thought again and again, not listening to him, but looking at him, understanding his expression, and mentally putting herself in Anna's place. In this animated state she liked him so much that she understood Anna's being able to fall in love with him. Chapter 21. "No, I think the Princess Darya Alexandrovna is tired, and horses do not interest her," said Vronsky to Anna, who was suggesting that they should go to the stud farm, where Sviatsky wanted to look at a new stallion. "You go. And I will see the princess back to the house and will have a talk with her, if you do not mind," he added, turning to Dolly. "I don't understand anything about horses, and should be very pleased to," answered Dolly, taken rather by surprise. She saw by Vronsky's face that he wanted something of her. She was not mistaken. As soon as they had passed through the gate back into the garden, he glanced in the direction Anna had taken, and having assured himself that she could not hear or see them, he began. "You have guessed that I want to talk to you," he said, looking at her with laughter in his eyes. "I know that you are a friend of Anna's." He took off his hat, and with his handkerchief mopped his head, which was getting bald. Dolly did not reply, and only looked at him with alarm. Alone with him, she suddenly felt frightened. His laughing eyes and stern expression scared her. Many diverse suppositions as to what he was about to say flitted through her brain. He will ask me to come and stay with them and bring the children, and I shall have to refuse. Or to get together a circle for Anna in Moscow. Or maybe it's about Vronsky and his relations with Anna. Or possibly about Kitty and that he feels guilty toward her. Everything, she surmised, was unpleasant, but she did not hit on what he actually wished to speak about. "You have so much influence over Anna, and she is so fond of you," he said. "Help me." Dolly looked with timid inquiry at his energetic face, which was now wholly and now partly in the sunlight that fell between the lime trees, and then was again darkened by their shadow. She waited for what more he would say, but he walked by her side in silence, prodding the gravel with his stick as he went. "As you have come to see us, and you are the only one of Anna's former friends who has, and I do not count the Princess Barbara, I feel you have done so not because you consider our position normal, but because, realizing all the hardship of that position, you love her as before and wish to help her. Have I understood you rightly?" he asked, turning toward her. "Oh, yes," answered Dolly, closing her sunshade. "But no," he interrupted, and forgetting that he was placing his companion in an awkward position, he stopped, so that she was obliged to stop also. "No one feels all the hardship of Anna's position more than I do, and that is naturally so if you do me the honor of regarding me as a man with a heart. I am the cause of that position, and therefore I feel it." "I understand," said Dolly, involuntarily admiring him for the frank and firm way in which he said it. "But just because you feel you have caused it, I'm afraid you exaggerate it," she said. "I understand that her position in society is a hard one. In society it is hell," he said quickly, with a dark frown. "It is impossible to imagine greater moral torments than those she endured for 2 weeks in Petersburg. I beg you to believe me." "Yes, but here, so long as neither Anna nor you feel that you need society," he exclaimed with contempt. "What need can I have of society? Till then, and that may be always, you are happy and tranquil." "I see that Anna is happy, quite happy. She's already told me so," said Dolly, smiling. And involuntarily, while saying it, she doubted whether Anna was really happy. But Vronsky, it seemed, did not doubt it. Yes, he said. "I know that she has revived after all her suffering. She is happy. She is happy in the present. But I am afraid of what is before us. I beg your pardon. You want to move on?" "No, I don't mind." "Well then, let us sit down here." Dolly sat down on a seat at the turn of the avenue. He stood before her. "I see she is happy," he repeated. And the doubt as to whether Anna was really happy struck Dolly yet more strongly. "But can it continue? Whether we acted rightly or wrongly is another question. The die is cast. he said, changing from Russian into French, and we are bound together for life. We are united by what are for us the holiest bonds of love. We have a child. We may have other children. Yet the law and the circumstances of our position are such that thousands of complications appear which at present, while resting after all her sufferings and trials, she neither sees nor wishes to see. That is natural. But I cannot help seeing them. My daughter is not mine by law, but Karenin's. I hate this falsehood, he said with an energetic gesture of denial, and looked at Dolly with a gloomily questioning expression. She made no answer, but only looked at him. He continued, "Some day a son may be born, my son, and he will by law be a Karenin, and not heir either to my name or my property. And however happy we may be in our family life, and whatever children we may have, there will be no legal bond between them and me. They will be Karenins." Imagine the hardship and horror of this situation. I have tried to speak to Anna about it, but it irritates her. She does not understand, and I cannot speak out about it to her. Now, look at the other side of it. I am happy in her love, but I need an occupation. I have found one. I am proud of it, and consider it more honourable than the occupation of my former comrades at court or in the service. I certainly would not exchange my work for theirs. I am working here, remaining on the spot, and I am happy and contented, and we need nothing more for our happiness. I like my activities. Cela n'est pas un pis-aller, on the contrary." Dolly observed that at this point his explanation was confused, and she could not quite understand why he had wandered from the point, that she felt that having once begun to speak of his intimate affairs, of which he could not speak to Anna, he was now telling her everything, and that the question of his work in the country belonged to the same category of intimate thoughts as the question of his relations with Anna. "Well, to continue," he said, recovering himself. "The principal thing is that when working I want the assurance that the work will not die with me, that I shall have heirs. And that I have not got. Imagine the situation of a man who knows in advance that children born of him and of the woman he loves will not be his but someone else's, someone who will hate them and will have nothing to do with them. You know, it is dreadful." He paused, evidently greatly excited. "Yes, of course, I quite understand. But what can Anna do?" asked Dolly. "Well, this brings me to the point of my talk," he went on, calming himself with an effort. "Anna can do it. It depends on her. Even to be able to petition the Emperor for permission to adopt the child, a divorce will be necessary, and that depends on Anna. Her husband was willing to have a divorce. Your husband had almost arranged it, and I know he would not refuse now. It is only necessary to write to him. He then replied definitely that if she expressed the wish, he would not refuse. Of course," he said gloomily, "that is one of those Pharisaic cruelties of which only heartless people are capable. He knows what torture every recollection of him causes her, and knowing her, he still demands a letter from her. I understand that it is painful for her, but the reasons are so important, one must passer par-dessus toutes ces finesses de sentiment. Il y va du bonheur et de l'existence d'Anne et de ses enfants. I do not speak of myself, though it's very hard on me, very hard," he said, with a look as if he were menacing someone for making it so hard on him. "And so, Princess, I shamelessly cling to you as an anchor of salvation. Help me to persuade her to write to him and demand a divorce." "Yes, certainly," said Dolly thoughtfully. vividly remembering her last conversation with Karenin. "Yes, certainly," she repeated resolutely, remembering Anna. "Use your influence with her, get her to write. I don't wish and am almost unable to speak to her about it. Very well, I will speak to her." "But how is it she herself does not think of it?" asked Dolly, suddenly remembering that strange new habit Anna had of screwing up her eyes. And she remembered that it was just when the intimate side of life was in question that Anna screwed up her eyes, as if she were blinking at her life so as not to see it all, thought Dolly. "Certainly I will speak to her, for my own sake and for hers," she said in reply to his expression of gratitude. They got up and went back to the house. Chapter 22. Finding Dolly already returned, Anna looked attentively into her eyes as if asking about the talk she had had with Vronsky, but she did not ask in words. "I think it's nearly dinner time," she said. "We have not yet seen anything of one another. I am counting on this evening. Now I must go and dress, and you too, I suppose. We have dirtied ourselves on the buildings." Dolly went to her room, feeling amused. She had nothing to change into, as she was already wearing her best dress. But to give some sign that she had prepared for dinner, she asked the maid to brush her dress, and she put on clean cuffs, pinned a fresh bow to her dress, and placed some lace in her hair. "This is all I was able to do," she smilingly said to Anna, who came to her in a third dress, again extremely simple. "Yes, we are very formal here," Anna remarked, as if excusing her own smartness. "Alexei is seldom so pleased about anything as he is at your having come. He is decidedly in love with you," she added. "But aren't you tired?" There was no time to discuss anything before dinner. When they entered the drawing-room, the Princess Barbara and the men were already there. The men wore frock coats except the architect, who was in a dress suit. Vronsky introduced the doctor and the steward to his visitor. The architect had already been presented at the hospital. The fat butler, his round, clean-shaven face and starched white tie shining, announced dinner. The ladies rose. Vronsky asked Sviatsky to take in Anna, and himself went up to Dolly. Veslovsky offered his arm to the Princess Barbara before Tuskovich could do so, so that the latter, the steward and the doctor went in by themselves. The dinner, the dining-room, the dinner service, the servants and the wine and the food were not merely in keeping with the general tone of modern luxury in the house, but seemed even more luxurious and more modern than the rest. Dolly observed all this luxury, which was new to her, and as a housewife herself controlling a household, she could not help noting the details, though she had no hope of putting what she observed to practical use in her own home, so far was such luxury above her way of life, and asking herself how it was all done, and by whom. Vasenka Veslovsky, her husband, and even Sviatsky and many others whom she knew, never thought about these things, and readily believed, what every decent host wishes his guests to feel, that all that is so well arranged at his house has cost him no trouble, but has come about of itself. Dolly, however, knew that not even a milk pudding for the children's lunch comes of itself, and that therefore so complicated and splendid an organization must have needed someone's careful attention. And from the way Vronsky surveyed the table, gave a sign with his head to the butler, and asked her whether she would take fish broth or soup, she concluded that it had all been done by, and depended on, the master's care. It was evident that it depended no more on Anna than on Veslovsky. Anna, Sviatsky, the princess, and Veslovsky were all equally guests, gaily making use of what was provided for them. Anna was the hostess only in what concerned the conversation, and that difficult task for the mistress of a house with a small circle which included such people as the steward and the architect, people of quite a different world, who tried not to be abashed by the unfamiliar luxury and were unable to take any sustained part in the general conversation. Anna managed that task with her usual tact, naturally and even with pleasure, as Dolly observed. Reference was made to Tuskevich and Vezlovsky having been for a row by themselves, and Tuskevich began to tell about the last boat races at the Petersburg Yacht Club. But at the first pause, Anna turned to the architect to draw him into the conversation. Nikolai Ivanitch, she said, referring to Sviatsky, was struck by the way the new building had grown since his last visit. Even I, who go there every day, am always surprised how quickly it gets on. It is pleasant to work with His Excellency, answered the architect with a smile. He was a dignified, respectful, and quiet man. It is not like having to do with the local authorities, said he. Where they would scribble over a whole ream of paper, I merely report to the Count. We talk it over, and 3 words settle the matter. American methods, said Sviatsky with a smile. Yes, there they erect buildings rationally. The conversation passed on to the abuses in the government of the United States, but Anna quickly turned it to another theme so as to draw the steward out of his silence. Have you ever seen a reaping machine? She asked Dolly. We had been to look at them when we met you. I saw them myself for the first time. How do they act? Asked Dolly. Just like scissors. It's a board and a lot of little scissors, like this. Anna took a knife and a fork in her beautiful white hands, sparkling with rings, and began to demonstrate. She was obviously aware that her explanation would not be understood, but as she knew that she spoke pleasantly and that her hands were beautiful, she went on explaining. Rather like penknives, said Vezlovsky playfully, never taking his eyes from her. Anna smiled slightly, but did not answer him. Is it not true, Karl Fedorich, that it is like scissors? She asked, turning to the steward. Oh ja, answered the German. Es ist ein ganz einfaches Ding. And he began to explain the construction of the machine. It's a pity it does not bind the sheaves. I saw one at the Vienna exhibition that bound the sheaves with wire, remarked Sviatsky. That kind would be more profitable. Es kommt darauf an. Der Preis vom Draht muss ausgerechnet werden. And the German, drawn from his silence, turned to Vronsky. Das lässt sich ausrechnen, erlaubt. The German was already putting his hand to the pocket where he kept a notebook with a pencil in which he made all his calculations, but remembering that he was at dinner and noticing Vronsky's cold look, he desisted. Zu kompliziert macht zu viel Klopot, he concluded. Wünscht man Bochots, so hat man auch Klopots, said Vasenka Vezlovsky, making fun of the German. J'adore l'amour, said he, turning to Anna with the same smile as before. Cessez, said she with mock severity. We thought we should find you on the field, Vasily Semyonich. Were you there? She said to the doctor, a sickly-looking man. I had been there, but had evaporated, said the doctor with dismal jocularity. Then you have had some good exercise? Magnificent. And how is the old woman? I hope it is not typhus. No, it's not exactly typhus, but she's not in a good state. What a pity, said Anna, and having thus paid the tribute of politeness to the retainers, she turned to her friends. All the same, it would be difficult to construct a reaper from your description, Anna Arkadyevna, Sviatsky chaffed her. Oh, why not? Said Anna with a smile which said that she knew there had been something engaging in her way of describing the reaper and that Sviatsky had noticed it. This new tray of youthful coquetry jarred on Dolly. But then Anna Arkadyevna's knowledge of architecture is wonderful, remarked Tuskevich. Oh, yes. Yesterday I heard Anna Arkadyevna mention dam courses and plinths, said Vezlovsky. Am I saying it right? There's nothing to be surprised at, considering how much I hear and see of it, said Anna. And you, I'm sure, don't even know what houses are made of. Dolly noticed that Anna did not like the playful tone that had arisen between herself and Vezlovsky, yet could not help falling in with it. Vronsky behaved in this matter quite unlike Lievin. He evidently did not attach any importance to Veslovsky's chatter and even encouraged it. "Come, Veslovsky, tell us what keeps the bricks together." "Cement, of course." "Bravo. And what is cement?" "Well, it's something like paste, you know." "Putty," replied Veslovsky, rousing general laughter. The conversation among the diners, except the doctor, the architect, and the steward, who sat in gloomy silence, was incessant, now gliding smoothly, now catching on something and touching one or other of them to the quick. Once Dolly was stung to the quick, and so aroused that she even flushed up, and afterwards wondered whether she had said anything superfluous and disagreeable. Sviatsky began talking about Lievin, and mentioned his peculiar view that machines only did harm in Russian agriculture. "I have not the pleasure of knowing the gentleman," said Vronsky with a smile. "But probably he has never seen the machines which he condemns, or if he has seen and tried them, has done it just anyhow, and not with a foreign made, but with a Russian machine. And what opinions are possible on so plain a matter?" "Turkish opinions," said Veslovsky, turning to Anna with a smile. "I cannot defend his opinions," said Dolly, flaring up. "But I can say that he is a very well-informed man, and if he were here, he would be able to answer you, though I cannot." "I am very fond of him, and we are great friends," said Sviatsky, with a good-natured smile. "Mais pardon, il est un petit peu toqué. For instance, he maintains that the Zemstvos and magistrates are quite unnecessary, and he won't have anything to do with them." "That is our Russian indifference," said Vronsky, pouring water from an iced decanter into a very thin glass with a stem. "Not to realize the duties our rights impose on us, and therefore to deny those duties." "I know no one who fulfills his duties more strictly," said Dolly, irritated by Vronsky's superior tone. "I, on the contrary," continued Vronsky, who was evidently for some reason touched to the quick by this conversation, "I, on the contrary, such as I am, feel very grateful for the honor they have done me, thanks to Nikolai Ivanitch," he indicated Sviatsky, "by electing me Justice of the Peace. I consider that the duty of going to the meetings and considering a peasant's case about a horse is as important as anything else I can do. I shall consider it an honor if they elect me to the Zemstvo. It is only so that I can make a return for the advantages I enjoy as a landowner. Unfortunately, people do not understand the importance the large landowners should have in the state." To Dolly it sounded strange to hear how assured he was of being in the right, here at his own table. She remembered how Lievin, who held the opposite opinion, was equally positive in his opinions at his own table. But she was fond of Lievin, and therefore sided with him. "Then we may expect to see you at the next session, Count?" asked Sviatsky. "But you must come in good time, so as to be there on the 8th. If you would only do me the honor of stopping with me." "And I rather agree with your brother-in-law," said Anna, "though I do not go to his lengths," she added with a smile. "I'm afraid we have too many of these public obligations nowadays. Formerly we used to have so many officials that there had to be an official for everything that was done, and now we have public workers for everything. Alexei has not been here 6 months, and I think he is already a member of 5 or 6 different institutions: guardian of the poor, justice of the peace, a member of the council, a juryman, a member of some commission on horses. Dutranka Salava, all his time will be taken up that way. And I fear that with the multiplication of these positions, they become a mere form." "Of how many institutions are you a member, Nikolai Ivanitch?" she asked, addressing Sviatsky. "More than 20, isn't it?" Although Anna spoke playfully, irritation was perceptible in her tone. Dolly, who was attentively watching her and Vronsky, noticed it at once. She also saw that at this conversation Vronsky's face immediately assumed a serious and obstinate expression. Noticing these things, and that the Princess Barbara hastened to change the subject by speaking of their Petersburg acquaintances, and remembering that in the garden Vronsky had spoken about his activities inopportunely, She understood that with this question of public work, some private difference between Anna and Vronsky was connected. The dinner, the wine, the service were all very good, that they were all such as Dolly, though she had become unused to them, had seen before at dinner parties and balls, and like those functions they bore a character of impersonality and strain. Therefore, on an everyday occasion and in a small gathering, they produced an unpleasant impression on her. After dinner they sat a while on the veranda. Then they played lawn tennis. The players, having chosen their partners, took their places on the carefully levelled and rolled croquet lawn on the two sides of a net stretched between two small gilded pillars. Dolly tried to play, but was long unable to understand the game, and by the time she did understand it, she was so tired that she sat down beside the Princess Barbara to watch the others. Her partner, Tuskovich, also gave it up, but the rest played for a long time. Sviatsky and Vronsky both played very well and seriously. They intently followed the ball sent to them, neither hurrying nor hesitating, ran toward it with agility, waited for it to bounce, and then, striking it with the racket, sent it back across the net with good aim and precision. Kozlovsky played worse than the others. He was too eager, but to make up for that his gaiety inspired his companions. His laughter and shouts never ceased. He, as well as the other men, had with the ladies' permission taken off his coat, and his large, handsome figure in white shirt-sleeves, his ruddy, perspiring face and impetuous movements, stamped themselves on the memories of the onlookers. As soon as Dolly that night had gone to bed and closed her eyes, she saw Vasenka Kozlovsky rushing hither and thither on the croquet lawn. While they were playing, Dolly was not feeling happy. She did not like the bantering tone between Anna and Kozlovsky that continued during the game, nor the unnaturalness of grown-up people when they played childish games in the absence of children. But not to disturb the others and to while away the time, after resting she rejoined the players and pretended to like it. All that day she felt as if she were acting in a theatre with better actors than herself, and that her bad performance was spoiling the whole affair. She had come with the intention of staying 2 days if she could adapt herself to the life. But that evening during the game she resolved to leave next day. Those painful maternal worries which she had so hated on her journey, now, after a day spent without them, appeared in quite a different light and drew her back to them. When, after evening tea and a row in the boat at night-time, Dolly entered her bedroom alone, took off her dress and sat down to do up her thin hair for the night, she felt great relief. Even the thought that Anna would come in a moment was disagreeable to her. She wished to be alone with her thoughts. Chapter 23. Dolly was ready to get into bed when Anna in her nightgown came into the room. Several times during the day Anna had begun to talk about intimate matters, but after a few words she had always paused, saying, "Later on, when we are alone, we will talk it all over. I have so much to say to you." Now they were alone, but Anna did not know what to speak about. She sat by the window looking at Dolly and mentally reviewing all those stores of intimate topics that had seemed inexhaustible, and could find nothing to say. It seemed to her at that moment as if everything had already been said. "Well, and how's Kitty?" she asked with a deep sigh and a guilty glance at Dolly. "Tell me the truth, Dolly. Is she not angry with me?" "Angry? No," replied Dolly with a smile. "But she hates and despises me?" "Oh, no. But you know, one does not forgive those things." "No, no," said Anna, turning away and looking out of the open window. "But it was not my fault, and whose fault was it? What does being in fault mean? Could things have been different? Now what do you think? Could it have happened to you not to be Steva's wife?" "I really don't know. But I want you to tell me this. Yes, yes, but we've not finished about Kitty. Is she happy? They say he's a fine fellow. It is not enough to say he's a fine fellow. I do not know a better man. Oh, I am so glad. I am very glad. It is not enough to say he's a fine fellow, she repeated. Dolly smiled. But tell me about yourself. I have much to talk to you about, and I have been talking with Dolly did not know what to call him. She did not like to call him either the Count or Alexei Karenin. With Alexei? Said Anna. I know you have. But I want to ask you frankly, what do you think of me and of my life? How can I tell you all at once? I really don't know. Oh, but all the same, tell me. You see what my life is, but don't forget that you see us in summer when you have come and we are not alone. But we came here in early spring and lived quite alone, and we shall live alone again. I don't wish for anything better. But imagine me living alone, without him, alone. And that will happen. Everything shows that it will often happen. That he will spend half his time from home, she said, rising and taking a seat nearer to Dolly. Of course, she went on, interrupting Dolly, who was about to reply, of course I won't keep him against his will. I don't keep him. One day there are races and his horses are running. He goes. I am very glad. But think of me. Imagine my position. Oh, but why talk of it? She smiled. Well then, what did he talk about to you? He talked about what I myself wanted to ask you, so it is easy for me to be his advocate. About whether it isn't possible, whether it can't. Dolly hesitated. How to remedy, to improve your position. You know my opinions. But all the same, if it is possible, you should get married. That is, get a divorce, said Anna. Do you know the only woman who called on me in Petersburg was Betsy Tverskaya? You know her, of course. Au fond, c'est la femme la plus dépravée qui existe. She had a liaison with Truskevich, deceiving her husband in the worst way, and she told me that she did not wish to know me as long as my position was irregular. Don't think I am making any comparison. I know you, my darling, but I could not help remembering. Well then, what did he say to you? She repeated. He said that he suffers on your account and on his own. Perhaps you will say it is egotism, but what legitimate and noble egotism! He wants, first of all, to legitimize his daughter and to be your husband and have a right to you. What wife, what slave could be such a slave as I am in my position? Anna sullenly interrupted her. But the chief thing he wants is that you should not suffer. That is impossible. Well, and his most legitimate wish is that your children should not be nameless. What children? Said Anna, screwing up her eyes and not looking at Dolly. Annie, and those that will come. He may be at ease about that. I shall not have any more children. Do you know you won't? I shan't, because I don't want them. And in spite of her agitation, Anna smiled on noticing the naive expression of curiosity, surprise, and terror on Dolly's face. After my illness, the doctor had told me. Impossible, said Dolly, with wide-open eyes. To her, this was one of those discoveries which leads to consequences and deductions so enormous that at the first moment one only feels that it is impossible to take it all in. but that one will have to think over it again and again. This discovery, which suddenly explained to her those hitherto incomprehensible families where there were only one or two children, awoke in her so many thoughts, reflections, and contradictory feelings that she could say nothing, and only stared at Anna with wide-open eyes full of astonishment. It was the very thing she had dreamt of, but now, on learning that it was possible, she was horrified. She felt that it was too simple the solution of too complex a question. "Mais c'est pas immoral?" was all she said after a pause. "Why?" "Remember, I have to choose between two things. Either to become pregnant, that is, ill, or to be the friend and comrade of my husband, for he is my husband, all the same," said Anna in a tone of intentional levity. "Well, yes, of course," said Dolly, listening to the very arguments which she had put to herself, but not finding them so convincing as before. "For you and for others," said Anna, as if guessing her thoughts, "there may still be some doubt, but for me, remember, I am not a wife. He loves me as long as his love lasts. Well, how am I to keep his love? In this way?" She curved her white arms in front of her stomach. With unusual rapidity, as happens at times of great agitation, thoughts and recollections crowded into Dolly's mind. "I could not attract Stiva," she thought. "He left me for others, and the first one for whom he betrayed me did not hold him, though she was always pretty and bright. He threw her over and took another. Is it possible that Anna will attract and keep Count Vronsky in this way? If he looks for that sort of thing, he will find women whose dresses and manners are still brighter and more attractive. And however white and shapely her bare arms may be, however beautiful her full figure and her flushed face surrounded by that black hair, he will find others still more beautiful, as my horrid, pitiable, and dear husband looks for and finds them." Dolly made no answer and only sighed. Anna noticed the sigh, which expressed dissent, and continued. She had other arguments in store, and such powerful ones that they could not be answered. "You say it is not right? But you must consider," she went on, "you forget my position. How can I desire children? I am not talking of the suffering. I am not afraid of that. But think who my children would be. Unfortunate beings who would have to bear a stranger's name. By the very fact of their birth, they would have to be ashamed of their mother, their father, their birth. But that's just why a divorce is necessary." Anna did not listen. She wanted to reproduce the arguments with which she had so often convinced herself. "What was my reason given me for, if I am not to use it to avoid bringing unfortunate beings into the world?" She glanced at Dolly, but not pausing for a reply, continued, "I should always feel guilty toward those unhappy children," said she. "If they don't exist, at any rate they are not unhappy. But if they are unhappy, I alone shall be to blame." These were the very arguments Dolly had put to herself, but now she listened without understanding them. "How can one be guilty toward beings who don't exist?" thought she. And suddenly the question came into her mind whether it could be better in any case for her favourite Grisha if he had never existed. This appeared to her so monstrous and strange that she shook her head to dispel the confusion of insane thoughts that whirled in her brain. "Well, I don't know. But it is not right," she said with a look of disgust. "Yes, but don't forget what you are and what I am. And besides, added Anna, in spite of the abundance of her arguments and the poverty of Dolly's, apparently agreeing that it was not right, don't forget the chief thing, that I am not in the same position as you. The question for you is whether you desire not to have any more children. For me it is whether I desire to have them. And that is a great difference. Don't you see that, situated as I am, I cannot desire that? Dolly did not reply. She suddenly felt that she was so far away from Anna that there were questions on which they could never meet, and about which it was best not to talk. Chapter 24. Then there is all the more need to regularize your position if possible, said Dolly. Yes, if possible, Anna said, in what had suddenly become quite a different, a quiet and sad voice. Is a divorce not possible? I was told your husband had agreed. Dolly, I don't want to speak about it. Well, then we won't, Dolly hastened to say, noticing the look of pain on Anna's face. But I see that you look at things too dismally. I? Not at all. I am very cheerful and satisfied. You saw the Jeu de Passion, Wisłowski? Yes, to tell you the truth, I don't like Wisłowski's manner, said Dolly, wishing to change the subject. Oh, not at all. It tickles Alexei, and that's all. He's only a boy, and entirely in my hands. You know I manage him just as I please. He's just the same to me as your Grisha. Dolly, she said suddenly, changing her tone, you say I look at things too dismally. You cannot understand. It is too dreadful. I try not to look at them at all. But I think you ought to. You must do all that is possible. But what is possible? Nothing. You say I must marry Alexei, and that I don't consider that. I not consider that? She repeated, and flushed. She rose, drew herself up, sighed deeply, and with her light steps began pacing up and down the room, pausing occasionally. I not consider it? Not a day, not an hour passes without my thinking about it and blaming myself for what I think, because those thoughts are enough to drive one mad. To drive one mad, she repeated. When I think of it, I cannot fall asleep without morphia. Well, all right. Let us discuss it quietly. They speak of divorce. For one thing, he would not agree now. He is now under the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's influence. Dolly, sitting upright in her chair with a pained expression of sympathy, turned her head to follow Anna's movements. One must try, she said gently. Let's grant that. But what would it mean, said Anna, evidently expressing a thought she had considered 1,000 times and knew by heart. It means that I, who hate him but yet acknowledge myself to blame toward him, and I do think him magnanimous, I must humiliate myself by writing to him? Well, supposing I make that effort and do it, I shall receive either an insulting answer or his consent. Supposing I get his consent. Anna at that instant had reached the other end of the room and stopped there, doing something to the window curtain. I receive his consent, and my son, they will not give him to me. He will grow up, despising me in the house of his father, whom I have left. Understand that I love equally, I think, and both more than myself, two beings. Tseretsa and Alexei. She came back to the middle of the room, and, pressing her chest with her arms, paused before Dolly. In her white dressing gown, her figure appeared peculiarly tall and broad. She bent her head, and trembling all over with emotion, looked from under her brows with moist, glittering eyes at the thin, piteous-looking little Dolly in her patched dressing jacket and nightcap. "I love those two beings only, and the one excludes the other. I cannot unite them, yet that is the one thing I desire. And if I can't have that, nothing matters, nothing, nothing. It will end somehow. Therefore I can't. I don't like speaking about it. So don't reproach me, don't condemn me for anything. You in your purity cannot understand all I suffer." She came and sat down beside Dolly, peering into her face with a guilty look, and took her by the hand. "What are you thinking? What are you thinking of me? Don't despise me. I don't deserve contempt. I am simply unhappy. If anyone is unhappy, it is I," she murmured, and turning away, she wept. Left alone, Dolly said her prayers and got into bed. She had pitied Anna from the bottom of her heart while they were talking, but now she could not make herself think about her. Recollections of home and of her children rose in her imagination with a new and peculiar charm. That world of her own now seemed so precious and dear that she did not wish on any account to spend another day away from it, and she decided certainly to go home on the morrow. Meanwhile, Anna, returning to her boudoir, took a wine-glass and put into it some drops of medicine, the chief ingredient of which was morphia. Having drunk it and sat still for a few moments, she entered her bedroom cheerfully and merrily. When she came in, Vronsky regarded her attentively. He tried to find some trace of the conversation which he knew, by her having remained so long in Dolly's room, must have taken place. But in her expression of restrained excitement, which concealed something, he detected nothing except that beauty which, though familiar, still captivated him, her consciousness of this, and her desire that it should act on him. He did not wish to ask her what they had been talking about, but hoped that she would tell him of her own accord. However, she only said, "I am glad you like Dolly." "You do? But I have known her a long time. I think she is very kind, mais excessivement terre à terre. But all the same, I was very glad she came." He took Anna's hands and looked inquiringly into her eyes. She, misunderstanding that look, smiled at him. Next morning, in spite of her host's entreaties, Dolly prepared to go home. Yevin's coachman, in his by no means new coat, and a hat something like a postboy's, with his horses that did not match, and the old calèche with mended mudguards, drove up gloomily but resolutely to the covered, sand-strewn portico. Taking leave of the Princess Barbara and of the men was unpleasant to Dolly. After spending a day together, both she and her host felt distinctly that they did not suit one another, and that it was better for them not to associate. Only Anna felt sad. She knew that when Dolly was gone, no one would call up in her soul the feelings which had been aroused by their meeting. To have those feelings awakened was painful, but still she knew that they were the best part of her soul, and that that part of her was rapidly being choked by the life she was leading. When they had driven into the fields, Dolly experienced a pleasant feeling of relief, and she was about to ask the men how they had liked the Vronskys' place, when suddenly Philip, the coachman, himself remarked, "They're rich, that they are, but yet they gave us only 2 bushels of oats. The horses had eaten every grain before cockcrow. What's 2 bushels? Only a bite. Nowadays oats are 45 kopecks at the inns. When anyone comes to our place, no fear, we give their horses as much as they'll eat." "A stingy gentleman," confirmed the clerk. "Well, and did you like their horses?" asked Dolly. The horses? Fine's the only word for them, and the food is good too. But it did seem so dull to me, Darya Alexandrovna. But I don't know how you found it," he added, turning his handsome, kindly face toward her. I felt the same. "Well, shall we get back by evening?" "We ought to." On returning home and finding everyone safe and extremely nice, Dolly gave a very animated account of her visit, of how well she had been received, of the luxury and good taste of the Vronskys, and of their amusements, and would not let anyone say a word against them. "One must know Anna and Vronsky. I have got to know him better now, in order to understand how kind and pathetic they are," said she with entire sincerity, forgetting the indefinite feelings of dissatisfaction and embarrassment she had experienced there. Chapter 25. Vronsky and Anna went on living in the country in the same way, still taking no steps to obtain a divorce, all the summer and part of the autumn. They had agreed not to go away anywhere, but the longer they lived alone, the more they both felt, especially in autumn when there were no visitors, that they would not be able to hold out, and that a change was inevitable. Their life seemed one that could not be improved upon. They had ample means, good health, a child, and both had occupations of their own. In the absence of visitors, Anna still continued to devote attention to her person and read a great deal, both novels and such serious books as were in fashion. She ordered all the books that were praised in the foreign newspapers and magazines they received, and read them with the attention one gives only to what one reads in solitude. She studied also from books and from technical papers all the subjects with which Vronsky was occupied, so that he often came straight to her with questions about agriculture, architecture, and sometimes even horse breeding or sport. He was astounded at her knowledge and memory, and at first used to doubt her information and want it confirmed. She would then find what he wanted in books and show it him. The arrangement of the hospital also interested her. There she not only helped, but arranged and planned many things herself. Nevertheless, her chief preoccupation was still herself. Herself insofar as Vronsky held her dear, and insofar as she could compensate him for all he had given up. Vronsky appreciated this which had become the sole aim of her life, a desire not only to please him, but also to serve him. But at the same time he was troubled by these love meshes in which she tried to entangle him. As time went on, the oftener he felt himself caught in these meshes, the more he desired, not exactly to escape from them, but to try whether they really interfered with his freedom. Had it not been for this ever-increasing desire for freedom, not to have a scene each time he had to go to town to a meeting or to the races, Vronsky would have been quite content with his life. The role he had chosen, that of a rich landowner, one of those who should constitute the kernel of the Russian aristocracy, was not only quite to his taste, but now that he had lived so for half a year, gave him ever-increasing pleasure. His affairs, which occupied and absorbed him more and more, progressed excellently. In spite of the tremendous sums, the hospital, the machinery, the cows which he imported from Switzerland, and many other things were costing him, he was sure that he was not wasting his substance, but increasing it. Where it was a question of income, the sale of forest land, of corn or wool, or the leasing of land, Vronsky was as hard as flint and could hold out for his price. In all operations on a large scale, both on this and on his other estates, he kept to the simplest and safest methods, and was extremely economical and careful in his expenditure on small details. Despite all the cunning and artfulness of the German steward, who tried to lead him into expenditure and presented all estimates in such a way that it at first appeared as if much would be required, though on consideration the thing could be done more cheaply and an immediate profit obtained, Vronsky did not submit to him. He listened to what the steward had to say and questioned him, but only consented when the things to be ordered or built were the latest, as yet unknown in Russia and likely to astonish people. Besides, he decided on a big outlay only when he had money to spare, and when spending he went into every detail and insisted on getting the very best for his money. So that from the way he managed his business, it was clear that he was not wasting but increasing his property. In October, there were the nobility elections in the Kashin province, in which Vronskys, Vyatskys, Koznichevs, and also a small part of Lievin's estates were situated. Various circumstances, as well as the men who took part in them, caused these elections to attract public attention. They were much discussed and preparations were made for them. People living in Moscow and Petersburg, as well as others from abroad who had never come to any elections, assembled at these. Vronsky had long ago promised Sviatsky to be present. Before the elections, Sviatsky, who often visited at Vozvizenskoye, called for Vronsky. The day before, Vronsky and Anna had almost quarrelled about his proposed journey. It was autumn, the dullest and most depressing time of year in the country, and so Vronsky, bracing himself for a struggle, announced his departure in a sterner and colder way than he had ever before used to Anna. But to his surprise, Anna took the news very quietly and only asked when he would return. He looked at her attentively, not understanding this calm manner. She answered his look with a smile. He knew her capacity for withdrawing into herself, and knew that she only did it when she had come to some resolution in her own mind without telling him of her plans. He feared this, but he so wished to avoid a scene that he pretended to believe, and to some extent sincerely believed, in what he wished to believe, namely in her reasonableness. "I hope you won't be dull?" "I hope not," replied Anna. "I received a box of books from Gautier's yesterday. No, I shan't be dull." She means to adopt this tone. Well, so much the better, thought he, or else it would be the usual thing again. And so, without challenging her to a frank explanation, he left for the elections. It was the first time since their union that he had parted from her without a full explanation. On the one hand, this fact disturbed him, but on the other hand, it seemed the best way. At first there will be, as now, something uncertain, something concealed, but afterwards she will get used to it. In any case, I can give her everything else, but not my independence as a man, he reflected. Chapter 26. In September, Lievin moved to Moscow for Kitty's confinement. He had already been living there a whole month without occupation, when Sergei Ivanitch Koznichev, who had an estate in the Kashin province and took a great interest in the forthcoming elections, prepared to attend them. He asked his brother, who had a vote for the Seletsnev district, to accompany him. Lievin had also some very important business to attend to in Kashin for his sister, who lived abroad. It was in connection with a wardship and the receiving of money due to her for land transferred to the peasants. Lievin was still wavering, but Kitty, who had noticed that he was dull in Moscow and had advised him to go, without saying anything to him, ordered for him the uniform necessary for the occasion, which cost 80 roubles. And it was these 80 roubles paid for the uniform which chiefly decided him. So he went to Kashin. Lievin had been 5 days in Kashin, going daily to meetings and taking a great deal of trouble over his sister's business, which he was still unable to arrange. The marshals of the nobility were all busy with the elections, and he could not get even the simple matter in connection with the wardship settled. The other business, that of getting the money paid, also met with obstacles. After long efforts to get an injunction removed, the money was all ready to be paid out, but the notary, a very obliging man, could not give the warrant because it needed the president's signature, and the president was engaged at the session and had not appointed a substitute. All those worries, the going from place to place, conversations with very kind, good people who quite understood the unpleasantness of the petitioner's position but were unable to help him, and all these efforts which yielded no results, produced in Lievin a painful feeling akin to the vexatious helplessness one experiences when trying to employ physical force in a dream. He felt this frequently when talking to his very good-natured legal adviser. This legal adviser seemed to do all that was possible and to strain every nerve to get Levin out of his difficulties. "Look here," he would say, "just try this. Go to so-and-so and to so-and-so." And the adviser would make an elaborate plan to circumvent the fatal difficulty which was at the root of all this trouble. But he would immediately add, "All the same, you will be put off. However, have a try." And Levin tried and went again and again. Everybody was kind and amiable, but still it turned out that what he wanted to circumvent started up again in another place and impeded him once more. It was specially annoying to Levin to be quite unable to understand with whom he was contending and whom the delay in his business could profit. No one, not even his lawyer, seemed to know this. If Levin could have understood it as he understood the reason for having to stand in a queue at a booking office, he would not have felt hurt or vexed. But no one could explain to him the reason for the obstacles he encountered in these business transactions. However, Levin had changed considerably since his marriage. He had become patient, and if he did not understand why things were arranged thus, he told himself that, not knowing everything, he could not judge, and that probably things had to be so, and he tried not to be indignant. And now, being present at the elections and taking part in them, he also tried not to condemn, not to dispute, but as far as possible to understand the matter on which good and honest men whom he respected were engaged with so much seriousness and enthusiasm. Since his marriage, so many new and serious aspects of life had been revealed to him, which, owing to his superficial acquaintance with them, had formerly seemed unimportant, that he anticipated and looked for a serious meaning in this election business also. Koznishev explained to him the meaning and importance of the changes anticipated as a result of the elections. The marshal of the nobility for the province, in whose hands the law placed so much important public business, wardships such as the one about which Levin was now in trouble, the care of enormous sums of money belonging to the nobility, public schools for boys and girls, military schools, elementary education according to the new law, and finally the Zemstvo, the marshal of the province, Snetkov, was one of the old type of nobles. He had run through an enormous fortune, was a kind man, honest in his way, but quite unable to understand present-day requirements. He always sided with the nobility in everything, openly opposed the spread of popular education, and gave a class character to the Zemstvo, which should have such enormous importance. It was necessary to put in his place a fresh, up-to-date, practical, and quite new man, and to manage matters so as to extract from the rights granted to the nobility, not as nobles, but as an element of the Zemstvo, all the advantages of self-government which could be obtained from them. In the wealthy province of Kashin, always ahead of all others, such forces were now assembled that, if matters were here managed as they should be, it might serve as an example to other provinces and to the whole of Russia. The affair was therefore of great importance. To replace Snetkov as marshal, Sviatsky was proposed, or better still, Nevedovsky, an ex-professor, a remarkably intelligent man, and a great friend of Koznishev's. The session was opened by the governor of the province, who, in his speech to the nobles, told them that in choosing occupants for posts they should show no partiality, but should choose according to merit and for the welfare of the country, and that he hoped the honourable nobility of Kashin would strictly fulfil its duty as it had done in previous elections, and would justify their sovereign's high confidence in them. Having finished his speech, the governor left the hall, and the noblemen noisily, vivaciously, some of them even rapturously, followed him out with enthusiasm, and stood around him as he was putting on his fur coat and talking in a friendly way with the marshal of the province. Levin, wishing to enter fully into everything and not to miss anything, stood there too in the crowd, and heard the governor say, "Please tell Maria Ivanovna that my wife is very sorry she has to go to the orphanage." Then the noblemen gaily scrambled for their overcoats, and all drove to the cathedral. In the cathedral, Levin, with the others, raised his hand repeating the words of the priest, and swore by the most awful oaths to fulfil all the things the governor had hoped for. Church services always touched Lievin, and when he was uttering the words, "I kiss the cross," and looked round at the crowd of men, young and old, who were repeating the same words, he felt moved. On the second and third days, matters were dealt with concerning the funds of the nobility and the girls' high schools, which Koznishev explained were quite unimportant. So Lievin, busy going from place to place on the business he had in hand, did not trouble about them. On the fourth day, the audit of the provincial funds was undertaken, and now for the first time there was a conflict between the new and old parties. The commission entrusted with the task of auditing reported to the assembly that the sums were all correct. The marshal of the nobility rose and, with tears in his eyes, thanked the nobility for their confidence. The nobles loudly applauded him and pressed his hand. But at that moment one of the nobles of Koznichev's party said he had heard that the commission had not audited the funds, considering that a verification would be an insult to the marshal of the province. A member of the commission imprudently confirmed this. Then a small, very young-looking, but very venomous man began saying that probably the marshal of the province would be pleased to account for the funds, and that the excessive politeness of the members of the commission was depriving him of that moral satisfaction. Thereupon the members of the commission withdrew their reports, and Koznishev began very logically to prove that they must admit either that they had audited the accounts or that they had not done so, and to elaborate this dilemma. A speaker of the opposite party replied to Koznishev. Then Sviatsky spoke, and then the venomous gentleman once more. The debate continued for a long time and did not come to any conclusion. Lievin was surprised that they disputed about it so long, especially as, when he asked Koznishev whether he thought that money had been misappropriated, he received the reply, "Oh no, he is an honest fellow, but this old-fashioned patriarchal and family management of the nobility's affairs must be put a stop to." On the fifth day, the election of the district marshals took place. For some of the districts, the election was stormy enough, but for Veseletsens district, Sviatsky was elected without opposition, and he gave a dinner party at his house that evening. Chapter 27. On the sixth day, the provincial elections were to be held. The large and small halls were full of noblemen in various uniforms. Many had come for that day only. Men who had long not met, some from the Crimea, some from Petersburg, and some from abroad, came together in those halls. At the marshal's table, beneath the portrait of the emperor, discussions were in full swing. Both in the large and small halls, the noblemen were grouped together in their parties, and from the hostility and suspicion of their glances, from the cessation of their conversations when a stranger approached, and from the fact that some of them even went whispering into the farther corridor, it was evident that each party had secrets it kept from the other. By their external appearance, the nobles were sharply divided into two sorts, the old and the young. The old, for the most part, either wore old-fashioned, buttoned-up uniforms of their class and carried swords and hats, or wore the naval, cavalry, or infantry uniforms to which each was individually entitled. The uniforms of the old noblemen were cut in the old-fashioned way, with puffs at the shoulders, and were clearly too small for them, being short-waisted and narrow, as if their wearers had grown out of them. The young men wore long-waisted, loose uniforms, wide across the shoulders, with white waistcoats, or else were in uniforms with black collars embroidered with laurel leaves, the emblem of the Ministry of Justice. To the young party also belonged the court uniforms, which here and there ornamented the crowd. But the division into young and old did not coincide with the separation into parties. Some of the young ones, as Lievin observed, belonged to the old party, and on the other hand, some very aged noblemen conversed in whispers with Sviatsky, and evidently were warm partisans of the new party. Lievin stood with his own group in the small hall, which was used as a refreshment and smoking room, listening to what was being said, and vainly straining his mental powers to understand it all. Koznishev was the centre around whom the rest were grouped. He was now listening to Sviatsky and Kliustov, the marshal of another district, who also belonged to their party. Tustov was unwilling to go with the members for his district to invite Snetkov to stand again for election. Sviatsky was persuading him to do so, and Koznishev approved of this. Yevin did not see why his party should ask the marshal to stand when they wished to defeat him. Vronsky, who had just had something to eat and drink, came toward them in his chamberlain's uniform, wiping his mouth with his scented and bordered lawn handkerchief. "We are holding the position, Sergei Ivanitch," said he, smoothing back his whiskers. And after listening to the conversation, he backed Sviatsky's opinion. "One district is sufficient, and Sviatsky evidently belongs to the opposition," he said, and everyone but Lievin understood him. "Well, Kostya, you too seem to have got a taste for it," he said, turning to Lievin and taking him by the arm. Lievin would have been glad to get a taste for it, but could not understand what the point was, and stepping aside from the group, he told Vronsky of his perplexity as to why the marshal of the province should be asked to stand again. "Oh, Sancta Simplicitas," said Vronsky, and briefly and clearly explained the matter to Lievin. If, as in former elections, all the districts nominated the provincial marshal, he would be elected receiving white balls from everyone. This we do not want. Now, 8 districts are willing to invite him to stand again. If 2 districts refuse to do so, Snetkov may decline to stand, and then the old party might choose another of their members, and then all calculations would be upset. But if only Sviatsky's district does not invite him, Snetkov will stand. He will even get a good number of votes, so that the opposition will be misled. And when a candidate of ours stands, they will give him some votes. Lievin understood, but not fully, and wished to put some further questions, when suddenly everyone began talking at once and moving noisily toward the large hall. "What is it? What? Who? An authorization? To whom? What? Rejected. No authorization. Flerov is not admitted. What if he's being prosecuted? In that way they can extrude anybody. It's mean. The law." Lievin heard shouted from various sides, and he went toward the large hall with all the others, who were hastening on, apparently afraid of missing something or other. Hemmed in by a crowd of noblemen, he approached the provincial table, at which the provincial marshal, Sviatsky, and the other leaders were having a heated dispute. Chapter 28. Lievin was standing some way off. He could not hear distinctly because of the stertorous and hoarse breathing of one nobleman near him and the creaking of the stout shoes of another. He could hear only the distant, soft voice of the marshal, then the shrill voice of the venomous nobleman, and then Sviatsky's voice. They were disputing, as far as he could make out, about a paragraph of the law and the meaning of the words, "against whom legal proceedings were taken." The crowd separated to make way for Koznishev to approach the table. He waited for the venomous nobleman to conclude, and then said he considered the proper course would be to consult the wording of the act, and requested the secretary to look it up. The act provided that in case of a difference of opinion, the question should be balloted upon. Koznishev read the act aloud and began to explain its meaning, but a tall, thick-set, round-shouldered landowner with a dyed moustache, wearing a tight uniform, the high collar of which squeezed up his neck at the back, interrupted him. Advancing to the table, he struck his ring against it, shouting in a loud voice, "Vote! Put it to the ballot! Enough talking! Vote!" At this several voices were heard, and a tall landowner with the ring, growing more and more spiteful, shouted louder and louder, but it was impossible to make out what he was saying. He was demanding the very thing Koznishev was proposing, but he evidently hated Koznishev and his party, and this hatred communicated itself to all those on his side, and in turn evoked a similar, though more decently expressed, feeling of conflicting anger from the opposing party. Shouts arose, and for a moment there was such confusion that the marshal had to call for order. "Vote! Vote! Everyone who is a nobleman will understand. We shed our blood. The Emperor's confidence. Don't audit the marshal. He's not a shop assistant. But that's not the point. Kindly ballot abominable," was heard shouted by spiteful, furious voices from every side. The looks and expressions on the faces were yet more spiteful and furious than the words. They expressed implacable hatred. Lievin could not at all understand what was the matter, and was astounded at the ardour with which they discussed the question whether Flerov's case should be put to the ballot or not. He forgot, as Koznishev afterwards explained to him, the syllogism that for the common welfare it was necessary to displace the marshal of the province. But to defeat the marshal it was necessary to have a majority of votes. To obtain that majority it was necessary to secure for Flerov the right to vote, and to secure Flerov's eligibility it was necessary to explain the meaning of the law. A single vote may decide the whole matter, and one must be serious and consistent if one wishes to be of public service, Koznishev had said in conclusion. But Lievin had forgotten that, and it pained him to see these good men whom he respected in such an unpleasant, malevolent state of excitement. To free himself from this feeling, he went, without waiting to hear the end of the discussion, into the refreshment room, where there was no one except the waiters at the buffet. When he saw the waiters busily wiping crockery and arranging plates and wine-glasses, and saw their calm yet animated faces, he experienced an unexpected feeling of relief, as if he had come out of a close room into fresh air. He began pacing up and down the room, watching the waiters with pleasure. He was particularly pleased by one old man with grey whiskers, who, while evincing contempt for the young men who were making fun of him, was teaching them how to fold napkins. Lievin was just preparing to start a conversation with the old waiter, when the secretary of the Court of Nobility, an old man whose speciality it was to know all the nobles of the province by name and patronymic, diverted his attention. "Please come, Konstantin Dmitrich," said he. "Your brother is looking for you. The vote is being taken." Lievin entered the hall, was given a white ball, and following his brother Sergei Ivanitch, approached the table at which Sviatsky stood with an ironical and impressive look on his face, gathering his beard into his fist and smelling at it. Koznishev inserted his hand in the ballot box and placed his ball somewhere, and making way for Lievin, paused beside him. Lievin came up, but having entirely forgotten how the matter stood and being confused, he turned to Koznishev with the inquiry, "Where am I to put it?" He spoke in a low voice at a time when people nearby were talking, so he hoped his question would not be heard. But the talk stopped, and his improper question was heard. Koznishev frowned. "That depends on each man's convictions," he said severely. Several persons smiled. Lievin blushed, hastily thrust his hand under the cloth that covered the box, and, as the ball was in his right hand, dropped it on the right side. When he had done so, he recollected that he ought to have put in his left hand also and thrust it in, but it was too late, and feeling still more confused, he hurried away to the very back of the room. 126 for, 98 against, came the secretary's voice, dropping his R's. Then followed a sound of laughter. A button and 2 nuts had been found in the ballot box. Flerov was qualified, and the new party had scored. But the old party did not consider itself defeated. Lievin heard Snetkov being asked to stand, and he saw that a crowd of nobles surrounded the marshal, who was speaking. Lievin drew near. Replying to the nobles, Snetkov spoke of the confidence and affection of the nobility of which he was not worthy, his merit consisting only in his loyalty to the nobility to whom he had devoted 20 years of service. Several times he repeated the words, "have served to the extent of my power, faithfully and truly. I appreciate and thank." Then, suddenly, choked by tears, he stopped and left the room. Whether those tears resulted from a consciousness of injustice done him, or from love for the nobility, or from the strained situation in which he found himself, surrounded by enemies, at any rate his emotion communicated itself. The majority of the nobles were touched, and Lievin felt a tenderness for Snetkov. In the doorway the marshal came into collision with Lievin. "Sorry, "Please, excuse me," he said, speaking as to a stranger. But recognizing Levin, he smiled timidly. It seemed to Levin that Snetkov wished to say something, but could not speak from agitation. The expression of his face and his whole figure, in uniform with crosses and white trousers trimmed with gold lace as he went hurriedly along, reminded Levin of a hunted animal conscious that things are going badly with him. This expression on the marshal's face touched Levin, particularly because just the day before he had been to his house about the wardship and had there seen him in all the dignity of a kind-hearted family man. The large house with the old family furniture, the old footman, by no means smart, rather shabby but respectful, evidently former serfs who had remained with their master, the stout, good-natured wife in a lace cap and Turkish shawl, caressing her pretty granddaughter, a daughter's daughter, the manly young son in the sixth form of the high school who had just come home and who kissed his father's large hand in greeting, the impressive, kindly words and gestures of the host. All this had yesterday awakened Levin's involuntary respect and sympathy. Now the old man seemed touching and pathetic to Levin, and he wished to say something pleasant to him. "So, you are to be our marshal again," said he. "Hardly," replied the marshal, looking round with a frightened expression. "I am tired and old. There are others, worthier and younger than I, let them serve." And the marshal disappeared through a side door. The most solemn moment had arrived. The elections were about to begin. The leaders of both parties were making estimates and calculating on their fingers the white and black balls they could reckon on. The debate about Flerov had given the new party not merely his vote, but also a gain in time, so that they had had a chance to bring up 3 more nobles, who, by the machinations of the old party, were to be prevented from taking part in the election. 2 of these noblemen, who had a weakness for wine, had been made drunk by Snepkov's agents, and the uniform of the third had been carried off. The new party, having heard of this, had had time, while Flerov's case was being discussed, to send 2 of their men in a carriage to supply that nobleman with a uniform and to bring one of the tipsy ones to the assembly. "I have brought one. I soused him," said the landowner who had been to fetch him, approaching Sviatsky. "He'll do." "He's not very drunk. He won't fall down?" asked Sviatsky, swaying his head. "No, he's fine. If only they don't give him anything here. I told the man at the bar on no account to let him have anything." Chapter 29. The narrow room in which they were eating and smoking was full of noblemen. The excitement was ever increasing, and anxiety was noticeable on all the faces. Especially excited were the leaders, who knew all the details and the estimates of votes. They were directors of the impending battle. The others, like the rank and file before a battle, though preparing for the fight, sought distraction meanwhile. Some of them ate, standing or hastily sitting down at the table. Others smoked cigarettes, pacing up and down the long room, and talked to friends they had not seen for a long time. Levin did not want to eat and did not smoke. He did not wish to join his own set, Koznishev, Oblonsky, Sviatsky, and the others, because among them, in animated conversation, stood Vronsky, wearing his uniform as an equerry. Levin had noticed him at the elections the day before and had carefully avoided meeting him. He went to the window and sat down, looking at the different groups and listening to what was being said around him. He felt sad, chiefly because he saw that everyone else was animated, preoccupied, and busy, while only he and a mumbling, toothless, quite old man in naval uniform who had sat down beside him were uninterested and inactive. "He is such a rascal. I told him not to, really. In 3 years he could not collect it." A short, round-shouldered landowner with pomaded hair that hung down on the embroidered collar of his uniform was saying energetically, stamping loudly with the heels of the new boots he had evidently put on specially for this occasion. And casting a discontented glance at Levin, he suddenly turned away. Yes, it's a dirty business, say what you will, remarked an undersized man with a feeble voice. Following those two, a whole crowd of landowners surrounding a stout general hastily approached Lievin. Obviously they were seeking a place where they could talk without being overheard. "How dare he say I gave orders to steal his trousers? I expect he drank them. I snapped my fingers at him and his princely title. He has no right to say it. It's mean." "But excuse me, they rely on the statute," someone in another group was saying. "The wife ought to be registered as belonging to the nobility. And what the devil do I care about the statute? I speak frankly. That's what the nobility are for. One must have competence. Come, Your Excellency, a glass of fine champagne." Another group followed close on the heels of a nobleman who was shouting loudly. He was one of those who had been made drunk. "I always advised Maria Semyonovna to let her estate, because she will never make it pay," said a pleasant-voiced landowner with a grey moustache, wearing the uniform of colonel of the former general staff. It was the landowner Lievin had met at Sviatsky's house. He knew him at once. The landowner also recognized Lievin, and they shook hands. "Very pleased to see you. Of course I remember you very well. Last year at Sviatsky, the marshal's hers." "Well, how is your husbandry getting on?" Lievin inquired. "Oh, still the same. With a loss," replied the landowner, as he stopped beside Lievin, with a resigned smile and a look of calm conviction that it must be so. "And how do you come to be in our province?" he asked. "Have you come to take part in a coup d'état?" he went on, pronouncing the French words firmly but badly. "All Russia has assembled here. Chamberlains and almost ministers." He pointed to the portly figure of Vronsky in his chamberlain's uniform with white trousers, walking beside a general. "I must confess to you that I only imperfectly understand the meaning of these nobility elections," said Lievin. The landowner looked at him. "But what is there to understand? It has no meaning whatever. The nobility is an obsolete institution which continues to act through inertia. Look at the uniforms. They tell the tale. This is an assembly of justices of the peace, permanent officials, and so on, but not of nobles." "Then why do you come?" asked Lievin. "From habit, for one thing. Then one must keep up one's connections. It's a sort of moral obligation. And then, to tell the truth, I have a private reason. My son-in-law wishes to stand for a permanent membership. They're not well off, and I want him to get it." "But why do such gentlemen come?" he went on, indicating the venomous gentleman who had spoken at the provincial table. "He is one of the new nobility. New, if you like, but not the nobility. They are landowners. We are country squires. They, as noblemen, are committing suicide." "But you say it is an obsolete institution." "It is obsolete, certainly, but all the same one should treat it more respectfully. Take Snetkov. Whether we are good or bad, we have been growing for 1,000 years. You know, if we had to make a garden in front of our house, we should plan it out. And if a century-old tree is growing on that spot, though it may be rugged and old, yet you won't cut it down for the sake of a flower bed, but will plan your bed so as to make use of the old tree. It can't be grown in a year," he remarked cautiously, immediately changing the subject. "Well, and how is your husbandry getting on?" "Oh, not well. I get about 5%. "Yes, but you don't reckon your own work. You know, you too are worth something. Now, take me. Before I took to farming, I was getting 3,000 rubles a year in the service. Now I work harder than I did in the service, and like yourself, I clear about 5%, and that only with luck. And my own labour goes for nothing." "Then why do you go on with it, if it is a clear loss?" "Well, you see, one goes on. What would you have? It's a habit, and one knows that it's necessary. I will tell you, moreover, and leaning his elbow on the window and having started talking, the landowner went on. My son has no taste at all for husbandry. It is clear he will be a scholar, so that there will be no one to continue my work, and yet I go on. Just now, you know, I have planted an orchard. Yes, yes, said Levin, that is quite so. I always feel that I am getting no real profit out of my estate, and yet I go on. One feels a sort of duty toward the land. I'll tell you something, continued the landowner. My neighbour, a merchant, called on me, and we went over the farm and garden together. He said, everything is going as it should, only your garden is neglected, though my garden is quite in order. If I were you, I should cut down those limes, but it must be done when the sap rises. You must have 1,000 limes here, and each one of them would yield a good lot of bast, and at present bast fetches a good price, and the trunks could be cut up for log huts. Yes, and with that money he would buy cattle or a piece of land for a mere song, and would lease it to the peasants, added Levin with a smile, having evidently more than once come across such calculations, and he will make a fortune, while you and I must be thankful if we can keep what we have and leave it to our children. You are married, I hear, said the landowner. Yes, replied Levin with proud satisfaction. Yes, it is curious, he continued. We live without gaining anything, as if we were appointed, like the Vestals of old, to guard some fire or other. The landowner smiled under his grey moustache. There are those among us, too, for example, our friend Sviatsky, or Count Vronsky, who has now settled here, who want to turn agriculture into an industry. But as yet that leads only to loss of capital. But why don't we do like the merchant? Why don't we cut down our limes for bast? Said Levin, returning to the thought that had struck him. Why, as you have said, we guard the fire. The other is not work for the nobility. Our work is not done here at the elections, but at our homes. We have a class instinct as to what should not be done. I see it in the peasants, too, sometimes. A proper peasant always tries to get hold of as much land as possible. However bad the land, still he ploughs it. It brings him also no profit, but pure loss. Just like us, said Levin. Very, very glad to have met you, he added, seeing Sviatsky approaching. We too have met for the first time since we were at your house, said the landowner, and have indulged in a chat. Yes? And have you been abusing the new order? Asked Sviatsky with a smile. We won't deny it. Unburdening our souls. Chapter 30. Sviatsky took Levin's arm and led him back to his own group. This time it was impossible to avoid Vronsky. He was standing with Oblonsky and Koznishev, and looked straight at Levin as he came up. Very pleased. I think I had the pleasure of meeting you at the Princess Shtcherbatsky's, said he, holding out his hand to Levin. Yes, I will remember our meeting, said Levin, and blushing scarlet immediately turned and spoke to his brother. Smiling slightly, Vronsky continued his conversation with Sviatsky, evidently having no desire to start a conversation with Levin. But Levin, while talking to his brother, kept looking round at Vronsky, tried to think of something to say to him in order to mitigate his rudeness. What is delaying matters now? Asked Levin, glancing at Sviatsky and Vronsky. Snetkov. He must either decline or accept, replied Sviatsky. Well, and has he agreed or not? That's just it. Neither the one nor the other, answered Vronsky. And if he should refuse, who will stand? Asked Levin, looking at Vronsky. Whoever likes, replied Sviatsky. Will you? Asked Levin. Certainly, not I, said Sviatsky, becoming embarrassed and casting an alarmed glance at the venomous gentleman who was standing beside Koznishev. Who then? Nevedovsky? Said Levin, feeling that he had put his foot in it somehow. But this was still worse. Nevedovsky and Sviatsky were the two prospective candidates. "Not I. Not on any account," said the venomous gentleman. So this was Nevedovsky. Sviatsky introduced him to Lievin. "Well, has it touched you to the quick, too?" said Oblonsky, winking at Vronsky. "It's like the races. It makes one inclined to bet on the result." "Yes, it does touch one to the quick," replied Vronsky. "And having once taken the matter up, one wants to carry it through. It's a struggle," he said, frowning, and closed his powerful jaw. What a capable man Sviatsky is. How clearly he puts everything. "Oh, yes," replied Vronsky absent-mindedly. There was a pause, during which Vronsky, since he had to look at something, looked at Lievin, at his feet, his uniform, and then his face, and noticing the sombre eyes fixed upon him, he remarked, just to say something, "And how is it that you, living constantly in the country, are not a justice of the peace? You are not in the uniform of a justice?" "Because I consider that the magistracy is an idiotic institution," morosely replied Lievin, who had all the time been looking for an opportunity of speaking to Vronsky to atone for his rudeness at their first encounter. "I don't think so." "On the contrary," said Vronsky with calm surprise. "It's a game," Lievin interrupted. "We don't need any justices of the peace. I've not had a single case in 8 years, and when I did have one it was decided wrongly. The justice's court is 40 versts from my house. To settle a matter worth 2 roubles, I should have to send an attorney who cost me 15. And he related how a peasant stole some flour from a miller, and how, when the miller spoke to him about it, the peasant sued him for libel. All this was untimely and foolish, and Lievin himself was conscious of it even while he spoke. "Oh, he is such a crank," said Oblonsky, with his smoothest and most almondy smile. "But come, I think the ballot has begun." And they separated. "I don't understand," said Koznishev, who had observed his brother's awkward sally. "I don't understand how one can be so entirely devoid of political tact. That is what we Russians lack. The marshal of the province is our opponent, and you are ami cochon with him and ask him to stand. But Count Vronsky, I do not make a friend of him. He invited me to dinner, and I shan't go. But he is one of our party, so why make an enemy of him? Then you ask Nevedovsky whether he will stand? That kind of thing is not done." "Oh, I understand nothing about it. It is all trifling," said Lievin gloomily. "There, you say it's all trifling, but when you begin on it, you make a mess of everything." Lievin remained silent, and they entered the large hall together. The marshal of the province, though he felt in the air that there was a plot prepared against him, and though he had not been unanimously asked to stand, had still decided to do so. There was silence in the hall, and the secretary loudly announced that Mikhail Stepanich Snepkov, captain of the guards, was nominated for the post of provincial marshal, and that the ballot would now be taken. The district marshals carried little plates filled with ballot balls from their own tables to the provincial table, and the election began. "Put it on the right," whispered Oblonsky to Lievin as the latter, with his brother, followed the marshal to the table. But Lievin had forgotten the plan which had been explained to him, and was afraid that Oblonsky was making a mistake when he said right. Surely Snepkov was their opponent. While approaching the box, he had the ball in his right hand, but, thinking it was a mistake, he shifted it to his left hand just as he reached the box, and evidently placed it to the left. An expert standing beside the box, who, by the mere motion of an elbow, could tell where every ball was put, made a wry face. There was nothing for him to exercise his penetration upon this time. All became silent again, and one heard the balls being counted. Then a solitary voice proclaimed the number for and against. The marshal had received a considerable majority. A clamour arose, and everyone rushed to the door. Snetkov entered, and the noblemen thronged around him with congratulations. "Well, is it over now?" Lievin asked his brother. "It's only beginning," Sviatsky smilingly answered for Koznishev. The other candidate may get still more votes. Lievin had again forgotten about that. He only now remembered that there was some subtlety in it, but he was too bored to recollect what it was. He was overcome by depression and wanted to get out of that crowd. As no one was paying any attention to him, and he apparently was not wanted by anybody, he went quietly to the small refreshment room, and again felt great relief when he saw the waiters. The old waiter offered him something to eat, and Lievin accepted. Having eaten a cutlet and beans and talked with the old man about his former masters, Lievin, not wishing to return to the hall where he had felt so out of his element, went up into the gallery. The gallery was crowded with smartly dressed women who leant over the balustrade and tried not to miss a single word of what was being said below. Beside the women sat or stood elegant lawyers, spectacled high school teachers, and officers. Everyone was talking about the elections and how tired out the marshal was and how interesting the debates had been. In one group, Lievin heard them praising his brother. A lady was saying to a lawyer, "How glad I am to have heard Koznishev. It was worthwhile going a little hungry. Delightful. So clear and audible. There now, no one speaks like that in your court, except perhaps Madel, and even he is far less eloquent." Having found a vacant place at the balustrade, Lievin leant over and began to look and listen. The noblemen were sitting behind partitions arranged according to their districts. In the centre of the room stood a man in uniform who announced in a loud, shrill voice, "As candidate for the post of provincial marshal, Captain Evgeny Ivanovich Aporkin will now be balloted for." Then followed a dead silence, and a feeble voice was heard saying, "Declines. Court Councillor Pyotr Pyotrovich Bol will now be balloted for," cried the voice of the man in uniform. "Declines," shouted a youthful, squeaky voice. A similar announcement was made and again followed by declines. So it went on for about an hour. Lievin, leaning over the balustrade, looked on and listened. At first he was surprised and wanted to understand what it meant. Then, coming to the conclusion that he could not understand it, he grew bored. Then, remembering the agitation and anger he had witnessed on all faces, he felt sad, and with the intention of leaving the place went downstairs. As he was passing through the corridor behind the gallery, he came across a dispirited high school pupil with bloodshot eyes pacing up and down. On the stairs he met a couple, a lady running up swiftly in her high-heeled shoes, and the assistant public prosecutor. "I said you would be in time," the assistant said as Lievin stepped aside to let the lady pass. Lievin was already descending the stairs to the exit and getting out his cloakroom ticket when the secretary caught him. "Please, come, Konstantin Dmitrich, they are voting." The candidate who was standing was Nevedovsky, who had so decidedly declined. Lievin went up to the door of the hall. It was locked. The secretary knocked, the door opened, and two landowners with flushed faces plunged out past Lievin. "I can't stand it," cried one of the red-faced landowners. Then the head of the provincial marshal was thrust out at the doorway. His face was dreadful from its expression of exhaustion and fear. "I told you to let no one out," he shouted to the doorkeeper. "I was letting people in, Your Excellency." "Oh, Lord," said the marshal of the province with a deep sigh, and with his weary legs in the white trousers dragging and hanging his head, he went down the middle of the hall to the chief table. Nevedovsky had a majority, as they had expected, and he was now marshal of the province. Many were cheerful, many contented and happy, many were in ecstasy, and many dissatisfied and miserable. The old marshal was in despair and could not hide it. When Nevedovsky left the hall, the crowd surrounded him and followed him enthusiastically, as it had followed the governor of the province on the first day when he opened the meeting, and as it had followed Snetkov when he was successful. Chapter 31. The newly elected Marshal of the province and many of the victorious new party dined that evening at Vronsky's. Vronsky had come to the elections because he felt dull in the country in order to proclaim to Anna his right to freedom, to repay Sviatsky by supporting him at these elections for all the trouble he had taken for Vronsky at the Zemstvo elections, and most of all to perform strictly all the duties of the position he had taken up as a nobleman and landowner. But he had not at all expected that the election business would interest him so much, and so touch him to the quick, or that he could do it so well. He was quite a new man in this circle of noble landowners, but he evidently was a success, and he was not mistaken in thinking that he had already gained influence among them. This influence was promoted by his wealth, by his title, by the splendid house in the town which had been lent him by his old acquaintance Shirkov, a financier who had founded a flourishing bank in Kashin, by the excellent chef whom he had brought from his estate, by his friendship with the governor who had been a former comrade, and one whom Vronsky had even protected, but above all by his simple behaviour in treating everyone alike, which had quickly induced most of the noblemen to change their opinion as to his supposed pride. He himself felt that, except that crazy fellow married to Kitty Sherbatsky, who, apropos de botte, had with rabid virulence told him a lot of pointless nonsense, every nobleman whose acquaintance he had made had become his partisan. He saw clearly, and others acknowledged, that he had contributed very much to Nevedovsky's success. Now, at his own table, celebrating Nevedovsky's election, Vronsky experienced a pleasant feeling of triumph. The elections themselves interested him so much that he began to think that if he were married by the next triennial election, he would himself put up, just as, when a jockey had won him a prize, he had wished to ride a race himself. They were now celebrating the jockey's victory. Vronsky sat at the head of the table. On his right was the young governor, a general of the emperor's suite. To everybody else, the general was the master of the province, who had solemnly opened the sessions and made a speech, and, as Vronsky saw, aroused both respect and civility in many present. But for Vronsky, he was Maslov Katka, the nickname he had had in the court page, who felt embarrassed in his presence, and whom Vronsky tried to mettre à son aise. On Vronsky's left sat Nevedovsky, with his youthful, dogged and venomous look. Toward him Vronsky was simple and courteous. Sviatsky bore his failure cheerfully. It was not even a failure for him, as he himself said to Nevedovsky, champagne glass in hand, no better representative of the new course which the nobility ought to follow could have been found, and therefore all that was honest, as he remarked, was on the side of today's success, and triumphed in it. Oblonsky, too, was pleased that he had spent his time merrily and that everyone was satisfied. At the excellent dinner, the episodes of the elections were discussed. Sviatsky comically mimicked the old marshal's tearful speech, and, turning to Nevedovsky, remarked that His Excellency would have to adopt a different and more complex method of auditing the funds than tears. Another witty nobleman narrated how footmen with knee breeches and stockings had been imported to wait at the ball which the marshal of the province had intended to give, and that they would now have to be sent back unless the new marshal would give a ball with stockinged footmen. During the dinner they continually spoke of Nevedovsky as our provincial marshal, and addressed him as Your Excellency. This was uttered with the same pleasure with which a newly married woman is addressed as Madame and called by her husband's name. Nevedovsky pretended not merely to be indifferent to, but to despise this title, but it was evident that he felt happy and exercised self-control to avoid betraying a delight ill-suited to the new liberal circle in which they found themselves. During the dinner, several telegrams were sent to persons interested in the elections. Oblonsky, who was feeling very jolly, sent one to Dolly, which ran as follows: Nevedovsky elected by majority of 20. Congratulations. Tell news. He dictated it aloud, saying, I must cheer them up. But Dolly, on receiving the telegram, only sighed over the rouble it had cost, and understood that it had been sent toward the end of a dinner. She knew that Stiva had a weakness at the end of a dinner party, faire jouer le télégraphe. Everything, including the splendid dinner and the wines, which did not come from Russian merchants but were imported ready-bottled from abroad, was very distinguished, simple, and gay. The company of 20 men had been selected by Sviatsky from adherents of the new movement and from liberals, men who were also witty and respectable. Healths were drunk, also half in jest, to the new provincial marshal, to the governor, to the bank director, and to our amiable host. Vronsky was satisfied. He had not at all expected to find such a pleasant tone in the provinces. When dinner was over, things became still merrier. The governor asked Vronsky to accompany him to a concert in aid of a brotherhood which was being arranged by his wife, who wished to make Vronsky's acquaintance. "There will be a ball afterwards, and you will see our society beauty. Really, she is quite remarkable." "Not in my line," answered Vronsky, who was fond of that English expression, but he smiled and promised to come. When they had already quitted the table and had all begun smoking, Vronsky's valet came up to him with a letter on a salver. "From Vozdvizhenskoy, by express messenger," he said, with a significant glance. "It is extraordinary how much he resembles the public prosecutor, Sventitsky," remarked one of the guests in French of the valet, while Vronsky, frowning, read his letter. The letter was from Anna. Even before he read it, he knew its contents. Expecting the elections to end in 5 days, he had promised to return on the Friday. It was now Saturday, and he knew that the letter contained reproaches for his not having returned punctually. The letter he had sent off the evening before had probably not yet reached her. The contents of the letter were just what he expected, but its form was unexpected and particularly unpleasant to him. "Annie is very ill. The doctor says it may be inflammation. I lose my head when alone. The Princess Barbara is not a help but a hindrance. I expected you the day before yesterday and yesterday, and am now sending to find out where you are and what the matter is. I wished to come myself, but changed my mind, knowing that you would not like it. Give me some reply that I may know what to do." Baby was ill, and she wished to come herself? Their child ill, and this hostile tone. The innocent mirth of the elections, and this dismal, burdensome love to which he must return, struck Vronsky by their contrast. But he had to go, and he took the first train that night for his home. Chapter 32. Before Vronsky went to the elections, Anna, having considered that the scenes which took place between them every time he went away could only tend to estrange them instead of binding them closer, resolved to make every possible effort to bear the separation calmly. But the cold, stern look on his face when he came to tell her he was going offended her, and even before he had gone her composure was upset. Later on, meditating in solitude on that look which expressed his right to freedom, she, as usual, came only to a consciousness of her own humiliation. He has the right to go when and where he pleases, not only to go away, but to leave me. He has every right, and I have none at all. But knowing this, he ought not to do it. But really, what has he done? He has looked at me coldly and severely. Of course it is indefinable, intangible. But it was not so formerly, and that look means much, she thought. That look shows that he is beginning to grow cold. Though she was convinced that this was the case, she could not do anything, could not in any way change her relation to him. Just as heretofore she could hold him only by means of her love and attractiveness, and just as heretofore only by occupations by day and morphia by night, could she stifle the terrible thought of what would happen if he ceased to love her. True, there was one means, not of holding him. For that purpose she wished for nothing except his love. but of putting herself in such a position that he could not abandon her. That means was divorce and marriage. She began to wish for this, and decided to agree the first time he or Stiva should mention it to her. With these thoughts in her mind, she spent 5 days, the days she expected him to be away. Walks, talks with the Princess Barbara, visits to the hospital, and above all, reading one book after another, filled her time. But on the 6th day, when the coachman returned from the station without him, she felt that she was no longer able to stifle the thought of him and of what he was doing. Just then, her little girl fell ill. Anna nursed her, but this did not divert her thoughts, especially as the illness was not dangerous. Try as she might, she could not love that child, and she could not make a pretense of love. Toward the evening of that day, being alone, Anna felt such terror on Vronsky's account that she decided to go to town. But after careful consideration, she wrote that contradictory letter which Vronsky received, and without reading it over, she sent it by express messenger. Next morning she received his letter, and regretted her own. She anticipated with horror a repetition of that stern look he had thrown at her when leaving, especially when he should learn that the little girl was not dangerously ill. But still, she was glad she had written. Anna now acknowledged to herself that he was weary of her, and would regret giving up his freedom to return to her. Yet in spite of this, she was glad that he would come. Let him feel weary, but let him be here with her so that she might see him and know his every movement. She was sitting in the drawing-room, reading by lamplight a new book by Taine, listening to the wind outside and expecting every moment the arrival of the carriage. Several times she had thought she heard the sound of wheels, but had been mistaken. At last she heard not only the wheels, but also the coachman's voice and a dull rumbling in the portico. Even the Princess Barbara, who was playing Patience, confirmed this, and Anna, flushing, rose. But instead of going downstairs, as she had already done twice, she stood still. She suddenly felt ashamed of having deceived him, and still more afraid of how he might treat her. The feeling of injury had already passed, and she only feared the expression of his displeasure. She remembered that the child had been quite well since yesterday. She was even vexed with her for having recovered so soon as the letter had been sent. Then she recollected that he was here, all of him, his hands, his eyes. She heard his voice, and forgetting everything else, ran joyfully to meet him. "Well, how is Annie?" he asked timidly, looking up at Anna as she ran down to him. He was sitting on a chair, and the footman was pulling off his warm boots. "Oh, it's nothing. She's better." "And you?" he asked, giving himself a shake. She took his hand in both hers and drew it to her waist, not taking her eyes off him. "Well, I'm very glad," he said, coldly surveying her coiffure and the dress which he knew she had put on for him. All this pleased him, but it had already pleased him so often, and the stern and stony look which she so dreaded settled on his face. "Well, I am very glad." "And you are well?" said he, wiping his wet beard with his handkerchief and kissing her hand. "No matter," she thought, "if only he is here. When he is here, he can't and daren't fail to love me." The evening passed happily and cheerfully in the company of the Princess Barbara, who complained to him that in his absence Anna had been taking morphia. "What am I to do? I could not sleep. My thoughts kept me awake. When he is here, I never take it, or hardly ever." He told her about the elections, and Anna knew how, by questions, to lead him on to just what pleased him, his success. She told him about everything that interested him at home, and all her news was most cheerful. But late at night, when they were alone, Anna, seeing that she had regained full mastery of him, wanted to efface the depressing impression of the look he gave her apropos of the letter, and said, "But confess that you were vexed to get my letter and did not believe me." As soon as she had said this, she knew that however lovingly disposed he might be to her, he had not forgiven her for that letter. "Yes," he answered. "It was such a strange letter. Annie was ill, yet you wished to come yourself. That was all true, I don't doubt it. Yes, you do doubt it. I see you are displeased. Not for a moment. I am only displeased, really, that you seem not to wish to admit that there are duties. Duties to go to a concert? Don't let us talk about it," he said. "Why should we not talk about it?" she replied. "I only wish to say that one may have unavoidable business. Now, for instance, I shall have to go to Moscow about the house. Oh, Anna, why are you so irritable? Don't you know that I can't live without you?" "If that is so," replied Anna in a suddenly changed voice, "it must be that you are weary of this life. Yes, you will come for a day and go away again, as men do. Anna, that is cruel. I am ready to give my whole life." But she did not listen to him. "If you go to Moscow, I shall go too. I will not stop here. Either we must separate or live together. You know that that is my desire, but for that a divorce is necessary. I will write to him. I see I cannot live like this. But I will go to Moscow with you." "You speak as if you were threatening me." "Why, I don't wish for anything so much as not to be separated from you," said Vronsky smilingly. But not a cold look only, but the angry look of a hunted and exasperated man flashed in his eyes as he spoke those tender words. She saw that look, and rightly guessed its meaning. The look said, "If so, this is a misfortune." It was a momentary impression, but she never forgot it. Anna wrote to her husband asking him for a divorce, and at the end of November, having parted from the Princess Barbara, who had to go to Petersburg, she moved to Moscow with Vronsky. Daily expecting Karenin's reply, to be followed by a divorce, they now established themselves like a married couple. Part 7. Chapter 1. The Lievins had been more than 2 months in Moscow, the date on which, according to the most exact calculations of persons experienced in such matters, Kitty should have been confined, had long passed. But she had not yet been delivered, nor were there any signs that the time was nearer now than it had been 2 months previously. The doctor, the midwife, Dolly, her mother, and especially Lievin, who could not think without horror of what was coming, began to experience impatience and anxiety. Kitty alone was perfectly calm and happy. She now distinctly realized the awakening of a new sense of tenderness for the coming, and for her to some extent already existing, child, and she yielded with pleasure to that feeling. It was no longer entirely part of herself, but now and then lived its own independent life. Sometimes this occasioned her pain, but at the same time she wanted to laugh because of this strange new joy. All whom she loved were with her, and all were so kind to her and so attentive, and everything was presented to her in so pleasant an aspect, that had she not known it must soon come to an end, she could not have desired a better or pleasanter life. The only thing that marred the charm of this life was that her husband was not as she loved him best, not as he used to be in the country. She loved his quiet, kindly, and hospitable manner on his estate. In town he always seemed restless and on his guard, as if afraid lest someone should insult him, or, worse still, her. There, on his estate, feeling that he was in his right place, He was never in a hurry to go anywhere and was always occupied. Here in town he was always in a hurry, as if fearing to miss something, and yet he had nothing to do. She was sorry for him. She knew that to others he did not appear to need pity. On the contrary, when Kitty watched him in company, as one sometimes watches a person one loves, trying to see him from a stranger's point of view so as to realize the impression he makes on others, she saw, even with some jealous fear, that far from needing pity, he was very attractive by his good breeding, his rather old-fashioned and timid politeness to women, his powerful figure, and, as she thought, his uncommonly expressive face. But she understood him not from without, but from within, and saw that in town he was not himself. She could not otherwise define his condition. Sometimes in her heart she reproached him for not knowing how to live in town. At other times she confessed that it was really hard for him to arrange his life here satisfactorily. Indeed, what could he do? He did not care for cards. He did not go to the club. She knew now what consorting with gay people of a Vronsky sort meant. It meant drinking and then driving somewhere. She could not think without horror of where men drove to in such cases. Go into society? But she knew that to do so he would have to find pleasure in being with young women, and she could not wish that. Stay at home with her and her mother and sisters? But, agreeable and amusing as the same oft-repeated conversations might be to her, talks about Arlenes and Nardines, as the old prince called those talks between the sisters, she knew they must bore him. Then what was left for him to do? Continue to write his book? He did try to do it, and began by going to a public library to take notes and look up references he required. But, as he explained to her, the less he did, the less time he seemed to have. And he also complained that he had talked too much about his book here, so that all his ideas had become confused and he had lost interest in them. The one advantage of this town life was that here they never quarrelled. Whether it was that the conditions of town life were different, or that they had both grown more careful and reasonable in this respect, at any rate, in Moscow they never had quarrels resulting from jealousy, such as they had feared when they moved to town. An event even occurred of great importance to them both in this respect, namely, Kitty's meeting with Vronsky. The old Princess Maria Borisovna, Kitty's godmother, who had always been very fond of her, particularly wished to see her. Though Kitty was not going out anywhere because of her condition, yet she went with her father to see the venerable old lady, and there met Vronsky. The only thing Kitty could reproach herself with when that visit was over was that for an instant, on recognizing Vronsky's once so familiar figure in his civilian clothes, she grew breathless, the blood rushed to her heart, and she felt a deep flush suffusing her face. But this lasted only a few seconds. Her father, purposely addressing Vronsky in a loud voice, had not finished what he was saying before she was quite ready to face Vronsky, and if need be to converse with him, just as she conversed with the Princess Maria Borisovna, especially so that everything, down to the lightest intonation and smile, might be approved by her husband, whose unseen presence she seemed to feel above her at that moment. She exchanged a few words with Vronsky, and even smiled at a joke he made about the elections, to which he alluded as our Parliament. She had to smile to show that she understood the joke. But she at once turned to the Princess Maria Borisovna, and did not once look round at Vronsky till he rose to go. Then she looked at him, but evidently only because it is impolite not to look at a man when he is bowing to you. She was grateful to her father for not saying anything to her about this encounter with Vronsky, but by his peculiar tenderness to her during their daily walk after the visit, she saw that he was pleased with her. She was pleased with herself. She had not at all expected to find strength to shut down somewhere deep in her heart all memories of her former feelings for this man, and not merely to appear, but really to be, quite tranquil and calm in his presence. Levin blushed much more than she had done when she told him she had met Vronsky at the Princess Maria Borisovna's. It was very difficult for her to tell him this, and still more difficult to go on giving him details of the meeting, as he did not ask anything but only frowned and looked at her. "I am very sorry you were not there," she said. "I don't mean present in the room. I should not have behaved so naturally with you there. I'm now blushing much more, much more," she added, blushing to tears. "But I'm sorry you could not look in through a crack." Her truthful eyes told Yevin that she was satisfied with herself, and in spite of her blushes he grew calm at once and began questioning her, which was just what she wanted. When he had heard all, down to the fact that just for the first second she could not help blushing, but that afterward she had felt as natural and easy as with anyone she might happen to meet, he became quite happy and said he was very glad it had happened, and in future he would not behave as stupidly as he had done at the election, but would try to be as friendly as possible with Vronsky next time he met him. "It is so painful to think that there is a man who is almost my enemy, whom I dislike to meet," said Levin. "I am very, very glad." Chapter 2. "Well then, please call on the balls," said Kitty to her husband, when, at about 11 o'clock in the morning, he came to her room before going out. "I know you were dining at the club, for Pa put your name down. But what are you going to do this morning?" "Only going to see Katavasov," answered Levin. "Why so early?" "He promised to introduce me to Metrov. I want to have a talk with him about my work. He is a celebrated Petersburg scholar," replied Levin. "Oh, yes, it was his article you praised so." "Well, and then?" inquired Kitty. "Then I may call round at the courts about my sister's case." "And the concert?" "Oh, what's the good of my going alone?" "Oh, yes, do go. They are giving those new pieces. It used to interest you so. I should certainly go." "Well, in any case, I will come back before dinner," he said, glancing at his watch. "But put on a morning coat so that you can call on the Countess Ball on the way." "Is it absolutely necessary, then?" "Yes, absolutely. He called on us." "Why, where is the difficulty?" "You'll call on your way, you'll sit down, talk about the weather for 5 minutes, and then get up and go away." "Well, will you believe it? I have got so out of the habit that it makes me feel ashamed. A stranger arrives, sits down, remains a while doing nothing, disturbs them, upsets himself, and goes away again." Kitty laughed. "But as a bachelor you used to pay calls," she said. "I did, but I always felt ashamed, and now I am so out of the habit of it that, seriously, I'd rather go without dinner for 2 days than pay that call. It is so embarrassing. I feel the whole time that they will be offended and will say, 'Why have you come when you have no business here?'" "No, they won't be offended. I will vouch for that," said Kitty, looking laughingly into his face. She took his hand. "Well, goodbye. Please call on them." He was about to go after kissing her hand when she stopped him. "Kostya, do you know I have only 50 roubles left?" "Well, what of that? I'll call at the bank and get some." "How much?" he asked, with a dissatisfied look familiar to her. "No, wait a moment." She held him by the hand. "Let's talk it over. It bothers me. I don't think I spend on anything superfluous, and yet the money simply flies away. There's something we don't do right." "Not at all," he said, coughing and looking at her from under his brows. She knew that path. With him it was a sign of great displeasure, not with her, but with himself. He was really dissatisfied, not because they had spent so much, but because he had been reminded of a matter which, well knowing that something was wrong, he wished to forget. "I have told Sokolov to sell the wheat and draw the money for the mill in advance. We shall have money in any case." "Yes, but I'm afraid that in general too much—" "Not at all, not at all," he repeated. "Well, goodbye, darling. But really, sometimes I am sorry I listened to Mamma. How nice it would have been in the country. As it is, I have worn you all out, and we are wasting money." "Not at all, not at all. Not once since our marriage have I said to myself that things might have been better than they are. "Is that true?" she said, looking into his eyes. He had said it without thinking, to comfort her, but when he looked and saw those dear, truthful eyes questioningly fixed on him, he repeated the words from the bottom of his heart. "Decidedly, I am forgetting her," he thought, remembering what was so soon awaiting them. "Will it be soon? How do you feel?" he whispered, taking both her hands in his. "I have so often thought so that now I have given up thinking." "And you're not afraid?" She smiled contemptuously. "Not an atom," she answered. "Well, should there be anything, I should be at Katavasov's." "No, there won't be anything. Don't imagine it. I shall go for a walk on the boulevard with Papa. We will call at Dolly's. I'll expect you before dinner. Oh, yes, do you know, Dolly's situation is becoming quite impossible. She's deep in debt and has no money. Mamma and I were talking about it with Arseny, so she called her sisters the Princess Lvova's husband, and we decided to set you and him at Stiva. It is quite impossible. We can't speak to Papa about it, but if you and he— "But what can we do?" said Lievin. "Well, anyhow, you will see Arseny, have a talk with him, and he will tell you what we decided. I'm ready to agree with Arseny beforehand." "Well, I'll call on him then. By the way, if I go to the concert, I'll go with Natalie. Well, goodbye." At the porch, Kuzma, an old servant of his bachelor days, who was now managing the household in town, stopped Lievin. "Krasavchik, one of the pair of carriage horses brought from the country, has been re-shod, but still goes lame," said he. "What are your orders?" On first coming to Moscow, Lievin had taken an interest in the horses they brought from the country. He wanted to arrange the matter as well and as cheaply as possible, but it turned out that their own horses cost them more than hired ones would have done, and they hired horses as well. "Send for the vet. Maybe it's a bruise." "Yes, and what will Katerina Alexandrovna do?" asked Kuzma. Lievin no longer thought it strange, as he had done when he first came to Moscow, that to go from the Vodzvidzenskoye street to Sitsev-Bradjik it was necessary to harness a pair of strong horses to a heavy carriage, to drive through the snowy slush a quarter of a verst, to keep the carriage waiting there for 4 hours, and to pay 5 rubles for it. Now all this seemed quite natural. "Hire a pair of horses to be harnessed to our carriage." "Yes, sir." And thanks to the conditions of town life, having thus simply and easily solved a difficulty which in the country would have required much exertion and personal attention, Lievin went out, called an izvozchik, and drove to the Nikitskaya. On his way he thought no more about money, but considered how he could make the acquaintance of the Petersburg scholar who was studying sociology, and how he would talk to him about his book. Only during the very first days in Moscow had the unproductive but inevitable expenditure, so strange to country folk, yet demanded on all sides, startled Lievin. Now he was used to it. In this respect the thing had happened to him which is said to happen to drunkards. The first glass you drive in like a stake, the second flies like a crake, and after the third they fly like wee little birds. When he had changed the first 100-ruble note to buy liveries for the footman at hall porter, he had involuntarily calculated that those useless liveries, which, however, were absolutely necessary, judging by the surprise of the old princess and Kitty at his hint that one could do without liveries, would cost as much as the hire of 2 labourers for the summer months, that is, of one for about 300 working days between Easter and Advent, and each a day of heavy labour from early morning till late in the evening. He parted with that 100-ruble note not without a struggle. The next such note he changed to buy provisions for a family dinner costing 28 rubles, and though he remembered that 28 rubles was the price of 9 chetverts of oats, mown, bound into sheaves, threshed, winnowed, sifted, and shovelled with sweat and groans, nevertheless it went more easily than the first. The notes he now changed to no longer evoked such calculations, but flew away like wee birds. Whether the pleasure afforded by what it purchased corresponded to the labour expended in acquiring the money was a consideration long since lost sight of. His farming calculations that there is a price below which certain grain must not be sold were forgotten too. The rye, after he had so long held out for a certain price, was sold 50 kopecks a chetvert cheaper than had been offered him a month ago. Even the calculation that it would be impossible to live for a year at that rate of expenditure without running into debt, even that calculation had lost its meaning. The one thing needful was to have money in the bank without asking whence it came, so as to be always sure of the wherewithal to get tomorrow's beef. Till now he had always observed that rule. He had always had money in the bank. But now he had no money remaining there, and did not quite know where to get any. It was this that had upset him for a moment when Kitty reminded him about money. However, he had no time to think about it. While driving, he thought of Katavasov and of making Metrov's acquaintance. Chapter 3. During his stay in Moscow, Levin had renewed his intimacy with his fellow student of university days, now Professor Katavasov, whom he had not seen since his marriage. He liked Katavasov because of his clear and simple outlook on life. Levin thought Katavasov's clear outlook resulted from the poverty of his nature, and Katavasov thought Levin's inconsequential opinions resulted from a lack of mental discipline. But Katavasov's clarity pleased Levin, and the abundance of Levin's undisciplined thoughts pleased Katavasov, so they liked to meet and argue. Levin had read some parts of his book to Katavasov, who liked it. Happening to meet Levin at a public lecture the previous day, Katavasov had told him that the celebrated Metrov, whose article had so pleased Levin, was in Moscow and was much interested in what Katavasov had told him of Levin's work, that he would be at his house next day about 11 in the morning, and would be very pleased to make Levin's acquaintance. "Decidedly, you are improving. Quite a pleasure to see it," said Katavasov, as he welcomed Levin in the little drawing-room. "I heard the bell and thought, it's impossible he can have come punctually. Well, what do you think of the Montenegrins? They are born warriors." "What's happened?" asked Levin. Katavasov, in a few words, told him the latest news, and, taking him into the study, introduced Levin to a tall, sturdy, and very agreeable-looking man. It was Metrov. The conversation rested for a time on politics and on how the highest circles in Petersburg regarded the latest events. Metrov quoted words on the subject attributed to the emperor and one of the ministers, which he had from a reliable source. Katavasov, however, had heard with equal definiteness that the emperor said something quite different. Levin tried to imagine a situation in which both utterances might have been made, and the subject was dropped. "He has written almost a book on the natural condition of the labourer in relation to the land," said Katavasov. "I am not a specialist, but as a naturalist I liked his not taking humanity as something outside zoological laws, but on the contrary regarding it as dependent on its surroundings, and searching in this dependence for the laws of its development." "That is very interesting," said Metrov. "I really began to write a book on agriculture, but being occupied with the chief instrument in agriculture, the labourer," said Levin with a blush, "I involuntarily arrived at quite unexpected results." And Levin began carefully, as if feeling his way, to expound his views. He knew that Metrov had written an article running counter to the generally accepted teachings of political economy, but how far he could hope for his sympathy with his own novel views Levin did not know, and could not gather from the expression of the professor's quiet and intelligent face. "But in what do you perceive the peculiar quality of the Russian worker?" asked Metrov. "In his zoological quality, so to say, or in the conditions in which he is placed?" Levin detected in this very question a thought with which he did not agree, but he continued to expound his view, which was that the Russian labourer's view of the land is quite different from that of other nations. To illustrate this theory, he hastened to add that, in his opinion, the Russian people's view results from their consciousness of a vocation to populate the vast, unoccupied tracts in the East. It is easy to be led astray when drawing conclusions as to the general vocation of a people, said Metrov, interrupting Lievin. The condition of the labourer will always depend on his relation to land and capital. And without letting Lievin finish explaining his idea, Metrov began expounding to him the peculiarity of his own teaching. What that peculiarity consisted in, Lievin did not understand, because he did not even try to do so. He saw that Metrov, like the others, despite the article in which he refused the teachings of the economists, still regarded the position of the Russian labourer merely from the standpoint of capital, wages and rent, though he had to admit that in the eastern and greater part of Russia rents were still nil, that wages, for 9/10 of the 80 millions of the Russian population, represented only sustenance for themselves, and that capital did not yet exist except in the form of most primitive tools. Yet he regarded every labourer merely from that one point of view, though on many points he disagreed with the economists and had his own theory of wages, which he explained to Lievin. Lievin listened reluctantly and at first made objections. He wanted to interrupt Metrov and to state his own idea, which he considered would render a further statement of Metrov's view superfluous. But afterwards, having convinced himself that they looked at the question so differently that they would never understand one another, he ceased making objections and merely listened. Though what Metrov was saying now no longer interested him at all, he felt some pleasure, all the same, in hearing him. His vanity was flattered by the fact that so learned a man should explain his opinions to him so willingly, so carefully, and with such faith in Lievin's knowledge of the subject, that he sometimes by a mere hint indicated a whole aspect of the matter. Lievin attributed this to his own worth, not knowing that Metrov, who had exhausted the matter with all his intimates, was particularly pleased to speak about it to any fresh person, and, in general, willingly spoke to everybody about the subject with which he was occupied, and which was not yet clear to himself. "I'm afraid we shall be late," said Katavasov, glancing at the clock as soon as Metrov had finished his disquisition. "Yes, there is a meeting of the Society of Amateurs in honour of Svintich's Jubilee," Katavasov went on in relation to Lievin's inquiry. "Pyotr Ivanovich, Metrov, and I have arranged to go. I have promised to read a paper on his work on zoology. Come with us, it will be very interesting." "Yes, it is quite time," remarked Metrov. "Come with us, and then, if you care to, come home with me. I should very much like to hear your work. Oh no, it is still so unfinished, but I shall be pleased to go to the meeting." "And have you heard?" "I gave in a separate report," Katavasov called out from the next room, where he was changing his coat. They began a conversation about a controversy in the university, which was one of the most important events in Moscow that winter. The 3 old professors on the council had not accepted the opinion of the younger ones. The younger ones presented a separate resolution. This resolution was, in the opinion of some people, a dreadful one, while according to others it was very simple and just. The professors were divided into 2 camps. The side to which Katavasov belonged accused their opponents of mean treachery and deception, while the others imputed youthfulness and disrespect for authority. Lievin, though he did not belong to the university, had since his arrival in Moscow more than once heard and conversed about this affair, and had formed his own opinion on the subject, and he took part in the conversation, which was continued in the street until they all 3 arrived at the old university buildings. The meeting had already begun. At the table covered with a cloth at which Katavasov and Metrov took their seats, 6 men were sitting, and one of them, with his head bent close over a manuscript, was reading something. Lievin took one of the vacant chairs which were standing round the table, and in a whisper asked a student who was sitting there what was being read. With a displeased look at Lievin, the student replied, "The biography." Though the biography of the scientist did not interest Lievin, he listened involuntarily and learnt a few interesting facts about the celebrated man's life. When the reader had finished, the chairman thanked him, and read aloud some verses for the jubilee sent by the poet meant, adding a few words of thanks to the poet. Then Katavarkov, in his loud, strident voice, read his paper on the scientific work of the man whose jubilee it was. When Katavarkov had finished, Lievin looked at his watch, saw that it was getting on for 2, and thought that there would be no time to read his manuscript to Metrov before the concert, and besides, he no longer felt inclined to do so. During the readings he had also been thinking about the talk they had had. It was now clear to him that though Metrov's views might perhaps be of importance, his own ideas were of importance too, and these views could be formulated and lead to results only if each of them worked separately along the lines he had selected, but communicating them to one another could not lead to any result. Making up his mind to decline Metrov's invitation, therefore, Lievin approached him as soon as the meeting ended. Metrov introduced him to the chairman with whom he was discussing the political news. In this connection, Metrov told the chairman the same thing that he had already told Lievin, and Lievin made the same remarks as he had made in the morning, but for the sake of diversity expressed also a new view of his own, which had but just entered his head. After that they began talking about the university question. As Lievin had already heard all that, he hastened to tell Metrov that he regretted he was unable to accept his invitation, shook hands, and drove off to the Lyubovs. Chapter 4. Lyubov, who was married to Kitty's sister Natalie, had passed all his life in the capitals and abroad, where he had been educated and where he had been in the diplomatic service. The year before, he had quitted the diplomatic service, not because of any unpleasantness, he never had unpleasantness with anyone, but had exchanged into the Moscow court ministry in order to be able to give his boys the best education. Despite very acute differences in their habits and opinions, and the fact that Lyubov was older than Lievin, they became very intimate and attached to one another that winter. Lievin found Lyubov at home and entered unannounced. Wearing an indoor jacket with a belt, Morocco leather shoes, and with a pince-nez of blue glass on his nose, Lyubov sat in an easy-chair reading a book lying on a lectern before him, and carefully held at a distance in his shapely hand a cigar half turned to ashes. His handsome, refined, and still young-looking face, to which the curly, glossy silver hair gave a still more well-bred appearance, lit up with a smile when he saw Lievin. "Good, and I was just going to send to you. Well, and how's Kitty? Oh, take this chair, it's more comfortable." He rose and pushed forward a rocking chair. "Have you had the last circular in the Journal de St. Petersburg? I think it's splendid," said he, with a slightly French accent. Lievin told him what he had heard from Katavarkov of what was said in Petersburg, and after some talk on politics, Lievin recounted how he had made Metrov's acquaintance and had gone to the meeting. This interested Lyubov very much. "There now, I envy you for having the entrance to that interesting scientific world," he said. And having started talking, he changed, as he usually did, into French, which he spoke more easily. "It's true I have no time to spare. My work and occupation with the children deprive me of that. Besides, I am not ashamed to confess that my education was far too insufficient." "I don't think so," said Lievin with a smile, feeling as usual touched by the other's low opinion of himself, which was not in the least affected from desire to appear or even to be modest, but was quite sincere. "Oh yes, I now feel how little educated I am. Even for the children's lessons I often have to refresh my memory, or even simply to learn things. For it is not enough to have masters, one must have a supervisor as well, just as you have both labourers and an overseer on your estate." "I was just reading," and he showed Lievin Boslava's grammar, which lay on the lectern. "They expect Misha to know this, and it is so difficult. Will you explain this to me? He says here—" Lievin tried to explain that it was impossible to understand it, and that it must just be learnt by heart, but Lyubov did not agree with him. "Yes, you laugh at it. On the contrary, you have no idea how, when I see you, I am always learning what awaits me, the education of my children." "Oh, come, you've nothing to learn from me," said Lyubov. All I know is that I never saw better brought-up children than yours, said Lievin, and do not wish for better children. Lyovov evidently tried to restrain the expression of his delight, but a radiant smile lit up his face. If only they turn out better than I, that is all I desire. You do not yet know all the difficulties one has with boys who, like mine, have been neglected through our life abroad, said he. They'll catch it all up. They're such gifted children. The chief thing is the moral training. That is what I learned by watching your children. You talk of moral training? You can't imagine how difficult that is. You have hardly mastered one fault when another crops up, and there is a fresh struggle. One must have the support of religion. You remember our talk about that? No father relying on his own strength without that support could educate a child. This conversation on a topic that always interested Lievin was cut short by the entrance of the beautiful Natalia Alexandrovna, who came in dressed to go out. "Oh, I didn't know you were here," she said, evidently not at all sorry, but rather pleased at having interrupted a conversation which she had heard long ago and of which she was weary. "And how is Kitty? I'm dining with you today." "Look here, Arseny," she said, turning to her husband. "You will take the carriage." And husband and wife began discussing what they would do that day. As the husband had to go and meet someone officially, and the wife was going to the concert and then to a public meeting of the Southeastern Committee, there was much to decide and arrange. Lievin, as one of the family, had to take part in the deliberations. It was settled that Lievin would drive with Natalie to the concert and to the public meeting, and from there they would send the carriage to the office to fetch Arseny, who would call for his wife and take her on to Kitty's. Or if he was detained by business, he would send the carriage back, and Lievin would accompany her. "He spoils me, you know," said Lyovov to his wife, indicating Lievin. "He assures me that our children are splendid, though I see so much that is bad in them." "Arseny goes to extremes, as I always tell him," said his wife. "If you look for perfection, you will never be satisfied. What Papa says is perfectly true. When we were brought up, they went to one extreme and kept us children in the attics while our parents lived on the first floor. But now it's just the reverse. The lumber room for the parents and the first floor for the children. Nowadays, parents are hardly allowed to live, and everything is for the children." "Why not, if that is pleasanter?" said Lyovov, with his handsome smile, touching her hand. "Those who don't know you would think you were not a mother, but a stepmother." "No, extremes are not right in any case," said Natalie quietly, putting his paper-knife in its right place on the table. "Ah, come here, you perfect children," said Lyovov to two little boys who, after bowing to Lievin, approached their father, evidently wishing to ask him something. Lievin wanted to talk to them and hear what they would say to their father, but Natalie spoke to him, and then Mahotin, a fellow official of Lyovov's, came in court uniform to fetch Lyovov to meet someone, and an unending conversation began about Herzegovina, the Princess Kortzinskaya, the Duma, and the Countess Apraxina's sudden death. Lievin had forgotten the commission he had been charged with, and only remembered it when on his way to the anteroom. "Oh, Kitty wished me to have a talk with you about Vronsky," he said, when Lyovov paused on the stairs as he was seeing his wife and Lievin down. Yes, Maman wishes us, les beaux-frères, to come down on him," said Lyovov, blushing. "But why should I?" "Well, then, I will be down on him," said his wife, smiling, as she stood in her white, fur-lined cloak, waiting for them to finish their talk. "Come, let us go." Chapter 5. At the matinee concert there were two very interesting items. One was King Lear on the Heath, a fantasia, and the other was a quartet dedicated to the memory of Bach. Both pieces were new and in the new style, and Lievin wished to form an opinion on them. When he had conducted his sister-in-law to her seat, he took his station behind a pillar, resolved to listen as attentively and as conscientiously as possible. He tried not to let his mind wander, nor to let his impression of the music be marred by looking at the white-tied conductor's arm-waving, which always so unpleasantly distracts one's attention from the music, nor by the ladies with their bonnets, the ribbons of which were so carefully tied over their ears for the concert. nor by all those other persons who were either not interested in anything or interested in all sorts of things other than music. He carefully avoided the musical experts and great talkers, and stood with lowered eyes gazing straight before him, listening. But the longer he listened to the King Lear fantasia, the further he felt from the possibility of forming any definite opinion. The musical expression of some emotion seemed perpetually on the point of beginning, when it suddenly broke into fragments of the expression of other emotions, or even into unrelated sounds which, elaborate though they were only connected by the whim of the composer. Even these fragments of musical expression, though some of them were good, were unpleasing because they were quite unexpected and unprepared for. Mirth, sadness, despair, tenderness, triumph came forth without any cause, like the thoughts of a madman. And as in the mind of a madman, these emotions vanished just as unexpectedly. Throughout the performance, Levin felt like a deaf person watching a dance. He was quite perplexed when the music stopped, and felt very tired as a result of strained attention quite unrewarded. From all sides came loud applause. Everyone rose, began to walk about and talk. Wishing to clear up his own perplexity by hearing other people's impressions, Levin went to look for the experts, and was pleased to find a celebrated one chatting with his own acquaintance, Pestsov. "Wonderful," Pestsov was saying in his deep bass. "How do you do, Konstantin Dmitrich? Especially shapely, plastic, and rich in colour, if one may say so, is the passage where you feel the approach of Cordelia, the woman, thus ewige Weibliche, and she enters upon a struggle with fate." "Why, what has Cordelia to do with it?" Levin asked timidly, having quite forgotten that the fantasia presented King Lear on the heath. "Cordelia appears here," said Pestsov, tapping with his fingers the glossy programme he was holding, and handing it to Levin. Only then did Levin recollect the title of the fantasia, and hastened to read the Russian translation of a passage from Shakespeare which was printed on the back. "You can't follow without it," said Pestsov, turning to Levin, as the man he had been talking to had gone away, and he had no one else to talk to. During the interval, Levin and Pestsov began a discussion on the merits and defects of the Wagnerian tendency in music. Levin maintained that the mistake of Wagner and of all his followers lay in trying to make music enter the domain of another art, and that poetry commits the same error when it depicts the features of a face which should be done by painting. And as an example of this kind of error, he mentioned a sculptor who tried to chisel the shadows of poetic images arising round the pedestal of his statue of a poet. The sculptor's shadows so little resembled shadows that they even clung to a ladder, said Levin. He liked this phrase, but could not remember whether he had not used it before, and to Pestsov himself, and after saying it he grew embarrassed. Pestsov argued that art was all one, and that it can only reach its highest manifestations by uniting all the different kinds of art. Levin could not listen to the second part of the concert, for Pestsov, who stood beside him, talked all the while and found fault with the piece because of its unnecessary and sickly affectation of simplicity, comparing it with the simplicities of the pre-Raphaelite school of painting. On going out, Levin met several other acquaintances, with whom he talked about politics, music, and mutual friends. Among others he met Count Bol. He had quite forgotten his intended visit to him. "Well then, go at once," said the Princess Lyolgova, to whom he mentioned the matter. "Perhaps they won't receive you, and then call for me at the meeting. You have time enough." Chapter 6. "Perhaps they don't receive today," said Levin as he entered the hall of Countess Bol's house. "They do. Please walk in," said the hall porter, determinedly helping him off with his overcoat. "What a nuisance," thought Levin with a sigh as he pulled off one glove and smoothed his hat. "What is the good of my going in? And what on earth am I to say to them?" As he entered the first drawing-room, he met in the doorway the Countess Bol, who, with an anxious and stern expression, was giving orders to a servant. When she saw Lievin, she smiled and asked him into the next room, a smaller drawing room, whence came the sound of voices. In that room, seated in armchairs, were the Countess's 2 daughters and a Moscow colonel with whom Lievin was acquainted. Lievin went up to them, said, "How do you do?" and sat down on a chair beside the sofa, holding his hat in his hand. "How is your wife? Have you been to the concert? We could not go. Mamma had to attend the funeral." "Yes, I have heard. How sudden it was," said Lievin. The Countess came in and sat down on the sofa, and she too inquired about his wife and about the concert. Lievin answered and repeated his remark about the suddenness of the Countess Apraxina's death. But she always was delicate. "Were you at the opera last night?" "Yes, I was." "Wasn't Luca splendid?" "Yes, splendid," he replied. And as he was quite indifferent to what they might think of him, he repeated what they had heard hundreds of times about the peculiarities of that singer's talent. The Countess Boll pretended to be listening. When he had said enough and paused, the colonel, who till then had kept silent, began also to talk about the opera and about the lighting of the opera house. At length, having mentioned the folle journée that was being got up at Turin's, he laughed, rose noisily, and went away. Lievin rose too, but saw by the Countess's face that it was not yet time for him to leave. He had to endure another minute or two, so he sat down again. As, however, he kept on thinking how silly it was, he found nothing to speak about and remained silent. "You are not going to the public meeting? They say it would be very interesting," began the Countess. "No, but I promised my sister-in-law to call for her there," said Lievin. There was a pause, and the mother exchanged glances with her daughter. "Well, I expect it's time now," thought Lievin, and rose. The ladies shook hands with him and asked him to tell his wife 1000 choses from them. The hall porter, as he helped him on with his overcoat, asked where he was staying, and at once entered his address in a large, well-bound book. "Of course, it's all the same to me, but still it makes one ashamed, and it's awfully stupid," thought Lievin, comforting himself with the reflection that everybody does it, and he went on to the meeting of the committee, where he had to meet his sister-in-law in order to accompany her to his own home. At the meeting of the committee there were a great many people, and almost the whole of society. Lievin was in time to hear a summary which everybody said was very interesting. When that had been read, the society folk gathered into a group, and Lievin met Sviazhsky, who asked him to be sure and come that evening to a meeting of the Agricultural Society where an important report was to be read. He also met Oblonsky, who had just come from the races, and many other persons he knew. Lievin again expressed and heard various opinions about the meeting, the new fantasia, and a trial. But probably as a result of the mental fatigue he was beginning to feel, he made a slip when talking of the trial, and he afterwards remembered that slip with vexation several times. Speaking of the punishment awaiting a foreigner who was being tried in Russia, and of how unjust it would be to banish him from the country, Lievin repeated what he had heard said the day before by a man he knew. "It seems to me that to send him abroad would be like punishing a pike by throwing it into the water," said Lievin, and only afterwards remembered that that thought, apparently given out as his own, and which he had heard from his acquaintance, was taken from one of Krylov's fables, and that his acquaintance had repeated it from a feuilleton. Having conducted his sister-in-law to his house, where he found Kitty cheerful and quite all right, Lievin went off to the club. Chapter 7. Lievin arrived at the club in good time. Members and visitors were driving up as he got there. He had long not been there, not since the days when, after leaving the university, he had lived in Moscow and gone out into society. He remembered the club and the external details of its rooms, but had quite forgotten the impression it then made upon him. But as soon as he entered the semicircular courtyard, got out of his sledge and entered the porch, where he was met by a hall porter with a shoulder belt, who noiselessly opened the door and bowed to him, as soon as he saw in the hall the coats and galoshes of those of the members who realized that it was easier to take off their galoshes downstairs than to go up in them, and as soon as he heard the mysterious ring of the bell that announced his ascent, and while mounting the shallow steps of the carpeted stairs perceived the statue on the landing, and saw upstairs the third hall porter in club livery, whom he recognized, though the man had aged, who opened the door for him without haste or delay, gazing at the new arrival. Directly he saw all this, Levin was enveloped in the old familiar atmosphere of the place, an atmosphere of repose, ease, and propriety. "Then we have your hat, sir," said the porter to Levin, who had forgotten the club rule that hats must be left at the entrance. "It's a long time since you were here. The prince entered your name yesterday. Prince Oblonsky is not here yet." This hall porter not only knew Levin, but knew all his connections and relatives as well, and at once mentioned some of his intimate friends. Passing first through a room in which were several screens, and then a room on the right in which was a partition and a fruit stall, Levin, having overtaken and passed an old man who was walking slowly, entered the noisy and crowded dining-room. He passed among the tables, which were nearly all occupied, surveying the guests. Here and there he came across all sorts of people he knew, old and young, some whom he only just knew, and some with whom he was intimate. There was not one angry or anxious face among them. All seemed to have left their cares and anxieties behind them in the hall with their hats, and to be preparing to enjoy the material blessings of life at their leisure. Sviatsky and Sherbatsky, Nevedovsky and the old Prince, Vronsky and Koznishev, all were there. "Why are you so late?" asked the old prince with a smile, holding out his hand over his shoulder. "How's Kitty?" he added, smoothing the table napkin which he had tucked in behind a button of his waistcoat. "She's all right. They're all three dining together." "Ah, Arlene's Nardines. Well, there's no room at our table." "Go to that table and be quick and secure a seat," said the old prince, and turning away he carefully took a plate of fish soup that was handed to him. "Levin! Here!" shouted someone a little farther off in a kindly voice. It was Turovtsin. He sat beside a young military man, and two chairs were tilted against their table. Levin joined them with pleasure. He always liked that good-natured spendthrift Turovtsin. With him was associated the memory of his proposal to Kitty. But today, after all those strained intellectual conversations, Turovtsin's good-natured face was particularly welcome. "These are for you and Oblonsky. He will be here in a minute." The military man, with merry, ever-laughing eyes, who held himself very erect, was Gagin from Petersburg. Turovtsin introduced him. "Oblonsky is always late." "Ah, here he is." "Have you just come?" asked Oblonsky, hastening toward them. "How do you do? Had any vodka? Well then, come." Levin rose and went with him to a large table on which stood various kinds of vodka and a very varied assortment of hors d'oeuvres. It might have been thought that from a score of different hors d'oeuvres it would be possible to select one to any taste, but Oblonsky ordered something special, and one of the liveried footmen brought it at once. They drank a glass of vodka each and returned to their table. While they were still at their soup, Gagin ordered a bottle of champagne and had 4 glasses filled. Levin did not refuse the proffered wine and ordered another bottle. He was hungry and ate and drank with great pleasure, and with still greater pleasure took part in the simple, merry talk of his companions. Gagin, lowering his voice, related a new Petersburg anecdote which, though it was indecent and stupid, was so funny that Levin burst into loud laughter, and people turned to look at him. "That's in the style of the story. That's just what I can't bear. Do you know it?" asked Oblonsky. "Oh, it's delightful. Bring another bottle," he called to the waiter, and immediately began telling the story. "We've Pyotr Ilyich Vinovsky's compliments," interrupted an old waiter, bringing 2 delicate glasses of still sparkling champagne on a tray and addressing Oblonsky and Levin. Oblonsky took a glass, and exchanging a look with a bald, red-haired man with a moustache who sat at the other end of their table, smilingly nodded to him. "Who is that?" inquired Lievin. "You once met him at my house, do you remember? A nice fellow." Lievin followed Oblonsky's example and took the glass. Oblonsky's anecdote was very amusing too. Then Lievin told one which also was appreciated. Then they talked about horses, about that day's races, and how gallantly Vronsky's Atlasny had won the first prize. Lievin hardly noticed how the dinner passed. "Ah, here they are," said Oblonsky just as they were finishing, leaning back in his chair and stretching out his hand to Vronsky, who was approaching with a tall colonel of the guards. Vronsky's face, too, was lit up by the general pleasant good humour of the club. Gaily leaning his arm on Oblonsky's shoulder, he whispered something to him, and with the same merry smile held out a hand to Lievin. "Very glad to meet you," he said. "I looked for you that day of the elections, but was told you had already left." "Yes, I left that same day. We were just speaking about your horse." "I congratulate you," said Lievin. "That was quick running." "Oh, yes. You keep racehorses, too?" "No. My father did, and I remember them and know something about them." "Where did you dine?" asked Oblonsky. "At the second table, behind the pillars." "He has been congratulated," remarked the colonel. "It's the second time he's won the imperial prize. If only I had the luck at cards that he has with horses. But why waste the golden moments? I'm off to the infernal regions," added he, and walked away. "That's Yashvin," said Vronsky in reply to Turovtsin's question as he took a vacant chair beside them. He drank a glass of champagne they offered him, and ordered another bottle. Whether influenced by the club or by the wine he had drunk, Lievin chatted with Vronsky about the best breeds of cattle, and was very pleased to find that he had not the least animosity toward the man. He even told Vronsky, among other things, that he had heard from his wife that she had met him at the Princess Maria Borisovna's. "Oh, the Princess Maria Borisovna, isn't she charming?" cried Oblonsky, and related an anecdote about her which made them all laugh. Vronsky especially burst into such good-natured laughter that Lievin felt quite reconciled to him. "Well, have you finished?" asked Oblonsky, rising and smiling. "Let's go." Chapter 8. On leaving the table, Lievin, feeling that as he went his arms swung with unusual regularity and ease, passed with Gagin through the lofty apartments to the billiard-room. When they had traversed the large hall, he met his father-in-law. "Well, and how do you like our temple of idleness?" said the prince, giving him his arm. "Come, let's walk about a little." "Yes, a walk is just what I want, and have a look round. It interests me." "Yes, it interests you, but my interest is different to yours." "You look at those old men," said the prince, indicating a round-shouldered member with a hanging nether lip, hardly able to shuffle along in his soft boots, who met and passed them, "and you imagine they were born schlupiks?" "Schlupiks? What's that?" "You see, you don't even know the word. It is a club term. You know the game of egg-rolling? Well, an egg that has been rolled very often becomes a schlupik. And so it is with ourselves. We keep coming and coming to the club until we turn into schlupiks. Now you're laughing, but we are already thinking of how we shall become schlupiks." "You know Prince Tchotchensky?" asked the prince, and Lievin saw by his face that he was going to say something droll. "No, I don't." "You don't? What? The well-known Prince Tchotchensky? Well, never mind. He is always playing billiards, you know. 3 years ago he was not yet among the schlupiks, and he showed a bold front, calling others schlupiks. Well, one day he arrives, and our hall porter, you know Vasily, oh yes, that fat one, his great wit. Well, Prince Tchotchensky asks him, 'I say, Vasily, who is here, any of the schlupiks?' And Vasily replies, 'Well, yes, you're the third one.'" "My lad, that's how it is." Chatting and exchanging greetings with acquaintances they chanced to meet, Lievin and the prince passed through all the rooms. The large one, in which card tables were already arranged and habitual partners were playing for small stakes. The sofa room, where they were playing chess and where Koznishev sat talking to someone. The billiard room, where by a sofa in a recess a merry party, which included Gagin, were drinking champagne. They looked in at the infernal regions, too, where round a table, at which Yashvin had already taken his seat, crowded a number of backers. Taking care not to make a noise, they entered the dim reading room, where, under shaded lamps, a young man with an angry countenance sat turning over one newspaper after another, and a bald general was engrossed in what he was reading. They also went into the room which the prince termed the wise room. There 3 gentlemen were arguing about the latest political news. "Will you come, Prince? Everything is ready," said one of his habitual partners, finding him there, and the prince went away. Yevin sat down for a while and listened, but remembering all the conversations he had that day heard, he suddenly felt terribly bored. He rose hastily and went to look for Oblonsky and Turovtsin, with whom he had felt merry. Turovtsin, with a tankard of something to drink, was sitting on the high sofa in the billiard room, and Oblonsky was talking to Vronsky by the door in the far corner. "She's not exactly dull, but that indefinite, unsettled position," Yevin overheard, and was hastening away when Oblonsky called him. "Yevin," said he, and Yevin noticed that though in Oblonsky's eyes there were not actually tears, they were moist, as they always were when he had been drinking or when he felt touched. Today it was both. "Yevin, don't go," he said, holding him tightly by the elbow, evidently not wishing to let him go on any account. "This is my true, almost my best friend," he said to Vronsky. "You two are even more near and dear to me, and I want you to be friends, and I know that you will be friendly and intimate, because you are both good fellows." "Well, then, there's nothing for it but to kiss and be friends," said Vronsky, good-naturedly jesting and holding out his hand. He quickly grasped Yevin's outstretched hand and pressed it. "I am very, very glad," said Yevin, pressing Vronsky's hand. "Waiter, bring a bottle of champagne," said Oblonsky. "And I am glad, too," said Vronsky. But in spite of Oblonsky's wish and theirs, they had nothing to say to one another, and both knew it. "You know, he's not acquainted with Anna," said Oblonsky to Vronsky, "and I particularly wish to take him to see her. Let's go, Yevin." "Really," said Vronsky, "she will be very glad. I would go home at once, but I am anxious about Yashvin and want to stay here till he has finished." "Oh, is he in a bad way?" "He keeps on losing, and I alone can restrain him." "Then what do you say to pyramids? Yevin, will you play?" "Oh, capital," said Oblonsky. "Place the balls for pyramids," he added, turning to the billiard marker. "They have been ready a long time," replied the marker, who had already placed the balls in a triangle and was rolling the red ball about to pass the time. "Here, come along." After the game, Vronsky and Yevin joined Gagin at his table, and at Oblonsky's invitation, Yevin began betting on aces. Vronsky sat beside the table, surrounded by friends who were continually coming to him, or else went to the infernal regions to see what Yashvin was up to. Yevin experienced an agreeable sense of relief from the mental weariness of the morning. He was glad the hostility between Vronsky and himself was ended, and the impression of tranquillity, decorum, and pleasure did not leave him. When they had finished their play, Oblonsky took Yevin's arm. "Well then, let us go to Anna's, now, at once. She will be at home. I promised her long ago to bring you. Where are you going tonight?" "Nowhere in particular. I had promised Sviatsky to go to the Agricultural Society's meeting, but I'll come with you if you like," replied Yevin. "Capital! Let's go." "Find out whether my carriage has come," said Oblonsky to a footman. Yevin went to the table, paid the 40 roubles he had lost betting on the aces, paid the club bill to an old footman who stood by the door, and who seemed in some miraculous way to know what it came to, and, swinging his arms in a peculiar way, passed through the whole suite of rooms to the exit. Chapter 9. "The Vronsky carriage!" shouted the hall porter in a stern bass. The carriage drove up and they got in. Only for the first few moments, while they were leaving the courtyard of the club, did Lievin retain that sense of club calm, pleasure, and undoubted decorum in his surroundings. But as soon as the carriage had passed out into the street and he felt it jolting on the uneven road, heard the angry shouts of an izvozchik they met, saw in the ill-lit street the red signboards of a vodka dealer and of a small shop, that sense was dissipated, and he began to consider his actions and to ask himself whether he was doing right in going to see Anna. What would Kitty say? But Oblonsky would not let him reflect, and as if guessing his doubts, tried to dispel them. "How glad I am that you will make her acquaintance," said he. "Do you know, Dolly has long wished it, and Lyovov called on her and goes to see her. Though she is my sister," Oblonsky continued, "I may safely say that she is a remarkable woman. Well, you'll see. Her position is a very trying one, especially just now." "Why especially just now?" "We are negotiating with her husband about a divorce. He agrees, but there are difficulties about her son, and the affair, which should have been ended long ago, has already been dragging on for 3 months. As soon as she gets the divorce, she will marry Vronsky. How stupid that old ceremony is, walking round and round singing 'Rejoice, Isaiah,' a ceremony in which nobody believes and which stands in the way of people's happiness," interpolated Oblonsky. "Well, and then their position will be as definite as mine or yours." "What is the difficulty?" asked Lievin. "Oh, that is a long and tiresome story. Everything is so indefinite in this country. But the point is that she has been living for several weeks in Moscow, where everybody knows her and him, awaiting the divorce, without going out anywhere or seeing any women except Dolly, because, you understand, she does not want people to come and see her as a charity. Even that fool Princess Barbara has left her, considering it improper. Well, you see, any woman in her position might fail to find resources in herself, but she... You'll see how she has arranged her life, how quiet and dignified she is. To the left, in the side street opposite the church," shouted Oblonsky, leaning out of the carriage window. "Wah, how hot!" he said, throwing his already unfastened overcoat still wider open, in spite of 12 degrees of frost. "But she has a child. I suppose she is occupied with her," said Lievin. "I think you see in every woman only a female, une couveuse, necessarily occupied with children, if at all," said Oblonsky. "No, I believe Anna is bringing her up splendidly, but one does not hear about her. Her occupations are, firstly, writing. I can see you smiling sarcastically, but you are wrong. She is writing a children's book and does not speak of it to anyone, but she read it to me, and I showed the manuscript to Vorkuyev, you know, the publisher. He writes himself, I think. He is an expert and says it is a remarkable work. But do you think she is a woman author? Not at all. She is first of all a woman with a heart. No, see. She now has a little English girl, and the whole family she is interested in. Why, is it a philanthropic undertaking? There you are, at once looking out for something bad. It's not philanthropy, it's kind-heartedness. Vronsky had an English trainer, a master in his own line, but a drunkard. He took completely to drink, got delirium tremens, and has deserted his family. She saw them, helped them, and became interested in them, and now the whole family is on her hands. And she doesn't do it patronizingly, just with money. But she herself coaches the boys in Russian for the high school, and she has taken the girl into the house. But you'll see her." The carriage drove into the courtyard, and Oblonsky rang loudly at the front door, before which a sledge was standing. Without asking the porter who opened the door whether Anna was in, Oblonsky entered the hall. Lievin followed, more and more in doubt as to whether he was acting well or badly. Glancing in the mirror, Lievin saw that he was red in the face, but he was sure he was not tipsy, and he followed Oblonsky up the carpeted stairs. On the top landing, a footman bowed to Oblonsky as to someone he knew well, and Oblonsky, asking who was with Anna Arkadyevna, received the answer that it was Mr. Vorkuyev. "Where are they?" "In the study." Passing through a small dining room panelled in dark wood, Oblonsky and Lievin entered the study across the soft carpet. It was lit by a lamp with a large, dark shade. Another reflector lamp fixed to the wall illuminated a large, full-length portrait of a woman which attracted Lievin's involuntary attention. It was Anna's portrait, painted in Italy by Mikhailov. While Oblonsky passed behind a screen of trellis work, and the man's voice that had been speaking became silent, Lievin looked at the portrait, which, in the bright illumination, seemed to step out of its frame, and he could not tear himself away from it. He forgot where he was, and without listening to what was being said, gazed fixedly at the wonderful portrait. It was not a picture, but a living and charming woman with curly black hair, bare shoulders and arms, and a dreamy half-smile on lips covered with elegant down, looking at him victoriously and tenderly with eyes that troubled him. The only thing that showed she was not alive was that she was more beautiful than a living woman could be. "I'm so glad," he heard a voice saying nearby, evidently addressing him, the voice of the very woman whom he had admired in the portrait. Anna had come out from behind the screen to meet him, and Lievin saw in the dim light of the study the woman of the portrait, in a dark dress of different shades of blue, not in the same attitude, not with the same expression, but on the same height of beauty as that on which the artist had caught her in the portrait. In reality she was less brilliant, but there was something about her new and attractive, which was not in the portrait. Chapter 10.